The night sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, and the moonlight gracefully illuminated the earth below. Beneath a grand old tree in the Lulon courtyard stood a tall silhouette, draped in a deep blue-black robe and wearing a small felt hat. Yang Fan gazed up at the heavens with a look of disbelief, finally concluding a bewildering truth had transcended into another realm. Yet, of all possible incarnations, he found himself as a mere eunuch. Little Fanzi, indeed, that was him. Being a eunuch is not without its merits. There's food, drink, and a palace to reside in, no mortgage to repay, no vehicle loans to fret over. It merely involves serving others. Having spent so many years playing the fool in the 21st century, indulged by the blessings akin to 007, why should I fear the role of a servant? Yang Fan repeatedly reassured himself, gradually familiarizing himself with the fragmented memories swirling in his mind, familiar, yet strangely distant. He had transmigrated to the Ming Dynasty, albeit a version different from what he remembered. This Ming Dynasty, while still identifying with the Zhou surname, had endured for over 1,000 years. Its national strength was thriving, hailed as a prominent power with peace reigning across the four seas, drawing tribute from nations far and wide. However, even amidst such prosperity, the plight of the populace remained dire otherwise. His predecessor would not have resorted to such drastic measures simply to procure a meal. Alas! Yang Fan sighed deeply, reaching down to grasp the earth. It was flat. It was empty. Even the breeze offered no respite. In that moment, the shadow of the tree felt increasingly desolate. Little Fanzi, what are you dawdling for? Hurry to the Chongqing Palace. If you delay master lease matters, you might find your backside on the receiving end of a beating. Just then, a sharp, youthful voice pierced through the air from behind. Turning around, Yang Fan spotted a delicate eunuch known as Xiao Chunzi, no more than 15 or 16 years old, with fair skin and a bright smile that hinted at urgency as he dashed outside. Chongqing Palace. Yang Fan's expression shifted. He quickly sprinted after him. He had nearly forgotten this pressing task. Currently residing in the Chongqing Palace was Consort Chun, who had recently captured Emperor Zhu Gaolai's affections, receiving lavish rewards that sparked envy among countless others in the harem. As Consort Chen's trusted aide, Master Li had naturally elevated his status, and their summons was to fulfill his orders, to serve the distinguished guests at the banquet, and to tidy the remnants of celebrations following Consort Chen's recent elevation. Before long, Yang Fan and the other young eunuchs arrived at the Chongqing Palace. Gilded and resplendent, the palace glowed under brilliant lights. As they approached, the tantalizing aroma of exquisite cuisine wafted through the air, prompting Yang Fan to swallow hard, his eyes widening in desire. For a lowly eunuch, merely being able to fill his stomach was already a significant privilege. To hope for a sumptuous feast seemed an unrealistic aspiration, reserved only for those of elevated rank. The wealthy indulge in excess while the unfortunate freeze in the streets. Truly, the ancients had their wisdom. Who would have thought that in this life, I would become a eunuch and still need to labor for a better fate? Yang Fan mused ironically to himself, though he hurriedly fell in line with the other eunuchs as they entered the Chongqing Palace through a side door. Upon entering, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, soothing his weary muscles and invigorating his spirit. This was the finest dragon's saliva incense, a royal privilege, revered for its rarity and luxury, bestowed from the provinces of the Bohai Region, delight beyond the reach of mere commoners. It was said that residing in such an environment could enhance vitality and beauty, making it exceedingly popular among the courtiers. Some of the elder eunuchs likely indulged in it as well. I see now why those elderly eunuchs in the dramas appear so flamboyant. They must be thoroughly steeped in this delightful essence. Yang Fan privately scoffed, entirely unaware that he had now joined the ranks of these flamboyant individuals. Master Li glanced at Yang Fan and his companions, gesturing with his elegantly arched fingers. Go wait over there. Yang Fan moved methodically alongside the other eunuchs and maids, blending into the crowd, secretly eyeing the banquet within the hall, where Consort Chun occupied the seat of honor. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful. At first glance, Consort Chun appeared to be in her late teens, with flawless skin, bright eyes, and pearl-white teeth, her lustrous hair cascading like silk. Beneath sumptuous, flowing garments, her voluptuous figure resembled a ripe, delectable peach. At that moment, having sipped a few cups of wine, a delicate flush adorned her exquisite face, and her enchanting gaze sparkled with a myriad of emotions, particularly highlighted by the enchanting red mark on her forehead, which drew the eye irresistibly. Such beauty, such grace to describe her as breathtaking would scarcely do her justice. Seated across from her were three other noble ladies, each a paragon of beauty, prompting Yang Fan to feel a pang of envy toward the emperor of the Ming Dynasty. It is said that the imperial harem boasts 3,000 beauties. If each one possessed such grace, what fortune that would be! One a day, and one would never be bored for a decade. A twinge of jealousy filled Yang Fan. In his previous life, he had been a titan of unparalleled stature, yet now, bereft of all trappings of power, he found himself surrounded by beauty that was almost torturous. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Yang Fan and the others had barely arrived when the festivities came to an end. The three noble ladies departed, flanked by a throng of eunuchs and maids in attendance, while Consort Chen retreated to the inner palace, leaving Yang Fan and his companions to busily attend to Master Li's instructions. Though there were only 4 diners, the banquet featured no less than 100 exquisite dishes, all rare delicacies that would cost a small fortune if served outside court. What a waste! Slurp! He gulped hard, unable to resist casting furtive glances around him. It turned out everyone was pilfering food. Eunuchs and maids alike were covertly savoring the leftover dishes in various ingenious ways. Yang Fan, seeing this, decided to join in the feasting. He swiftly captured a nearby delicacy, a lion's head meatball, concealed it in his sleeve, and took a generous bite as he walked. Instantly, the savory morsel melted in his mouth, filling him with warmth and delight. Such exquisite flavor. It was truly culinary royalty. However, just as Yang Fan was reveling in this hard-won delicacy, Master Li, overseeing the commotion, wore an expression of displeasure, furrowing his brows. These incompetent fools had no notion of decorum. They couldn't even muster a few individuals to serve the consort in the inner palace. With a flick of his sleeve, Master Li, his expression unreadable, called out, "Xiao Fengzi, Xiao Chunzi, Xiao Fanzi, you 3 go attend to the inner palace." "Yes, Master Li." The others responded in unison. Reluctantly, Yang Fan swallowed the last bite of his lion's head meatball, placed the plate down, and silently cursed the elderly eunuch standing before him, his wrinkled face betraying no sympathy. He had just taken a single bite. "Curse you, old eunuch, may you bear son with endless trouble." Something feels off. The 3 entered the inner palace, and Yang Fan was quickly diverted by his surroundings. He noticed the strong scent of dragon's saliva incense here was rich and intoxicating, akin to fine liquor, setting his senses ablaze and igniting a heat within him as the air grew heavy with warmth. "Little Fanzi, what's wrong with you?" The nearby young eunuch noticed Yang Fan's distress. His hands clenched, cheeks reddened, and a sheen of perspiration glimmered upon his brow, his entire being trembling. Nothing at all." Yang Fan forced a shaky smile, signaling all was well. Should he lose composure in such a setting, his fate would be far from pleasant. Suddenly, a rush of water echoed through the air. Freshly bathed, Consort Chen emerged from the bath, enveloped in fragrant steam. She moved with a graceful fluidity reminiscent of a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, her silhouette an enchanting sight. A sheer white scarf draped over her enticing figure left her flawless, slender legs exposed to the cool air. Her exquisite feet, translucent and elegantly formed, bore a gentle hue of rosy red and white, with beautifully arched arches so captivating that they tempted one to reach out and caress them. Absolutely, an irresistible sight for any man. Divine beauty brings chaos. The words flitted through Yang Fan's mind. Cautiously, he observed the stunningly beautiful Consort Chen, only to feel his heart racing and his body reacting unexpectedly. A jolt of realization struck him. Goodness, what was happening? Chapter 2. High-risk occupations illusion. It must be an illusion. Yang Fan pinched his thigh fiercely, urging himself to regain composure. Here he was, in the palace, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of women. Was he not merely indulging in folly? Not to mention the enchanting Chen Fei before him. She was the emperor's favored concubine. Any hint of impropriety on his part could lead to a swift and brutal demise. After all, he aspired to become the man of the eunuch king. He could not afford to stumble here. Yet, the shocking reality unfolded before him, heedless of his will. Thud, thud, thud that had truly manifested. He stood frozen, unable to fathom the occurrence that it was over. Yang Fan slowly lowered his gaze. Observing the marks that were gradually appearing on his robe, the exhilaration of reclaiming his manhood swiftly morphed into dread. If anyone were to discover this, what would become of him? He did not harbor any illusions that this newfound endowment would allow him to wreak havoc within the palace. The more likely outcome was a dire punishment, perhaps even dismemberment. Just then, a fragrant breeze heralded the arrival of Chen Fei, who stood before Yang Fan and the others. A sultry, enticing voice broke the tension. "Are you looking at me?" A slender, ivory hand reached out, jolting Yang Fan back to reality. In an instant, cold sweat drenched him. In his panic, he noticed the owner of the hand gently lifting the chin of the eunuch Xiao Chunzi beside him, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from Yang Fan. Xiao Chunzi, already infatuated with Chen Fei, was now blushing profusely, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. "Am I beautiful?" Chen Fei's voice was languid, her smile radiant, her alluring gaze shimmering like gentle ripples, captivating all who beheld her. "Yes, you are beautiful," Xiao Chunzi stammered, utterly entranced. He vowed that Chen Fei was the most exquisite woman he had ever laid eyes upon. Especially as her fingers grazed his skin, he could feel the warmth of her soft touch. It was so enchanting. It sent his heart into a frenzy. However, he was destined for disappointment the moment his words left his lips. Chen Fei's once seductive smile transformed into an icy mask, frosted with disdain. "Of course I am beautiful, but what right do you have to gaze upon me with such repulsive eyes? Someone, drag him away and feed him to the dogs." Boom! Her words struck like thunder, freezing the entire inner court to the core. Xiao Chunzi's face drained of color as he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Trembling, "Your Highness, spare my life. To offend you is a crime worthy of death." At that moment, another eunuch swiftly seized Xiao Chunzi by the collar, dragging him away. Realizing his doom, Xiao Chunzi struggled desperately, attempting to flee. Yet, just as he made a few strides, he collided head-on with the stern-faced Li Gonggong, whose eyes were as cold as icy. Li Gonggong. Xiao Chunzi's expression shifted drastically. "Humph, you ignorant wretch," Li Gonggong snorted disdainfully, extending a bony arm from his sleeve, striking Xiao Chunzi on the head with a force akin to a serpent emerging from the depths. With a resounding thud, Xiaokunzi's head was forcefully crushed into his chest cavity, rendering his lifeless body rigid for a fleeting moment before it toppled to the ground. Such a terrifying display of strength was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual, sending Yang Fan's heart into a tumultuous frenzy. This was no mere manifestation of normal power. To take a life is one thing. However, to obliterate a person's skull into their own torso is an act that transcends sheer brute force. The martial prowess of this great Ming is indeed formidable. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a tinge of trepidation. "Take him away," commanded Li Gonggong, his expression devoid of emotion. The hall fell into a hush before someone hastily stepped forward to drag Xiaokunzi's corpse away. Soon, the chamber returned to its former tranquility. It was only then that Li Gonggong bowed, and, with a countenance full of shame, addressed concubine Chun. "This old servant is to blame. My subordinates lack decorum and have disturbed your highness." Concubine Chun replied coolly, "Let it be. Next time, ensure your subordinates keep their eyes in check. This old servant has taken note," Li Gonggong replied, maintaining his humble posture, resembling a loyal old hound. In that moment, Yang Fan finally grasped the stark reality before him. The death of Xiaokunzi had jolted him into clarity. He had indeed arrived in the realm of Great Ming, an ancient feudal dynasty where imperial authority looms as high as mountains. As the saying goes, to accompany the sovereign is akin to dancing with a tiger. Would the nobles ever truly care for their lives? Yang Fan lowered his head resolutely, yet within him, a fire ignited. Fear, anger, and a fierce unwillingness to succumb. "I shall not become a Xiaokunzi. I swear." Yang Fan's entire mindset seemed to undergo a metamorphosis. Once the banquet at Chongqing Palace was concluded, this band of young eunuchs was finally dismissed back to their quarters. However, the demise of one Xiaokunzi did not capture the attention of the others. They appeared to have grown accustomed to such occurrences. Life was as cheap as paper. Moreover, this was within the palace. Ignorance of the rules and an inability to retreat were tantamount to courting death, not to mention the offense against the consort. Lying on the cold wooden plank bed, Yang Fan gradually found his composure after the shock of Xiaokunzi's death. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiarities of his own body, instinctively reaching beneath the blanket to probe. Something was amiss. Where had it gone? A jolt of panic coursed through him as he flipped over and sat up abruptly. Throwing aside the thin blanket and utilizing the moonlight filtering through the window, He scrutinized the situation with growing alarm. It was indeed absent. The earlier sensations felt dreamlike, leaving no trace behind, and at this moment, he discerned that his body had inexplicably returned to its original state of being a castrated male. Was it due to dragon saliva or some other substance? His expression shifted, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. This feeling of gain and loss left him both exhilarated and fearful. The joy was the prospect of possibly reclaiming his true masculinity, while the fear lay in how to survive within this cold and merciless palace. And moreover, to thrive in the depths of the palace. Even a dog was female. What chance did a suddenly emerged man have? As for the notion of single-handedly causing turmoil within the harem, that would be a gross overestimation of one young fan. Fortunately, his distinguishing features were not yet apparent. But what if, at some point, they inadvertently revealed themselves? He could not help but begin to contemplate his future prospects, yearning to survive in the unfamiliar realm of the Ming Dynasty solely through his own efforts. In truth, he saw but one path ahead of him: to strive relentlessly to ascend the ranks and become a high-ranking eunuch. Figures such as Zhao Gao, Wei Zhongxian, and Li Lianying were all esteemed exemplars within the eunuch circle, each one a paragon in their own right. Moreover, Yang Fan believed he possessed certain advantages over them, rendering it illogical for him to be inferior. As the night swiftly passed, the dawn broke, and before the sun had fully risen, Yang Fan awakened. His youthful physique was endowed with remarkable recuperative abilities. After a single night's rest, he felt invigorated and full of vigor. Alas, the bedding was unremarkable, devoid of any stirring or tumult. Silently, Yang Fan rose and, emulating the other young eunuchs, began to tidy his quarters, conforming to the routine that marked the commencement of his new day as a eunuch in the Ming Dynasty. That he fetched water, performed his ablutions, and donned the neatly arranged eunuch attire, after which he, along with a group of young eunuchs, proceeded to the dining hall. Sitting at the long wooden tables, Yang Fan swiftly finished his bowl of rice. The meals for the lower-ranking eunuchs were far from sumptuous. The rice was coarse, having been boiled for hours until it had turned mushy, topped with merely a layer of greens, lacking any trace of oil or meat. This left him with a profound yearning for the lion's head meatballs he had savored the previous evening, a luxury now beyond his reach. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Accompanied by 6 armored guards, Eunuch Li entered, and upon casting a sweeping glance around the dining hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Excellent. Eunuch Li nodded in satisfaction, declaring that he had time today to conduct a proper lesson for these younglings. Come, take them to the training grounds. What are you still dawdling for? Move quickly. As the young eunuch stood frozen, one of the armored guards stepped forward and barked an order, sending the bewildered group scattering like startled birds. Rushing chaotically toward the exit, Yang Fan rose and quietly followed suit, his heart brimming with curiosity. A lesson. Was there truly a need for lessons among the eunuchs? The educational standards of the Ming Dynasty seemed rather advanced. Chapter 3. The Art of Bone Manipulation. A throng of young eunuchs swarmed into the training grounds. Each one of them was strikingly graceful, their physiques and postures seemingly poised to soar into the heavens. Yang Fan forcefully disregarded this distraction, soon witnessing a scene that left him utterly astounded. Before him stood a neatly arranged line of young eunuchs, evidently newcomers to the palace, their faces still bearing the marks of youth. They were loudly chanting slogans, their high-pitched, youthful voices echoing like waves crashing upon the shore. Born as royal subjects, dead as royal ghosts, I am a royal brick. Wherever needed, I shall be moved. This chant utterly baffled Yang Fan, who could hardly believe his ears. Was this a figment of his imagination? Could it be that some senior had traversed time and space? How could this slogan sound so familiar? With a bewildered expression, he stood alongside the other young eunuchs until a small booklet was handed to him, filled with archaic, intricate characters. Fortunately, as a liberal arts student adept in calligraphy, he was able to decipher the text with ease. Upon opening the booklet, he found it densely packed with courtly admonitions, primarily directed at neophyte eunuchs like himself, with loyalty and discretion highlighted as the foremost commandments. That it was only to be expected. These young eunuchs frequently traversed the palace, inevitably privy to the private affairs of the nobility. If one does not guard their tongue, calamity is undoubtedly imminent. Thus, while these precepts may appear as various constraints on their behavior, they serve, in essence, as a form of veiled protection. Furthermore, the booklet encompasses customary court etiquette. Indeed, The protocols differ when addressing individuals of varying ranks that a group of young eunuchs stood in orderly formation under the command of the armored guards. Master Li approached them, his cold gaze sweeping across all present, instilling a sense of dread in many of the young eunuchs. Finally, he spoke in a delicate tone, "Allow you little ones to understand that the palace is a place of rules. Ignorance of these rules, and a lack of discretion, will lead to your demise, and no one else shall be to blame. Therefore, diligently study the regulations within this booklet. There is no harm in doing so. Moreover, your assignment under my command is indeed a stroke of good fortune, for I am currently in need of additional hands. Should anyone memorize all the contents of this booklet within the hour, it is certainly within the realm of possibility that I will select a few among you to serve in the eternal Green Palace. Do you understand?" Indeed, the age-old method of wielding both carrot and stick has proven effective. Upon hearing Master Li's words, many young eunuchs' eyes gleamed with hope. Yes, Master Li. Currently, they resided in the monitoring courtyard, sharing a communal sleeping space, subsisting on coarse rice and vegetables. However, being chosen for the Eternal Green Palace would elevate their status significantly, granting them better accommodations and provisions. Even Yang Fan felt a stirring of ambition. Yet, the thought of Consort Chen tightened his heart. The death of Xiao Chunzi lingered like a thorn in his mind. He knew all too well that Consort Chen was not an easy person to deal with. Nevertheless, Yang Fan had no intention of passing up this opportunity to escape the monitoring courtyard. Such chances are rare. One must leap forth to ascend more swiftly. Thus, within half an hour, he had thoroughly committed to memory the dozens of primary precepts and the thousands of subsidiary rules contained in the booklet. From that moment on, Yang Fan had acquired the fundamental qualities required of a eunuch, at least in theory. Practical application was all that remained. There were indeed a few promising candidates before the high platform. Master Li's ears perked up as his gaze flitted across the young eunuchs, lingering momentarily on a few, including Yang Fan. After all, the ability to memorize thousands of words in such a short span was indicative of exceptional memory. If the foundation were adequate, it could certainly prove useful that a tall armored guard beside him, however, could not help but scoff. Master Li, they are merely a bunch of sordid fellows. How can any of them be considered promising? Master Li replied calmly. One cannot be so certain. The armored guard remained noncommittal, evidently dismissing Master Li's words. After a while, as dusk approached, Master Li stepped into the crowd, casually pointing, "Come with me." The rest returned to the monitoring courtyard and await further orders. Yang Fan's heart raced. Yet he did not dare to show any hesitation. He exchanged a glance with the other selected young eunuchs and swiftly followed suit. Behind them, a group of disappointed young eunuchs regarded their retreating figures with complex expressions. In a sense, from that moment forth, their fates diverged significantly. In the small courtyard adjacent to the side hall of the Chongqing Palace, Yang Fan was taken aback by how swiftly he found himself in this place once again. Although he was unaware of the criteria by which Li Gonggong selected individuals, the thought of that little booklet suggested it was likely related to memory. The other three young eunuchs, much like Yang Fan, stood before Li Gonggong with expressions of tension etched upon their faces. Li Gonggong took a seat, elegantly pinching his fingers in a gesture reminiscent of an orchid, his face devoid of emotion as he scrutinized the four chosen among the hundreds of newcomers. Each of them appeared relatively well-proportioned, at least not unpleasant to behold. Given their youthful ages, all around 15 or 16, and having undergone purification, they exhibited fair complexions and an effeminate demeanor. "You, step forward," he commanded, casually pointing at one of the young eunuchs. "Yes," the young eunuch replied, his face betraying unease as he approached. "Come closer," Li Gonggong instructed, and with a flick of his long sleeves, extended his withered hands to probe the young eunuch from head to toe, leaving no part untouched. Witnessing this, Yang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. It was said that old eunuchs harbored psychological issues. He hoped he wouldn't encounter one himself. The young eunuch being examined also wore a grim expression, suppressing his revulsion as he bowed his head in silent endurance. After what felt like an eternity, Li Gonggong finally remarked, "Moderate bone structure, somewhat lacking." The next in line was Sun Yang Fan. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward to undergo Li Gonggong's examination. Fortunately, the probing was merely a physical assessment. The dry, bony hands pressed against Yang Fan's body caused a subtle ache in his bones. After a brief moment, Yang Fan noticed a fleeting look of disappointment pass across Li Gonggong's face. "Moderate," he declared. "All right, We have assessed your qualifications. You shall remain in the Chongqing Palace for service. Understand? Yes, Li Gonggong. The four young eunuchs chorused in unison. Observing their obedient demeanor, Li Gonggong appeared somewhat satisfied. Their lack of exceptional bone structure was inconsequential, as they were all new recruits, and he could trust them. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, retrieving several scrolls from his sleeve and distributing them to the four. Memorize these thoroughly. Practice as instructed, and remember, do not disclose this information. Otherwise, beware for your lives. His tone turned severe. Yang Fan and the others dared not delay, responding promptly, for within the confines of the imperial court, the hierarchical relationships among eunuchs were strictly enforced. Once they aligned themselves with Li Gonggong, they would bear his mark. Especially for young eunuchs like themselves, they had no qualification to change their allegiance. Practice diligently. I shall personally return this afternoon to assess your progress. As Li Gonggong departed, the four finally exhaled in relief. They examined the scrolls in their hands, discovering they contained the fundamentals of a foundational martial art, Man Niu Zhu Ti Gong. The text detailed the major acupoints and meridian paths of the body, along with the 3 essential forms for foundational training, densely packed with characters and illustrations that would be nearly impossible to memorize without considerable memory capacity. Indeed, it was a martial arts manual. Yang Fan couldn't help but recall the scene of Li Gonggong dispatching Xiao Chunzi with a single blow. His heart ignited with fervor. The martial path. He never expected that upon arriving in this great Ming, he would so swiftly encounter such power. Chapter 4. The 3 great techniques of the wild bull. Just as Yang Fan was preparing to peruse the text with great attention, a youthful eunuch beside him spoke up. Esteemed colleagues, we have truly struck gold by being selected for the Chongqing Palace this time. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and his youthful visage bore an air of scholarly refinement, clad in scholar's robes. He might have easily passed for a modest gentleman of letters, though. The others were puzzled by his words. The young eunuch clasped his hands together in greeting, yet refrained from answering their confusion. Opting instead to introduce himself, I am called Xiao Lianzi, hailing from Hebei province. May I inquire how you are addressed? Xiao Zhuji, Xiao Lingzi, Xiao Fanzi. Yang Fan also introduced himself, while simultaneously observing the others. Xiao Zhuji appeared simple and honest, with a robust physique suggesting a lack of guile. In contrast, Xiao Lingzi exuded a sharp wit, his eyes darting about with a cunning glint. The first to speak, Xiao Lianzi, exuded an air of scholarly gravitas, seemingly possessing an understanding of palace affairs that surpassed that of ordinary folk. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Lianzi finally addressed the matter of concern. Since we are now under the patronage of Lord Li, we are essentially family, and thus, I have no reason to withhold certain information from you. The Chongqing Palace has recently been established, and Lord Li, having followed Lady Chun, has been appointed as the chief eunuch. However, he lacks many trusted confidants. Our selection and the bestowal of this foundational technique indicate that Lord Li intends to cultivate us as his trusted subordinates, which is why I say we have struck it lucky. After all, acquiring such a manual of techniques at any other time would have been utterly impossible. We must strive to excel, for there is potential for further advancement. Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of enthusiasm. Eunuchs, being of a peculiar disposition, often set aside other aspirations, developing instead a keen pursuit of wealth and status. Thus, the prospect of advancement was not to be overlooked. Instantly, their zeal for cultivation intensified. Yang Fan began to familiarize himself with the wild bull body forging technique, particularly the 3 major forms: the wild bull's horns, the wild bull's roll, and the wild bull's charge. The annotations indicated that they integrated body forging with strength training. Each of the 3 forms corresponded to a specific state of the wild bull: the horns, the roll, and the charge, which entailed engaging the entire body's sinews and augmenting one's power. Not only could these techniques fortify one's physique to be as robust as that of a young bull, but they also had applications in combat. Yang Fan committed the contents of the manual to memory and commenced his practice. He stepped forward with his right foot, adopting a bow stance, his back straight and leaning forward, with his hands forming fists as if mimicking the horns of a bull. Gradually pushing forward in alignment with his body. It was as if he were a wild bull charging forth. Upon executing this technique, his entire body felt taut, as if every sinew were being stretched to its limit. Crack, crack, crack. Yang Fan felt a cacophony of sounds emanating from his joints, a sharp pain radiating through him. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the sensation, A warm and intricate energy began to seep from the areas of tension, permeating throughout his body and alleviating the acute discomfort. A comforting warmth enveloped him, evoking an exquisite sense of pleasure. The other young eunuchs shared a similar experience, lost in the exhilaration of their inaugural foray into martial cultivation, with their minds devoid of distractions related to women. They were wholly dedicated to their training, and coupled with their unspent vitality, their progress was remarkably swift. Their remarkable memory allowed them to quickly master the three major forms. The strength surged within them. In an instant, the courtyard reverberated with the explosive sound of sinews stretching like the twang of a bowstring. Xiao Lianzi, perusing her book, noticed that others had already commenced their training and couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. She rose to begin practicing the techniques outlined in the manual. Unfortunately, it was not the legendary skills from the esteemed Ming Wu Jing. If only she could receive such teachings, perhaps she could transcend her limitations. Enter the Eastern Depot, and henceforth wield a sword with authority, striking first and reporting later, sanctioned by imperial power. How glorious that would be! What exactly is the Ming Wu Jing? After completing a set of the three great styles, Yang Fan paused and glanced at Xiao Lianzi. She smiled with self-satisfaction. The so-called Ming Wu Jing is a supreme compendium of martial arts, compiled by our Ming after overthrowing the Dezhou. Based on the arsenal of Dezhou and encompassing the martial arts of various sects throughout the land, it is said to contain not only the methods of blood transformation, but also the cultivation techniques for the 5 heavenly passes. Truly formidable. If one could behold it, one might even aspire to become an immortal martial sage, a terrestrial deity. Nearby, Xiao Zhuzi and Xiao Lingzi, engrossed in their training, were drawn in by her words. A martial sage, a terrestrial deity. These are the legends of martial arts. Even though they were commoners before entering the palace, they had heard tales of such individuals, able to sever rivers with a hand, suppress the heavens with a stone, and annihilate celestial bodies with a mere breath, comparable to myth. What a magnificent Ming it is! Yang Fan inhaled sharply, utterly astonished that this Ming was so grand and vibrant. It seems we have indeed stumbled upon great fortune. Although the Man Niu de San style may not be particularly powerful, it serves as a gateway into the realm of martial arts, which is already remarkably rare if we achieve any success. We shall surely catch the eye of the noble figures above. Rising to prominence is just within reach. As Xiao Lianzi spoke, a flush crept across her cheeks, clearly indicative of her excitement. Then I must practice diligently. Xiao Zhuzi, with a simple-minded demeanor, scratched his head. Xiao Lingzi nodded fervently, moved by Xiao Lianzi's words. Yang Fan was no exception. Her words opened a new door for him. If he possessed such mythic martial prowess, why should he fear exposure? My fate must rest in my own hands. Yang Fan's gaze grew increasingly resolute. The ever-watchful Li Gonggong, observing from the shadows, departed with a satisfied expression, though the 4 lacked strong foundations. Their ambition was commendable. Even the evidently secretive Xiao Lianzi did not concern him much. Having spent decades in the palace, he had witnessed all sorts of storms and characters, growing accustomed to them. As long as they were willing to work diligently and serve Lady Chun, that was sufficient. As time flowed on, noon arrived in the blink of an eye. The 4 had trained for half the day and were now ravenously hungry. The saying wealth in martial prowess, poverty in literature rang true. After exhausting themselves with the 3 great styles, their physical strength had been depleted and could not be replenished by mere coarse grains. Yet, Li Gonggong had left them here without a word. Where could they go to eat? After a brief discussion, they decided to return to the monitoring courtyard for a meal, while also collecting their belongings to officially move to Chongqing Palace. Upon their return, they immediately attracted the attention of many. Aren't these the 4 chosen by Li Gonggong? How is it that they have returned once more? Could it be that they have committed some transgression and were thus expelled by the esteemed eunuch Li? Just look at their countenance. It is highly likely they have been reprimanded. Indeed, Eunuch Li possesses a discerning eye. These 4 must have bewildered him earlier today, but now their true selves have been unveiled. There are always those who cannot bear to see others thrive, and when they witness your misfortune, they will invariably rush forth to trample upon you. Such is the mindset of these individuals at this moment. Of course, there are also those who choose to observe with indifference, remaining detached from the fray. Yang Fan, having been reborn as a person, is naturally unperturbed by such remarks, and little Lianzi, possessing a profound depth, remains equally unfazed. As for little Zhuzi, He does not grasp the implications of the other's words at all. Instead, it is the spirited and lively little Lingzi who first cannot contain herself and retorts with a biting sarcasm. Some people, when they cannot reach the grapes, claim they are sour, unable to bear witness to our favor in the eyes of Eunuch. Let us hope you do not find yourselves assigned to the affairs of the Chongqing Palace. If that day comes, I, little Lingzi, shall certainly take good care of you. Upon her utterance, the expressions of those who had just mocked them shifted dramatically. How could they fail to perceive the underlying threat in little Lingzi's words? This young eunuch from the Chongqing Palace is indeed exceedingly domineering. How laughable it is that mere junior eunuchs dare to spout such bravado within this monitoring courtyard. Just then, a voice filled with unabashed derision echoed from outside the door. The crowd turned to see a lithe and agile young eunuch striding in. The insignia on his eunuch garb subtly revealed the character Kun. Qian Kun encompasses all. The term Kun signifies the Earth Mother, embodying the essence of maternal grace. This individual unmistakably hails from the Kunning Palace, the very residence of the Empress. Upon this realization, Yang Fan and little Lingzi felt a chill descend upon them. Their Lady Chun of the Chongqing Palace had recently been elevated to the rank of consort. Although she had enjoyed considerable favor from the Emperor of late, she still paled in comparison to the Empress, and consequently, so too did the status of the junior eunuchs associated with her. Moreover, the rivalries among eunuchs are notoriously fierce. Should one find themselves ensnared by a fault, they could expect to pay a steep price. Little Lingzi, in a moment of impulsive indiscretion, must seek forgiveness from the esteemed eunuch. Little Lingzi hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, hoping the other party would show leniency. Indiscretion? I believe those were words from the heart. Yet, the young eunuch from Kunning Palace offered no quarter, responding with scorn. Those from the inner court and the 12 monitoring halls all originate from this very courtyard. How dare a mere junior eunuch from the Chongqing Palace speak so boldly here? Truly, the audacity is astounding. However, should you all kneel before me at once and strike yourselves 10 times across the face, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy at this proclamation. The group of eunuchs in the monitoring courtyard instantly displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Let the Chongqing Palace be arrogant, and now they have met their match. Let us see how they extricate themselves from this predicament. Yang Fan and his companions exchanged glances, their faces darkening. Though they were bewildered as to why the eunuchs from Kunning Palace would seize this opportunity to strike, they were resolute in their refusal to bow. After all, should they kneel and strike themselves, they would not only disgrace themselves, but also bring shame upon the entire Chongqing Palace. As the saying goes, when the master is humiliated, the subordinates must perish. Having long been acquainted with the formidable tactics of the esteemed Li Gonggong and the revered Chun Fei Nyang, Yang Fan harbored no doubts that Li Gonggong would personally flay them alive. While simultaneously stuffing their heads into their chests, Xiao Lianzi lowered her voice and whispered to Yang Fan and the others, "The adversaries do not come with good intentions. However, he alone cannot withstand the 4 of us." Yang Fan nodded silently. Even the simple-minded Xiao Zhu felt the palpable malice emanating from the opponent, poised to strike. If escape is possible, then flee. If not, then fight. The minds of the 4 aligned in unison. What? Do you refuse to kneel? The young eunuch from Kunning Palace regarded the 4 with contempt, a glint of cruelty flickering in his eyes. Very well. Allow me to impart a lesson by breaking your limbs. With a sudden lunge forward, he propelled himself like a hawk in flight, swiftly closing the distance to the 4. His hand clawing down towards the nearest Xiao Lianzi with the ferocity of an eagle's talon. Eagle claw, his fingers curled like hooks, sharp as iron blades, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Strike. Xiao Lianzi commanded sharply, launching into the newly learned mighty bull technique. With a deft maneuver, she evaded the initial assault and followed up with a powerful charge. Xiao Zhu and Xiaoling also surged forward to assist. Mighty bull charge. They flanked the opponent from both sides. Yet, the young eunuch from Kunning Palace possessed formidable strength, toppling Xiao Lianzi and simultaneously seizing the fists of Xiaoling and Xiao Zhu with his claws. Such power! The entire exchange transpired in mere moments, rendering the trio's combined efforts a mere farce before him. At that instant, Yang Fan, ever vigilant, seized the opportunity. With a steely gaze, he propelled himself forward, his feet launching him with the ferocity of a startled bull. His charge exuded an aura of relentless assault. Thud! The sound of his fists cutting through the air resonated like thunder. The young eunuch instinctively sensed the impending threat and instinctively pulled Xiaozhu before him as a shield. Unaware that Yang Fan's maneuver was but a feint, as he closed the gap, his charge transitioned seamlessly into a mighty bull roll. Bang! Yang Fan deftly sidestepped Xiaozhu, colliding directly into the young eunuch's embrace. The impact sent the eunuch staggering backward, momentarily disoriented. Aware of Hai Xiao Lianzi urged with a voice, glancing at the unconscious young eunuch on the ground before swiftly making her exit. Yang Fan nodded and followed Xiao Lianzi and the others, eager to leave at a brisk pace. However, just as they reached the doorway, they were met by the imposing figure of an elderly eunuch standing outside, with his hands tucked into his sleeves and a countenance marked by age and indifference. It was unclear how long he had been waiting, his eyes flashing with a subtle yet menacing glint. His attire bore the conspicuous character Koan, strikingly evident. What a predicament! Yang Fan and his companions had not anticipated that after escaping one peril, they would stumble into another. Outside loomed the formidable figure of Master Huang from Kuan-Ning Palace. Deputy Chief, Eunuch Huang. Whispers arose from within the monitoring courtyard. These junior eunuchs frequently traversed the various palaces, and they would not forget the faces of notable figures, resulting in immediate recognition of the elderly eunuch at the entrance. A chill ran down Yang Fan and the others' spines against the young eunuch. They might have mustered the courage to fight, but facing the deputy chief eunuch, whose status far surpassed theirs, any attempt to act would surely invite dire consequences for their insubordination. You little rascals! How audacious you are, to dare attack someone from Kuan-Ning Palace. You truly are lawless. Master Huang's face darkened ominously, his voice seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. His subordinates had lost face. And naturally, he was displeased, particularly since he had already recognized the young eunuch as his adopted son, a trusted confidant. He had intended to take this opportunity to discipline the people of Chongqing Palace and diminish their arrogance. But instead, his plans backfired, resulting in his adopted son being chastised as well. Today, allow me to properly discipline you on behalf of Master Li. Master Huang stepped forward. His movements were slow, yet the aura he exuded was exceedingly fierce. A weighty presence that bore down upon Yang Fan and his companions, making them feel as though their bodies might be crushed, nausea overwhelming them. Leave the discipline of subordinates to me. There is no need for you to concern yourself. Master Huang. A chilling voice approached, growing nearer with each word that it began from a distance. Yet in an instant, it was upon them. Master Huang felt a sharp gust of wind behind him and instinctively turned around. You see, don't you? To his astonishment, Master Li's aged visage was nearly pressed against his own. Master Li had arrived, and with such astonishing swiftness, a flicker of shock crossed Master Huang's eyes. The oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped Yang Fan and his companions dissipated in an instant, and he instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find Master Li gripping his wrist tightly. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Master Huang. You have shown such goodwill by coming here to discipline my subordinates. I have yet to thank you. As he spoke, he gradually exerted pressure. With a bone-crushing sound, it was as if a great serpent had coiled around him, snapping his very marrow. Master Huang felt as though his entire wrist might shatter. His blood flow abruptly stifled, rendering him as vulnerable as an ordinary man, his life hanging by a thread at the whim of his adversary. Impossible! How can this old man be so formidable? Master Huang's heart raced with fear, almost beyond his control. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Master Li suddenly released his grip, alleviating the pressure, allowing Master Huang to exhale in relief, stepping back several paces, casting a wary glance at Master Li. What an impressive Master Li! I truly misjudged you. This time, it appears that I have been overly meddlesome. The esteemed Huang Gonggong cast a profound glance at Li Gonggong before turning away, neglecting even his subordinates. Unbeknownst to anyone, as he departed, a hand concealed within his sleeve trembled uncontrollably. Once in solitude, Huang Gonggong extended his hand, lowering his gaze to the purplish-red mark on his wrist, which seemed on the verge of oozing black blood. His countenance darkening to the point of dripping with despair. Such a ruthless application of the golden-red profound hand. We shall see how this unfolds. Outside the surveillance courtyard, Li Gonggong observed the departing figure of Huang Gonggong. Letting out a cold chuckle, he then turned to Yang Fan and the others, his face adorned with an expression of admiration. You lot have truly impressed me. I did not misjudge you. Although he had not witnessed their previous confrontation firsthand, he could easily reconstruct the scene based on the atmosphere and the marks upon them. His gaze lingered on Yang Fan's forehead, satisfaction evident as he flicked his fingers elegantly. "Come, let us return to the palace." "Yes, Li Gongong," responded Yang Fan and the others, following him as they strode forth. Meanwhile, the happenings here rapidly spread amongst the young eunuchs in the courtyard. The name of Xiao Fanzi thus became known to many, particularly for his fierce tenacity in battle, exemplified by his head-butting attack, which drew considerable attention. Chapter 6. A reunion with Consort Chen. Upon returning to the Chongqing Palace, a sense of unease settled among the group. They had stirred up trouble and offended the eunuchs of the Kunning Palace. While Li Gongong had defended them just moments ago, who could say whether they would face consequences later? Li Gongong cast a discerning glance at them, effortlessly reading their thoughts, and remarked with a smile, "You have brought honor to me. I am pleased, and how could I punish you?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, the palace is teeming with skilled individuals. You are but novices. Should you provoke someone you ought not to, it would be wise to hope for victories like today, as otherwise, I shall not concern myself with your fates." The implication was clear. He would not delve into the circumstances. Only the outcomes mattered. Victory would lead to favorable discussions, while defeat would leave them to their own devices. Yes, Li Gongong, Yang Fan, and the others understood the gravity of his words, their hearts tightening in realization. The palace was akin to a hunting ground. Whether they became prey or hunters depended solely on their choices. Naturally, the sagacious Li Gongong, well-versed in the art of managing subordinates, would not let them down. Having offered his counsel, he would also provide tangible rewards. This time, "You have humiliated Huang Gongong, earning me face, and thus, you shall receive your due reward," with a flourish of his hand. 4 pale yellow pills appeared in his palm, each the size of a longan, exuding a fragrant aroma that invigorated the senses. "These 4 qi blood pills are your rewards." With a swift motion, he sent the pills flying into the mouths of Yang Fan and the others. With a start, Yang Fan instinctively swallowed the pill, feeling a fiery sensation trace down his throat and settle in his abdomen, erupting into countless flames that spread throughout his being, the intense heat surging forth from within. "Do not hesitate to circulate your energy to counteract the effects," Li Gongong commanded sharply. Yang Fan and the others quickly responded, hastening to practice the 3 great styles of the barbarian bull. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Fan felt the medicinal energy surge within him like a tumultuous tide, threatening to burst his very body. He could only repeatedly practice the 3 great styles to dissipate the overwhelming force. It is evident that, through relentless practice, the once slender physique of Yang Fan has gradually begun to exhibit the contours of burgeoning muscles, entwined like thick ropes, resembling the intricate patterns of a python. Indeed, it is no wonder that the legendary martial arts elixir has proven effective. Under the invigorating influence of the potion, one can faintly hear the rhythmic flow of blood coursing through the veins. With each surge, it seems to bestow an invigorating strength upon him. Realizing this, Yang Fan instinctively sought to harness the power of the flowing blood. Perhaps it was his formidable will forged through 2 lifetimes that allowed him to initially seize control of the vital energy within. Simultaneously, he intuitively adjusted the rhythm of his training in the 3 great styles of the mighty bull, that a harmonious interplay of rapid and slow movements ensued. In an instant, his heart began to race uncontrollably. The medicinal energy, which was on the brink of waning, unexpectedly surged forth anew. Even the venerable Li Gongong, seated before him, straightened his posture, revealing a hint of astonishment. It seemed he had not anticipated such a transformation in Yang Fan. It is well known that martial arts training is fundamentally about refining the body and cultivating vital energy. Only after achieving perfection in the cultivation of vital energy can one undergo blood transformation. Each transformation signifies a monumental metamorphosis. Upon completing 9 transformations, one may unlock the cultivation of the 5 heavenly passes. However, the prerequisite for this transformation is the mastery of one's own vital energy flow. Just this single criterion has thwarted countless aspirants. It appears that fortune is indeed smiling upon us, mused Li Gongong, a beaming smile adorning his face. That a mere little eunuch, of middling talent, has swiftly grasped the nuances of his own vital energy, though still in its nascent stage. This accomplishment surpasses that of the vast majority of newcomers. How could this not evoke delight in Li Gongong? Meanwhile, Xiao Lianzi and the others had ceased their training, upon witnessing Yang Fan still immersed in his practice. With the surrounding heat continuing to rise, they could not help but express their bewilderment. Xiao Lianzi's gaze flitted rapidly between Li Gongong and Yang Fan. Her lips pursed slightly. In contrast, a shadow of gloom flickered in Xiao Lingzi's eyes. As for Xiao Zhuzi, he was less preoccupied with such thoughts. Seeing Yang Fan delving deeply into his training, the rippling green muscles on his arms and thighs sparked a gleam of admiration in his eyes. Xiao Fanzi is truly formidable. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Fan remained oblivious to the occurrences outside, wholly engrossed in his practice. Having initially secured control over his own vital energy, he felt an overwhelming surge of warmth coursing through him. Palpably aware of the enhancement of his strength under the elixir's influence, this enhancement was comprehensive: strength, speed, agility, and even reflexes. He sensed that in this state, even when confronted once more by the little eunuchs of Kunning Palace, he could triumph over them solely through his own prowess. Moments later, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, bringing his practice to a close and standing firmly in the center of the room. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that all present were gazing at him, causing a flicker of alarm in his heart. Had he inadvertently revealed something? Surely not, for his distinguishing features had remained concealed. Could it be that during the cultivation process, the stimulation of his vital energy had induced some new transformation? Though his heart raced, his demeanor remained composed. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Gongong spoke up. "All right, since you have all completed your training, you may go and freshen up. Soon, we shall proceed to meet her ladyship, concubine Chun." With that, he waved his hand, signaling for the four of them to depart. Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief as he walked, his gaze falling upon the simple and honest countenance of Xiao Zhuzi. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "What just transpired?" Before Xiao Zhuzi could respond, Xiao Lianzi interjected, "Xiao Fanzi, I never anticipated you possessed such innate talent in martial arts. It seems we shall be relying on you in the future." "What does that mean?" Yang Fan furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed. Li Gongong mentioned that Xiao Fanzi has a natural affinity, having already begun to harness his vital energy, and is likely to complete his first blood transformation in a short span of time, thus stepping into the realm of true martial arts. Xiao Zhuzi scratched his head and recounted the events, harnessing vital energy. Suddenly, Yang Fan comprehended the situation. It appeared that his inadvertent alteration of the flow of vital energy had captured Li Gongong's attention. However, what exactly was a blood transformation? He turned towards Xiao Lianzi. Xiao Lianzi replied with a hint of envy. "This blood transformation is no trivial matter." Just as she was about to elaborate, she was interrupted by Xiao Lingzi. "Enough of that. We must meet with Empress Chun and not keep the esteemed one waiting." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. With Yang Fan and his companions frowning slightly, the four hastily gathered water, rinsed themselves off, and donned the new attire of the Chongqing Palace. Immaculate eunuch garments adorned with the palace's exclusive insignia. Before proceeding outside, Li Gongong, hands clasped behind his back, sauntered with the four into the main hall. After the formal announcement, they were escorted into the inner court. Once again entering the inner court, Yang Fan exhibited a heightened sense of caution. The previous lesson from his outward demeanor served as a reminder. Thus, he slightly bowed, his posterior elevated, adopting an additional layer of vigilance. Yet, in Li Gongong's eyes, this was merely a display of Xiao Fanzi's obedient demeanor. At that moment, Empress Chun was seated before a mirror, attended by several palace maids who were braiding her long hair and adorning her with headpieces. Her enchanting silhouette and alabaster neck rendered her all the more captivating. "We pay our respects to Empress Chun." Yang Fan and the others greeted under Li Gongong's guidance. "Rise," Empress Chun replied, still facing away from them. Li Zongwan, "How goes the task I assigned you?" Li Gongong bowed and responded, "Your servant has selected several attendants for you, Your Majesty. Henceforth, you may delegate trivial matters to them." He then introduced Yang Fan and the others. It was only then that Empress Chun turned around, her exquisitely beautiful face betraying no emotion, as her calm gaze swept over the four. "I trust Li Zongwan's judgment in selecting personnel. You four shall remain by my side from now on." "Yes, Empress Chun," the four replied, their hearts swelling with joy. With the Empress's verbal confirmation, they felt they had truly escaped the confines of the monitoring courtyard. Although they had merely transitioned from being common eunuchs to attendants of Chongqing Palace, the leap was far from simple. After all, the monitoring courtyard held the lowest status, where anyone could tread, burdened with all manner of menial and exhausting tasks. And one could easily encounter unforeseen blunders. Therefore, it was undoubtedly prudent to extricate themselves from that tumultuous place as swiftly as possible. Chapter 7. A banquet at Kuan-Ning Palace. Empress Qin gestured for the multitude of eunuchs and palace maids to withdraw. The inner court was left with only Li Gongong and Empress Qin. Chun Fei elegantly stretched her exquisite figure and gracefully approached Li Gongong, saying, "The palace is in need of additional personnel. We cannot rely on hastily summoned individuals from the Jianlan courtyard as we did for last night's housewarming banquet." Li Gongong replied, "Rest assured, this is merely the first batch. I shall select some obedient and well-behaved little eunuchs to join us afterward." Chun Fei set aside the matter but suddenly furrowed her brow and said, "By the way, the Empress is hosting a banquet tonight, and I must attend. Do you have anything to convey?" Li Gongong responded, "I am already aware of this matter. Your Highness, the sudden elevation of the Qian Sui to the rank of concubine has understandably caused discomfort for the Empress as the matriarch of the harem. However, your family, the Xianwei Ho, is among the vassal lords of the realm, commanding the Longwu Guard. Despite her unease, she must endure in the entire Ming Dynasty. There are 12 vassal lords with hereditary titles. They hold significant influence within the military. Not to mention the esteemed Xianwei Ho, Qining Long, who commands the most elite Longwu Guard, with a force of 100,000, dedicated to safeguarding the capital. Others would be eager to ally with him. How could they dare to harbor enmity? However, while one can evade overt attacks, hidden threats are much harder to defend against. We cannot afford to be complacent. Some covert precautions will be necessary, and I must trouble you with this." Li Gongong. Chun Fei shared this sentiment, her mind easing. Li Gongong bowed and assured her, "Please rest easy, Your Highness. This is within my duties." He did not mention the conflict in the Jianlan courtyard today. But internally, he began to strategize, realizing that he needed to pay closer attention to Kuan-Ning Palace. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and the others waited outside the hall, and during this time, he inquired once more about the matter of blood transformation. Xiao Lianzi explained, "The so-called blood transformation refers to a critical metamorphosis after the mastery of one's vital energy, said to grant one the strength of an ox, making them a formidable soldier in the army." "Then what about me?" Yang Fan was taken aback, not expecting such strength from a single transformation. Xiao Lianzi could not help but chuckle. "Little Fanzi, while you possess remarkable talent and have grasped your vital energy ahead of time, blood transformation is no simple feat. You must first perfect your own vital energy." "What constitutes perfection in cultivation?" Yang Fan asked. Xiao Lianzi pondered for a moment. "When your vital energy overflows and emits a faint glow, that is perfection. Alternatively, you may consider it this way. Whenever you feel a throbbing sensation at your temples, that signifies your progress." Yang Fan gained clarity from this. At least, as it stood, he had quite a journey ahead. However, having grasped his vital energy early, his cultivation efficiency would undoubtedly surpass that of others as they spoke. Xiao Lianzi imparted some foundational martial knowledge to Yang Fan, as well as to Xiao Zhuzi and Xiao Lingzi. The four of them had been selected together, yet it was unlikely they would remain the only ones. Xiao Lianzi had plans to mold the quartet into a cohesive unit, ensuring they would have a foothold in the Chongqing Palace. Concerning Xiao Zhuzi and Xiao Lingzi, Xiao Lianzi felt confident in her ability to manage them. Yet, when it came to Yang Fan, she sensed an elusive quality about him, feeling that although he appeared youthful, his mind was not easily deceived. Before long, Li Gongong emerged from within and paused in front of Yang Fan. "Xia Fanzi, please follow me." Yang Fan, filled with doubt, did not inquire further and directly followed suit. As Li Gongong walked in front of the Chongqing Palace, he remarked, "Do you know why we call you that? Heed the orders of the Gongong." Yang Fan kept his head down, appearing quite honest. Yet, he was somewhat cunning. Li Gongong cast a glance at him and chuckled, "But that is not a bad thing. While it's commendable to be bold and daring, it also makes one susceptible to being used as a pawn. Thank you for your guidance, Gongong. Do not flatter me. Tonight, there is a matter I must entrust to you." With that, Li Gongong disclosed the task. "What? Kidnapping someone?" Yang Fan was taken aback. This Li Gongong was truly unscrupulous. He was actually asking him to accompany Chun Fei to the Kuan-Ning Palace tonight, and, taking advantage of the crowd as distraction, to secretly abduct the young eunuch who had been knocked unconscious that morning. Wasn't he this tantamount to endangering a life? To capture someone in Kuan-Ning Palace, setting aside how to silently subdue the target, The logistics of moving the person out would be a troublesome affair. I believe you can accomplish this. Li Gonggang cheerfully patted Yang Fan on the shoulder and walked away with his hands behind his back. You believe in me, but I do not believe in myself. Yang Fan sighed helplessly, resigning himself to the situation. Upon returning to the courtyard, he noticed the envious gazes of the other three, who assumed Yang Fan had gained some favor from Li Gonggang. Only Xiao Lianzi sensed something was amiss and asked, Xia Fanzi, you seem a bit off? Yang Fan could only feign nonchalance, replying, It's nothing. Li Gonggang advised me to avoid being overly ambitious in my cultivation and to patiently refine my vital energy. He casually brushed it off, yet his mind began to strategize the forthcoming actions. Refusal was not an option. Instead, he needed to consider how to execute the task flawlessly. In the afternoon, he spent a brief time in Chongqing Palace before stealthily returning to the small courtyard, where he commenced practicing the three great styles of the man Nyo. Enhancing his vital energy, strengthening oneself is paramount. Any improvement at this stage was beneficial. Indeed, he noticed a rapid advancement in his cultivation speed after harnessing his vital energy. He felt as though he was elevating every moment, with a surge of warmth coursing through him, vibrating through his entire being. He felt as if he truly transformed into a mighty bull. Every movement imbued with raw strength, the three great styles seemingly imprinted in his very bones. If Li Gonggang were to witness him now, he would undoubtedly display a look of astonishment, for Yang Fan was clearly demonstrating that he had mastered the skills. If he continued in this manner, he might soon attain an extraordinary level of strength, potentially even a breakthrough. As dusk approached, he finally ceased his practice, hastily changed his attire, had a quick bite in the servants' quarters of the Chongqing Palace, and made his way to the palace. Meanwhile, Chun Fei's entourage was also preparing. Xiao Lianzi, Xiao Zhuji, and Xiao Lingzi all followed closely, along with a retinue of palace maids, a bustling group set to head towards the Kunning Palace. Li Gonggang accompanied Chun Fei, and upon seeing Yang Fan arrive punctually, nodded in his direction. Yang Fan quickly merged into the group, standing beside Xiao Lianzi. Where were you this afternoon? Why did you arrive so late? I had to visit the restroom, which delayed me. Yang Fan ambiguously brushed aside the doubts reflected in Xiao Lianzi's gaze. The procession advanced slowly until they finally arrived at Kunning Palace. As the queen's residence, the palace here was evidently more opulent than Chongqing Palace. The numerous palace maids and eunuchs adhered strictly to their roles, clearly accustomed to the rigorous demands of their daily duties, leaving no room for even the slightest oversight. Yang Fan exchanged a glance with Xiao Lianzi. After all, they had just dealt a blow to the eunuchs of Kunning Palace earlier that noon, which made their arrival at night somewhat unsettling. Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen. Upon entering the palace, Lady Qin was the first to bow in reverence. The queen, well-preserved, appeared to be in her early 30s. Possessing exceptional beauty and an aura of regal grace that evoked a sense of maternal authority, it was hard to believe that she had already borne two sons, Crown Prince Zhu Xiaoding and the 13th Prince, Zhu Xiaolin. The Crown Prince Zhu Xiaoding was already 24 years old and had begun to participate in state affairs alongside the ministers. Sister, please rise. We are all family here. No need for such formality. The queen surprisingly stepped forward to embrace Lady Chun, leading her to a seat with a warm smile that radiated kindness. The palace maids were there to attend to them, while the small eunuchs were ushered outside. Yang Fan spotted his target, Xiao Lianzi, the eunuch he had knocked unconscious earlier that morning. Xiao Lianzi seemed to sense his presence, first taken aback, then revealing a gaze filled with hostility as he touched the bruised bump on his forehead, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Damn it! How dare you little brats show up in Kunning Palace? Xiao Lianzi hissed in a low voice, his face contorted with malice. Why should we be afraid? Is Kunning Palace your domain? What a joke. You are just another insignificant eunuch like us, so stop pretending to be so formidable. If you have the guts, try to kick us out. Yang Fan retorted without hesitation. You. Xiao Lianzi was taken aback by Yang Fan's audacity, momentarily speechless. What about me? Speak your mind, or let it be known if you have nothing to say. If you lack words, then get lost, you defeated foe. Don't linger here and annoy me. Yang Fan pressed on, unyielding, infuriating Xiao Lianzi to the point where his eyes seemed to turn green with rage, were it not for the presence of others. Xiao Lianzi might have lunged at him immediately. Xiao Lianzi and the others were thoroughly stunned, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They wondered what had possessed Yang Fan to act so recklessly. He had merely enjoyed a stroke of luck in defeating Xiao Lianzi earlier. Did he not fear retaliation? The palace was far from the tranquil place it appeared to be, unless one could decisively eliminate an adversary. It was unwise to press too hard. This was an unspoken rule, yet Yang Fan had clearly shattered it. Wait for it. Xiao Linzi shot Yang Fan a venomous glance before turning away and storming off. Chapter 8. The art of kidnapping. Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders. Such poor composure. He still had many more words to unleash. However, witnessing Xiao Linzi's enraged expression, one that seemed ready to kill, filled Yang Fan with immense satisfaction. Leaning against a pillar outside the hall, he disregarded the concerned glances from Xiao Linzi and the others, as well as the hostile stares from some of the eunuchs in Kunning Palace. Time flowed slowly. The banquet within the palace had been underway for some time. Yang Fan was calculating the passage of time that it was nearly the moment. He hoped he would not be disappointed. He rose, intending to make his way outside. Xiao Fanzi, where do you think you're going? Xiao Linzi's expression shifted as she grasped Yang Fan's arm, warning him, this is Kunning Palace. Don't wander about recklessly. Be cautious of traps that could cost you your life. Rest assured, I am merely stepping outside to relieve myself, Yang Fan replied, patting her hand before freeing himself and striding towards the exit of Kunning Palace. In the shadows, Xiao Linzi, who had been watching Yang Fan's every move, revealed a malicious expression that it was this very Yang Fan who had caused him great humiliation and led to the loss of his adoptive father. Eunuch Huang's Trustati held this grudge tightly in his heart. You wretched boy, I've finally caught up with you. Let us see how I deal with you this time, while I cannot dispose of you. I can certainly cripple you. Under the cover of night, he stealthily followed behind. Yang Fan exited Kunning Palace, circled around Xinhuan Pavilion, and passed through the western gate. Xiao Linzi could no longer contain his hatred and quickened his pace. You little brat, daring to challenge me earlier. Let's see how you meet your end. I shall break your legs. As he witnessed Yang Fan's figure turn into a secluded corridor, Xiao Linzi's heart soared with delight. Familiar with the surrounding terrain, he immediately recognized it as a narrow passage, seldom frequented, making it an ideal spot for him to confront his adversary. However, upon entering, he was met with an empty space. Where is he? I distinctly saw him enter. Xiao Linzi was taken aback at that moment. A sudden gust of wind swept past his ear. It was Yang Fan striking. After turning into the corridor, he had concealed himself in a corner. Lying in wait like a predator. As soon as Xiao Linzi stepped in, Yang Fan launched a decisive ambush. Even when hunting a mere rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength, despite Yang Fan's confidence in his ability to subdue his opponent. He did not allow for a moment's negligence. His first strike was the most ferocious of the three great techniques of the Savage Bull charge. He barreled forward with the force of a dragon descending upon its prey. It's you. Xiao Linzi reacted swiftly, turning to defend himself. He had initially believed he could easily block the blow, but to his astonishment, Yang Fan's strength exceeded his expectations, causing him to stumble as his internal energy surged chaotically. What is happening? How has your strength increased so rapidly? Earlier that day, Yang Fan had needed to rely on cunning and desperate measures just to contend with him, yet now, he wielded a power that utterly overwhelmed Xiao Linzi. The latter's face was one of sheer disbelief. Yang Fan paid no heed to Xiao Linzi's question, continuing his ferocious assault, intent on subduing him in the shortest time possible, unceremoniously choosing close combat. Xiao Linzi attempted to evade and create distance, but Yang Fan charged like a reckless wild bull, leveraging his strength to pin him in place. He executed the Savage Bull techniques to perfection. Bang! At last, the relentless barrage bore fruit. Xiao Linzi failed to evade a punch to his abdomen, the pain distorting his movements, leading to another strike to his chest and chin. Puffed. Xiao Linzi spat out a mouthful of blood. Collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Huff. Yang Fan exhaled deeply, feeling the tumult within his body gradually settle. That a trickle of sweat slid down his back, though it had only been a brief span of a few breaths. He had unleashed all his strength. He hoisted Xiao Linzi up, feigning support, and made his way towards the Chongqing Palace. Ever since receiving the edict from Lord Li, he had pondered how to extricate the individual from the Kunning Palace. After some contemplation, he surmised that given the challenges of operating within Kunning Palace, it would be more prudent to incite the other party into leaving voluntarily. Thus, he provocatively riled Xiao Linzi, who, blinded by a mix of fresh grievances and old animosities, unwittingly exited the Kunning Palace, falling right into Yang Fan's trap. Before long, Yang Fan had returned to the Chongqing Palace with Xiao Linzi in tow. Upon entering the small courtyard, he noticed signs of awakening in Xiao Linzi and, without hesitation, delivered a heavy punch to his forehead. Following this, he conducted a thorough search of Xiao Linzi's belongings and securely bound him with some hemp rope found in the yard. Fortunately, having learned the art of knot tying in his previous life, Yang Fan possessed considerable skill in binding techniques, but he circled the rope around the neck, wound it around the arms, secured the wrists, and wrapped it around the feet. After executing this sequence, not only was movement rendered impossible, but even the slightest struggle was out of the question. To further ensure silence, he thoughtfully procured a stone ball, affixed it with an iron chain, and used it to gag Xiao Linzi, rendering him utterly mute. With a satisfied pat on his hands, Yang Fan nodded approvingly at his craftsmanship. He then turned his attention to a small booklet and a porcelain vial that he had retrieved from Xiao Linzi. The booklet contained a transcription of a martial art known as eagle claw technique, a style focused on agility and finger techniques, which Xiao Linzi had been practicing. The vial held 2 pale yellow blood essence pills. What a windfall! Having consumed a blood essence pill earlier that afternoon, Yang Fan was well acquainted with their effects, which brought to mind the significant enhancement they provided. The prospect of acquiring 2 more filled him with delight. Not to mention the added martial arts manual. Truly, the adage rang true. Gold belts for those who kill and burn. This endeavor had not been in vain. After tidying up, Yang Fan concealed Xiao Linzi in the firewood room, ensuring he left no trace behind before hastily returning to Kunning Palace. Why the delay? Xiao Linzi scrutinized Yang Fan, seemingly trying to ascertain something. After lingering for a moment, Yang Fan deftly shifted the subject. By the way, how is the banquet progressing inside? Xiao Linzi, aware of Yang Fan's intent to conceal something, chose not to press further and casually replied, "It should be concluding soon, as it's getting rather late." Indeed, shortly thereafter, Lord Li emerged, supporting the solemn-faced consort Chun. The eunuchs and maidens of Chongqing Palace hurried to greet them. Upon their return, consort Chun entered the sedan chair with an inscrutable expression, while Lord Li's countenance was equally grim. A palpable tension hung over the gathering eunuchs and maidens as they sensed their master's displeasure. They lowered their heads as they walked, fearful of causing any disturbance that might provoke ire. At times, the wrath of a master could be a heavy burden to bear, one that could cost lives. Upon returning to Chongqing Palace, consort Chun headed directly to the inner chamber, where a few maidens, steeling themselves, cautiously entered to attend to her. Lord Li, however, did not follow. Instead, he beckoned Yang Fan over. "How did it go?" he inquired. "He's in the firewood room." Yang Fan replied succinctly that we have indeed not misjudged you. Initially, I intended to grant you an opportunity, yet unexpectedly, you encountered an impediment midway and still managed to accomplish the task. Truly commendable that Li Gonggong, who was previously in a foul mood, now regained some semblance of cheer. Regarding Yang Fan with an approving gaze, before long, he found himself in the woodshed, face to face with the restrained Xiao Linzi. Li Gonggong fell into a contemplative silence. The exquisite artistry of the ropes left him at a loss for words. He had once had the fortune to witness a similar craft while accompanying a certain noble, but in comparison to Yang Fan, that noble was undoubtedly lacking. To be precise, the two were not even of the same caliber. "Untie him. I have questions to pose," he commanded. "Understood." Yang Fan sensed the peculiar scrutiny in Li Gonggong's eyes and felt somewhat abashed. Had he perhaps overexerted himself? However, this was merely one of the simpler techniques among the 365 rope arts he had mastered. Had it not been for the necessity to prevent Xiao Linzi from escaping, he would not have readily showcased it. Chapter 9. Secrets of the Inner Palace in the Woodshed. After the stone ball was removed from his mouth, Xiao Linzi remained sprawled on the ground. His eyes eventually regaining their luster and clarity, he noticed the 2 eunuchs, one old and one young, expressionlessly gazing down at him. Xiao Fanzi. His attention was immediately drawn to Yang Fan's face. He sprang up with a jolt. The hatred within him surged. It was this scoundrel who had bound him in such an undignified manner, an appearance that filled him with humiliation. Most distressingly, there was an inexplicable, reluctant enjoyment entwined with the shame he felt. "Cursed be it! Cursed be it! How could this be? You shameless wretch!" Xiao Linzi struggled to suppress a certain tumult within, seemingly intending to mask the peculiar reaction he had just exhibited. His lips quivering violently. Observing this, Yang Fan's gaze flickered momentarily, as if he comprehended something. He cleared his throat. a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and lowered his gaze while retreating behind Li Gongong. "So, you are indeed such a Xiao Linzi." The knowing look caused Xiao Linzi's pupils to constrict sharply at that moment. He finally noticed Li Gongong, his hands hidden within his sleeves, appearing as frail as a venerable monk, causing his heart to tremble involuntarily. Li Gongong. His expression shifted dramatically. To have infiltrated Kunning Palace within a mere year and become the adopted son of Huang Gongong. He was no fool. He quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. He cast a swift glance around the unfamiliar surroundings, his countenance darkening. He had been stealthily apprehended by Xiao Fanzi and brought to this unknown woodshed, which hardly suggested a cordial team meeting or heartfelt conversation. "What do you intend to do?" He revealed a wary and vigilant gaze. Li Gongong advanced slowly, his gaunt figure casting a daunting shadow. Looking down upon him as he spoke, "We have matters to inquire of you. I shall divulge nothing," Xiao Linzi retorted decisively, his jaw quivering fiercely. "Why go to such lengths?" Li Gongong chuckled. "You are no novice. You must have heard tales of my methods from years past. I advise you to cooperate and answer our questions truthfully. Otherwise, your frail frame may not withstand the consequences of my techniques. After all, life belongs to oneself, while secrets belong to others, does it not?" Lord Li was originally an elder in the palace. In the days of fierce court intrigue and power struggles, he was indeed a prominent figure. Exhibiting unparalleled cunning and character, To resolutely remained silent. In his presence is no trivial feat. At this moment, his words pierced through Xia Linzi's fragile defenses like a sharp blade. Instantly, Xia Linzi's countenance began to shift. Naturally, he had heard his adoptive father, Lord Huang, speak of Lord Li, of his esteemed lineage and ruthless methods, a man of great repute in the palace during his prime. Rather than stubbornly resist before such a formidable opponent, it would be wiser to ascertain the other's intentions. After a brief hesitation, Xia Linzi finally spoke. "May I ask what Lord Li wishes to inquire about?" Lord Li revealed a faint smile, seemingly confident that the other would yield. "What I seek to know is quite simple. The stance of the individual in Kunning Palace." "How could I possibly know that? Do not deny it," Lord Li replied slowly. "Just recently, I selected Xiao Fan and others to join the Chongqing Palace, and you have set your sights on them. If you claim this was merely your own initiative, I would not believe it." Xia Linzi realized he could not conceal the truth any longer and had no choice but to confess. "That was my adoptive father Lord Huang's idea. He intends to suppress the arrogance of the Chongqing Palace." "Lord Huang? Him?" A flicker of impatience crossed Lord Li's eyes, his tone turning cold and harsh. At this juncture, still shrouded in secrecy, "That old dog surnamed Huang is hardly qualified to suppress the Chongqing Palace. What I need to understand is why. Why does Lord Huang dare to act thus? Why does the individual in Kunning Palace harbor such animosity towards the Chongqing Palace?" Lord Li finally laid the matter bare. The Chun concubine hailed from a noble lineage, her father commanding the Dragon Guard and holding the title of a national prince. In the absence of a dragon son, the empress could only seek to court her favor, not exhibit such palpable hostility. Recalling the seemingly affectionate yet deeply cutting scene at tonight's banquet in Kunning Palace, even Lord Li felt a chill creeping into his heart. The To provoke such a reaction from the matriarch of the harem must surely involve hidden circumstances. Xia Linzi's expression fluctuated between light and dark. He knew the secrets involved, yet revealing that matter would undoubtedly spell his doom should it come to light. Young Fan, having grasped the underlying implications, paused in contemplation, his gaze flitting between Lord Li and Xia Linzi before suddenly speaking. "Xia Linzi, the current stance of the individual in Kunning Palace is hardly a secret. However, as the saying goes, every event has its cause, and we wish to uncover that cause. Consider this. If even you are aware of such matters, how many others might be privy to the same information? Even if you were to speak out, who would know it was you?" With this statement, Xia Linzi's demeanor visibly softened. He was a clever man, and clever men fear for their lives. Upon realizing the intricacies of cause and effect, he stated, "I can reveal the hidden truths, but I require a guarantee from Lord Li." "What guarantee?" "A guarantee that I shall not be killed," Xia Linzi said earnestly. "Rest assured, as long as you speak the truth, our household shall not trouble you. In fact, we may even bestow upon you certain advantages that elevate your standing in the eyes of Lord Li. The living Xiaolin possesses greater value. After all, should Xiaolin divulge anything, it would be akin to personally delivering incriminating evidence into Lord Li's hands." To furnish someone with leverage is to relinquish one's freedom. Henceforth, Xiaolin must choose to become a mere pawn in Lord Li's game, or rather, a piece in the grand chessboard of Kunning Palace. A wise individual would not readily discard a useful piece. Naturally, Lord Li is a shrewd man. Xiaolin, recognizing this, exhaled in relief. Are you aware of the 13th prince? Could this matter possibly be intertwined with the 13th prince? Lord Li furrowed his brow. The 13th prince, Zhu Xiaolin, is the queen's second son, now of age to leave the palace and take residence in the manor. Yet the queen, unwilling to part with her youngest, has delayed the matter. Thus, the 13th prince remains ensconced within the palace, engaging in numerous outrageous acts, and drawing considerable controversy behind closed doors. He had not anticipated that the queen's animosity toward Consort Shun was somehow connected to the 13th prince. Since Xiaolin had already spoken, he chose to be forthright. The 13th prince has been employing someone to impersonate Consort Shun, committing scandalous acts. The queen has discovered this and suspects that Consort Shun has been secretly enticing the 13th prince, which is a gross violation of moral principles and harbors ulterior motives. Boom. This revelation struck like a thunderclap in the minds of Lord Li and Yang Fan. Yang Fan's countenance turned pale. With such a secret unveiled, how could he possibly remain at ease? Chapter 10. The advancement of vital energy indeed. As Yang Fan contemplated this, he felt the icy gaze of Lord Li sweep over him. Causing beads of cold sweat to erupt upon his brow, he understood that Lord Li harbored murderous intent, yet he stifled the tremor in his heart and remained motionless. For while the matter Xiaolin had revealed was clandestine, it was now an established fact. Lord Li would not sever his own limbs at this juncture. Yang Fan wagered that even with knowledge of this secret, he remained safe, as expected, in the next moment. Lord Li withdrew his gaze, his voice laced with biting cold. What a cunning ploy! What a violation of moral order! It is the queen who refuses to allow the 13th prince to leave the palace. Yet she places the blame for a series of scandalous deeds upon Consort Shun. This is simply outrageous. Even a man as seasoned in the shadows of the palace as Lord Li could hardly contain his fury. Within the narrow storage room, the chill of Lord Li's voice sent shivers through both Yang Fan and Xiaolin, compelling them to bow their heads, unable to meet Lord Li's gaze. After a prolonged silence, Lord Li's expression once again became serene. You may return. There is nothing for you here. With a wave of his hand, he produced a porcelain vial and tossed it before Xiaolin, who caught it eagerly, uncorked it, and immediately a look of delight crossed his face. Thank you, my lord, Xiaolin exclaimed, bolting out of the storage room without a backward glance. Xiao Fan, accompany me. Yes, Yang Fan allowed Lord Li's hand to rest upon his arm as they stepped out of the storage room. The sky had darkened, with only scattered stars twinkling across the firmament. What was once a sweltering summer night now carried a hint of chill in the air. Yang Fan suddenly realized that Li Gonggong's body was remarkably lightweight, to the point of being emaciated and withered, his arms devoid of flesh. Only hard and bony protrusions remained. The discomfort of this stark reality pricked at Yang Fan. Such a frail exterior seemed incongruous with the fierce demeanor Li Gonggong had displayed when he single-handedly vanquished adversaries, causing Huang Gonggong to retreat in fear. What a rare moment of tranquility. Li Gonggong glanced back at the densely packed palace halls. This vast imperial compound, with its myriad buildings, appeared in the night like a chasm nurturing a great demon. Once one fell into its depths, there would be no hope of ever climbing out again. Yang Fan walked in silence that it was time to return, with a graceful sweep of his long sleeves. Li Gonggong's aura grew ever more serene, reverting to the slow-paced demeanor of the elderly eunuch as he gradually entered the side hall of the Chongqing Palace. Yang Fan observed Li Gonggong's retreating figure, aware that this experience would undoubtedly increase his significance in Li Gonggong's eyes, garnering him greater trust. Yet, the balance of gains and losses remained difficult to gauge. He turned and returned to the courtyard, quietly opening the door, and upon seeing that several individuals on the bed were already fast asleep, he carefully removed his outer garment and placed it aside before lying down on the wooden bed. He had initially believed that escaping the confines of the courtyard would lead to a better situation. Little did he expect that, in the blink of an eye, the Chongqing Palace would be engulfed in tremendous peril. Being at odds with the formidable mistress of the harem was no trifling matter. It was a matter that could easily cost lives. Once concubine Shen fell, they could expect no favorable outcome themselves. What a formidable 13th prince! Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. For now, he needed to focus on honing his martial skills. In critical moments, it might prove invaluable, and at the very least, it would provide him with the means to fight for his life. As dawn began to break, Yang Fan opened his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Fan's ears perked up as he heard heavy breathing from outside. Stepping out, he discovered it was Xiao Lingzi, who was diligently practicing the 3 great stances of the Fierce Bull. Each stance flowed seamlessly into the next, constantly reconfiguring and merging that he resembled a young calf, exuding steam with every movement. Watch the punches. Upon seeing Yang Fan, Xiao Lingzi's eyes lit up, and like a fierce bull, he lunged forward, throwing a punch towards Yang Fan's chest. A splendid approach. Yang Fan deftly sidestepped the blow and, in turn, charged forward, seizing the momentum of the bull-like assault to destabilize Xiao Lingzi, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Gaining the upper hand, Yang Fan pressed his advantage. Fierce Bull's horn, his fist struck directly against Xiao Lingzi's chest. Bang! Bang! The 2 resounding thuds nearly coincided. Xiao Lingzi winced in pain, stumbling back several steps, his blood surging in tumult. He gazed at Yang Fan in astonishment, unable to fathom that they had both been chosen simultaneously to practice martial arts, yet he could barely withstand even one of Yang Fan's strikes. This made him recall Li Gonggong's words. Clearly, Yang Fan, who had initially captured his own vital energy, had now completely surpassed them. In that moment, his feelings grew increasingly complex. Have you all risen early to train? Xiao Lianzi and Xiao Zhuji also emerged, clad in coarse, short garments, evidently prepared for martial practice. After exchanging greetings, they each selected a corner to begin their training. Yang Fan and Xiao Lingzi exchanged glances before dispersing. The plan of the day is determined by the morning. Not a moment could be squandered. Once again, he commenced the Fierce Bull's 3 great stances, deliberately slowing his movements, akin to an old ox pulling a cart. Unhurried and calm, as he immersed himself in the flow of his own vital energy. Blood is the essence of life. The cultivation of a warrior begins with the circulation of vital energy and blood, refining the sinews, bones, and skin to forge a robust physique. However, achieving the proper refinement is an intricate endeavor. While perusing the body-forging technique of the barbarian bull, Yang Fan discovered that the text was exceedingly succinct, merely stating that the vital energy returns to its source and life is renewed. Thus, he was compelled to rely on his own comprehension for his practice. In his mind, he likened the vital energy to a rushing river. As the water flows, it sweeps away trees and stones, yet the intricacies differ. The speed of the current, the size of the flow, and the duration of time all exert influence. Translating this to the human body, nurturing the sinews, bones, and skin naturally requires harnessing the characteristics of vital energy, harmonizing speed and slowness, strength and gentleness, to achieve the desired physical form. Indeed, with Yang Fan's deliberate control, his vital energy became increasingly potent, imbued with a weightiness that made his every movement feel as if he bore the burden of a mountain. Nearby, Xiao Lianzi and others inadvertently observed this scene. After just a brief moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if a powerful dissonance washed over them. Although he could unleash a punch in an instant, Yang Fan took an agonizingly long time to execute his strike. Each motion cumbersome, akin to pushing a mountain, nearly inducing them to cough up blood from sheer frustration. Nevertheless, they dared not regard him with any trace of disdain, for they noticed that large beads of sweat were suddenly pouring from Yang Fan, drenching his garments and causing him to gasp for breath, evidently expending an immense amount of physical energy. His labor was far from the simplicity it appeared to be. Huffing and puffing, Yang Fan realized his assumptions were correct. Once again, he felt an elevation of strength. Yet, a dilemma arose. The cost of stimulating his vital energy was a significant depletion of stamina, and soon he could barely endure. Thankfully, he had obtained a medicinal pill from Xiao Lianzi the previous day. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a vitality pill, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it whole. A torrent of warmth surged throughout his body, revitalizing his vital energy anew. That perhaps a vitality pill? Xiao Lingzi remarked with a tinge of envy. He could not fathom where Yang Fan had acquired such a treasure. It could only have been given by Lord Li. But why should he receive such a boon? Chapter 11. The profligate prince engrossed in his progress. Yang Fan remained blissfully unaware that he had become the envy of many. After a brief interval, the effects of the vitality pill dwindled. Slowly, he opened his eyes, 2 glimmers of brilliance flashing and vanishing. Though he was drenched and appeared somewhat disheveled, His eyes alone radiated a spirited vitality. Surveying his surroundings, he found Xiao Lianzi and the others gazing at him. Yang Fan opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. The disparity in martial progression had evidently created a visible rift among the four of them. Though Xiao Zhuzhu felt no such divide at AS, he gestured enthusiastically. He exclaimed, "Xiao Fanzi, you were incredible just now. Your movements were so slow, yet your strength was immense. I felt as if your punch could send me flying." Yang Fan recognized Xiao Zhuzhu's inherent simplicity and was unperturbed by sharing his insights. The essence of martial cultivation lies in vital energy. As I slowed my movements, my vital energy also decelerated, cultivating a more formidable explosive power, which resulted in the spectacle you witnessed. I see. Xiao Zhuzhu nodded, half understanding, his face alight with admiration. However, both Xiao Lianzi and Xiao Lingzi displayed expressions of deep contemplation. Yang Fan, who had initially grasped the essence of vitality and energy, evidently possessed greater experience than they did. Observing his calm demeanor, it was clear that he was imparting wisdom to the group. Xiao Lianzi nodded appreciatively, cherishing this bond of camaraderie, while Xiao Lingzi maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor. After washing up and changing their clothes, they made their way directly to the servants' quarters. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by an enticing aroma. After a brief exploration, they discovered the source of the delightful scent. An iron pot, simmering over a gentle flame, contained an old hen that had been stewing for over an hour. What a splendid meal they had today. Xiao Lianzi, having become quite familiar with the palace maids and eunuchs, leaned in for a closer look. Nearly drooling at the sight, a young palace maid, her face alight with joy, exclaimed, "It was Master Li's instruction. From now on, we shall have this standard every day. We truly aligned ourselves with the right person." Yang Fan's eyes flickered momentarily before he comprehended that this was a strategic move by Eunuch Li to win the hearts of the people. The inner palace was, after all, a microcosm of society. This daily serving of hen, though a minor boon, distinguished the residents of Chongqing Palace from the other eunuchs and maids. Over time, this would foster a sense of unity among them. When faced with the queen's animosity, the likelihood of the subordinates rallying together would substantially increase. What a cunning old fox! Yang Fan couldn't help but silently admire. He filled a bowl with chicken soup, savoring the accompanying mushrooms, feeling a warm glow envelop him. As the fatigue from his morning training seemed to evaporate, after their meal, they promptly headed to Chongqing Palace. The morning light cascaded over the palace, imbuing it with a resplendent, regal aura. As they entered, they enjoyed a modicum of freedom as attendants, exempt from the responsibilities of cleaning the palace, which rendered their daily lives relatively leisurely. Just as Yang Fan was lost in thought, Eunuch Li emerged from within. "Prepare yourselves to accompany Consort Chun to the Imperial Garden for a leisurely stroll." Understood, the group responded promptly, hastening to make the necessary arrangements. In no time, they were ready, and Consort Chun emerged from the palace. She wore a captivating crimson chiffon gown, draped elegantly over her shoulders with a golden threaded white silk shawl. Her hair was styled high, adorned with exquisite accessories, and her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. Her brows resembled spring mountains, and her eyes, like autumn waters, exuded an indescribable allure. Yang Fan felt a dryness in his throat. This woman was mesmerizing to the core, comparable to the legendary Daji of King Zhou. Evoking feelings of infatuation with every movement, the group proceeded to the Imperial Garden. Observing the delightful scenery, Consort Chun felt her inner turmoil begin to dissipate. Earlier that morning, Eunuch Li had informed her of the queen's animosity, which left her feeling quite helpless. She never anticipated that the root of the conflict would be the 13th prince. Having only entered the palace recently, she had encountered the 13th prince a few times. Yet she was well aware of the outrageous antics he had been involved in, never imagining that he would take an interest in her. The very thought of him sending someone to impersonate her for frivolous pursuits filled her with profound disdain. Feeling it was a disgrace to the royal family, should outsiders learn of this, it could stir a considerable uproar. That moment, a voice called out, "Your Highness, please hold." And then, a loud clap echoed through the air. A resounding slap echoed through the air, followed by the furious admonition of a man. "Who do you think you are, daring to obstruct the path of this prince? Be gone at once." As he spoke, a lavishly attired young man appeared before the crowd. He appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, with a handsome visage and an extraordinary demeanor, exuding an air of nobility. Yet, Beneath his refined exterior lay faintly darkened eye bags and a glint of frivolity in his gaze. It was the 13th prince, Zhu Xiaolin. How could he possibly be here? Chun Fei's expression shifted slightly, and Li Gonggong immediately positioned himself in front of Zhu Xiaolin, preventing him from advancing even a step, bowing slightly as he spoke. I pay my respects to the 13th prince. Zhu Xiaolin did not spare him a glance. His attention seemed solely fixated on Chun Fei that he stepped forward, intending to bypass Li Gonggong, only to be thwarted once more as Li Gonggong blocked him with a deliberate stride. This provoked a scowl from Zhu Xiaolin. Old fool, are you doing this on purpose? Do you not see that you are obstructing the path of this prince? He glared fiercely into Li Gonggong's eyes. Unmoved, Li Gonggong replied, I am unaware of the 13th prince's purpose for being here. Is it within your rights to question my affairs? Zhu Xiaolin's face darkened as he gazed past Li Gonggong toward Chun Fei, adopting a facade of cordiality. Chun Fei, I did not expect such serendipity to encounter you here. Surely, you are not familiar with this place. Allow me to personally guide you on a tour. The moment those words left his lips, a chill swept through the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs. How dare he? As a prince, he audaciously invited the emperor's consort to explore the imperial garden together. That is a woman belonging to your father. Should word of this spread, while the 13th prince might escape unscathed. What awaited Chun Fei could very well be an inexplicable demise within the depths of the palace. Even Yang Fan could not fathom the extent of the other's arrogance. To witness a prince of age act with such reckless abandon showcased the extent of the empress's indulgence, which had fostered such a disposition in him. No, I declined. I am unwell. Summon someone. We shall return to the palace. Chun Fei's heart seethed with anger, yet she suppressed her wrath. Yang Fan signaled to Xiao Lianzi and the others, who promptly stepped forward to attend to Chun Fei, quickly leading the way. Chun Fei rested her hand upon Yang Fan's arm. He could feel the tempest of her emotions, her delicate frame trembling ever so slightly, and her nostrils flaring with each breath, clearly agitated. Chun Fei, wait for me. Do not leave. As Chun Fei slipped from his view, Zhu Xiaolin's ire intensified. After seizing a rare opportunity, he found it thwarted by an obstinate eunuch, and that little eunuch clinging to Chun Fei's arm. How dare he touch her? Cursed be them all. They shall pay for this. You wretched fools. How dare you ruin my plans? In a fit of rage, Zhu Xiaolin unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Li Gonggong. The sound of impact resounded repeatedly. Li Gonggong regarded him with an expression of indifference, as if the blows were not directed at him at all, his visage unmarked by even a hint of redness. 13th prince, should you tire from this exertion, you may take a respite. You, Zhu Xiaolin, incensed, violently swished his sleeve and strode away. Not let me catch you off guard. Chapter 12. The sovereign of Ming. Li Gonggong's expression remained impassive as he watched Zhu Xiaolin depart, a trace of derision flickering in his eyes. The royal science, some lie hidden like dragons submerged in the abyss, unfathomable and enigmatic, while others are merely gilded facades, concealing decay within. Indeed, it resonates with the adage, the dragon begets 9 sons, each distinct in nature. Masterly, bowing slightly, had his frail hands tucked within his sleeves, and his aged figure gradually retreated. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and his companions distanced themselves from the imperial garden, a collective sigh of relief escaping the lips of the palace maids and eunuchs. Had they truly been intercepted by the 13th prince, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate as mere bystanders. Their fate would surely lead to a singular path of demise. Even now, the peril loomed large. Indeed, the concubine Shin spoke. You ought to discern what should be uttered and what must remain unspoken. My reminders are unnecessary. Should I catch even a whisper of today's occurrences beyond these walls, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Yes, your highness. The crowd's hearts quaked, hastily acquiescing that the lower echelons of the palace. They had little choice. Betraying their sovereign would be a transgression severe enough to ensure their eternal silence. At that moment, Yang Fan noticed the previously flustered concubine Chun had regained her composure, her earlier distress seeming but a fleeting illusion. What could account for this sudden transformation? This abrupt shift piqued Yang Fan's curiosity. He dared not reveal his intrigue, maintaining his silence as he led the way, allowing the delicate hand of the concubine to rest upon his arm. Their proximity appeared intimate, yet in truth, only their arms brushed against one another. Nonetheless, the enchanting fragrance of concubine Chun permeated the air, tantalizingly within reach. Yang Fan found himself momentarily distracted, his body subtly responding to the allure, and a chill ran through him as he swiftly centered his energies, striving to present himself as a typical eunuch. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Master Li returned, granting him a sigh of relief by chance. Yang Fan observed a furtive exchange of glances between concubine Chun and Master Li, a glimmer of cunning triumph evident within their eyes. A scheme? Wait, could it be that their recent excursion to the Imperial Garden was merely to ascertain the matters concerning last night's revelations from Shaolinzi? What might ensue next? A sense of urgency enveloped Yang Fan. His rank and status remained woefully insufficient. Even with knowledge of the underlying truths, his capacity to engage was severely limited. In essence, he felt powerless, unable to make choices in the face of events, forced to drift with the currents. This sentiment gnawed at him, igniting a desire to struggle free with all his might. Upon returning to the Chongqing Palace, everything appeared deceptively tranquil, yet a memorial tablet had already been dispatched from the palace. Delivered by a eunuch of the Ministry of Ceremonial Affairs to the Taiha Hall, landing in the hands of the chief eunuch, Peng in under ordinary circumstances, a concubine would possess no authority to act thus. However, the unique status of concubine Chun, being the daughter of one of the 12 princely lords of the Ming Dynasty, granted her certain privileges. Such leniencies within the confines of power were naturally attainable. How intriguing! Upon seeing the tablet, a glimmer of amusement played upon Peng An's aged visage. The eunuch who had delivered the tablet kept his head bowed, refraining from speech. A keen observer would notice the slight tremors coursing through his frame. Clearly under immense pressure in the presence of the esteemed chief eunuch. You may leave. I shall accept this tablet, Peng An instructed. Thank you, Chief Peng. The young eunuch bowed and withdrew. With a smile, Peng An tucked the tablet into his sleeve and entered the Taiha Hall. Within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, tranquility reigned supreme, as a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe diligently examined official memorials before the imperial desk. His countenance exuded an air of authority. Commanding respect without uttering a word, the faint aura of purple mist seemed to emanate from his visage. As the sovereign of the Ming Dynasty, he undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary fortune. The very presence of his dragon vitality could likely suppress all malevolent spirits across the heavens and the earth. Standing respectfully to the side, Peng An awaited in silence. After the passage of a full hour, Zhu Gaolai finally set down his brush, a hint of fatigue gracing his expression. Being an emperor was far from the effortless endeavor one might envision. Particularly for the rulers of this world, the Ming Dynasty, where the traditions established by the founding emperor had instilled in his successors an unwavering diligence. Each day, reviewing memorials consumed no less than 5 or 6 hours. An overwhelming workload that left one astounded. Thus, the flourishing era of the Ming, which had spanned over a millennium and attracted nations from afar, was not merely a happenstance. It was painstakingly cultivated by the Zhu family. Piece by piece. Minister, I pay my respects to your majesty, Peng An declared, bowing in greeting. In the Ming court, eunuchs were permitted to refer to themselves as ministers. Typically, those with responsibilities would do so, while those without would humbly identify as servants. Yet, Peng An's use of minister aptly reflected his position as the chief eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, along with his concurrent role as the inspector of the Eastern Depot. Rise, my companion. What brings you here? Zhu Gaolai gestured casually for Peng An to stand, inquiring. Peng An had been by Zhu Gaolai's side since the latter's youth as a prince, a true confidant, which led Zhu to appoint him as the chief eunuch immediately upon his ascension to the throne. A position he had held for over 2 decades. From Chongqing Palace, word has arrived that Consort Chen is yearning for home and intends to return to the Marquis's residence for a time. Peng An reported. Zhu Gaolai, seated upon the throne, paused momentarily before responding in a deliberate manner. Granted, he marked the decree with a red brush. Peng An accepted the memorial and tucked it away. Suddenly, Zhu Gaolai inquired. Recently, have my princes been behaving themselves? With an unchanging expression, devoid of emotional inflection, Peng An replied, the crown prince has been participating in political discussions with the ministers and has made no errors. The 5th prince remains ardently devoted to martial training and is rumored to soon attain the rank of Grand Master. As for the 13th prince, being still quite young, he often acts thoughtlessly. The other princes, for the most part, have kept to their own affairs. The inspector of the Eastern Depot, overseeing the inner palace, naturally fell within his purview. and he served as the emperor's eyes and ears. However, well aware of the adage that proximity breeds danger, Peng'en refrained from overstepping his bounds, recognizing the trust Zhu Gaolai placed in him, and merely acted as an observer, reporting the gathered intelligence to the emperor. Ensuring every word spoken bore significance, bestow upon the crown prince a jade rui and grant the fifth prince a calming elixir, Zhu Gaolai stated matter-of-factly. Additionally, I recall that Liner has turned 16 this year. Has he not? Indeed, it has been several months, Peng'en replied calmly. There exists a residence in the West District, belonging to the late Qin Wang. Since his passing, it appears to have remained unoccupied, Zhu Gaolai mused. Resting his hand upon the imperial desk, deep in thought, Your Majesty's memory serves you well. That estate does indeed exist, Peng'en affirmed. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, arrange for Liner to reside there, Zhu Gaolai directed. As the season had shifted past the height of summer, the autumnal air beginning to permeate, with just over a month remaining until the festival. Yes, Your Majesty, Peng'en responded. Peng'en would naturally not question Zhu Gaolai's decision. In truth, if it were not for the repeated obstruction by the Empress, the 13th Prince, Zhu Xiaolin, would have long since left the palace for his residence. After all, a grown prince, remaining in the depths of the inner palace for an extended period, is bound to attract some unfounded gossip, especially considering the 13th Prince's own arrogant disposition and indulgence in sensual pleasures. Prolonged exposure to such an environment would inevitably lead to calamity. Chapter 13. A bitter bite back within the Taya Hall. Peng'en bowed and withdrew, allowing the chamber to once again descend into silence. In the grand and opulent hall, only the solitary figure of Zhu Gaolai sat in the imperial throne, surrounded by a pile of memorials that lay thick upon the imperial desk like a flurry of snowflakes. With an impassive expression, Zhu Gaolai remained seated for a moment before resuming his review of the documents. Outside the hall, Peng'en gazed at the tightly shut doors, his eyes seemingly able to perceive the weary figure before the imperial desk. Yet a flicker of concern crossed his gaze. Your Majesty, you are truly overexerting yourself, he sighed inwardly. Summoning a young eunuch, he handed over the memorial to be delivered to the Chongqing Palace. Yes, the young eunuch replied. Taking the document and departing swiftly. In the Chongqing Palace, Consort Qin received the memorial handed over by Eunuch Li. Upon seeing the red ink annotations, she let out a light laugh, saying, The Emperor has approved it. The outcome of this matter was hardly unexpected. Eunuch Li nodded. This old servant will instruct the staff to prepare in advance, but I appreciate your efforts. Chief Steward Li, Consort Qin replied, watching as he withdrew. Leaning lazily against the window, her fan lightly swayed in her hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, she mused, Empress Wang, I did not anticipate dealing with you so swiftly. Yet you have conveniently presented yourself. Let us engage in a proper contest. As for the 13th Prince, he was hardly worth Consort Qin's regard. A mere debauched prince, destined to create trouble given his nature. Her only concern was Empress Wang, a woman far from simple. The Emperor Zhu Gaolai's first wife. Her position had been as stable as a mountain over the years. Many favored consorts had aspired to undermine her. Yet none had succeeded. Alas, this consort also yearned to occupy the exalted position of a mother of the nation. The emperor, still in his 50s, had ample time ahead. She was determined to strategize and believed she could seize that position. Let us see who will ultimately emerge victorious. Consort Qin's enchanting smile concealed her unbridled ambition to be the mother of the nation, to possess the imperial aura. She eagerly anticipated that day. What? An outing to visit relatives? When Eunuch Li announced this, Yang Fan and others displayed astonishment. Entering the imperial palace is akin to plunging into an abyss. It is no mere saying, especially for consorts, unless granted special permission by the emperor. They are essentially destined to wither away in the inner palace, perhaps even to accompany the emperor in death. It was utterly unexpected that Consort Qin would be permitted to leave the palace for a familial visit. This clearly illustrated her esteemed position in the emperor's heart. Instantaneously, the entire Chongqing Palace erupted into a flurry of activity. The throng of palace maids and eunuchs began to organize with great urgency. The departure of a consort from the palace is no trivial matter. The accompanying rituals are exceedingly intricate. Fortunately, palace affairs are well regulated, and the staff merely needs to follow established protocols. Nonetheless, by the end of the day, Yang Fan found himself utterly exhausted. This was hardly a familial visit. It was akin to preparing for a relocation. He rubbed his aching hands and feet, stifling the urge to consume a cheap blood pill for a quick boost. His thoughts immediately ignited by the prospect of leaving the palace the following day. Perhaps there was a chance to escape, if he could seize the opportunity to break free from the imperial confines. It would indeed be splendid. However, what would come next? His understanding of this world was limited solely to the court, and outside, in unfamiliar territory, survival posed a significant challenge. Moreover, how would he deal with the inevitable pursuit? A eunuch fleeing without cause would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He could hardly believe that no one would investigate, and should he fail to evade capture, he would be branded a fugitive, which would be far too detrimental. Weighing all considerations, Yang Fan resolved to adhere to his original plan, striving to ascend the ranks of the palace to become a high-ranking eunuch, for that was the true path to freedom. Who knows, perhaps he might one day be addressed as the esteemed 9,000 years. In the Kuan Ning Palace, an icy chill enveloped the entire edifice, rendering the throngs of eunuchs and palace maids mute. Fearful of incurring the wrath of the mistress of the harem. It is said that Consort Chun has received His Majesty's special permission to leave the palace for a familial visit tomorrow? Wang Huangho inquired, cradling a Persian cat, a tribute from the western regions, stroking its fur with an impassive expression. Indeed, replied Gongong Huang, trembling with trepidation as he stood before Wang Huangho, inwardly lamenting that it would have been better to conceal this news. He had come with such enthusiasm to deliver the message, only to realize now that he had acted impulsively. Had Liner encountered Consort Chin this morning? Wang Huangho suddenly asked. Yes, Gongong Huang's heart sank further. Although those from Chongqing Palace kept this matter shrouded in secrecy, it was hardly a clandestine issue. The imperial garden was bustling with onlookers, and mere moments after Consort Chin departed, the 13th prince had rushed out in a fit of fury. It was inevitable that suspicions would arise regarding what had transpired. Wang Huangho, naturally, delved deeper into thought. Consort Chin had not been in the palace long, and her sudden return home was likely connected to the events of the morning in the imperial garden. More specifically, to Liner. After all, there had been prior incidents. Summon that wretched child here. I have words for him. As Gongong Huang heard this, he finally exhaled in relief, thinking he would no longer have to face Wang Huangho. Yet, just as he was about to take his leave, the voice of the 13th prince echoed from outside. Mother, Liner has come to pay his respects. The 13th prince, Zhu Xiaolin, had taken the initiative to approach. With a beaming smile, he sidled up to Wang Huangho, linking his arm with hers, reminiscent of a child. Gongong Huang lowered his gaze, unwilling to observe further. Wang Huangho shook off Zhu Xiaolin's hand, her displeasure evident. At your age, you should know better. Stand properly. I have questions for you. Zhu Xiaolin wore a face of grievance. Mother, Wang Huangho maintained her icy demeanor, unmoved. Do not feign innocence. What transpired in the imperial garden this morning? Did I not warn you not to provoke Consort Chin again? Mother, I am wronged. Zhu Xiaolin knelt before Wang Huangho, clasping her legs in an exaggerated display of distress as he began to explain. This morning, I merely passed by the imperial garden. Who would have known I would chance upon Consort Chin? She claimed she was unfamiliar with the surroundings and requested that I guide her. Who could have foreseen that while walking, her countenance would suddenly shift, accusing me of harboring ulterior motives? How could I not feel anger? I sought to confront her, only to be obstructed by the eunuch under her command. Empress, it was she who repeatedly extended her goodwill. I cannot be blamed for this, in my words. However, I cast the entire burden of blame upon Qin Fei. Queen Wang gazed at her son, letting out a soft sigh. As a mother, I am well aware of Liner's character. Always filial, innocent, and unpretentious. It is inconceivable that he would commit such acts of rebellion. She immediately tenderly supported Zhu Xiaolin, exclaiming, if that is the case, it appears that all of this is indeed the handiwork of that Lady Chun. Do not worry, my son. Your mother shall avenge you. Thank you, Mother Empress, for seeking justice on my behalf. Zhu Xiaolin displayed an innocent smile, portraying himself as a complete victim. Yet, it seemed the queen was particularly susceptible to Zhu Xiaolin's charms. This was always the case. Meanwhile, the eunuch Huang, who was diligently trying to diminish his presence, nearly collapsed upon hearing these words. How could he be unaware of Zhu Xiaolin's true nature? The palace maids were well aware of how many had suffered under his tyranny, and numerous talented ladies and low-ranking noble women had fallen victim to his schemes. Even Queen Wang had repeatedly instructed him to clean up after Zhu Xiaolin's misdeeds. By the way, Mother Empress, I specially gathered a bouquet of roses for you in the imperial garden. "Do bring it forth quickly," Zhu Xiaolin called out to the outside. Soon, a palace maid entered, presenting a bouquet of roses, their fragrance enveloping the air, their colors vibrant and alluring. Such beautiful roses. They must be well cared for. Queen Wang smiled, her gaze upon Zhu Xiaolin growing increasingly gentle. What a well-behaved child. It seemed she was entirely oblivious to the flicker of possessiveness in Zhu Xiaolin's eyes as he regarded her. Chapter 14. Entering the Marquis's residence in dreams, one is unaware of being a guest. When Yang Fan awoke, it was already the next day, the early hours of the morning, roughly equivalent to 3 or 4 o'clock now. Xiao Lingzi was diligently practicing martial arts, his body drenched in sweat. Yang Fan crossed paths with him and found a corner to commence his own training for the day, that as the saying goes. One's fists should never part from their hands, and one's music should never cease. Progress in martial arts, the tempering of one's vitality, primarily stems from consistent practice, gradually accumulating, a process that requires patience and meticulous effort. To expect to achieve success in one leap is no easy feat. Yang Fan was already a step ahead of his peers. Naturally eager to enhance his advantage further, he began to harness his entire vitality, practicing the 3 major forms of the mighty bull style, but this time, he incorporated a new technique, the eagle claw skill, learned from Xiao Lingzi, though equally rudimentary and suitable only for beginners. The principles of agility and finger techniques contained within it were of great significance to Yang Fan, that if the mighty bull style trained the body as a cohesive whole, then the eagle claw skill focused solely on footwork and finger dexterity, providing Yang Fan with invaluable insights. After a brief practice, he noticed his fingers had become more nimble than before. With his vitality channeled into his palms, they gradually turned a deep crimson, swelling with the concentrated energy, a state of heightened vitality. Yang Fan thrust forward sharply, and with a resounding crack, it seemed as if the air itself was about to burst. What tremendous power! Had Xia Lingzi's eagle claw technique possessed such formidable power on that day, Yang Fan would undoubtedly not have been able to subdue him so effortlessly. Time languidly flowed as the 4 of them diligently practiced their skills. However, with the impending royal visit scheduled for today, Yang Fan and his companions did not engage in training for long before they began to freshen up, change their attire, and partake in breakfast, eagerly awaiting the departure of the procession. The chicken stew with mushrooms remained delectable, evoking a profound sense of satisfaction. When Shen Fei emerged from the palace, the hour had already reached the SI hour. She had evidently taken special care in her appearance. Her makeup was exquisite, and her palace attire enchanting. The grace with which she moved left Yang Fan captivated each time he beheld her. She gracefully bent to enter the carriage, and the procession slowly set forth from the palace. Maidens, eunuchs, and guards flanked her, while Li Gonggong walked alongside the carriage, ensuring that he could readily hear any instructions from Her Majesty Chen Fei within. Yang Fan and his companions forged ahead, their refined and handsome demeanor compelling onlookers to steal glances. Had he not been rendered a eunuch, he likely would have captured the hearts of many a love-struck maiden. Just as they were about to exit the palace gates, Yang Fan noticed 2 figures approaching from the direction of Kunning Palace. It was unmistakably the 13th prince, Zhu Xiaolin, accompanied by Gonggong Huang. The previously arrogant Zhu Xiaolin appeared to have undergone a transformation today. Though they observed from a distance, their expressions remained obscured. Yet, Yang Fan felt an inexplicable chill grip his heart. Perhaps due to his transmigration, he found his mental fortitude significantly heightened, allowing him to distinctly sense the malice emanating from afar. This malevolence was both potent and ominous, instilling a sense of dread. As the procession departed the palace, Yang Fan finally exhaled in relief. The malicious intent he had sensed moments prior was overwhelmingly intense, leaving him with a taut disposition, and as he relaxed, fatigue began to settle over him. Li Gonggong, however, cast a curious glance at Yang Fan, pondering the innate strength of his will. Indeed, there must be a reason behind such admiration. While Li Gonggong had previously regarded Yang Fan with esteem, the initial impression of his vitality alone was insufficient. Now, coupled with this formidable will, Yang Fan appeared to possess potential worth nurturing further. Perhaps he could be afforded additional resources to facilitate his growth, thereby alleviating some of Li Gonggong's burdens. The Xianwei Marquis, situated in the bustling eastern district, was surrounded by prominent households, with numerous officials residing in the vicinity, creating a serene and well-maintained environment. Following the message from the palace yesterday, Both the interior and exterior of the marquisate were abuzz with activity. Various purchases and arrangements transformed the estate into a pristine spectacle. Although Chen Fei hailed from the marquisate, her new status as a consort necessitated alterations to the customary protocols. Upon the arrival of Chen Fei's procession, many had already gathered at the entrance to welcome her. Led by the Marchioness, Lady Hanas, Chen Fei alighted from the carriage. She immediately embraced the matronly figure amongst them. This woman was none other than Marchioness Han, a lady of the court, adorned in a phoenix crown and radiant garments, exuding opulence. She bore a striking resemblance to Chen Fei, though she was somewhat older. Her grace still evident. Long live the Empress. Lady Han offered a slight bow, yet was promptly pulled up by Chen Fei, who insisted, "Mother, why such formality? One must not neglect propriety." Lady Han replied, her gaze filled with affection and tenderness as she looked upon her daughter. For her, witnessing her daughter ascend to the palace as a consort was not a source of joy. Rather, it was a poignant reminder of the merciless and brutal intrigues that transpired within the inner sanctum of the royal court. She harbored a deep-seated fear that one day she might awaken to the disheartening news of her daughter, having succumbed to a sudden illness, passing away in the palace. "Mother, how can you say such things?" Chen Fei interjected, linking her arm with Han's, effortlessly coaxing a smile from Chen Shi. The mother and daughter exchanged laughter as they strolled toward the marquis's residence. At that moment, two young men were returning from outside. Initially, they were casually draped over each other's shoulders, but upon seeing Chen Fei, they straightened up in an instant, resembling mice caught in the gaze of a cat, awkwardly calling out, "Second sister." "Humph, where have you two been frolicking about?" Chen Fei could not help but cast a disapproving glance at them. The Marquis of Xianwei had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son, Chen Yin, was destined to inherit the title, while Chen Fei was the second child, with a younger sister named Yingyu. The 2 young men before her were the 3rd and 4th sons, Qinzhe and Qinjing. The pair, who had not returned home the previous night, stammered, unable to respond, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. They were taken aback, thinking, if we had known this would happen, we might as well have lingered at the fireworks house for another day. They exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of regret. "Enough of this idling about. Hurry inside. What a sight you make." Fortunately, Han spoke up just in time, prompting the 2 brothers to dart into the residence. Vanishing from sight, everyone entered the Marquis's estate. Yang Fan surveyed the surroundings to eye in his past life. He had visited He Xin's mansion, and now he found the residence of the Marquis of Xianwei to be equally impressive, if not more so. The spacious courtyard was adorned with a training ground, stocked with an array of weapons, and the guards within the estate were formidable, their physiques reminiscent of seasoned warriors who had seen battle. While he was engrossed in his observations, a group of maids and matrons within the estate were discreetly assessing him. More accurately, they were scrutinizing the young eunuchs accompanying him. Such delicate young eunuchs. One remarked, "How cruel. I heard they had to endure a knife to gain entry into the palace." Another chimed in, "Look at their skin, so fair and rosy, so youthful and tender, far better than ours. I can't help but want to pinch their cheeks. The texture must be delightful. Shameless girls, you don't even spare the eunuchs." The group of young maids erupted into laughter, igniting envy among various servants who observed them. Yet it simultaneously instilled a sense of confidence. "What do you have that we lack? So what if you are handsome? We may not be as good-looking, but we possess our own merits." After training, Xiao Lianzi and the others, with keen ears and sharp eyes, caught snippets of the conversation, their expressions darkening, while Yang Fan remained unfazed. After all, he was not truly a eunuch. He was merely biding his time, ready to spring into action whenever necessary. Yet, he felt a vague sense of unease, as if his reactions had grown increasingly subdued since the last incident. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to test the waters. But I must not hesitate too long. If I do, it might cost me my very life. At that moment, Gongli had prepared for introductions and approached with a robust man by his side. The man was imposing, with a face full of flesh and a towering stature, clad in heavy dark armor that must have weighed around 500 pounds, wielding a formidable blue steel broadsword. Exuding an aura of authority, at just those few, the imposing figure of Zhang Meng cast a piercing gaze, sharp as a knife, sweeping over Yang Fan and his companions, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Such heavy malevolence. Chief Li nodded affirmatively. "It is indeed them, and I must trouble Chief Zhang to take care of them." "Rest assured, my lord." Zhang Meng grinned, though it only served to make him appear more unsightly. Thumping his chest with a promise, "Under my tutelage, I assure you that within 3 days, they shall transform into true men." Yang Fan blinked in surprise. "Is that really possible?" Little Lianzi and the others exchanged swift glances, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Upon hearing this, Chief Li's expression darkened. Chief Zhang Ming paused, noticing Chief Li's grim countenance, and with a sudden realization, he slapped his forehead and chuckled awkwardly. "I forgot you lack that particular trait." No matter. I guarantee I will train them rigorously. Chapter 15. The art of martial prowess in the courtyard of the Marquis's residence. The ground had been meticulously leveled, hardened from prolonged use, with faint traces of blades and axes visible upon its surface. At this moment, Chief Li had departed, leaving Yang Fan and his 3 companions facing Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming regarded the 4 of them and announced, "I am Zhang Ming, the chief guard of the Marquis's residence. Chief Li has made a request, and over the next few days, I shall diligently instruct you in your training. However, let me make myself clear from the outset. Should you choose to heed my guidance, you must abide by my rules. Should you become lax, do not expect me to show mercy." His presence was commanding, wielding a massive broadsword with ease, its width akin to a palm, with a casual swing. The long blade carved a deep gash into the hardened ground, leaving a scar several meters long. Hiss! Little Lianzi and the others inhaled sharply. The hardened earth was comparable to iron, and for Zhang Ming to effortlessly etch such a profound mark upon it spoke volumes of his prowess. Yang Fan's pupils constricted. He could discern that this formidable figure was clearly forged from military discipline. To receive his guidance would be an immense boon. "Now, show me what you can do," Zhang Ming commanded. Leaning upon his long blade, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the 4. Little Lingzi, with a swift flick of his eyes, was the first to step forward, launching into the 3 fundamental forms of the wild bull technique, performing each move with a confidence born of familiarity, creating a whirlwind of motion. Yet, Zhang Ming furrowed his brow and bluntly remarked, "Pathetic and effeminate." Next, Little Lingzi's expression soured, but cowed by Zhang Ming's earlier display of dominance, he reluctantly withdrew, allowing the others to take their turn. Little Lianzi and Little Zhuzhu followed suit, only to be dismissed in similar fashion. Finally, it was Yang Fan's turn. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a wave of apprehension. Yet he summoned all his focus and showcased his self-taught techniques, infused with a certain finesse, albeit still lacking. Observing the 4's somewhat begrudging expressions, Zhang Ming proclaimed, "What is the purpose of martial arts since its inception?" For what reason? Yang Fan and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Without allowing them time to ponder, Zhang Ming asserted with unwavering conviction, "To end conflict with strength, the practice of martial arts is intended for the purpose of killing. Look at you all. What you've cultivated amounts to nothing more than ornamental postures, hardly surpassing the ladies of the Marquis's residence." Unbeknownst to them, their defiance was soon to be met with my prowess. Zhang Ming, with a sudden burst of energy, executed the formidable charge from the 3 great techniques of the wild bull. Though he had only observed it a few times, he had grasped its essence with remarkable acuity. The ground trembled beneath his feet as he surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, radiating an overwhelming ferocity, as if he were a beast ready to devour anyone in his path. Yang Fan and his companions were struck by a chilling gust. Their faces drained of color as they recoiled several steps, their hearts nearly halting in fear. Such a terrifying presence. If one were to call him a wild bull, it would be more apt to liken him to a frenzied bull. Its eyes aglow with rage, intent on obliterating anything that dared to obstruct its way. Martial arts are not merely about physical prowess. They embody a spirit of dominance, a lethal intent, and the audacity to challenge even the mightiest of foes. If one cannot embody this essence, then what purpose does their training serve? Zhang Ming halted, observing the pallor of the 4, his voice resonating like thunder against the earth. This man likely possessed the experience of 5 blood transitions. Standing at the realm of a congenital martial master, Xiao Lianzi whispered urgently, her words tumbling out in a rush. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. Regardless of the opponent's level, her assertion bore truth. The martial path is inherently one of lethality. As the saying goes, one who wields a sharp weapon inevitably harbors a murderous heart. From the moment it emerges, the purpose of martial arts is not to foster health, but to prepare for battle. To obliterate adversaries on a fundamental level, a profound realization dawned upon Yang Fan. Indeed, he lacked the killer instinct, a consequence of having been born in a peaceful nation in his past life. devoid of the mindset to draw blades against others. However, the circumstances here were markedly different. In his role as a eunuch within the palace, even within the seemingly secure confines of the Cha-Ching Palace, danger lurked at every turn. One misstep could lead to a perilous fall. Why are you all still dawdling? Begin your training. I expect to see the essence of killing intent in your fists. Zhang Ming commanded. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan commenced his practice. The three great techniques of the wild bull were second nature to him, yet manifesting a killer instinct proved to be a challenge. As he trained, he suddenly sensed a surge of murderous energy emanating from beside him. It was Xiao Lingzi. His eyes burned with a fierce crimson, each move infused with a palpable killing intent. Imbued with rage and brutality, as if his techniques had gained a soul, rendering them even more vicious, Zhang Ming cast a glance at him, transforming rage into killing intent. You're on the right track. Alas, this is not the frontier. Otherwise, I would take you to claim a few heads, and you would pass this trial effortlessly. His words dripped with a disdain for human life. Xiao Lingzi's success spurred Xiao Linzi and Xiao Zhuzi, who soon also achieved their own breakthroughs, while Yang Fan, who had initially harnessed his vital energy, remained unsuccessful. Observing the three beside him, their expressions grim and infused with a fierce killing intent. Yang Fan furrowed his brow but remained unperturbed. While channeling emotions to ignite inner murderous energy was indeed a valid approach, Yang Fan was reluctant to allow emotions to dictate his actions. The martial path must ultimately be a mastery of one's own weapon, rather than being controlled by to annihilate one's enemies, while simultaneously obliterating oneself, is the epitome of folly. As noon approached, Yang Fan still found himself at an impasse. The captain of the guards, Zhang Ming, could not remain with them indefinitely. He had departed, leaving instructions that they would proceed to the next phase of guidance only once the four exhibited a semblance of killing intent in their fists. Xiao Fanzi, do not despair. With your talent, you will surely master this killing intent. Indeed, Xiao Fanzi, you are destined to succeed. The little lotus seed and the little pillar took turns to console Yang Fan, while the little spirit maintained a faint smile on her face. Uttering not a single word, they dined alongside the servants of the Marquis's residence and indulged in a brief afternoon nap before returning to the training grounds for martial arts practice. Yang Fan spent the entire afternoon in vain attempts, still yielding no results. Did he truly need to evoke his emotions to unleash his killing intent? His spirits were somewhat dampened, based on his observations of Zhang Ming. It was evident that his strikes were infused with a fervent killing intent, yet he himself displayed not a trace of emotional fluctuation. Perhaps there was a way. A thought began to form in Yang Fan's mind. At that moment, the little spirit, not far away, expressed her dissatisfaction. Xiao Fanzi, are you capable or not? Do you not realize you are holding us back? All three of us have mastered the killing intent, and yet you alone remain stagnant. Another afternoon has passed. At this rate, when will it end? We are all waiting for Chief Zhang's guidance for the next steps. His insights as a congenital martial master are invaluable. You should understand how crucial this is for us. The little spirit glared at Xiao Fanzi, her pent-up frustration erupting after an entire afternoon of restraint. Little spirit, hold your tongue, little lotus seed admonished. Frowning in discontent, the little spirit turned her head, unrelenting as she retorted, Little lotus seed, are you truly willing to wait idly? You have acknowledged that Chief Zhang is a congenital martial master. His guidance is rare and precious. You must be aware of this. The path of martial arts is inherently one of survival of the fittest. Since Xiao Fanzi cannot grasp the killing intent, he might as well give up early to avoid dragging us down. The once harmonious group of four was suddenly thick with tension, on the verge of disintegration. However, Yang Fan remained unperturbed, not even casting a glance at the little spirit, continuing to practice his punches. This scene struck a deep chord within the little spirit. How could Yang Fan disregard him so completely, as if he were invisible? The little spirit bit his lip, his fists clenched, his entire body trembling slightly. Damn it. This is no longer the time for you to flaunt your vitality and earn praise from Li Gonggong. If you cannot even meet Chief Zhang's first requirement, what are you still pretending for? Boom! In a fit of rage, he hurled a punch at Yang Fan, a fist imbued with killing intent. Like a bull charging forth, the little spirit unleashed all his strength, convinced that this blow would show Yang Fan a glimpse of his prowess. Yet, in the next moment, Yang Fan effortlessly caught his fist, a new fist appearing before him. Mere inches from his face, the chill ran down his spine. An overwhelming wave of terror enveloped him. A bone-chilling cold clearly signaled that should he make any move, he would meet his demise. The little spirit raised his head, facing Yang Fan's calm and unwavering gaze, as Yang Fan spoke. You may go and summon Chief Zhang now. What do you mean? Killing intent. I have mastered it. Yang Fan replied coolly. Before his words had fully settled, a crisp sound of applause rang out. Zhang Ming, having appeared at the edge of the training grounds unbeknownst to them, looked at Yang Fan with a smile. What pure killing intent. You must be the Xiao Fanzi spoken of by Li Gonggong. You are quite impressive. Zhang Ming's unabashed praise left the little spirit frozen in place, his fists clenching and then relaxing, feeling very much like a fool in that moment. No, this is impossible. Xiao Lingzi roared inwardly, suddenly realizing, and turned to glare at Yang Fan. You did this on purpose? Didn't you? You had already mastered the killing intent, deliberately wanting to see me make a fool of myself. Didn't you? His eyes were as dark as night, twisted with resentment and malice. Chapter 16. The stunning maiden faced with the furious Xiao Lingzi. Yang Fan maintained an air of calm. If I were to say that I just mastered it, would you believe me? I certainly wouldn't. Xiao Lingzi began to mock him. However, Zhang Ming had already furrowed his brows, interrupting him with an expression of displeasure. Enough? I can't be bothered with your nonsensical squabbles. Since you both have cultivated the killing intent within your fists, then take it a step further and conceal that intent back within your fists. Yes. Confronted by the fierce and domineering Zhang Ming, Xiao Lingzi naturally dared not resist, appearing as docile as a chick. No eggs to lay, yet so many trivial matters. Zhang Ming could not tolerate such behavior. Throwing down a remark before striding away, even abandoning his initial intention to demonstrate personally, relying on eunuchs not to engage in infighting is akin to believing that a sow can climb a tree. Zhang Ming spat vehemently onto the ground, filled with disdain. If these individuals were under his command, he would immediately order them to receive a few dozen military clubs. With Zhang Ming's departure, the training ground fell into an immediate silence that it seemed as though an invisible chasm had formed among them. Xiao Lingzi sighed softly, realizing that her earlier assumptions had been rather presumptuous. Xiao Lingzi cast a cold glance at Yang Fan, then swept his gaze over Xiao Lingzi and Xiao Zhuzhu, uttering not a single word before turning to leave. It's getting late. We should head back. Xiao Lingzi spoke after a moment of silence. I still need to familiarize myself further with the killing intent in my fists. Yang Fan politely declined, and Xiao Zhuzhu, glancing at Yang Fan, displayed a conflicted expression on his honest face, ultimately choosing to follow Xiao Lingzi as she departed. Standing alone in the training ground, Yang Fan once again swung his fist, the practice of killing intent in his fists, to retract and conceal. What was ostensibly a martial exercise was, in essence, a refinement of the heart that he chose not to invoke negative emotions to stimulate his killing intent. Rather, he pursued a different approach, killing for the sake of killing, devoid of reason, simply desiring the other to perish. Thus, Zhang Ming would claim that his killing intent was pure, because without reason, to kill for the sake of killing, viewing life as mere straw. Where the scythe passes, the heart remains undisturbed, under the chilling aura of killing intent. Yang Fan's brute bull 3 styles became extraordinarily sharp, imbued with an unyielding tenacity in his every movement. However, he soon discerned a problem. The lethality of his fists indeed increased, yet the growth of his physical strength slowed. He attempted to retract the killing intent, and indeed, his strength began to increase once more. So it is. The killing intent within the fists cultivates the path of murder, the art of close-quarters combat, where life and death are intertwined. Such a method is inherently difficult for nurturing the body. To nurture and to practice is a profound wisdom. Yang Fan's eyes sparkled with insight as he swung his fist again, the icy killing intent radiating from him, silencing even the birds perched upon the nearby trees. Yet as time passed, the killing intent surrounding him gradually waned, until it ultimately vanished. He had effortlessly concealed the killing intent within his heart. It must be said that Yang Fan possesses an extraordinary talent for mental fortitude that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Practicing until the midnight hour, Yang Fan consumed the last of his blood essence pills. Feeling a vigorous surge of vitality coursing through him, he distinctly sensed the transformation within his physique. His body was well proportioned with clear contours, though devoid of any bulging muscles. It harbored explosive strength. With a resounding thud, he struck a wooden post in the training yard, leaving a pronounced dent nearly an inch deep on its surface. Lord Ho is returning, a voice called from outside. Yang Fan's heart stirred as he circled the training ground, gazing towards the entrance of the Ho residence. Indeed, he beheld a middle-aged man, clad in resplendent garments and possessing a visage as refined as jade, who approached under the guard of a dozen armored warriors. He exuded a calm demeanor, as steadfast as a mountain, and radiated an imposing authority. This was none other than Chun Long, the Xianwei Marquis, one of the 12 lords of the Ming Dynasty, who commanded the Longwu Guard and was revered as the pillar of the nation. "Has Yuan returned?" Chun Long inquired. The steward of the residence promptly replied, "The second young lady returned this morning and has been settled into the east courtyard, with all necessary maidservants and matrons dispatched to attend to her." "Very well." Chun Long continued his stride, traversing the courtyard and entering the rear garden. Yang Fan caught only a fleeting glimpse, perceiving the formidable presence of Chun Long, yet he discerned little else. Oblivious to the rumors suggesting that the man had already attained the realm of a martial saint, he pondered the true strength of such a figure. Could he indeed seize the moon and pluck the stars, wielding power akin to that of celestial beings? As the hour grew late, Yang Fan, having diligently practiced martial arts throughout the day, returned to his quarters, drenched in sweat. He fetched 2 buckets of water and retreated into a small shed erected outside to bathe. Stripping away his garments revealed a finely sculpted physique. After consuming 3 blood essence pills and practicing the 3 major forms of the fierce bull technique, he had become even more impressive in stature. At the very least, he found himself quite pleasing to the eye. Seizing a wooden ladle, he began to wash himself when suddenly a furtive figure appeared outside. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a young girl, slender and graceful, adorned in a flowing dark green gown with an obsidian jade belt cinching her waist. No older than 15 or 16, her delicate features sparkled with mischief, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "Humph, just because you wouldn't tell me, do you think I wouldn't come to see for myself?" She stealthily approached, her movements light and cat-like, making scarcely a sound as she reached the door of the shed. Attempting to peer inside, she found herself unable to reach the small window above the entrance. With a flicker of thought, she stepped away only to return moments later with a small stool, placing it at the doorway and standing upon it. Yang Fan's form immediately came into view. She scrutinized him carefully, pondering, so this is how eunuchs appear. Indeed, there is nothing there. A peculiar thought crossed her mind. How strange to harm one's own body. Yet, she mused, his physique seems rather fine, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. Her cheeks blushing a vivid crimson. "Who goes there?" Yang Fan, alerted by the faint sound, was taken aback. He hastily donned his clothing, sprung to the door, and flung it open. The girl gasped, startled by Yang Fan's sudden appearance. Losing her balance and tumbling from the stool, standing before him with a flustered expression in her wide, sparkling eyes, Yang Fan regarded the girl with a furrowed brow. Initially, I believed she was merely a servant of the noble household. Yet to my astonishment, she turned out to be an ethereal beauty, adorned in exquisite attire that clearly indicated she was no ordinary maid. What on earth is happening? It seems someone is calling out. Let us investigate. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached, evidently stirred by the maiden's startled exclamation, as others came to inquire. "This is dire." The girl swiftly glanced around, finding no place to conceal herself. With a determined resolve, she darted into the small room behind Yang Fan. Inside the damp little chamber, Yang Fan and the girl found themselves locked in a silent stare. After dealing with the guards who came to investigate, Yang Fan noticed the girl attempting to flee. He swiftly seized her by the collar and pulled her back. Looking at him, she wondered, does this simply end here? Not even a token of gratitude or praise. Is there truly such a lack of trust between individuals? What are you staring at? The girl placed her hands on her hips, tilting her chin defiantly, her cheeks puffed out like an irate kitten. What are you going to do about it? Yang Fan could not help but exclaim. You were peeking at me, and yet you feel justified. Who was peeking at you? I merely happened to pass by. The girl retorted stubbornly. Then who moved that stool? Hey, how can a grown man be so petty? I am not a man. The girl's cheeks puffed up even more. It was merely a glance, not as if a piece of flesh would fall off. At worst, humph. Consider yourself lucky. She cast a sidelong glance at Yang Fan, and in a flash, before he could comprehend her movement, he felt a whirlwind of dizziness and succumbed to unconsciousness. How could I have misjudged? This was the sole thought that flashed through Yang Fan's mind before he blacked out. The girl smirked triumphantly, stepped forward, and seized Yang Fan by the collar, swiftly dragging him toward the back door of the noble residence. Once outside, she dashed away with agility, soon arriving at a bustling locale. Yanhua Lu, a renowned establishment of revelry, summon forth your most beautiful maiden. With a flourish, she scattered a handful of gold leaves, a gesture she had observed her third and fourth brothers perform before. Eager to try it herself, she found it immensely gratifying. Chapter 17. The Bodhisattva's arrival. When Yang Fan regained consciousness, he vaguely sensed someone unfastening his garments and instinctively seized the individual. "Sir, you are hurting me," came a soft, mellifluous voice that stirred a ripple of emotion within him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself reclining on a bed draped with red curtains, with a classically attired woman before him. Voluptuous and seasoned, exuding an aura of ripe vitality at that moment, she gazed at him with a timid expression, her wrist bearing clear marks of a grip. "Who are you?" Yang Fan asked, springing to a seated position, cautiously scanning his surroundings, which clearly indicated he was in a woman's boudoir, suffused with a delicate fragrance of cosmetics. "How did I end up here?" He distinctly remembered being rendered unconscious by that girl. How could he now find himself in this place? Lianxiang smiled, revealing an attractive dimple. "I am Lianxiang. It is quite normal for you not to remember, as you were personally brought here by missing you. Who specifically requested me to attend to you? Ingyu, the fifth miss of the Marquis's residence. Chun Ingyu. During the recent visit of Empress Chun to the family estate, Xiaoyan had gleaned some insights about the Marquis's household and had mentioned them to a few individuals. This Ingyu is indeed the fifth daughter of the Xianwei Marquis. The gentleman must have recalled it now." Lianxiang slightly bent her waist, her voluptuous figure shrouded in delicate gauze, drawing closer. The hour was late. And she suggested, "My lord, the long night stretches ahead. Shall we indulge in some intriguing activities?" Yang Fan's countenance darkened. "No need," he exclaimed, hastily rising from the bed. Fortunately, he had awakened just in time. Otherwise, his trousers would have been nearly undone. Upon noticing this, Lianxiang displayed an expression of feigned sorrow. "Have I done something wrong? Why must you be so heartless, my lord? If you find any fault in me, you may freely vent your frustrations upon me. I happen to have some tools here." Unintentionally, she pointed with her fair fingers towards the instruments arranged at the bedside. Even Yang Fan, despite his extensive experiences in his past life, was taken aback. A coiled whip, a leather belt, red and white candles, a fist-sized iron ball attached to a silver chain, and 3 feathers from unknown birds. Thump, thump, thump. Yang Fan felt his heart racing. These items were somewhat familiar to him. He had not anticipated such advancements in this regard within the Ming Dynasty. Observing Lianxiang's timid demeanor, he could scarcely contain himself, his body subtly responding. Yet, how could he dare to expose himself in such a place? No need, he could only retort darkly, striding directly towards the door as fate would have it. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered the instigator of this predicament, Chun Ingyu. Leaning on her fragrant cheek, she regarded him with astonishment. "Why are you out so soon?" It shouldn't be. She had overheard her third and fourth brothers discussing the matter, each boasting of lengthy durations, one claiming 1 or 2 hours, the other 2 or 3. Yet, this young eunuch seemed to have finished in merely a short while. Lacking understanding in this domain, she had relied solely on eavesdropping on conversations between her maids and her brothers, wholly overlooking the distinction between a eunuch and a true man. What she had thought would be a means of compensating for her brief glimpses of Yang Fan was embarrassingly cut short. "Shall I call in a few more for you?" Chun Ingyu suggested with a twinkle in her eye, her innocent gaze causing Yang Fan's expression to darken to an inky huat that moment. Lianxiang also stepped out, leaning against the doorframe with a playful smile. Inviting more sisters wouldn't be amiss. After all, if my lord finds his amusement lacking here, it would surely tarnish the reputation of our Yanhua Tower. With a clap of her hands, a dozen young maidens surged into the room, simultaneously rushing towards him, their overwhelming fragrance nearly engulfing Yang Fan. His face turned green with distress. He truly found himself ill-equipped to indulge in such frivolities. As they drew nearer, Yang Fan's expression hardened. A chilling aura emanating from him. The women felt as though a bucket of icy water had been splashed upon them. "Step back," he commanded. They gazed at Yang Fan, sensing the bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. As if any further proximity would invite dire consequences, in an instant, they froze in place. The glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lianxiang's eyes. It was quite remarkable that he could maintain composure in the presence of so many women. Certainly not the demeanor one would expect from a newly castrated young eunuch. After all, the youth Mu Ai, despite his physical shortcomings, possessed an allure that few could resist at that moment. This only served to highlight the exceptional strength of his willpower and self-control. Observing Yang Fan's overt reluctance, Yu could only dismiss the crowd, including Lianxiang, and, with evident dissatisfaction, remarked, "I confess I cast a glance your way, but compensation is out of the question. What is it that you truly desire? Compensation? Is that what you call it? To bring an eunuch to a brothel to seek out women? It's truly astonishing that you could even conceive of such a thing." Yang Fan, perceiving that the other party seemed rather naive regarding matters of intimacy, replied, "The past is behind us. Since the encounter has occurred, shall we consider ourselves even?" Yu quickly responded, "This is your assertion." "Indeed, it is." Yang Fan, wishing only to extricate himself from the situation, noted her newfound delight. As this resolution meant she owed him nothing but by this time. The hour had long passed the ugly hour, and two figures stealthily approached the back gate of the Marquis's residence. Yu extracted a key from her small pouch. Expertly opening the door, leading Yang Fan inside with the ease of one well acquainted with the nocturnal escapades from the estate, she waved at Yang Fan and, with light steps, vanished into the darkness. Yang Fan, shaking his head in resignation, turned towards the servants' quarters, grateful for having traversed the area earlier. Otherwise, he would surely have been lost in the shadows. Cough, cough. Just as he took a few steps, a cough echoed from behind him. With his heart already racing, Yang Fan felt every hair on his body stand on end as he quickly turned around, only to see the aged figure of Eunuch Li lurking in the shadows beneath the eaves. His hands tucked into his sleeves. Eye in the darkness. Those ancient eyes were cold and profound, truly captivating. "Eunuch Li," Yang Fan exclaimed, startled, questioning how the man came to be there. Was it mere coincidence, or had he been waiting for him? Eunuch Li emerged slowly from the shadows, his voice steady and unyielding. "It is quite late. Where have you been, little Fan?" Yang Fan contemplated a lie, but was immediately jolted into honesty, recounting the events as they had transpired. "Indeed," Eunuch Li nodded in acknowledgement. "You should be grateful you did not fabricate a tale. Otherwise, it would have been the Marquis's men seeking you out, and at that point, I could not guarantee your safety." At that moment, Yang Fan realized with dismay that every move he and Yu had made had been under the watchful eye of the eunuch. A mix of terror and relief washed over him. Had he succumbed to temptation at the brothel, revealing his peculiar condition, he would surely have been captured and met a gruesome fate by now. Return now, and refrain from approaching Missing You in the future. Do you understand? Eunuch Li's tone bore a semblance of both admonition and warning. "Yes," Yang Fan replied, his head bowed in compliance. After a moment of silence, and finding Eunuch Li unresponsive, he looked up, only to discover that the man had vanished without a trace, his prowess likely exceeding Yang Fan's wildest imagination. Struggling to find his footing, Yang Fan lay on the bed, lost in thought, unaware of when slumber would finally claim him. The following morning, upon awakening, he received word that the Empress Chun was to visit the outskirts of the city to pay her respects at the Ingtian Temple, and he was to accompany her. Ingtian Temple stands as the largest Taoist sanctuary situated in close proximity to the divine capital. Originally a modest sect during the Great Zhou era, it flourished significantly after the establishment of the Ming Dynasty. The deity worshipped here, Ingtian Dao Zun, is reputed to possess astonishing supernatural powers. In a remarkably short span, its influence has spread across numerous provinces and regions of the Ming, making it one of the three most widely disseminated Taoist sects of the dynasty. Yang Fan accompanied the imperial entourage as they ascended the mountain, beholding the grand assembly of palatial structures that stood tall, exuding an air of vibrant incense offerings. That moment, the common folk had been cleared away, with a few Kuan Dao practitioners attending to the Empress Chun, while Yang Fan and his companions were momentarily dismissed. 4 young eunuchs lingered in a corner, the atmosphere tinged with a palpable heaviness. Just as Xiao Lianzi was about to utter something to alleviate the tension among them, a thunderous roar pierced the sky, erupting like a clap of thunder that a brilliant orb of fire suddenly manifested. As if the sun had descended upon the earth, even from a distance, Yang Fan and the others felt the intense surge of heat. What on earth is happening? The 4 were taken aback. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared in midair, standing as if suspended in the void, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. It was none other than Marquis Xianwei, who was also present. Who dares to hide in the shadows? In the next instant, a towering figure clad in black materialized before him, sneering, "It is said that you, Chun Inglong, have become a martial sage. I see that it is indeed true, since fate has brought us together. I shall slay you today to avenge my brothers who perished in Qianyushan." Qianyushan, The very faction that I annihilated. I never imagined that among those remnants, a formidable expert like you would slip through the net. Since you have crossed my path today, you shall not escape. Chen Yinglong's voice remained calm. You wish to kill me? What a joke. What can you, a martial sage, possibly do? The black-clad man bellowed, and his garments were torn asunder. His muscular form writhed with a fury, displaying a multitude of thick black tendons that intertwined like constricting serpents. There were surely tens of thousands, forming the semblance of a ferocious bodhisattva, wild and domineering. He appeared as a colossal black titan, the muscled bodhisattva, a manifestation forged through 9 cycles of blood change, having cultivated the sinews to break through the heavens. Kneel and pay homage to this bodhisattva. With his voice booming, a single roar shattered the roofs of countless palatial structures, as if the very mountain would collapse before him. Chapter 18. The Celestial Bodhisattva Diagram. Puff, 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 merely gazing upon him. Yang Fan and the others felt their eyes sting painfully, blood surging forth. The body of this demon-like figure, with sinews intertwining and protruding from the surface, was evidently powerful beyond measure, casting a shadow of pressure over the entire Intian temple. Bang! In their frantic escape, Xiao Lianzi and the others collapsed, losing consciousness. Only Yang Fan managed to hold on, desperately finding his way into a palace, his heart racing violently as he absorbed the shocking confrontation between the two in midair. What on earth is that? A bodhisattva? Does such a being truly exist in this world? Those thick black tendons intertwined, wrapping around the man's form, wielding a force that seemingly surpassed all earthly might. He peered through the crevice of the window, just in time to witness the muscular bodhisattva lunging towards Chen Yinglong. Upon encountering this bodhisattva, should you not kneel in reverence? Yet, Chen Yinglong remained composed and unflustered in the face of this assault, exhibiting the formidable composure characteristic of a martial sage. Humph, what does it matter if the bodhisattva has mastered the art of sinew? Knowing I am a martial sage, you dare to engage me in close combat? I shall demonstrate to you the essence of the blood martial sage. Boom! Chen Yinglong finally unleashed his power, his vital energy surging violently, as if a sun had ignited within him, the intense vitality soaring skyward, forming a colossal furnace that threatened to scorch half the heavens. The blood martial sage, an external manifestation achieved through the refinement of blood and the breaking of the heavenly barrier. Yang Fan inwardly cursed his fate, hastily closing his eyes, yet it was too late. He felt an overwhelming crimson light engulfing him, the heat seemingly sufficient to melt gold and iron, nearly blinding him. Such potent vital energy. He could not be mistaken. It was undeniably vital energy. Yet, the intensity of this energy, cultivated to such a degree, was far more formidable than the volcanic lava he had witnessed in his previous life. A sinewy bodhisattva and a blood martial sage clashed fiercely above the Yingtian temple. The hearts of the onlookers weighed down as if a colossal stone pressed upon them. It seemed that in the next moment, doom would descend upon them. Such overwhelming power. Before such beings, even the slightest gust of wind generated by their clash was beyond the endurance of ordinary warriors. Akin to courting death, a true man ought to be thus. However, Yang Fan's heart burned with fervor. After fear subsided, he found himself irresistibly drawn to such overwhelming martial prowess. At this moment, centered around the two combatants, a shockwave erupted, demolishing vast swathes of structures, akin to the very collapse of heaven and earth. Yang Fan distinctly felt the overwhelming surge of power, causing the palace in which he temporarily resided to tremble ominously, as though it might collapse at any moment, prompting a slight change in his expression. His gaze swept across the palace, searching for a place to conceal himself. In the heart of the palace stood a grand golden statue, one hand holding a porcelain vase, the other forming a mudra before its chest, the visage distinctly feminine, radiating compassion. The offering table was laden with numerous tributes, with incense burning brightly. Initially, he merely glanced over. But the next instant, Yang Fan sensed something was amiss. The statue's features bore an uncanny resemblance, as if he had seen them before. Wait, he suddenly realized. It was the Empress Chun. The likeness of this statue astonishingly mirrored that of the Empress Chun, with 7 or 8 parts similarity. He felt he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, when suddenly an overwhelming sense of danger encroached upon him, leaving him with nowhere to flee or hide. He could only await his fate. Damn it. Move, now. With a sudden bite of his tongue, he leaped backward. Rumble. In that instant, the entire hall shattered, as a metal arrow, thick as an infant's arm, struck the golden statue, shattering it into a myriad of fragments. The remnants of the statue shot out in all directions. Fortunately, Yang Fan had retreated in time, avoiding the imminent danger. Otherwise, he would have surely been torn apart by the golden shards that eye in his peripheral vision. He caught sight of a glimmering shard among the multitude of fragments. What was that? The shard, imbued with a radiant glow, fortuitously landed near him, and instinctively, he grasped it in his hand, the shard searing hot. Instantly piercing his palm, the blood was on the verge of flowing forth. It was abruptly sealed by fragments. The shards, having absorbed Yang Fan's blood, surged into his palm like a mighty torrent. A bizarre scene unfolded. The fragments sank into his palm. They dissipated, and soon, Yang Fan discovered a human figure gradually materializing in the center of his palm, far more formidable than the skeletal bodhisattva conjured by the ebony-clad man moments prior. Bloodlight enveloped him, sinews bulged, bones fortified his form, with 4 heads and 8 arms, manifesting myriad visages, blood refinement, muscle refinement, bone refinement, flesh refinement, skin refinement. The 5 great celestial gates were astonishingly revealed within this human figure. In a single glance, he comprehended the immense value of this manifestation. It was akin to an unparalleled treasure, a world stabilizing. At that moment, Yang Fan realized he had encountered an extraordinary fate, suppressing the shock and excitement swelling within him. His throat grew parched. Those 2 figures in midair merely wielded such formidable power by breaching a celestial gate. Should he succeed in cultivating this human figure in his palm, what unfathomable strength would he possess? In that fleeting instant, Yang Fan's heart settled completely, the unease accumulated within the deep palace finally dissipating. All his doubts and anxieties stemmed from a lack of possession in his heart at this moment. He had finally acquired his first capital to establish himself in this realm. With a thought, the human figure in his palm slowly vanished, yet it seemed to imprint itself deep within his mind. Seated in the void, devoid of front or back, left or right, resembling the origin of heaven and earth. Boom! Once more, a tremendous roar echoed. That formidable skeletal bodhisattva, wielding a great bow, unleashed 10 arrows towards Chun Long, proclaiming loudly, "What a valiant marquis! What a bloody martial saint! This bodhisattva shall spare your life for today." Upon finishing, his form vanished in an instant. A defeated foe. How dare he speak so arrogantly? Chun Long could not help but scoff coldly. As he prepared to pursue, he noticed that the 10 arrows were not aimed at him, but rather at various locations within the Ying Tian temple. Should they truly land, this place would undoubtedly become ruins. Thinking of the presence of Empress Chun and the purpose of his visit, Chun Long was compelled to halt his pursuit. His figure flickered as he swiftly extended his hands, ultimately grasping the arrows before they struck the ground. Crack! The unyielding arrows melted into black iron liquid under his vital essence, cascading to the ground. Consider this your fortunate reprieve. Next time, I shall refine you as well. Chun Long's countenance darkened, his tone frigid. At that moment, the Imperial Forest Army and the troops of the 9-city military command arrived, and after greeting Chun Long, they learned that Empress Chun was also within the temple. Each face bearing a troubled expression. Conduct a thorough investigation of this matter, Chun Long decreed. Rest assured, my lord, we shall pursue this matter to the end. The messenger promptly withdrew, decisively. Meanwhile, the disciples and servants within the Ying Tian temple began to clear the battlefield. Although the 2 formidable beings only clashed for a brief moment, dozens of palaces had collapsed, with many areas reduced to ruins, resulting in significant casualties among the disciples and servants. The current temple master, Ling Xiaozi, observed this devastation, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Such a grave loss was likely unprecedented in hundreds of years. Contemplating the impending inquiries, how could he find any joy? Master, please calm your anger. A multitude of Taoists implored. Ling Xiaozi endeavored to suppress his indignation, gesturing for them to depart before bitterly proclaiming, were it not for the loss of the celestial guardian diagram, a secret transmission of the heavenly Tao, which has resulted in an incomplete legacy, how could such insignificant wretches dare to act with impunity within this temple? Standing beside him, Chun Long remarked, the intentions of these thieves remain unclear. The master of the temple must exercise utmost caution to ensure that the emperor's significant matters are not jeopardized. Rest assured, my lord, I shall not forget the emperor's charge, he continued. The longevity elixir is not concocted within this temple. Should those rogues have come for it, I fear they shall be sorely disappointed. Ling Xiaozi's expression softened into one of calmness as he solemnly stated, that would be for the best. There remains over a year until the emperor's birthday, and he has awaited this elixir for quite some time. Indeed, I shall take care at that moment. Jubilant cries echoed from afar. We have located Her Highness, Lady Chun. Accompanied by several female practitioners, Lady Chun appeared, looking somewhat disheveled, yet having successfully escaped peril that it turned out that. At a critical juncture, she had been led underground by these practitioners, thus averting disaster as for her entourage. They suffered considerable casualties, yet the young eunuchs, including Yang Fan, emerged unscathed. One could not help but remark on their fortuitous luck. Moreover, Yang Fan had been bestowed with extraordinary fortune. Chapter 19. The strength of a bull. The temple of Ingtian was unexpectedly besieged by malefactors, prompting Eunuch to hastily summon personnel to safeguard Lady Chin's carriage back to the capital. I shall not depart, she declared with resolve. I have yet to offer my prayers for the emperor. How can I leave? Furthermore, with my father present, how dare those ruffians return? Lady Chin's face reflected her dissatisfaction. Yuan, the remnants of Qianyushan lurk here, likely with ulterior motives. We must return at once, Chun Yinglong asserted, his serious countenance imbued with commanding authority. Yes, father, Lady Chun acquiesced, biting her lip in reluctant compliance as she turned to re-enter the carriage, the heavy curtain descending to obscure her delicate visage. Thank you, my lord. Eunuch exhaled in relief, his expression one of profound gratitude. Had it not been for Chun Yinglong's intervention, he feared he would have been unable to persuade Lady Chun. After a brief interlude, the carriage finally set forth that in light of Lady Chin's safety, the Marquis of Xianwei, Chun Yinglong, also decided to accompany them along the route. Those who witnessed his display of might were already imbued with unwavering faith in him. Merely catching sight of Chun Yinglong seated majestically upon his steed instilled a sense of calm. Truly, he was a hereditary lord of the realm. It was widely rumored that he had attained the esteemed status of a martial sage. And indeed, it appeared to be so. Admiration filled the hearts of the onlookers. An undercurrent of trepidation inevitably followed. A martial sage of his caliber was an unparalleled force, capable of facing myriad foes. Absent an opponent of equal standing, he alone could charge through legions, piercing deep into enemy ranks to claim the heads of their generals. Yang Fan listened intently to Xiao Lianzi's hushed explanations, coming to comprehend that a being who had transcended the celestial gate was comparable to nuclear weaponry of the previous era, representing a deterrent force rarely unleashed. However, when they did strike, the earth would surely tremble. Had Chun Yinglong not been present during today's conflict at Ingtian Temple, even a single adversary who had attained the level of a muscle bodhisattva could have effortlessly annihilated them all, leaving no chance for escape, especially in the case where the opponent wields a great bow and possesses unparalleled archery skills. Yang Fan still vividly recalls that devastating arrow, which sends chills down his spine. Fortunately, it struck the golden statue within the hall. Had it hit him instead, he would have likely been reduced to mere dust, his flesh and bones obliterated. Truly, what a formidable figure the muscle bodhisattva is. As the saying goes, wrapped in black tendons 3,000 times, the world venerates the black bodhisattva. The so-called black bodhisattva refers to the muscle bodhisattva. The human body comprises 300 major tendons and countless minor ones, nearly pervading every part of the body. Only by cultivating each and every one to an incredibly resilient state, comparable to the finest gold and mysterious iron, can one attain the true perfection of the muscle bodhisattva. Once achieved, each tendon within the body is said to possess the strength of a dragon, leading to an explosive power that is astonishingly formidable. Even turning mountains upside down and altering the heavens would be but trivial matters. However, how could such a powerful being suddenly launch an assault on the Ingtian Temple? Yang Fan instinctively sensed something amiss. Was the attack aimed at Lady Chun, or was there another motive at play? Moreover, Lady Chun had gone to the Ingtian Temple this morning without the company of Marquis Chun Yinglong, yet he had just appeared abruptly within the temple, which felt rather peculiar. The group returned to the Marquis's residence. Lady Chun was escorted back to the courtyard to rest, and finally, Yang Fan and the others found themselves with a moment of respite. He was eager to study the palmistry technique. However, just as he took a few steps, he was called to a halt by Zhang Ming, the chief guard of the Marquis's household. His tone was urgent, bombarding Yang Fan with questions. I heard you were attacked at the Ingtian Temple. Did you encounter a being at the muscle bodhisattva level? Is that person from Qinyu Mountain? Did the Marquis personally intervene? Indeed, this was the case. Xiao Lianzi, eloquent and articulate, recounted the events, despite having been knocked unconscious early on. It did not hinder his ability to narrate the happenings. Damn those scoundrels from Qinyu Mountain. That bunch of rats is still alive. Zhang Ming stomped heavily, causing the ground to tremble faintly, revealing his seething anger. Yang Fan was quite curious about this so-called Qinyu Mountain, and before he could voice his thoughts, Xiao Lianzi posed a question for him. Chief Zhang, what is Qinyu Mountain? They are a group of traitors. They worship a malevolent deity named Qinyu Daozuan, then deceive the populace in the name of this evil god, spreading their doctrine, inciting the hearts of the people, and not only killing officials and robbing prisons, but even attempting to rebel against the heavens. Zhang Ming snorted coldly, his tone sharp and resolute. Eventually, this group of traitors was ruthlessly suppressed by the Marquis, who personally led 30,000 troops to eradicate their leadership with bloody measures, which finally brought an end to the chaos. Yet, I never expected that some remnants would survive and even cultivate to the level of muscle bodhisattva. Next time I see them, I shall not hesitate to skin them alive. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, causing the muscles on his face to twitch, the murderous intent unmistakable. Yang Fan and Xiao Lianzi exchanged glances, hesitant to reveal the truth. After all, Zhang Ming was merely a foundational martial artist, still far from the realm of the 5 great heavenly barriers. Given the might of the muscle bodhisattva they encountered today, it was uncertain who would truly be skinned. Zhang Ming cast a sidelong glance, taking in the demeanor of several young eunuchs with keen perception. Despite his portly visage, he was far from dull-witted. He was acutely aware of their underlying disdain. How dare they mock me? Just wait and see how I will deal with you. While I may not be able to contend with the bodhisattva of Qinyu Mountain, surely I can manage a few insignificant eunuchs. With this thought, a grin spread across his face, revealing a row of white teeth. Yet, that smile sent an involuntary shiver down the spines of Yang Fan and the others, as they sensed impending misfortune. Indeed, Zhang Ming led the 4 of them directly to the training ground, where he had the servants bring forth 4 black bulls. With their curled horns reaching skyward and their robust bodies weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds, they stood taller than a man. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar setting, the bulls appeared restless, their stout hooves clattering against the ground, even striking sparks from the training ground. Goodness, what strength that must require! Zhang Ming chuckled, his expression brimming with satisfaction. Previously, you were trained to harness the murderous intent of your fists, and now you shall learn to temper your strength. As for the method of cultivating that strength, Zhang Ming's smile deepened. It's simple. Lead the bulls. Of course, not from the front, but from behind. Utilize their power to enhance your own. Once you can harness the strength of a bull, your initial efforts will be well rewarded. He instructed them to use their own strength to drag the black bulls. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan and the others turned pale. Is this something mere mortals can accomplish? Mengzi, please, have mercy on us. With a loud thud, he tossed down 4 ropes, each as thick as an infant's arm, and pointed at them, exclaiming, "What are you hesitating for? Get moving." Yang Fan and the others exchanged glances, steeling themselves as they picked up the ropes, fastening one end around the bulls and the other around their own waists. Let's go. Once Zhang Ming saw they were prepared, he suddenly lashed out with a whip, striking the side of the bull. The frenzied strength of the black bull was something they had never fully comprehended until now. In that moment, Yang Fan felt the rope around his waist tighten, almost yanking him off his feet. And no matter how desperately he clung to the rope, there was no stabilizing himself, with his entire foundation crumbling beneath him. How could he stand firm? He stumbled repeatedly, nearly toppling over. This was merely the strength of one bull. Thud, thud, thud. The 4 young eunuchs finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, bloodied and bruised. Only then did Zhang Ming express satisfaction, forcefully pressing the bull's head down with his staff, causing the raging beasts to kneel before him. Your strength training is still lacking. Zhang Ming revealed a hearty smile, inciting a desire in Yang Fan and the others to smash his face in. Well then, let us continue your training. This will be your 3rd lesson. Whether you succeed or not depends entirely on your own efforts. With a nonchalant remark, he turned away, hands clasped behind his back, determined to ensure they tasted the bitterness of their mockery today. How could this possibly be achieved? We've only just begun our training. As Xiao Lingzi observed Zhang Ming walk away, she furiously cast the rope from her body onto the ground, exclaiming that this task was utterly impossible. Little did she know that at that moment, Yang Fan tightened the rope around himself, raising his head with a resolute gaze. Chapter 20. The blood exchange in sight. Xiao Lianzi and Xiao Zhuzhu were taken aback. Xiao Fanzi, are you truly going to practice? Why not first refine your strength through other means? They recognized their current lack of power if they attempted to forcefully drag the black bull as a means of training. It was likely that they would sustain injuries before they even developed any strength. That we must at least give it a try, Yang Fan replied. His innate constitution was not particularly strong, although he had encountered a fortuitous opportunity. The question remained whether this fortune could genuinely serve as his ally, especially after witnessing the clash of two formidable warriors of the broken heavenly stage. His desire to grow stronger intensified. Well, we shall await the outcome. We may not succeed, but perhaps you, Xiao Fanzi, can. Xiao Lingzi interjected with a mocking tone. With everyone else retreating, was he to consider them as worthless? After all, the process of strengthening oneself was inherently gradual, and Yang Fan had merely seized his vitality ahead of them. Such a brief period could not yield significant differences. Yang Fan disregarded Xiao Lingzi's derision and approached the black bull once more. With the rope securely fastened around him, he wound it around his hands twice. He adopted a stance akin to an archer, and under the control of his will, the vitality within him began to flow steadily, gradually accumulating strength. With a sudden jolt, he shook the rope, startling the black bull, which instinctively charged forward a few meters. Having learned from a previous lesson, Yang Fan did not resist, but instead moved forward in accordance with the bull's momentum, gradually acclimating his body to the creature's strength. Martial arts practice often involves establishing a solid foundation. Only when one is firmly grounded and unwavering can true power be achieved. Yang Fan made several attempts, and even while merely moving in harmony with the bull, he felt the ropes chafing against his body and hands, causing him considerable pain. Accompanying this discomfort were changes within his bones and muscles. The relentless tugging from the black bull felt akin to being scraped with an iron brush. Amidst the searing pain, a trickle of warmth emerged, as Yang Fan urged his vitality to seep gradually into his muscles. Ever since he comprehended the utilization of vitality, he had been engaged in this process. Yet, having surpassed the age of 16, his innate constitution was already fixed. Relying solely on vitality to transform his physique was undoubtedly a long and arduous endeavor. Nevertheless, the black bull's dragging offered him a different opportunity, the chance to open his bones. Although the process was fraught with danger, when supplemented with elixirs, it could yield profound refinement of his skeletal structure. Zhang Ming's method of having them drag the black bull was a common military technique for bone opening and foundation building, as most recruits hailed from farming backgrounds, with their constitutions already established. Without such a forceful approach, their chances of achieving any significant progress would be slimmed out. Of course, the accompanying pain was not something everyone could endure. Yang Fan repeatedly fell and rose again. His formidable willpower astonished Xiao Lianzi and the others, leaving them in awe. Even the hostile Xiao Lingzi could not help but admire Yang Fan's tenacity. After all, the pain he had just experienced was akin to having one's tendons and bones forcibly extracted. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine and left him haunted by the memory. If you can endure this, why can't I? A fierce expression flickered across Xiao Lingzi's face as he seized the rope by his feet, intending to emulate Yang Fan's actions. However, after just one attempt, his complexion turned ashen, and he faltered. The agony was unbearable. The excruciating pain felt as if it penetrated to the marrow, extinguishing any courage he had to try again. His face shifted from pale to flushed, and he glared fiercely at Yang Fan, who remained undeterred, his heart roaring in disbelief. I refuse to believe this. How can you possibly feel no pain? Yang Fan, of course, was acutely aware of the pain, yet he had already mastered the control of his vital energy, allowing him to nourish his injured body with it. Thus, while the sensation was intense, it was not as overwhelming as he had imagined, rendering him accustomed to the forceful stretching. With each pull of the black bull, his sinews and bones trembled violently, yet each jolt was a forging of his strength, a means of enhancement. This sensation was profoundly intriguing, and he found himself somewhat addicted to it. Within the training grounds, the other three were silently honing their skills, while Yang Fan was able to train by dragging the black bull. They were limited to the basic maneugia to build their strength. From time to time, they cast complicated glances at Yang Fan, watching in disbelief as he stumbled and eventually managed to stand. Even if only for a fleeting moment, His progress was astonishing. How could such a vast disparity emerge in such a short span of time when they had all started at a similar level? This could not be real. How could he possibly advance so rapidly? Xilingzi was the most affected by this revelation as for Xilianzi and Xizuzi. Although they acknowledged Yang Fan's swift progression, they found it more palatable. Having heard from Gong Li that Yang Fan had grasped his vital energy, which would indeed accelerate his growth, making it plausible for him to undergo his first blood transformation in a short while. The first blood transformation corresponded to the strength of a bull, granting him the power to unleash a blow equivalent to that of a mature savage bull, ferocious and formidable that as time slipped by unnoticed. Yang Fan's endurance grew more robust, and through the repetitive effort of dragging the black bull, his sinews were continually reinforced. His physique began to subtly alter. When he clenched his fist, the taut muscles and tendons in his arms were distinctly visible. At that moment, the ever-watchful Gong Li emerged from the shadows to confront the group. He had closely observed Zhang Meng's assessment, as well as the group's behavior following his departure, even amidst their schemes and rivalries. He remained unfazed. After all, without intrigue, how could one be deemed a eunuch? The presence of conflict naturally fostered competition and strife. Stagnant waters and mere amiability were not what Gong Li sought. He desired wolves that would devour, not meek dogs. Upon his arrival, with his hands tucked within his sleeves and his posture slightly hunched, the presence of Gong Li prompted the young eunuchs to immediately cease their activities and bow in respect. Li Gong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough. You all have been working diligently of late, and I have taken note of your efforts. Do not neglect the teachings imparted by leader Zhang, for there will surely come opportunities within the palace where your skills will be of use. Here are some qi blood pills. You may divide them amongst yourselves." As he spoke, he tossed a porcelain vial into Xiao Lianzi's hands. "Yes, Li Gong," Xiao Lianzi replied, both startled and elated. She had not anticipated receiving such a task. Evidently, her recent performance had caught Li Gong's attention, making her efforts worthwhile. There were 8 qi blood pills in total, 2 for each person. Xiao Lianzi swiftly distributed them, while Li Gong turned his gaze towards Yang Fan, a smile gracing his face. "Xiao Fanzi, your strength has been increasing rapidly. It seems you may soon have the opportunity for your first blood transformation. This vial of qi blood pills is an additional gift for you, and I hope you will not disappoint us." "Thank you, Li Gong," Yang Fan replied. Taking the porcelain vial, he felt a slight chill as he noticed the glances from Xiao Lianzi and the others. Li Gong's gesture appeared to intentionally isolate him. Was this a mark of favor or a subtle warning? Yang Fan pondered silently, tucking the vial into his pocket. Regardless, he decided to accept the benefits without overthinking the intentions behind them. Chapter 21. Preparing for a breakthrough, Li Gong departed with a cheerful demeanor, leaving behind 4 eunuchs, each lost in their own thoughts. Yang Fan found it amusing that whether in this life or the previous one, he could not escape the machinations of human relationships and intrigue. He did not waste time on such matters, instead contemplating the 10 qi blood pills in his possession that if used all at once, there was a chance he could successfully undergo a blood transformation, especially since he had already grasped the essence of qi blood, enabling the pills to yield their maximum efficacy. Moreover, his strength had grown to a level where he could barely contend with the likes of Hanyo. However, forging a qi blood connection was no trivial matter. Failure could result in severe depletion of vital energy, and in the worst-case scenario, it might lead to a decline in qi blood, rendering any future transformations impossible. Thus, the blood transformation was a formidable hurdle for any martial artist. To succeed meant a pathway of ease lay ahead. To fail could mean death. Throughout the course of a martial artist training, there were 9 such critical blood transformation phases to navigate, not to mention the 5 great heavenly gates that lay beyond, each step fraught with challenges and hardships. Although he had acquired the ability to perceive the pathways of cultivation, the gap in levels was so vast that he found himself at a loss. It could only be said that his current strength was too feeble, akin to entering a treasure mountain empty-handed. As Yang Fan practiced and contemplated, evening fell upon him. "Hey, I heard you were ambushed at the Ying Tian temple today." He looked up to see Chan Yingyu standing before him, lively and charming in her dark green gown, her long hair cascading to her shoulders. Her playful smile accentuated her fair complexion, which seemed almost delicate. "I don't respond to hey," Yang Fan retorted, somewhat irked. Chan Yingyu, unfazed, tilted her head and flashed 2 delightful dimples as she elongated her words playfully. "Oh, So you prefer to be called Xiao Fanzi. Now, Xiao Fanzi, do tell me what happened this morning that I heard the entire Yingtian temple was utterly destroyed. Some even say there's a hidden treasury beneath the temple, filled with countless treasures and secrets from the previous dynasty. Wait, what is this so-called secret vault of the former dynasty? Yang Fan instinctively sensed a whiff of conspiracy. Chen Yingyu blinked her eyes. It is rumored that the divine capital was originally the imperial capital of the former dynasty. In a bid to restore the country, the last emperor of the Great Zhou secretly established a vault on the outskirts of the city, leaving behind a substantial amount of resources that it is said that the Yingtian temple serves as one of the gatekeepers, specifically tasked with guarding the vault. Unfortunately, this time the Yingtian temple suffered a calamity, and the vault was inadvertently breached, finally exposed to the light of day. Yang Fan's brow furrowed deeply. Where did you hear this news? It has spread far and wide outside. Many people are planning to search for treasures at the ruins of the Yingtian temple. Chen Yingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly one of those eager individuals. As a first-hand witness to the morning's events, Yang Fan had not encountered any secret vault but had only seen a desolate ruin, remnants of the fierce clash between powerful beings that he couldn't help but fall into contemplation. First, the confrontation between two formidable individuals, and now these rumors circulating. Indeed, the location of the Yingtian temple was poised to become the eye of the storm in the short term. What secrets lay hidden there? Yang Fan recalled the palm-sized figure he had fortuitously obtained. Wondering if that was indeed the true intent of those spreading the rumors, the chill ran through him as he calmly interrupted Chen Yingyu's musings, stating, "The news is false." False? How could that be possible? I've heard that someone obtained a great treasure and sold it for 3 million taels of silver in the divine capital, becoming rich overnight. Upon mentioning the 3 million taels of silver, Chen Yingyu's eyes seemed to sparkle with the imagery of countless coins, as if she were desperately trying to catch them with her small basin. Yet unable to contain them all, the thought of that scene nearly made her salivate. Truly, she appeared as a little money grubber. Yang Fan was left speechless, turning his head away. Hey, what's that expression on your face? Chen Yingyu, seeing Yang Fan turn his back on her, grabbed his arm. Yang Fan instinctively tried to break free, but found himself utterly unable to do so. What? His pupils constricted. Your strength is too feeble. I have undergone blood transformation 3 times and have become a martial master. Chen Yingyu displayed an expression of utmost pride, clearly waiting for him to shower her with praise. Little did she know. Yang Fan felt nothing of the sort that he thought to himself. You are the daughter of the Marquis of Xianwei, with a martial saint father of remarkable prowess. If you were too weak, that would truly be strange. Chen Yingyu remained unperturbed, continuing to smile cheerfully. So, how about it? Would you like me to guide you on how to break through the blood transformation, as long as you tell me everything about the Yingtian temple? I guarantee you will complete the blood transformation and forge a top-tier blood figure. Even now, she had not given up on the fictitious secret vault of the former dynasty. Yang Fan, however, felt a flicker of interest. Chen Yingyu, being the daughter of a martial saint, undoubtedly possessed far greater experience in martial arts cultivation than he did. If he could receive her guidance, it would certainly be more reliable than attempting to break through using shallow techniques. What do you want to know? Yang Fan inquired. I want you to tell me everything that transpired at the Yingtian temple, in its entirety. Chen Yingyu's eyes lit up. All right. Yang Fan ceased to make excuses and recounted the events as they transpired, including the sudden assault by the muscular bodhisattva and the intervention of her father. Chen Yinglong. In conclusion, Yang Fan remarked, until our departure, we heard no mention of any hidden treasures from the former dynasty. If such a thing existed, do you think it could have escaped your father's notice? This was indeed a valid point. If there were a secret treasury, her father would undoubtedly have pursued it with the same fervor he displayed when reclaiming the Hongluo treasure. Chen Yingyu pouted, visibly frustrated. It seemed she had truly been deceived. How unfortunate that she had been elated all day, planning to venture out under the cover of night in search of treasures. Frauds. A bunch of frauds. With a swish of her dark green skirt, Chen Yingyu turned to leave, but Yang Fan was displeased, exclaiming, What about the reward you promised me? You can't simply expect to take advantage of me. Wait. Yang Fan quickly interjected. Chen Yingyu shot him an irritated glare, clearly recognizing his intentions. What a miser. After a moment, she reappeared, producing a handwritten manuscript from her bosom and tossing it into his arms. With a few flickers of her green figure, she vanished once more. Yang Fan clutched the manuscript. It was not thick, and the blue cover bore 3 bold characters, Kue Nyo Xiang. What is Kuei-nyo? The Shanhai Jing states, it resembles an ox, has a gray body without horns, and possesses one leg. When it enters the water, it inevitably brings wind and rain. Its light is like that of the sun and moon, and its sound resembles thunder. Its name is Kuei. Yet the book provided no lengthy introduction, merely a densely packed visualization diagram. The Kuei-nyo illustration depicted a beast leaping from the water, immense as a mountain, shaking the earth around it. Even through the scroll, one could sense a fierce, domineering aura emanating forth. Yang Fan did not anticipate that the first transformation of his blood would yield such a rare beast. Regardless, it was far superior to the common barbaric ox. As night fell and the moon reached its zenith, Yang Fan chose not to return to his quarters but remained in the training grounds. He had long committed the contents of Kuei-nyo Xiang to memory and, with a decisive motion, crumbled the manuscript into fine powder. Tonight, he would undergo the blood transformation. Chapter 22. The one-legged Kuei-nyo. The world is akin to caged birds, bound by the predetermined fates of life and death. Yet, some individuals aspire to break free, seeking to wield unparalleled power, desiring immortality, and striving to seize their destinies into their own hands. Some opt for divine offerings and prayers. Others pursue immortality through enlightenment, while some choose the path of martial arts. The martial way is inherently rebellious. The blood transformation is merely the first step in altering one's fate. Beneath the serene night sky, Yang Fan donned a simple, coarse garment, already dampened by perspiration, which exuded a faint odor of sweat. However, this did not diminish his resolve. His demeanor was resolute. Days of rigorous martial training had gradually eroded the youthful naivete from his features, revealing bronzed skin that hinted at the muscles beneath. Contemplating the key to his breakthrough, he understood that the blood manifestation was a replacement of his vital essence, by expelling the old blood from his body and manifesting it externally. Both processes must be completed for a successful breakthrough. With a deep exhale, he placed the blood essence pill under his tongue, closed his eyes, and began to channel his vital energy with all his might. The sound of rushing blood flowed clearly to his ears, the speed of his vitality surging increasingly, akin to a galloping steed. Hasten, hasten, hasten. The surge of vital energy had reached a limit that the body could scarcely endure, causing a fine layer of blood beads to emerge upon Yang Fan's skin, enveloping him in a shroud of crimson. Behind him, a faint scarlet mist began to rise, slowly coiling around him and causing his figure to blur. How could this young eunuch achieve a breakthrough here? If disturbed, even survival would come at the cost of severe injury. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly echoed. Emerging from the shadows was a lively and sprightly figure, dressed in a flowing dark green gown. Yu looked at Yang Fan in the training grounds with a mix of exasperation and concern, inwardly chiding him for his foolishness, lamenting that he was oblivious to such basic cultivation knowledge. Nevertheless, she thought to herself, out of kindness, she could not bear to see a fool come to harm, and decided to lend him her protection. Should he fail even with her assistance, it would be utterly unjust. Murmuring a few words under her breath, Yu's figure flickered and vanished, reappearing atop the roof, where she could oversee Yang Fan and preemptively thwart any potential crises. Immersed in the cultivation of his vital energy, Yang Fan remained oblivious to the changes unfolding around him. At that moment, his body was fervently generating blood, and under the influence of 10 blood chi pills, his vital energy swelled dramatically, spilling forth in abundance and faintly taking the shape of an ox. Now was the moment. Recalling the records of the Kuei-nyo form, Yang Fan began to carefully shape the external vital energy into the likeness of the Kuei-nyo, one leg, an ox's head. Tall and robust, yet without horns. After expending an entire hour, the form was finally complete, albeit lacking the vitality and spirit it should possess. Yang Fan recognized that he had arrived at the most critical juncture, infusing spirit. This step involved imbuing the vital energy form with the soul. The higher the completion of this infusion, the greater the form's sentience, and correspondingly, the stronger its power would be. Following the methods outlined in the Kuei-nyo form, Yang Fan began to visualize the Kuei-nyo, and as his visualization progressed, the external vital energy Kuei-nyo slowly began to transform. Through subtle adjustments, the resemblance between the two became increasingly pronounced until they harmonized to a remarkable degree. Uncertain how much time had passed, Yang Fan felt his mind grow weary, yet he finally completed the visualization. However, in the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted within his mind. The sound reverberated like thunder. It was the roar of the Eunuch. Crash! Yang Fan's head felt as though it had been struck by a massive hammer, leaving him momentarily blank, the color draining from his face in an instant, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He felt blood pour from all 7 orifices. This was an ominous sign of imminent collapse of his vital energy. Indeed, it proved that the Eunuch's vital energy form was not easily solidified. Countless warriors had perished during the process of infusing spirit, one of the most elite vital energy forms. It possessed its own will. Its sentience was so formidable that even merely visualizing it was beyond the capacity of ordinary warriors to withstand. This is dire. Chen Yu's expression shifted at this sight. However, she was powerless to intervene, for the process of infusing spirit was inherently a SD indeed. As Yang Fan's willpower began to wane, the vital energy manifesting outside his body commenced its collapse. Seemingly on the verge of complete dissolution in the next moment. Steady yourself. In this critical juncture, Yang Fan sensed an impending crisis. His formidable mental fortitude finally came into play, resolutely anchoring his vital essence against the roaring tumult of the Eunuch. Solidify, he bellowed internally. The disintegrating manifestation of his vital energy halted its fragmentation, gradually beginning to restore itself. The Eunuch, which had been raging in his mind, grew increasingly agitated, its roars becoming more thunderous. Each echo sending tremors throughout Yang Fan's body, destabilizing his vital essence. Fortunately, he held firm. His resilient spirit ensured he maintained a steadfast grip on his vital energy, and despite the Eunuch's relentless defiance, it ultimately succumbed to the external manifestation of his vitality. Buzz. The manifestation was successfully forged. A formidable, single-legged Eunuch materialized above Yang Fan's head. Moo. The Eunuch raised its head. Roaring like thunder, Yang Fan sprang to his feet. Invigorated by the newly infused vital energy coursing through him, relentlessly honing his physique, transforming him into a being of greater strength. Even though his exterior remained disheveled, his spirit and demeanor radiated with newfound vigor. Having completed this first transformation of his essence, he could now be deemed a formidable warrior, capable of easily assuming the role of a squad leader even among the ranks of soldiers. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Yang Fan reveled in his triumph, still yet to explore the intricacies of his newly forged Eunuch manifestation, he suddenly felt his body shift, his previously stable physique startlingly revealing its true form under the intense stimulation of vital energy. Tension soared. The momentum was overwhelming. This state was astonishingly exhilarating. Yang Fan could hardly contain his surprise and delight, never anticipating that such a transformation would accompany his breakthrough. Xiao Fan, you have indeed succeeded. Just then, a familiar figure leapt down from the eaves, and Chen Yu's lively voice rang out from above. Next time, be less reckless. It's best to find a quiet chamber for breakthroughs. Otherwise, if you're startled outside, your life could be in jeopardy. Hiss. Yang Fan was taken aback by Chen Yu's sudden appearance, his expression shifting dramatically as he recalled his physical state, leading him to plop down onto the ground. Oh dear, are you injured? Chen Yu exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to assist him, but Yang Fan's complexion turned pale. If she helped him up, it would expose him entirely. At that moment, his life would be utterly forfeit. Wait, he hastily attempted to stop her, but it was too late. Chen Yu had already grasped his sleeve, pulling him up uncontrollably. Chapter 23. Martial Arts Realm. It's over. Yang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, due to the force with which Chen Yu gripped his sleeve, combined with Yang Fan's instinctive resistance, the coarse fabric of his outer garment could not withstand the combined forces, resulting in a ripping sound as it tore into several pieces. The well-defined and sturdy physique sculpted by his martial training was suddenly exposed to Chen Yu's gaze, causing her to flush despite having seen it once before. The proximity between them was far too intimate. The visual impact was overwhelmingly intense. She clearly beheld the distinct muscular contours adorning Yang Fan's physique. Harmonious and elongated, robust yet agile, his straight and powerful back unmistakably exuding an aura of formidable aggression. Moreover, having recently achieved a breakthrough, his vitality surged with an intense warmth, enveloping him in a fervent heat. When Chen Yu's fingertips grazed his body, she felt a slight warmth, almost scorching, which stirred an unusual sensation within her. Ah, you insufferable eunuch, why did you suddenly strip off your clothes? Lacking any prior proximity to men, Chen Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. her face flushing with an astonishing crimson hue, leaving her oblivious to Yang Fan's peculiar state as she swiftly turned and fled in disarray. It was you who tore it apart. After all, Yang Fan couldn't help but exhale in relief, observing her retreating figure, uncertain if she had truly discerned his difference. Likely, she had not noticed. Otherwise, her reaction would not have been so singular. His vitality gradually settled, and he adjusted his belt, assessing the situation, discovering that his arousal had decisively receded. It appeared that unless his vital energy surged to its zenith or he encountered some exceptional stimulus, he would not see it again anytime soon. Not bad, not bad. Yang Fan dismissed his concerns, giving himself a light pat before meandering off for a shower, returning to rest afterward. Lying on the bed, he began to contemplate the benefits of his recent breakthrough. His vitality was evidently more vigorous than before, capable of manifesting the formidable bowl of vitality at will. Furthermore, the bowl of vitality was indeed a peak manifestation, not only enhancing his strength, but also bestowing upon him three formidable secret techniques: Quake Wave, Thunder Roar, Bull's Form. Quake Wave allowed Yang Fan's power to unleash multiple bursts. Currently, he could only stack a single burst, but with mastery, he could potentially achieve ninefold explosive force. Thunder Roar, inherited from the bull, produced a sound akin to thunder, capable of sonic attacks, and at advanced levels, could even execute silent assaults. As for Bull's Form, it temporarily enveloped his body in a protective layer, comparable to ordinary armor, and with utmost understanding, could evolve into the true form of the bull. What a treasure he had stumbled upon! As he grasped these revelations, Yang Fan could no longer contain the smile that spread across his face. The utility and potency of these three techniques were exceedingly promising, and with adept application, they could significantly enhance his combat prowess. As time gradually passed, the following days found Yang Fan living quite comfortably within the residence of the Marquis of Xianwei. He concealed his success in refining the manifestation of vitality, yet his training progress in the realm of vital energy was conspicuously evident, nearly reaching the strength of a bull. Initially, he had no intention of hiding this, but his rapid advancement in manifestation raised concerns. Within the palace, demonstrating excessive genius could invite envy. Thus, he resolved to reveal his prowess after a time. Nevertheless, even so, he received a reward from Eunuch Li, a volume titled Tiger Demon Power Fist, symbolizing Eunuch Li's expectations of him, believing that Yang Fan would soon achieve a blood transformation and manifestation. Upon glancing at the name, Yang Fan discerned that it represented a universal martial art. Yet for him, who had undergone a blood transformation, it held immense significance, promising a smoother path ahead. During this period, Yang Fan finally cultivated a deeper understanding of the martial arts system of the Ming Dynasty. The training beneath the heavenly gates is divided into 9 blood transformations, each requiring the mastery of different strengths: the strength of the ox, the tiger, the bear, the ape, as well as the power of the dragon and elephant. Thus, the concept of the 5 levels of martial practitioners emerged. After a single transformation, one becomes a martial apprentice mastering the strength of the ox. After 3 transformations, one becomes a martial master adept in the strength of the tiger. After 5 transformations, one attains the innate martial master with the strength of the bear. After 7 transformations, one achieves the status of a grandmaster with the strength of the ape. And after 9 transformations, one becomes a grandmaster possessing the power of the dragon and elephant. Upon the completion of these transformations, one can embark on the training of the 5 great heavenly gates, namely, blood refining, muscle refining, flesh refining, bone refining, and skin refining. Each heavenly gate corresponds to a distinct achievement. For instance, the blood refining gate aligns with the blood martial saint, while the muscle refining gate corresponds to the muscle bodhisattva. There exists no hierarchy among the heavenly gates. Proficiency in any gate can lead to dominance in the martial realm. Regrettably, to date, there has been no report of a martial practitioner having fully mastered all 5 heavenly gates, and one can only imagine the extraordinary and unparalleled realm that would entail. Having obtained the celestial treasure diagram, Yang Fan was acutely aware of its value, as it embodies the supreme legacy of the 5 great heavenly gates training. A mere whisper of its existence could undoubtedly send ripples through the entire Ming Dynasty, igniting a fierce bloodshed among countless heroes, thereby unleashing a storm of chaos upon the martial world. Alas, for now, it remains of no use to me, akin to possessing something yet lacking the opportunity to utilize it. A most vexing sentiment indeed. Yang Fan gazed skyward, his face awash with melancholy. Puffed, you little eunuch. What brings forth such profound musings? What do you possess? Speak, and let this young lady hear. Perched on the eaves, Chuning Yu swung her legs, munching on sunflower seeds while reveling in Yang Fan's martial practice. It had become her newfound pastime over the past few days. Life within the Marquis's residence was exceedingly dull, especially with a father who ruled with military discipline, aside from reading, learning etiquette, and training. Chuning Yu found herself with little to occupy her time during the day. The maids and servants below adhered strictly to protocol, daring not to overstep any boundaries. Even her personal maid maintained a perpetually stern demeanor. Rarely relaxing that as for her third and fourth brothers, they spent their days indulging in the pleasures of the brothels, offering not a shred of useful conversation beyond tales of women, leaving her devoid of anyone to engage with in meaningful dialogue. However, the return of Yang Fan, following the visit of the Empress Dowager, sparked her interest. He was entertaining and delightful, and she even contemplated requesting him as a companion once her second sister departed. Thus, she visited Yang Fan frequently, growing increasingly fond of him. Yet upon hearing her words, Yang Fan merely scoffed. What do I possess? Some things are best left unsaid. Speaking of them may lead to their loss. I am not so foolish that he disregarded Chuning Yu's inquiry, swiftly shifting the conversation. By the way, have there been any updates from the Yingtian Temple these past few days? I do not go by He. As I have already mentioned, please call me Yingyu. Chuning Yu muttered in dissatisfaction for a moment before continuing. The scene at Yingtian Temple has been lively for the past 2 days, but the people from the Geocity Military Command have captured quite a number of individuals. And now no one dares to venture there to join the fray. She wore a look of regret, as it seemed that the rumored secret vault was merely a myth, even if it did exist. It would undoubtedly be under the control of the court. Upon reflection, it was understandable. As the largest Taoist temple of Yingtian sect near the capital, it would hardly be a simple affair. When that formidable bodhisattva had attacked last time, it was inconceivable that they would remain indifferent. Surely, experts from various sects would have come to safeguard it. Moreover, being in close proximity to the capital, a crucial area, who would dare to seek fortunes there? As Chuning Yu spoke, her eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue, and she posed a question that sent a shiver down Yang Fan's spine. You seem particularly interested in the happenings at Yingtian Temple these past few days. Did you perhaps stumble upon some treasure? Chapter 24. Forcefully breaking into the palace gates, what a keen intuition. It is said that women possess a so-called sixth sense. Yang Fan had always been skeptical. Yet during his interactions with Chuning Yu over the past few days, he found this woman to be astonishingly perceptive. Even the slightest disturbance could capture her attention. Even the occasional jokes that slipped from his lips were scrutinized by Chuning Yu, who relentlessly sought to uncover the truth. Fortunately, he managed to deflect her curiosity at this moment. Hearing her question, Yang Fan did not even lift his eyelids, responding nonchalantly, "Believe it or not, I truly did stumble upon a treasure." "Really?" Yang Fan replied earnestly. "Of course." At that moment, I felt a grand voice resonating in my mind, as if the Taoist master was imparting wisdom, or perhaps the Buddha was delivering teachings, informing me that the task of saving the world was to be entrusted to me. From this day forth, this world shall be transformed because of me. The wheels of history shall turn, and a young man is poised to alter the entire Ming Dynasty. It must be a little eunuch. Chuning Yu remarked wistfully. While she found the initial part of his tale somewhat credible, the further it progressed, the less plausible it became. That it was evident that Yang Fan was jesting, and she could not help but roll her eyes dramatically, unapologetically sprinkling salt on Yang Fan's wounds. Indeed, a little eunuch is about to change the entire Ming Dynasty. Surprisingly, Yang Fan was not irked. Instead, he continued his narrative, growing more animated and enthralling with each word, nearly rivaling Chuning Yu's fascination with the legend of the Ming Taizu. Yet the question remained, how could a eunuch, of all people, be involved with multiple wives and concubines? And what of the notion of a bountiful lineage? Were they truly his? Chuning Yu was at a loss for words. Even if one day you were cast out of the palace, you could easily sustain yourself as a storyteller in a tavern or tea house. Yang Fan smacked his lips, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face for being interrupted in his creative flow. As for storytelling, forget it if that day ever comes. I must gallop through the rivers and lakes to truly explore this world. In his words, there was an undeniable hint of genuine emotion, one that even Chuning Yu could perceive. That it was clear that this little eunuch harbored a sincere desire to see the world. She could not help but exclaim, "I want to go as well." Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sweeping over Chun Yingyu's exquisite countenance. Although she was barely 15 or 16, her poise and beauty were already nothing short of breathtaking. And with time, she would likely become even more astonishing. That it must be said that when the words escaped her lips, Yang Fan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, stirring within him an almost impulsive urge to acquiesce. However, to his surprise, Chun Yingyu's expression suddenly dimmed, and a hint of melancholy flickered in her once bright eyes. Unfortunately, I fear such a day may never come. As the daughter of a noble, how could she possess that kind of freedom? From the moment she began to relish the privileges bestowed upon her by the Marquis, it signified that one day she would have to repay the favor. The 12 lords who safeguarded the realm held substantial power within the military hierarchy of the Ming Dynasty. Their titles were not easily attained and required intricate alliances, the nurturing of confidants, and the recruitment of talent. The women of the noble houses throughout history had mostly married high-ranking military officers, with few able to independently choose their spouses. That a flash of dark green signaled Chun Yingyu's departure from the eaves, leaving Yang Fan with his mouth agape, acutely aware of her emotional withdrawal. In the world of martial chivalry, one's fate is often beyond their control. Yang Fan sighed, soon to personally verify the truth of this sentiment. Before noon, word arrived from the Empress that they were to return to the palace that afternoon. Why the haste? He was taken aback and inquired of the nearby Xiao Lianzi, reasoning that their familial visit should have lasted longer. Why the sudden conclusion? Xiao Lianzi shook her head, a shadow of gloom crossing her face. I am uncertain. Any unforeseen incident must have a cause. The abrupt termination of their visit and return to the palace. Could it be that something had transpired within the palace? Yang Fan exchanged a glance with Xiao Lianzi, both inevitably recalling the 13th prince, Zhu Zhaolin. The carriage was soon prepared, with palace maids and eunuchs lining the path. As the Empress mounted the carriage under the reluctant gaze of the Chen family, the brothers Qinzhe and Qinjing exchanged knowing smiles. The Empress's visit to the Marquis of Xianwei had placed considerable pressure on them, as they had to pay their respects daily. At last, with her departure, they could finally revel in their freedom, likely leaving the beauties of the brothel eagerly awaiting their return. Standing beside the carriage, Yang Fan discerned the brothers' thoughts at a glance. He scanned the surroundings but, to his slight disappointment, did not see Chun Yingyu come to bid farewell. During this time, he had already come to regard her as a friend, uncertain if he would have the opportunity to meet her again. As the curtain of the carriage slowly descended and it set off towards the palace, they soon arrived at the palace gates, where 2 imposing guards obstructed their path. An inspection. Yang Fan had not anticipated that one of the guards would make such a request. This was the Empress's carriage, after all, and to demand an inspection was outrageous. How dare you? This is the Empress's carriage. Are you attempting insurrection? Eunuch glared coldly at the guards. The tall guard remained unfazed. Esteemed eunuch, while meals may be carelessly consumed, words must be carefully chosen. Entering the palace for inspection is a duty that applies to all, and we merely fulfill our obligations. That we hope you will not place us in a difficult position. What loyalty they professed! I wish to witness which audacious soul dares to inspect my chariot. The voice of Lady Qin emanated from within the carriage, cold and haughty, entirely devoid of the gentle demeanor she exhibited at the Marquis's residence. In a chilling tone, she commanded, "Enter the palace." "Yes," replied Eunuch Li, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gestured imperiously to the guards, who swiftly allowed Lady Qin's carriage to proceed unimpeded. The countenance of the 2 towering guards shifted slightly. Initially, they were merely tasked with enforcing a semblance of decorum upon Lady Qin, intending to humiliate her by forcing a search of her carriage. However, they were taken aback as she disregarded their provocation entirely and brazenly breached the palace gates. The weight of the situation now rested squarely upon their shoulders. Yet, even as the carriage crossed into the palace, they remained frozen in place. Yang Fan glanced back at the 2, pity flickering in his eyes. These fools were likely being manipulated as pawns. However, encountering such an incident just as they were about to enter the palace suggested that significant events were afoot within these hallowed walls. Casting a shadow of unease over Yang Fan's heart, I can only hope that my worries are unfounded. Yang Fan harbored a lingering suspicion that the 13th prince, Zhu Zhaolin, might instigate trouble, for he believed no prince could be so foolish as to meddle with his father's consorts unless driven by a loss of reason. Otherwise, ulterior motives must be at play. Undoubtedly, the latter seemed more probable. Chapter 25. Sovereign and virtuous ministers. Though the incident before the palace was minor, it rippled through the court like a stone cast into a pond. creating countless waves in the dragon martial camp. The mightiest army of the Ming Dynasty, 100,000 troops were stationed near the capital, safeguarding its security. The young eunuch galloped forth, and after verifying his orders, hastened into the main gate. That moment, the training grounds were alive with activity, as brawny soldiers were fervently drilled by their instructors. The palpable energy surged like a raging fire, even from dozens of meters away. One could feel the heat radiating towards them. Above the formations, the air seemed to shimmer with the fervor of martial spirit, sometimes resembling a dragon, at other times a tiger, grand and imposing. This was the essence of the army, the very soul of a military force. Only seasoned warriors could exhibit such prowess. Even the most revered martial saints or bodhisattvas would meet their end within the ranks. The young eunuch stifled his astonishment as he was led to the general's tent, where he presented the missive from Chongqing Palace. Upon reading the note, Chen Yinglong's expression darkened ominously. With a resounding crash, the table before him shattered into splinters, his voice slicing through the tension like a blade. What a fine display of palace decorum! To employ such underhanded tactics against my daughter, truly seeking death. Inside the tent, all present, including the messenger eunuch, fell into a hushed silence, paralyzed by the intensity of Chen Yinglong's wrath. Yet, he soon reined in his fury, stating coolly, "You may leave. I am aware of the situation." "Yes, your servant takes his leave." The young eunuch bowed and exited the tent, exhaling a sigh of relief only once he was outside. This esteemed marquis wielded considerable power. No wonder he could command the loyalty of the dragon martial camp's myriad soldiers. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he hurried away, aware that he was merely a messenger, and any delay could lead to severe repercussions. Indeed, even before dusk had settled, the soldiers stationed at the palace gates faced a thorough purge. Without exception, from the highest ranks down to the lowly, all were dismissed, including the duty officer of the day, and reassigned to the border garrison to engage in battle against the barbarian tribes. Such ruthless cruelty! When some noble figures within the palace received this news, a chill swept through their hearts. The border garrison, located at the frontiers, was perpetually embroiled in conflict, a veritable slaughterhouse with an alarmingly high mortality rate. To be sent there was akin to stepping through the gates of Hades. This unfortunate batch of palace guards had truly fallen into misfortune, and it remained a mystery who orchestrated such a scheme that even implicated Lady Chun. Did they not understand that her father was the illustrious Marquis of Xianwei? A mere decree could render one's existence more agonizing than death itself. At this moment, however, the palace of Kuan-Ning was enveloped in tranquility. Zhu Xiaolin was cautiously massaging the shoulders of Empress Wang, applying the perfect amount of pressure, which elicited a tender smile from her. She took Zhu Xiaolin's hand, her voice laced with concern as she said, "My dear Xiaolin, upon leaving the palace, you must remember to visit your mother often." "Rest assured, mother, I shall make it a point to come and pay my respects frequently," Zhu Xiaolin replied, nodding earnestly, displaying an admirable obedience. Observing this, Empress Wang felt a surge of guilt for her son. He was still but a child, destined to depart the palace and live independently. How could he possibly take care of himself? Suddenly, Zhu Xiaolin suggested, "If mother is worried about me, perhaps you could send Sister Qin to accompany me." In an instant, the expression of a female official standing not far from Empress Wang turned as pale as a sheet. Panic etched across her delicate features. She had long been aware of Zhu Xiaolin's affections for her. Should she truly find herself by his side, her fate would inevitably be one of becoming an object of his desires. The haunting memories of palace maids and noble women who had met untimely ends, whether by mysterious falls into wells or suspicious illnesses, sent tremors through her heart. Yet, with Zhu Xiaolin so near, she dared not voice her objections, bowing her head in silence, awaiting the Empress's decision. "Qin, being accustomed to my commands, I shall instead send Xiaohuan to assist you," Empress Wang ultimately declared, not acquiescing to Zhu Xiaolin's request. "Thank you, mother," Zhu Xiaolin said, casting a glance at Qin, feeling a twinge of regret, before turning to observe Xiaohuan, who, despite her smaller stature, possessed a striking appearance. That a smile graced his lips. Sensing Zhu Xiaolin's gaze upon her, Xiaohuan trembled, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. "Do not be afraid, Sister Huan. I am not a fearsome tiger. Once outside the palace, I will require your assistance with matters at the residence," Zhu Xiaolin reassured, his handsome face radiating warmth, though such gentleness sent chills down Xiaohuan's spine. "Xiaohuan, do you remember?" Empress Wang inquired, turning her attention to the young woman. With great effort to suppress her trepidation, Xiaohuan responded, "Yes, your majesty." As time pressed on, Zhu Xiaolin cast one last glance at Xiaohuan before taking his leave. At that moment, Eunuch Huang entered from outside, and upon seeing Empress Wang engaged in play with a cat, he remained silent. After a while, Empress Wang broke the stillness, inquiring, "What news from the palace gates?" The esteemed Eunuch Huang hastily replied, in response to Her Majesty the Empress, "Those individuals have indeed been purged and dispatched to the frontier garrison." Even he, a seasoned eunuch of many years, felt a tremor of unease at the mere mention of that blood-soaked garrison. "How do you feel about it?" inquired Empress Wang, her tone cool and detached. Eunuch Huang hesitated, momentarily taken aback, and stammered, "Is Lord Chen particularly formidable?" Empress Wang smiled, her countenance radiant and blooming like a flower. "Indeed, Lord Chen is not to be trifled with. The revered martial saint, commanding 100,000 Dragon Guard troops to protect the divine capital, could, with a mere word, send a squadron of palace guards to their doom at the garrison. One day, might he not also open the palace gates with a single utterance, putting both my life and that of the imperial family in jeopardy?" Upon hearing this, Eunuch Huang was engulfed by a wave of trepidation, his legs trembling as he bowed his head in silence, and with a sudden thud, he fell to his knees. What an enormous burden, a trivial matter, when recounted by the Empress, could become a matter of life and death. Truly, the sovereign of the harem can wield words that pierce the heart. However, to seek vengeance for the 13th prince by incurring the wrath of a hereditary lord seems rather reckless. Eunuch Huang cautiously glanced at Empress Wang. Feeling her regal visage grow increasingly inscrutable, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhu Gaolai remained seated behind the imperial desk, while below the elevated platform stood the formidable Xianwei Marquis Chen Yinglong. He performed a rigid courtesy, fulfilling his duties as a subject, adhering strictly to decorum. "Your Majesty, this humble minister has come to offer my apologies. Oh, what brings you to express such sentiments, my loyal minister?" Zhu Gaolai raised his gaze to his trusted official. "Your Majesty, Miss Yuan has written, stating that she was deliberately hampered by the guards at the palace gates. In a moment of rashness, I dispatched those guards to the frontier garrison. Your Majesty has entrusted me with the military affairs of the divine capital, yet I have misused public authority for personal matters, feeling unworthy of your trust, and thus I humbly request punishment." Chen Yinglong stated with unwavering seriousness, "Since you acknowledge your fault, I shall impose a penalty of 1 month's salary. Are you in agreement?" "I am in agreement, Your Majesty." "Then rise, that I happen to have matters to discuss with you." "Attend to him, grant him a seat." With a wave of his hand, Zhu Gaolai appeared wholly unconcerned about Chen Yinglong's misuse of authority. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chen Yinglong rose and took his seat. Zhu Gaolai inquired, "I have heard there have been disturbances at Yingtian Temple, merely the antics of some petty bandits from Qianyu Mountain. The Bone Buddha is no mere petty thief. It is but an imperfect Bone Buddha, hardly worth my attention. Had it not been for the multitude of onlookers that day, hindering my actions, I would have already captured it and extracted its spinal tendons to craft a divine bow for our Ming Dynasty." "Haha, I have faith in your abilities, my minister. Furthermore, I require you to keep a vigilant watch over Yingtian Temple, ensuring that no one disrupts my grand plans." Zhu Gaolai's gaze was profound as he sat upon the throne, his hands resting lightly, exuding an unparalleled imperial aura. "This minister shall obey." Chen Yinglong rose, lowered his head, and knelt on one knee in a scene marked by a harmonious exchange. Two individuals engaged in a question-and-answer dialogue, one seated while the other knelt, exuding an air of tranquility that belied any anticipated suspicions of courtly intrigue. Instead, they appeared as embodiments of a benevolent ruler and wise minister. Chapter 26. Resuming Old Professions, Chongqing Palace. The noble consort Chun lay languidly on her bed, listening to the responses of Lord Li, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "I had every confidence that my father would take action." However, Lord Li expressed a hint of concern, stating, "Your Highness's actions may render the Marquis somewhat passive, considering the blatant interference in the affairs of the Imperial Guards, and the systematic purging of certain individuals might provoke discontent among the royal family." It was unexpected that Lord Li possessed such foresight. Truly, he was worthy of his past as a powerful eunuch capable of grasping authority, even after being distanced from the center of power for so long. He retained such acute sensitivity. The noble consort dismissed his concerns with a wave of her hand, declaring, "This is merely a trivial matter. I trust my father will navigate it with ease." Why only curiosity lies in discovering who orchestrated this entire affair from the shadows. Could it be the Empress? Sitting upright, she turned her gaze toward Lord Li, who remained silent for a moment before responding. This old servant would not dare to speculate recklessly. Nonetheless, the method employed is rather crude and does not seem characteristic of that individual. The noble consort chuckled lightly. Perhaps she aims to lead everyone to think so. One can never be too certain. Of course, she did not believe that the Empress would resort to such blatant tactics. Regrettably, the two guards maintained their silence, preferring to serve at the borders rather than speak. Lord Li lowered his head, unwilling to engage further in this discourse. Very well, you may leave now. Please ensure that those below remain vigilant. Since Chongqing Palace has drawn attention, it is unlikely that this will conclude easily. The noble consort waved her hand dismissively. Yes, Your Highness. Lord Li bowed and retreated, conveying the message down the ranks. He then exited Chongqing Palace with deliberate steps. Feeling a sense of unease regarding its precarious situation, perhaps it was time to summon some of his former associates to stabilize the circumstances within Chongqing Palace, preventing it from being easily undermined. For the palace maids and eunuchs, the situation was not overly concerning. After all, most resided within Chongqing Palace, and with due caution, they would likely remain unscathed. Humph. It is undoubtedly jealousy of the noble consort Chen's favored status that has incited such malice. Indeed, otherwise, those guards stationed at the palace gates would not dare to threaten the noble consort. They must have been emboldened by foolishness, unaware that her father is the Marquis Chun. Now, they had been dispatched to the borders, likely never to return. Who would dare offend our noble consort Chen now? With the passage of time and the recent visit to the Marquis's residence, most of them had developed a sense of belonging within Chongqing Palace. After all, their mistress had a significant backing and was favored. Despite attracting hostility, her rank and status ensured that the monthly stipends and rewards were considerably greater than those received by others in the palace. Yang Fan, however, cared little for the monetary gains. After all, the palace provided him with food and shelter, and even if he earned money, there was no place to spend it. What he valued was the martial path. Having successfully completed his first blood transformation and become a martial apprentice, he was utterly captivated by the practice of martial arts, continuously refining and circulating his vital energy at any given moment. Moreover, as his attendant, he found himself with an abundance of time whenever Lady Qin did not venture outside, allowing him to pursue his cultivation in solitude. Free from any disturbances that he relished this tranquility. However, challenges soon arose. After undergoing a blood exchange, his appetite had markedly increased, leading to a greater consumption of resources during his training. The vitality pills bestowed upon him by Eunuch Li had been entirely depleted, and relying solely on his own reserves for vitality accumulation proved to be an exceedingly slow process. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy to earn some money for the purchase of more pills. Yang Fan paused his training for the day, his expression betraying his discontent. After an entire day of cultivation, the increase in his vitality was almost imperceptible, significantly slower than before the blood exchange, which was becoming increasingly intolerable. Fortunately, according to Xiao Lianzi, there were numerous eunuchs and palace maids in various courts who had received martial arts legacies, and a considerable quantity of pills often circulated among them. As long as one had the funds, it was still possible to procure the pills. He pondered where they acquired such a wealth of pills. Xiao Lianzi shrugged. Who knows? Some say they are granted from above. Others claim they flow in from outside the palace, and there are those who assert they come from the armory. As for their true origins, only the sellers themselves are privy to that information. Yang Fan nodded in understanding. How much is a vitality pill? Xiao Lianzi gestured with his hand. 5 taels of silver. Yang Fan was taken aback. That sum could sustain an ordinary family of 3 for at least 3 months. Yet it was merely enough to purchase a single vitality pill. Truly exorbitant, he calculated roughly, realizing that he had consumed 15 vitality pills to complete his first blood exchange. By simple arithmetic, that amounted to 75 taels of silver. For others, it would likely take several times that amount. It was indeed true what they said. The impoverished excel in literature, while the wealthy excel in martial arts. Without money, one could scarcely hope to achieve anything in martial cultivation. Yet, the harsh reality was that his monthly allowance was a mere 1 tael of silver. He could not even afford half a vitality pill. Yang Fan fell into silence. The sensation of toiling from dawn till dusk to earn money, while managing car and mortgage payments, unexpectedly resurfaced, catching him off guard. Xiao Lianzi offered words of comfort. Xiao Fanzi, Your talent is exceptional. Once you successfully undergo the blood exchange, Eunuch will surely value you more. And at that time, there will be vitality pills bestowed upon you. Besides, Eunuch just gifted you a vial of vitality pills. If you use them sparingly, they could last for several months. At the mention of that vial of vitality pills, Xiao Linzi's envy was palpable. Yang Fan, however, could only smile wryly. He had already exhausted that vial. Although he had successfully completed the blood exchange, he was reluctant to divulge this information to others in the depths of the inner palace. One could not afford to be without a few trump cards. Moreover, given the recent troubles in the Chongqing Palace, one could not be certain of what incidents might arise. Perhaps this trump card would come in handy. Should he reveal this information prematurely, and Eunuch assign him to some perilous task, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, as long as he did not deliberately flaunt his vitality, unless a skilled martial artist observed him closely, it would be nearly impossible to ascertain whether he had undergone the blood exchange. With the notion of obtaining vitality pills from Eunuch temporarily extinguished, Yang Fan began to contemplate where else he might procure them. Suddenly, a figure surfaced in his mind. Xiao Linzi. How could he have forgotten him? Last time, Yang Fan had successfully plundered his opponent, earning a significant reward consisting of a manual and 2 chi blood pills. It was indeed a considerable fortune. It seemed he would have to return to his former trade. Yang Fan mused to himself. That night, Xiao Linzi emerged briskly from the Kuan-Ning Palace, his countenance adorned with an air of arrogance as he surveyed the other eunuchs and maidservants, exuding an undeniable superiority. Despite the humiliation he endured at the hands of Yang Fan and his companions, which brought disgrace from his adoptive father, Eunuch Huang, he had managed to harness the power of a Tonghui pill given by Eunuch Li. This allowed him to control his chi blood successfully and suppress those scheming little eunuchs who aspired to surpass him, thus regaining favor. He even received encouragement and rewards from Eunuch Huang, which filled him with renewed pride. "You little pests, you shall never surpass me," he declared with fervor as he strode confidently along. However, as he reached the alley where Yang Fan had ambushed him, a flicker of darkness crossed his eyes. Sooner or later, he would take vengeance. He contemplated various methods to punish Yang Fan when, unexpectedly, a hand appeared behind him, delivering a heavy blow. What? Xiao Linzi did not have time to react before darkness enveloped him, and his last consciousness vaguely sensed hands reaching into his bosom. My techniques and pills. He screamed within, but the next moment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Before long, a figure darted out from the alley, deliberately keeping a low profile. Head bowed, and footsteps hurried. Feeling the manual and a bottle of pills in his grasp, he lifted his gaze to find none other than Yang Fan, upon seeing the nearby side hall of the Chongqing Palace. He couldn't help but smile. Indeed, without the wild grass, the horse would not thrive. Without windfall, one cannot prosper. Yang Fan tightened his clothing and stepped inside. Unbeknownst to him, it was only later that Xiao Linzi regained consciousness in the alley. His first instinct was to reach for his chest. To his horror, he found his clothing brutally torn open, his belt unfastened, and he had been completely stripped of his possessions. Not only had he lost the manual and pills he had just acquired, but even the 2 taels of silver he had secretly hidden in the soles of his shoes were gone. The pain was so intense it left his mind blank. No, after a long while, he finally managed to utter a sound, a mournful cry reminiscent of a lamenting wild goose, trembling with despair, sounding utterly forlorn. Chapter 27. The art of harvesting leeks in the firewood room across the courtyard. After tidying up a bit, Yang Fan began to meticulously assess his latest gains. The manual appeared rather antiquated, yet upon opening it, he discovered detailed illustrations of human blood vessels, with simple lines intricately outlining the entire network. Chi blood guidance diagram. Yang Fan's lips curled into a smile as he read the annotations in delicate script. This Xiao Linzi was indeed impressive. He had not anticipated acquiring such a valuable item. If Xiao Linzi were to find out, he would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. How could this not be precious? This was a gift bestowed by Eunuch Huang, recognizing his diligence, hoping for his success in blood transformation. Now, it had fallen into Yang Fan's hands for nothing. Setting the manual aside, Yang Fan uncorked the porcelain vial and peered inside, where 8 pale yellow chi blood pills lay obediently. With the addition of a few scattered taels of silver, Yang Fan had successfully amassed a considerable fortune from this venture. As the night deepened, he swiftly committed the chi blood guidance diagram to memory and stowed it away, instead retrieving the previously acquired eagle claw technique and placing it within his bosom. As for the chi blood pills and silver, due to their potential necessity, He kept them close at hand. Silently returning to his quarters for rest, he paid no mind to the continuous sounds of snoring emanating from the small room shared by the four of them. He quietly slipped into his own bed, his ever-cautious nature alerting him to a fleeting pause in the breath of the little spirit beside him before it resumed its rhythmic snoring. Narrowing his gaze slightly, he waited a moment before surrendering to sleep, aware that an unsettling presence compelled him to remain vigilant. Before dawn the following day, the little spirit rose, casting a glance at Yang Fan's position before quietly exiting the room. Before long, the sounds of practice could be heard from outside. It was only after a while that Yang Fan opened his eyes, climbed out of bed, dressed, and strolled leisurely outside with his hands tucked into his sleeves. To his surprise, he did not engage in any training. Instead, he departed from the Chongqing Palace. Although he had spent some time in this inner palace, Yang Fan had always been cautiously exploring, never truly taking the opportunity to behold the grandeur of the imperial city. Navigating through familiar paths, he first arrived at the monitoring courtyard, where he indulged in a hearty breakfast, leaving amidst the envious gazes of the junior eunuchs. Eunuchs of higher rank naturally held a status far superior to those unranked servants in the monitoring courtyard, who were often burdened with menial and exhausting tasks, rarely enjoying freedom. That in contrast, Yang Fan, having secured a position of significance, was spared from many of these laborious duties. Exiting the monitoring courtyard, Yang Fan began to wander aimlessly. The imperial city was vastly larger than the forbidden city of his previous life, at least 10 times its size, filled with palatial structures, pavilions, and exquisite gardens, all interconnected by corridors and courtyards, a sight to behold. Undoubtedly, it was the illustrious Ming Dynasty, and Yang Fan could not help but admire its enduring legacy. In his past life, where could one find a dynasty that had thrived for millennia, if one were to search? Perhaps only the legends of the Xia and Shang dynasties would suffice. Before he knew it, Yang Fan found himself near Kunning Palace. He chose not to proceed further, instead seeking a secluded corner to wait. Indeed, it was not long before he spotted the little spirit, whose face was clouded with anger, brow furrowed as if everyone owed him a secret manual, a bottle of elixir, or a few taels of silver. Having just received a reward, he had now lost it in the blink of an eye. This matter was one he dared not disclose, swallowing his grievances in silence as he began to secretly scrutinize those around him, particularly the several junior eunuchs who habitually vied for his favor. He was convinced that one among them was responsible for his misfortune, harboring resentment for having benefited at his expense, and was determined to uncover the culprit. At that moment, however, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Yang Fan. Initially startled, he soon felt a chill run down his spine. What was he doing here? Did he not realize that Kunning Palace harbored animosity towards Chongqing Palace? If discovered, their connection could spell trouble for him. Since the last incident where he had leaked information about Kunning Palace and the 13th Prince, the little spirit had become a pawn in the hands of Li Gonggong, forced into the role of an informant for Chongqing Palace. Naturally, he considered himself a valuable chess piece, not easily discarded, and had never anticipated that Yang Fan would so brazenly seek him out. In an instant, Xiao Linzi was both astonished and enraged. He quickly scanned the surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of others, let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, Xiao Fanzi, are you trying to get me killed? Yang Fan, unfazed, raised his hand and tossed over the eagle claw technique. This belongs to you. I return it. As Xiao Linzi received it, he recognized it as the manual that had been confiscated from him previously. Initially elated, his expression soon darkened, inevitably recalling the events of the previous night, when he was robbed once more. A flicker of suspicion crossed his face as he regarded Yang Fan. Could it be that this very person was behind last night's incident? However, Yang Fan maintained his composure, his expression steady as he replied, "The palace has been tumultuous these past few days. Eunuch Li specifically instructed us not to leave the palace. Today, I seized the opportunity to return the manual to you. Since we are now family, let us bury the past, shall we?" In just a few sentences, he inadvertently revealed several pieces of information. First, it was Yang Fan's first outing since returning from the visit to concubine Chen. Second, following the leak of information previously, they were now all in the same boat, and it was better to resolve conflicts than to exacerbate them. Xiao Linzi, unaware that this was Yang Fan's deliberate strategy, pondered briefly before dismissing his doubts. Nonetheless, he did not offer Yang Fan a warm reception. Next time, if there is nothing urgent, do not disturb me. With that, Xiao Linzi turned to leave. Wait, Yang Fan called out, halting him, but he raised his hand and tossed another item. which Xiao Linzi instinctively caught, only to discover it was 2 qi blood pills. This too is for you. Now we are even. Xiao Linzi stared in disbelief at the pills in his hand. Then at Yang Fan, completely dispelling any lingering suspicions. Would someone who intended harm return items? Xiao fancied that a flicker of gratitude began to bloom within him, for the losses sustained the previous night had been considerable. And these 2 pills would certainly alleviate his immediate predicament. Let bygones be bygones, he thought as he cast a lingering glance at Yang Fan before departing. Yang Fan smiled with satisfaction, watching Xiao Linzi's retreating figure before turning to leave himself. Although he had returned the eagle claw technique, its contents were now firmly etched in his memory, allowing him to reproduce it at will. Thus, he had not truly lost out. As for the rationale behind returning the 2 qi blood pills, he had his own considerations. One must harvest chives gradually, leaving some roots behind for future growth. Otherwise, how could he reap again next time? Over the long haul, a steady stream was preferable. This was the art of harvesting chives. Having completed this endeavor, Yang Fan felt quite pleased and strolled back to the Chaqing Palace, only to find the atmosphere within the palace unusually tense. What had transpired? Spotting Xiao Linzi and Xiao Zhu, he hastened over and whispered, "What's going on?" With a sigh, Xiao Linzi responded, "Eunuch seems to have unearthed a few old eunuchs from some corner and appointed them as deputy managers and overseers of the palace. Our lives are likely to become quite difficult now." After all, this implicitly demoted them several ranks, and with the uncertainty surrounding the character of the newly appointed deputy manager and overseer, one could only wonder how manageable the days ahead would be. Thus, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Chapter 28, The Assassination of the King. Before long, 3 elderly eunuchs emerged alongside Lord Li. Each appeared to be over 50 years of age, their faces etched with deep wrinkles. And though their frames were substantial, their physiques were notably slender. Their eyes bore the sharpness and acerbity characteristic of eunuchs, instilling a sense of caution in those who dared to underestimate them. Among them, Deputy Supervisor Lin served as Lord Li's right-hand man, primarily tasked with assisting him. The other 2 stewards, Supervisor Song, oversaw the treasury of the palace, while Supervisor Luo managed personnel matters. Thus, the framework for personnel management within Chongqing Palace was effectively established. Lord Li briefly introduced the 3, prompting everyone to pay their respects. "I have met Deputy Supervisor Lin, Supervisor Song, and Supervisor Luo. Please rise. Let us all commit to our duties henceforth." After this succinct introduction, Lord Li departed with his entourage, allowing everyone to exhale with a hint of relief. In the depths of the imperial palace, enduring for an extended period is an art in itself. The adage "with age comes wisdom" holds particularly true in the palace. And given that these 3 eunuchs had garnered Lord Li's esteem, they were certainly not to be trifled with. Yang Fan had just discreetly observed the hands of the 3, noting that they were calloused, revealing their prowess in martial arts, contrary to their seemingly frail appearances. With time to spare, Yang Fan found a secluded spot and resumed his cultivation of vital energy. His progress in refining this energy was slow, yet it was preferable to stagnation. That he still possessed 6 qi blood pills, which he believed would sustain him for several days. Employing the qi blood guidance chart he had memorized, Yang Fan began to methodically circulate his vital energy. And indeed, his efficiency improved significantly compared to his previous attempts. Noticing no one was paying him any mind, he swallowed a qi blood pill, feeling the warmth spread within him as it flowed through his body under his control. The difference between indulging in resources and lacking them was stark. This single pill was equivalent to 10 days of his most rigorous training. However, the cost of such cultivation was exorbitantly steep, 5 taels of silver. The mere thought of it disappearing in an instant made Yang Fan wince, and he could only console himself with the notion that it was a gift freely given, which softened the blow somewhat. As he contemplated this, he casually popped another pill into his mouth. Should others learn of his casual consumption of such medicine, they would undoubtedly be envious, lamenting the waste of something so fortuitously acquired. Naturally, while Yang Fan cultivated, he also pondered ways to earn money. Robbery and exploitation could yield quick returns, but the risks were considerable. Should he encounter a formidable opponent or attract unwanted attention, disaster could ensue. Relying solely on his monthly stipend and rewards would likely take months to amass a single qi blood pill. In that time, he might as well resort to thievery. Even if he were caught, at least it would be a more exhilarating experience. Perhaps he should venture into the deep palace black market, as little Lianzi had suggested, to explore any new avenues for income and perhaps sell the eagle claw technique for some much-needed funds. Yang Fan quietly resolved to do so. As the day slipped away, Night fell once more. Within Chongqing Palace, several personal maidservants remained to attend to concubine Chun, while the other maidservants and eunuchs gradually departed the palace and returned to their quarters. Yang Fan naturally was among them. After a day of cultivation, he felt somewhat fatigued from the prolonged circulation of his vital energy and soon found himself succumbing to slumber on the second day. Before dawn, he awoke as usual, his body once again brimming with vitality. He donned his attire, stepped outside to practice his skills, attended to his grooming, and partook in his meal, all with remarkable regularity. However, an unforeseen incident occurred during the roll call. A palace maid was inexplicably missing. The steward, Luo, who was on duty that day, wore a grim expression, his gaze slicing through the faces of those present like a knife, and he spoke in a chilling tone. What audacity! On my very first roll call, someone dares to shirk their duties. Send a few individuals to fetch her. We shall enforce the palace regulations. Upon hearing this, a wave of dread washed over the gathered eunuchs and maids. As they realized that the old steward intended to assert his authority with fervor, the palace regulations were no trifling matter. The whip, crafted from specially tanned cowhide and soaked in oil, could easily strip a person of half their life with just 10 lashes. They had no choice but to steel themselves and search for the missing maid. Yet, she was nowhere to be found in her quarters or elsewhere. Could she have truly vanished? Luo furrowed his brow and began to organize others to join the search. For the Chongqing Palace was not so vast that one could simply disappear without reason, unless the individual had never been in the palace at all. After searching for over half an hour, they finally discovered the maid. However, she lay lifeless and the countenance of Luo Guan shifted dramatically. How could such a formidable individual possibly remain concealed within the depths of the imperial palace? Li Gonggong also wore a grim expression. While it was one thing for such a powerful figure to hide within the palace, why had they set their sights on Chongqing Palace? Although the adversary had merely slain an ordinary maid, it still sent a chill of trepidation coursing through Li Gonggong, leaving him feeling as if he were exposed to danger. Just then, a sudden announcement echoed from outside. The emperor has arrived. Instantly, chaos erupted within Chongqing Palace. The emperor is here. How could this be so sudden? Li Gonggong's visage paled, and he swiftly sealed off the area once more before hastening outside. Upon his appearance, he immediately quelled the tumultuous scene. After issuing a few sharp reprimands, order was restored as everyone began to methodically prepare to receive the imperial presence. Yang Fan composed himself amidst the crowd, finally laying eyes upon the sovereign of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Gaolai. His demeanor was regal, his features exceptionally noble, with strands of white peppering his hair, giving him an air of aged wisdom, despite appearing to be around 50 years of age. Yet, the aura he exuded was unparalleled, commanding an authority that Yang Fan had never before witnessed. Even the martial saint, Lord Chuning Long, and that formidable being of the Bodhisattva caliber appeared as mere flickers of flame, hesitant to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Your Majesty, came the respectful address. Chen Fei, having evidently dressed with great haste, approached in elegant court attire, exuding charm, her voice soft and mellifluous, stirring a gentle flutter in the hearts of those present at ease. Responded Zhu Gaolai with a nod that I happened to pass by and thought to pay a visit. Yuan, have you settled well in Chongqing Palace? In reply to your Majesty, everything is well in Chongqing Palace. However, I have greatly missed your Majesty during your absence. Chen Fei replied tenderly. Yet, at that moment, Peng En, who accompanied Zhu Gaolai, suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing a fierce and sinister wind rushing towards them. Not good. Protect the emperor. The doors of the side hall burst open with a thunderous roar, and a figure clad in human skin hurtled forth with alarming speed. Chapter 29. Bearing the celestial mandate with a resounding shout. Peng En called out, and numerous figures surged forward from the surroundings, positioning themselves in front of Zhu Gaolai. The attendees within Chongqing Palace were all struck with horror. Li Gonggong and the others were particularly pale. As if calamity had descended from the heavens, someone dared to attempt regicide within Chongqing Palace. Your Majesty, Chen Fei's complexion drained of color, her strength waning, but Zhu Gaolai steadied her, assuring, fear not, I am here. Nothing will harm you. The figure in human skin swelled in the air, expanding like a net, emanating a chilling and eerie aura that seemed intent on obscuring the sun above that eye in an instant. It cast a shadow over the entirety of Chongqing Palace. Meanwhile, Peng En darted forward with agility, charging towards the sinister figure. What a treacherous specter, daring to act with impunity before the emperor, Peng En bellowed. His fingers clenched into a fist, striking with the force of a thunderous decree. Crack! The punch shattered the void, resembling a dark lightning bolt slicing through the air, and a scream erupted from the figure in human skin. "You audacious eunuch! How dare you harm me?" "Harm you? I intend to eliminate you today." Peng Yan's face twisted with malevolence. He was eager to flay this intruder alive for daring to commit regicide within the palace. "You, with your meager skills, are not capable of such feats," the figure in human skin retorted, stretching its form midair, and what had initially appeared as a withered skin suddenly swelled, transforming into the silhouette of a woman. She appeared as a ghostly figure reminiscent of a deceased palace maiden. The servant humbly greeted her. With a charming smile, she performed a bow midair, then opened her arms and lunged toward Peng Yan. Reaching him in the blink of an eye, Peng Yan struck her with his palm, momentarily halted by the bizarre elasticity of her human skin. In the next instant, the maiden's arm coiled around his, as if devoid of bones, wrapping tightly around him like a constricting serpent. She entwined herself around him with the tenacity of an old vine clinging to a tree. "Great serpent, bind the tree and crush me," she uttered in a voice that was both masculine and feminine, powerful and resonant, exerting tremendous force in an attempt to strangle Peng Yan right there. However, Peng Yan began to laugh maniacally. "You dare to think you can kill me?" In an instant, his body swelled, muscles erupting forth, transforming his previously gaunt figure into an enormous mass. Standing 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, he resembled a walking mountain of flesh. The layers of bulging muscles appeared terrifying. He extended his arms, thick as wash basins, and effortlessly broke free from her grasp, seizing the maiden by her head and feet. "Die!" he bellowed, taking a deep breath before tearing her apart, lifting the transformed maiden above his head and violently splitting her into two. Blood sprayed everywhere, drenching Peng Yan's face. Unfazed, he wiped his face, his fierce demeanor sending shockwaves through the onlookers, with Yang Fan's eyes widening in disbelief. "What kind of monster is this? It's simply too powerful." Yang Fan vaguely heard the eunuch utter 3 words. "Flesh diamond." His tone was filled with an indescribable horror, as if he found the existence of such a being utterly unfathomable. Flesh diamond? Could it be the manifestation of the flesh refining heavenly barrier? Yang Fan pondered. In such a short span of time, he had encountered the muscle bodhisattva, the blood warrior saint, and now the flesh diamond. What of the skin refiners and bone refiners? The appearance of so many formidable beings in succession made him feel unreasonably fortunate. Meanwhile, the maiden, now in 2 pieces, appeared severely wounded, letting out a chilling scream. Yet both halves remained alive, transforming back into human skin and frantically fleeing towards the palace exit. Peng Yan's massive form hindered his speed, and he could not intercept her in time. Just then, Zhu Gaolai, surrounded by guards, let out a soft sigh. "Before me, where do you think you can escape? Kneel?" The last 4 words, as if spoken with the authority of heaven itself, resonated through the air. The world seemed to tremble slightly, abruptly freezing in that moment. The human skin that had fled a considerable distance was suddenly drawn back, reappearing before Zhu Gaolai, compelled by an invisible force to kneel on the ground. The human skin struggled desperately, unable to rise. "You dare to attempt to kill me?" Zhu Gaolai gazed down at the figure, his expression devoid of emotion, as if a mighty dragon were looking upon an insignificant ant. He stated coolly, "You are not worthy." With that, an overwhelming force surged forth to know. The human skin quaked violently, as if struck by lightning, and exploded into a fine mist. Yang Fan stood in stunned silence. Zhu Gaolai, seemingly devoid of any aura, unleashed a power akin to that of the heavens with just a few words. The formidable individual, possessing an extraordinary prowess akin to that of a master of skin refinement, appeared before him as feeble as an infant. With a mere utterance, he was condemned. Zhu Gaolai, seemingly unfazed by the incident, led Xin Fei into the palace. The skilled bodyguards who had been covertly protecting him also vanished into thin air. Outside the Chongqing Palace, Peng Yan reverted to his original form, seemingly unaffected by his attire, which bore an enigmatic quality as it remained unscathed. Upon noticing the heap of powdered remains on the ground, he let out a cold snort. "Consider it a boon to you. Bring it to me and deliver it to the Qitian Supervisory Bureau. Let Supervisor Shin deduce the identity of the perpetrator. I shall ensure the annihilation of their entire lineage, leaving no survivors among the 9 clans." His voice was fierce, instilling a sense of dread in all who heard it. "Yes." Immediately, a nearby young eunuch stepped forward, utilizing a black cloth bag to collect the remnants before hastily departing. Subsequently, Peng An cast a frigid gaze upon the assembly within the Chongqing Palace, his icy demeanor rendering those present as if trapped in a frozen abyss, in light of such events transpiring within the Chongqing Palace. "Do you not owe me an explanation?" Peng An articulated slowly, while the group of eunuchs at his side regarded the others with equally grim expressions, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent palpable in the air. Eunuch Li hastily emerged. "Peng Gonggong, please temper your fury. This matter bears no relation to our Chongqing Palace. Humph. The determination of relevance is not yours to make. Bring these individuals back to the Eastern Depot for rigorous interrogation." Boom! With a single decree from Peng An, their fates were irrevocably sealed. The Eastern Depot remained as notorious as ever, wielding imperial authority that permitted them to execute without prior notification, their power unrestrained. Yang Fan, amidst the crowd, felt a change in his countenance. He understood the gravity of the Eastern Depot within the Ming Dynasty. Once ensnared within its confines, one could find oneself embroiled in troubles even without having committed any offense. Especially given the charges of colluding with assassins and plotting against the sovereign, they were undeniably doomed. Even the typically composed Eunuch Li felt a surge of trepidation, let alone the palace maids and eunuchs nearby, who trembled as if caught in a tempest. The three newly appointed elder eunuchs fared even worse, their faces ashen, as though they had ingested a mouthful of decayed flies, regretting their first day of duty. They lamented that they would have preferred to remain in the confines of the monitoring yard, where they could at least lead a life of quietude as the eunuchs behind Peng and advanced toward them. Many within the Chongqing Palace were paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of the will to resist, surrendering themselves without a fight. That moment, a young eunuch hurriedly emerged from the Chongqing Palace, whispering urgently into Eunuch Li's ear. After listening, Peng An nodded, his chilling gaze sweeping over the crowd once more. "You are fortunate indeed. Lady Chen Fei has interceded on your behalf, and His Majesty has graciously pardoned your transgressions. Why do you linger? You ought to express your gratitude to His Majesty without delay." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your benevolence." The crowd from the Chongqing Palace exhaled a collective sigh of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of death. Yang Fan also discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. They had truly come perilously close to demise. "This cannot continue. My progress is far too sluggish. It appears that my venture into the dark underbelly of the palace must be expedited." Yang Fan once again felt the weight of an involuntary brush with mortality, a sense of urgency welling up within him. Chapter 30. The Case of Yesteryear's Puff. Within the depths of a grand palace. As Zhu Gaolai uttered the fateful decree to execute the enigmatic figure clad in human skin, a silhouette seated behind the drapes suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid splattered upon the white curtains, a sight both jarring and vivid. Through the fabric, one could faintly discern the glimmering form of a bare body, its skin resembling a golden silk kasaya that shielded it. Yet, upon its shoulder, a patch of skin was grotesquely missing. Seemingly sliced away with meticulous precision, the edges crumpled and jagged, revealing the bloodied flesh and bone beneath. That it was as if a flawless tapestry had been ruthlessly torn asunder, evoking a profound sense of lamentation. Truly, the sovereign of the Ming Dynasty, gathering the fortune of a nation, with the heavens as his mandate, appeared to be impervious to harm before the downfall of his dynasty. A voice, ambiguous in gender, emerged from its lips, cold and devoid of warmth. "Were I to don the skin of the Ming sovereign, my nine sovereign skin refinement technique might ascend to unprecedented heights. Alas, I must now seek alternative means." Nevertheless, the objective had been achieved, granting me a fleeting glimpse into the essence of this ancient being. That a faint mockery resonated from behind the drapes, its sound gradually fading into silence. In the Chongqing Palace. Zhu Gaolai lingered not long, seemingly just a chance passerby, departing shortly after, leaving behind a tinge of regret upon the countenance of Lady Chen. Following the assassination attempt, the atmosphere within the palace was fraught with trepidation. Upon encountering Lady Chen, the attendants could not restrain themselves from kneeling once more. "Thank you, Lady Chen. Had it not been for her intercession, they might have found themselves subjected to the torturous boards of the Eastern Depot, with their very lives hanging in the balance." "Enough? Rise." Lady Chen waved her hand nonchalantly. "You are all under my protection." As she dismissed the assembly, Eunuch Li and three elderly eunuchs remained. Lady Chen's expression darkened ominously. What on earth transpired? The steward, Luo, stood resolutely, narrating the events of the morning's summons in meticulous detail, from the discovery of the missing maid to the revelation of the human skin, leaving nothing concealed. So, this maid was replaced only last night. Are you certain? Lady Chen's mind raced with dread at the thought of the assassin having already infiltrated their ranks. The elderly eunuchs dared not respond. Those who had entered the realm of skin refining possessed the ability to alter their forms, making them nearly impossible to detect. They could not guarantee when the personnel below might have been substituted. However, to successfully replace a target, one must possess an intimate familiarity with the individual, lest they reveal their deception. Thus, it was likely that the maid had indeed been swapped out just the previous night. Yet how could the perpetrator have known that the emperor would visit Chongqing Palace today? Or perhaps the true target was not the emperor at all, but rather Lady Chen herself. Humph. Lady Chen scoffed coldly, her voice laced with frost. Conduct a thorough investigation of the entire palace. I refuse to be consumed in the dead of night, my sinews and flesh exchanged for another skin. Yes, the elderly eunuchs responded with trepidation and took their leave. However, before they could commence their own inquiries, Peng An had already arrived, accompanied by agents from the Eastern Depot, sealing off Chongqing Palace to conduct a thorough examination. Lady Chun was summoned forth. Observing her troubled countenance, Peng An spoke with a smile. Lady Chun, we are merely carrying out our orders. I hope you will forgive the intrusion. Not at all, remarked the imperial consort Chun. Peng An nodded, instructing someone to bring forth a bronze mirror, its surface etched with divine symbols and restrictive spells. That he spoke softly. This is the corporeal mirror. It can reveal the true essence of the soul and exterminate the malevolent spirits within. He continued, now, each of you must pass before me and accept the reflection of the corporeal mirror, the true essence of your souls. Extermination of the evil spirits within. A subtle change flickered across Yang Fan's countenance amidst the crowd. He feared that the mirror might expose him. Noticing the stillness, Peng An's expression hardened. Move swiftly. Anyone who dares to avoid the reflection will face my wrath. The mere mention conjured images in everyone's minds of Peng An transforming into a muscular giant, tearing apart a palace maid, sending a chill down their spines. Elderly was the first to step forward, accepting the mirror's gaze. The bronze surface appeared hazy, revealing no discernible changes, with Li as the harbinger. The other three elder eunuchs followed suit, and soon the crowd began to form a line. Before long, it was Yang Fan's turn. He suppressed the tumult in his heart as he walked past the corporeal mirror, feeling a surge of scorching energy sweep through him. Yet, as he passed, the mirror remained unresponsive, prompting a sigh of relief from him. That it seemed he had fully integrated with the original soul, leaving no latent dangers. However, unbeknownst to him, as he passed before the mirror, the celestial image in his palm suddenly manifested, and the previously serene visage twisted into a ghastly sneer before gradually returning to tranquility. Soon, apart from the imperial consort Chen, everyone in the palace had undergone the inspection. Is the verification complete? Peng An inquired, nodding. I appreciate your assistance, Your Highness. We must proceed to inspect other palaces and shall not impose further upon you. With that, he departed with his entourage. After an entire morning of thorough investigation throughout the imperial city, they found no second replacement, an event that should have elicited joy, yet Peng An's expression remained grim. This indicated that the assassin was not merely a servant, but a person of significant stature. What shall we do now, supervisor? A young eunuch approached, speaking softly. Peng An's voice turned icy. Shift from light to shadow, and conduct an all-out investigation. We must uncover the identity of this individual. I wish to see how audacious they are to commit such an act of treachery. Understood. The eunuchs behind him felt a chill of apprehension, aware that Peng An was genuinely enraged, each silently praying that they would not become the target of his ire. Send word to Supervisor Shun. Have someone on standby, and report any developments promptly. You are all dismissed. Peng An disbanded the group and, with a dark expression, entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony. What has transpired? Zhu Gaolai remarked upon hearing the commotion, only to see Peng An kneeling on the ground. Momentarily taken aback, Peng An pressed his forehead to the floor, saying, Your Majesty, you have entrusted me, a humble minister, with the oversight of the Eastern Depot, to carry out surveillance duties. Who could have anticipated such treachery occurring within the depths of the palace? I acknowledge my guilt. However, I beseech your Majesty to consider my past diligence and permit me to continue investigating this matter, that I shall certainly capture the assassin. To his surprise, Zhu Gaolai smiled and replied, Why such formality, my good companion? Rise quickly, a mere cowardly thief, nothing more. I have yet to regard him with any seriousness. Moreover, I have long harbored suspicions about his identity. For now, I merely allow him to retain his life as a dog. What? Peng An suddenly looked up. Your Majesty knows who it is? As the sovereign of the Ming Dynasty, I naturally possess an intuition, especially when someone dares to threaten my authority. Although Zhu Galya's voice was calm, it carried an air of inscrutable majesty. Yet Peng An was convinced that Zhu Galai spoke the truth. Then, what shall I do next? I shall continue the investigation as usual. However, there is another matter I wish for you to look into. Zhu Galai slowly articulated. The director of the Astronomical Bureau has reported to me that there have been recent celestial phenomena, with the sun and moon set to alter, and the imperial star may be in perilous inversion. This may be linked to a case from years past. Though I am skeptical, the case of the Qi prince has lingered for over 30 years and deserves resolution. In those days, Zhu Gaolai was bestowed the title of Prince of Chu, while the Qi prince was the heir apparent. However, the Qi prince conspired against the throne and was executed by the late emperor, paving the way for Zhu Galya's ascension. Yet, the Qi prince's body mysteriously vanished, suggesting a feigned death. Even after the passing of the late emperor, his whereabouts remained unknown. Numerous investigations over the decades yielded no results. Now, with celestial changes afoot, the mysteries of fate are difficult to discern. And Zhu Gaolai intends to reopen this case. I have a sense that the bloodline of the Qi prince may very well be concealed within this royal palace. Conduct your inquiries discreetly. Lest you startle the serpent among the grass, I am keen to discover what the Qi prince has been scheming in the shadows all these years. Yes, Your Majesty. Peng An bowed once more. Chapter 31. The precious treasure acquired. Though the heat of the day was intense, the night had begun to carry a touch of coolness. After a long day of exertion, Yang Fan felt weary. As he lay upon his bed, just as he was about to succumb to slumber, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found the world transformed. What is happening? Yang Fan was startled to discover that he had entered an unfamiliar realm, adorned with red bricks and green tiles, the architecture resembling a spacious Taoist temple, bustling with individuals clad in Taoist robes. As he observed several figures approaching, he instinctively attempted to sidestep them, only to find his body passing directly through theirs. An illusion? He pondered, though uncertain of how he had arrived in this place. He decided to follow the Taoist disciples moving about. Before long, he arrived at a grand Taoist hall. The expansive courtyard measured several hundred meters on each side, its entirety paved with gleaming white jade. Radiating brilliance, surrounding the hall stood 5 imposing stone tablets. He surveyed the scene, noting that over 1,000 Taoist disciples were engaged in martial arts training, all clad in black cloth shoes and azure Taoist robes. At the center of the hall sat an enormous human figure. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to the palm-sized human figure he had obtained from the Ying Tian temple. Could this be a Taoist sanctuary of the Ying Tian sect? A sense of unease washed over Yang Fan. He began to speculate about his predicament. Perhaps he had entered a dreamlike realm conjured by the palm-sized human figure. At that moment, the colossal human figure presented a posture of hand seals before its chest, with a myriad of colors shimmering on its surface, exposing sinews, flesh, and skin. That he scrutinized the figure closely, and indeed, it mirrored his own perfectly, with every detail flawless. However, the likeness of the figure had undergone a profound transformation. In the past, the figure within the palm was that of a composed and benevolent middle-aged man. However, now it bore a faint resemblance to Yang Fan. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing a subtle shift in his expression. Earlier that day, he had walked past the mirror of the exalted body, which, according to the Grand Eunuch Peng An, possessed the ability to unveil the true visage of one's soul and eradicate any malevolent spirits residing within. Could it be that, although the mirror had shown no reaction at the time, it was not ineffective but rather already in motion? A chill ran down Yang Fan's spine as he grasped the implication. It was no wonder he had been unable to harness the power of this figure. For it did not belong to him. It had another master. Its master was the enigmatic remnant soul that resided within the figure. This realization filled Yang Fan with dread. As the eerie demise of the palace made in the side hall seemed to materialize before his eyes, had he not encountered the reflection of the mirror of the exalted body, it might very well have been his fate, being overtaken by a malevolent spirit, losing his corporeal form, and being reborn anew. Reflecting on this, Yang Fan felt a sliver of relief. It seemed that treasures were not easily acquired. The secrets of this world were far too numerous, and one misstep could lead to complete ruin. He had thought he had stumbled upon a divine gift, only to find it harbored treacherous intentions. Alas, one's calculations are often surpassed by the designs of fate, ultimately benefiting himself for no reason. Yang Fan exhaled deeply and turned to observe the disciples of the Taoist sect gathered around the stone tablet. A stirring within him prompted him to approach, passing through the ethereal figures. And upon closer inspection, he discovered that this stone tablet bore an immensely grand depiction of a battle scene. The diagram of the dragon and elephant battling the heavens. A colossal elephant, larger than a mountain, charged fiercely from the land, while a massive azure dragon coiled and emerged from the sea, both roaring defiantly into the sky. Upon careful examination, the elephant and dragon were rendered with astonishing realism. Their skin and scales depicted in exquisite detail, clearly the work of a master artist. He could even visualize it, forming the aura of the ninth blood transformation, thereby gaining the strength of the dragon and elephant. Suddenly, Yang Fan was struck by a realization and abruptly turned to gaze at the other 4 stone tablets. Could it be? He rushed over, swiftly examining the other tablets, and indeed, each of the remaining 4 tablets illustrated the diagram of the demon ape devouring the sun, the diagram of the giant bear pushing the mountain, the diagram of the fierce tiger descending the mountain, and the diagram of the savage bull treading the moon. 5 illustrations, perfectly corresponding to the 9 blood transformations in the 5 great realms of martial arts. Yang Fan found himself parched with excitement. If this were the case, then his inheritance was completely intact. His heart swelled with exhilaration. At least in terms of martial arts legacy, he would no longer be beholden to anyone. Splendid! In a moment of instinct, he swung his fist, initially believing the tablet to be an illusory presence. To his astonishment, his fist struck solidly against it. Blood flowed from Yang Fan's knuckles as he inspected the tablet, and then his hand. Immediately realizing a critical oversight, he had committed a habitual error. Those figures were ethereal, leading him to subconsciously believe that he, too, was insubstantial and that the surrounding elements were mere illusions. Yet this punch had revealed to him that his body was indeed tangible. What did this signify? It meant he could cultivate here. Indeed, as he attempted to circulate the blood energy within him, he found it flowed effortlessly, and he could even perceive a gradual increase in vitality as time passed. He suppressed his excitement, halting his movements to begin a thorough exploration of the dojo's surroundings. The trees were mere illusions, the flowers were fabricated, the medicinal herbs were counterfeit, the palace was a facade. The elixirs were phantasms, and the weapons were deceitful. He dashed back and forth, meticulously searching the entire courtyard. After digging deep, he ultimately realized that only the celestial figure and the 5 stone tablets were genuine. Everything else was a mere sham. Thankfully, the legacy remained authentic. Yang Fan returned to the dojo and approached the stone tablet engraved with the image of a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Surrounding this tablet were numerous ethereal disciples of the Tao, engrossed in their cultivation. The textbook-like techniques presented a captivating sight, causing Yang Fan's eyes to gleam with enthusiasm, prompting him to cast aside the tiger demon great strength fist bestowed upon him by Lord Li. After observing a dozen practitioners, he finally grasped the fundamentals of the technique, which he promptly named Tiger Form Skill, encompassing training methods, combat techniques, and footwork. The training methods were designed to enhance vitality and strengthen physical power, while the combat techniques were meant for fierce battles, and the footwork constituted a set of agile maneuvers intended for swift assaults and rapid escapes. Suddenly, as Yang Fan prepared to continue his training, everything before him began to tremble violently and distort, as if an invisible force sought to erase the very essence of this place. He opened his eyes anew, abruptly sitting up in bed, only to find that the sky outside had already brightened. Reality had ushered in a new day. That it seemed the time had come for him to automatically disengage from that realm, Yang Fan speculated. Rising to dress, he inadvertently caught sight of his unscathed fist. Momentarily taken aback, he distinctly remembered injuring it. Could it be that wounds sustained there would not manifest in reality? If so, he could practice unreservedly within that realm. Even validating the success of his breakthroughs, joy blossomed within him. In the realm of martial arts cultivation, each step presents its own challenges, particularly during breakthroughs, where a moment's inattention could result in severe damage to one's vital energy, or, in grave circumstances, lead to a depletion of life force and instant demise. If he could effectively utilize the heritage site, It might allow him to conduct multiple breakthrough rehearsals, thus enhancing his success rate and facilitating a smooth transition and advancement in reality. Of course, he harbored many other thoughts, all of which would require verification upon his next entry. Xiao Fanzi, what are you pondering so happily? At that moment, Xiao Zhuzi awoke and, noticing Yang Fan's expression, could not help but ask with a silly grin. Yang Fan turned to him, patting his shoulder from behind. I'm smiling, of course, because I'm happy. Let us go cultivate together. With that, he stepped outside first. Xiao Zhuzi, in a daze, nodded and followed him. While Xiao Lianzi looked on in astonishment at Yang Fan's retreating figure, sensing something peculiar about him today. Could it be that he had encountered some fortuitous event? Chapter 32. Chun Fei's Bath after a morning of cultivation. Several young eunuchs hurriedly changed into their garments to serve in the Chongqing Palace. Due to a recent assassination attempt, an atmosphere of unease permeated the palace, rendering the ambience far more oppressive than usual, which in turn troubled the heart of Lady Chun. Throughout the morning, several palace maids had faced punishment as a result, further deepening the unrest among the palace staff. Be cautious in your service to our esteemed lady, or beware for your heads. Mr. Luo, the steward, emerged from the palace. His expression grim. He was in charge of personnel within the palace, and after several maidens incurred the displeasure of Lady Chun due to their careless work, he too bore the brunt of the consequences. That moment, he caught sight of Yang Fan and the others arriving belatedly, a surge of anger bubbling within him. What took you so long to arrive at such a late hour? Do you think yourselves to be masters here? You lack even the most basic understanding of decorum. His gaze was sharp, and his voice dripped with icy disdain. Xiao Lianzi hastily interjected, Master Luo, we were practicing martial arts this morning, and we were slightly delayed. Practicing martial arts? Master Luo scrutinized Xiao Lianzi with a piercing glance before suddenly striking out his hand. Caught off guard, Xiao Lianzi was thrust backward, crashing to the ground with a mouthful of blood. 5 distinct finger marks appearing on her chest. What a heavy-handed approach this Master Luo had. With such meager skills, what use is your practice? Being late is being late. Do you still dare to prattle on in my presence? Seeking to justify yourselves? With a flick of his sleeve, he turned his attention to Yang Fan and the other two, launching another slap in their direction. Yang Fan and his companions felt a jolt of surprise. They hadn't anticipated Master Luo to be so formidable. Having already injured Xiao Lianzi, he was now targeting them as well. Despite his frail appearance, he possessed an unexpectedly robust strength. As he dispatched Xiao Zhuzi and Xiao Lingzi with ease. He aimed yet another blow at Yang Fan. Instinctively, Yang Fan raised his arms to block, but the impact struck his forearm, causing his blood to surge and forcing him to stagger back several paces before finally regaining his balance. A martial artist. This old fellow is undoubtedly a martial artist. Yang Fan sensed the truth but feigned a fall to disguise his breakthrough. Humph, a truly worthless lot. Fortunately, Master Luo merely intended to impart a lesson rather than seek their utter destruction. Having vented his frustration, he allowed the 4 of them to go freed. As they watched him depart, they exchanged glances, their expressions grim. With a slap delivered to each, they were starkly reminded of their place. Despite their martial training and status as Lady Chen's attendants, they remained at the very bottom of the palace hierarchy. Yang Fan glanced at the red mark on his arm, silently taking note of Master Luo's actions. Stop dawdling. Lady Chun is preparing for her bath. Hurry and fetch water. At that moment, a palace maid emerged briskly from within and, upon seeing Yang Fan and the others, immediately spoke up. Yes, without even a moment to change their clothes. They rushed off to fetch water. Within the inner court of Chongqing Palace lay a dedicated bathing pool, approximately 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, adorned with pristine white jade. Heavy curtains concealed the area. It took them over 100 buckets of hot water to fill the pool, which was then sprinkled with rose petals, exuding a delightful fragrance. Lady Chun, wrapped in a white bath towel, entered, prompting Yang Fan and the others to hastily lower the water buckets. Having just been dealt with by Master Luo, their faces appeared somewhat disheveled, though Yang Fan fared slightly better. After a recent breakthrough, this level of labor was hardly a challenge for him, with a slight furrow of her brow. Lady Chun scanned the group. Leave one to attend to me, the rest may go. Her gaze fell upon Yang Fan. For amongst the 4, he appeared the most spirited and agile. Yes, your highness. Yang Fan was taken aback but dared not refuse. He passed the water bucket to others, and, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Lianzi and the others, who wore expressions that seemed to say may fortune favor you, he lowered his head and focused on his toes, remaining behind to attend to the bathing of the Qin Fei. This task was rather daunting. Yang Fan mused quietly to himself that moment. Several young palace maids assisted Qin Fei in removing her bathing towel. Out of the corner of his eye, Yang Fan clearly beheld a stunning silhouette. Her skin was as fair as snow. Her body radiated a subtle glow, exuding a mature charm that was both voluptuous and enchanting. Too much would render her plump. Too little would make her slender, resembling a celestial being who had inadvertently wandered into the mortal realm. What an exquisite beauty she was, indeed marvelous. Yang Fan stole a few glances, yet dared not be careless. Beauty was one thing, but a capricious temperament was another, and he certainly did not wish to be unceremoniously carried away the next moment. The sound of splashing water echoed in an instant. Only Qin Fei's head and shoulders remained above the water. Leaning against the edge of the pool, her long hair cascading down as she exhaled softly, her voice was languid and delicate. "Come here and massage my shoulders," given the command from the Qin Fei. Yang Fan naturally did not dare to disobey. He approached the Qin Fei from behind, the pristine skin before him glistening like jade, faint blue veins barely visible. He placed a towel over her shoulder and cautiously began to massage. Fortunately, having had a similar experience in his past life, he was able to replicate the technique effectively, and it was evident that the previously furrowed brows of Qin Fei began to relax. "Your technique is commendable. You are called Xiao Fanzi?" Qin Fei closed her eyes, seemingly lost in the expertise of Yang Fan's massage. "Yes. How old are you this year?" 16. That you are indeed older than my younger sister. I have heard she privately gifted you the Kuei Nyo Xiang. The moment Qin Fei uttered this, it struck Yang Fan like a thunderclap, causing him to pause abruptly. When he glanced at Qin Fei again, he found her exquisite gaze fixed upon him. Her demeanor was calm, devoid of any turbulence, yet it sent a chill through Yang Fan's heart. Initially believing his presence here to be a mere coincidence, it now appeared that perhaps the Qin Fei had intended it. So did a perilous aura enveloped him instantly that he managed to suppress his racing heart. It is merely the fifth Miss' great favor. My younger sister is still naive and unwise. Yet having entered the palace, you ought to discern what is appropriate to take and what is not. Qin Fei's tone was gentle, yet it bore an immense weight upon Yang Fan. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Even though the temperature within the bathing pool was quite high, he felt an icy chill creeping down his back, acutely aware that should he mismanage this situation, the consequences could be exceedingly dire. Just as Yang Fan hesitated, contemplating whether to risk everything, Qin Fei suddenly laughed, her enchanting voice resonating once more. "However, since my sister has given it to you, consider it your fortune. I have heard from Eunuch that your spirit and willpower are formidable, and you are expected to achieve blood transformation in the near future. That if so, I shall grant you an opportunity. Should you master the Kuei Nyo Xiang within 3 days, I shall no longer pursue the matter. Otherwise, I shall not be so gracious." Qin Fei, immersed in the water, was shrouded in a delicate mist that rendered her expression somewhat indistinct. It appears that Chuning Yu has not disclosed her breakthrough to her. Yang Fan could not help but feel a surge of joy. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I shall exert myself to the fullest, that I hope you will not be disappointed." As Qin Fei gazed at Yang Fan, who bowed his head in response, a hint of derision graced her lips. The Kuei Nyo manifestation, being the pinnacle of bloodline cultivation, is not easily attained. The arduous task of forging the myriad diagrams of blood circulation alone is immensely challenging, let alone the necessity of subduing the essence of a Kuei Nyo spirit during visualization. Even within the confines of the Marquis's residence, only a scant few have truly mastered this bloodline manifestation. Dear sister, do not blame your elder sister for her coldness. I act solely for your benefit. The mere eunuch is hardly worthy of your attention. It is simply that your limited exposure has led you to believe the world is small, thus igniting your interest in such a trivial figure. However, should he indeed manage to cultivate the Kuei Nyo manifestation, it would indicate he possesses some potential worth nurturing, and I would not mind fostering him for you. Qin Fei mused inwardly. Safeguard your path. Chapter 33. A secret meeting in the inner palace. In Qin Fei's heart, her younger sister's talents are extraordinary, whether in the study of Tao or martial practice. She stands poised to rival their father, Chuning Long. Alas, her overly gentle disposition makes her susceptible to deception. If only a suitable companion could be arranged to remain by her side, the entire Marquis's household could rest easy. Could there be any greater assurance than placing a eunuch in her vicinity? Yet, this does not imply that Chun Fei intends to extend undue favor to Yang Fan. After all, if he possesses inferior talents, what right would he have to remain beside her sister? As Chun Fei soaked in the pool, Yang Fan continued to massage her fragrant shoulders. Out of the corner of his eye, he could clearly see the stunningly exquisite form reflected on the water's surface, igniting countless fantasies within him. This was undeniably a profitable endeavor, even a substantial gain. Furthermore, considering she is the emperor's woman, he felt as though he had struck an incredible bargain, sensing the turbulence of his own vital energy. Yang Fan hastily refocused his mind, diverting his attention to his hands just as Chun Fei emerged from the pool. Like a white crane rising from the water, her posture was breathtakingly graceful. Yang Fan's gaze nearly bulged in astonishment at the sight before him. But fortunately, he reacted swiftly, lowering his head, though that fleeting glimpse still quickened his heartbeat. Several palace maids approached to dry Chun Fei's body and drape her in a flowing red silk garment, concealing her enchanting form. Once she was clad in her new attire, her stunning beauty seemed to elevate the entire palace's splendor. Having enjoyed her bath, Chun Fei appeared considerably more cheerful, and those in the palace breathed a sigh of relief. Though Yang Fan and the others now faced the tiresome task of emptying the pool, naturally, Yang Fan did not forget the imperative of completing the blood exchange and forging the bloodline manifestation within 3 days. He planned to find an opportunity in the coming days to report ahead of time, appropriately showcasing his talents. This would not be a disadvantage, but rather a means to garner greater attention. Regrettably, however, his trump card had been thoroughly revealed. Yet, contemplating the mysterious legacy he had unlocked through the celestial treasure manifestation, he felt a measure of confidence. As long as he practiced diligently, he need not fear others coveting his abilities. He aimed for others to discover his secrets at a pace slower than his own accumulation of strengths. However, the issue seems to have reverted to its origins. Money. How does one acquire wealth? The so-called law and financial partners. He has obtained the law but is instead ensnared by wealth. Practicing martial arts cannot be done without the sustenance of funds. The impoverished pursue scholarly endeavors, while the affluent engage in martial training. This statement holds no falsehood. Throughout history, the destitute have relied on education to elevate their station, hence the existence of the impoverished scholar and the disdainful literati. Yet, those who aspire to martial prowess often hail from affluent families. After all, if one struggles to afford a meal, how can one establish a foundation for martial arts? Take, for instance, the blood-replenishing elixir priced at 5 taels of silver. Who among ordinary households can afford such luxury? Even Yang Fan, when considering his entire being, would likely struggle to gather 5 taels of silver, 2 of which were contributed by Xiao Linsai. It seems an evening excursion is in order. With this thought, Yang Fan hesitated no longer and began to inquire Xiao Lianzi about the clandestine gatherings within the imperial palace. These secret meetings have a long-standing history, for wherever there are people, there exists society. And this clandestine assembly is no exception. Originally, it served as a venue for palace maids and eunuchs to exchange daily necessities, but over time, it has morphed into a vast black market, persistently entrenched within the inner palace. It has survived numerous crackdowns, and it is said that certain noble figures and influential eunuchs lurk behind its existence. Noble figures partake as well? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. Xiao Lianzi scoffed derisively, stating, "What of the nobles? Are they not human? Do not be deceived by their ostentatious appearances. Their circumstances may well be worse than ours. It is said that a fallen phoenix is not as good as a mere chicken. And some destitute nobles display a gluttony that surpasses even ours." Xiao Lianzi elaborated further. Yang Fan gained a deeper understanding of these clandestine gatherings and felt an even stronger urge to investigate. "Do you wish to attend?" Xiao Lianzi regarded Yang Fan, seemingly unsurprised yet accommodating. "However, it would be prudent for you to prepare in advance, though." Yang Fan looked at Xiao Lianzi with curiosity. Xiao Lianzi replied, "That place is filled with many eyes and ears. You wouldn't want to expose your identity there. Thus, concealing your true identity should be your foremost preparation. Additionally, you must also arrange for an entrance fee, 1 blood-replenishing elixir." 1 blood-replenishing elixir? Yang Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The entrance fee alone requires a blood-replenishing elixir. Indeed, it is rather steep. Even if only 100 individuals participate, that amounts to 100 elixirs, translating to 500 taels of silver. It is worth noting that within the inner palace, beneath the 3,000 beauties, the number of eunuchs and palace maids likely exceeds 100,000. Even if merely 10,000 partake in these gatherings, the profits from such meetings would be staggering, and that is merely the entrance fee. Xiao Lianzi nodded, displaying a pained expression. Indeed, just one blood-replenishing elixir. That place is unequivocally a realm that recognizes only wealth, never catering to the impoverished. Everything is clearly priced. However, it is undoubtedly worth the investment. If struck by a thought, Xiao Lianzi's expression shifted slightly. By the way, Xiao Fanzi, do you possess any special talents? She inquired suddenly. Special talents? Yang Fan felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, he had some, though they likely wouldn't prove particularly useful. Xiao Lianzi elucidated. If you possess any exceptional skills, you would be highly esteemed at the clandestine gatherings. Should you manage to obtain the qualification to set up a stall, you would undoubtedly amass a fortune. Speaking of this, Xiao Lianzi felt a twinge of regret. Hailing from a family steeped in literary tradition, albeit now fallen from grace, he still possessed considerable talent. Alas, within such secretive meetings, literary prowess proved to be of little value. After all, one could hardly expect a throng of palace maids and eunuchs to seek poetic exchanges. Instead, the painting skills he had honed offered him a meager opportunity for gain. This explanation stirred Yang Fan's ambition further, although the entry fee for a chi blood pill was quite substantial. It was nevertheless within his means to afford. Coincidentally, a clandestine gathering was set to take place at the stroke of midnight, categorized as a smaller assembly, with no more than 200 to 300 attendees. Prepare yourself, and we shall depart punctually. Xiao Lianzi readily agreed. Good. Yang Fan nodded in affirmation that as the night descended, the weather was dreary. Dense clouds obscured the stars and moon, rendering the entire inner palace even more somber. In a small room across the courtyard, Yang Fan opened his eyes, his bright gaze shimmering in the darkness. That moment, Xiao Lianzi also arose stealthily from his bed and tiptoed to Yang Fan's side. Yang Fan quickly got to his feet, and together they exited the room, quietly closing the door behind them. Suddenly, in the darkness, Xiao Lianzi's eyes snapped open, his brow furrowing slightly. He glanced at the snoring figure of Xiao Zhu, then at the vacant beds of Xiao Lianzi and Yang Fan, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Soon, Yang Fan and Xiao Lianzi departed from Chongqing Palace, perhaps due to the recent incident involving an assassination attempt. The palace's security had become notably stringent, with squads of guards patrolling meticulously. Along the way, Xiao Lianzi took the lead, navigating through obscure and tranquil paths seldom trodden by others, with Yang Fan closely trailing behind. At a certain point, the two changed into unmarked eunuch attire and donned masks, their faces obscured except for their eyes peering through the darkened visages. Before long, they arrived at a pitch-black palace, the Zhaoling Palace. The name, seemingly innocuous, bore the character for tomb, clearly indicating it was not a place of good repute. Perhaps noticing Yang Fan's confusion, Xiao Lianzi lowered his voice and remarked, "This is a cold palace." The name was altered later. It was originally known as Yinchi Palace. Here once resided the emperor's most favored concubine, Consort Su. For reasons unknown, she met an untimely death within these walls. Subsequently, several other concubines took residence here, only to perish in succession, leading to its utter desolation. Untimely death? There is no such thing. It is merely that someone wished for their demise. Just as Xiao Lianzi continued his narrative, a sharp, hoarse voice suddenly pierced the silence from behind them, sending a chill down their spines. Who goes there? The two quickly turned around. Chapter 34. The blood calamity. From the shadows emerged an elderly eunuch, slowly advancing. Clad in a coarse cloth garment, he stooped with age, his face etched with deep wrinkles, and his hair a disheveled white, suggesting he was well over 90 years of age. I have seen the elder. Xiao Lianzi's expression shifted, and he quickly bowed, signaling Yang Fan to pay his respects. Enough. The elderly eunuch, known as Qing Lao, refrained from continuing his previous discourse. Instead, he gestured dismissively and remarked, "Please, enter quickly. The clandestine meeting has already commenced." "Indeed," replied Zai Lianzi, tugging at Yang Fan's sleeve to signal him to follow. Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement and, with haste, accompanied Zai Lianzi into the Zhaoling Palace. It was not until they had distanced themselves that he inquired, "Who is that Qing Lao?" Zai Lianzi shook her head. "I am uncertain, but it is said he has been in the palace since the reign of the late emperor, a substantial eunuch from a previous generation. It is wise not to offend him. That is the case." Yang Fan mused. The elderly eunuch, at such an advanced age, could be regarded as a living relic within the palace, undoubtedly more complex than he appeared. The two ceased their conversation and hurried along. Upon entering, they were each met by two robust eunuchs who collected a chi blood pill from them. Yang Fan ran his fingers over the issued pass, feeling its smooth texture, seemingly crafted from a type of fragrant Namu wood. When held to the light, a faint luminescence flickered across its surface. With the pass in hand, they traversed through two more gates before stepping into the main hall. As they entered, the space opened up dramatically before them. While the outside appeared shrouded in darkness, the interior was ablaze with light. It was no wonder this had once been the abode of a favored concubine. The decor and furnishings surpassed those of the Cha-Ching Palace. A throng of people bustled about. Upon a cursory glance, there were likely hundreds present, all clad in masks, clearly attempting to conceal their identities. Once the clandestine meeting concluded, individuals dispersed in various directions. Zai Lianzi whispered a quick remark before vanishing into the crowd. Having expended a chi blood pill, Yang Fan felt a twinge of regret and resolved to seize the opportunity to recoup his costs before pursuing other endeavors. He began, but the figure had already slipped away from sight. Resigned, Yang Fan commenced his own exploration of the palace, discovering an array of splendid items, from elixirs and tools to martial arts texts, gold, silver, jewels, silks, satins, and an assortment of exquisite delicacies. Everything one could imagine was present. As Yang Fan approached a stall, he was greeted by 3 iron lunchboxes, from which a subtle yet enticing aroma of meat wafted, causing a stir within his chi blood. "What is this?" he inquired. The vendor lazily raised his eyelids and, with a hint of impatience, pointed to a sign before him that read, "Silver-ringed viper meat, 10 chi blood pills per serving. Great for nourishing chi and blood. Enhancing physique." "Hiss! How exorbitant!" Yang Fan exclaimed, deterred by the steep price. Seemingly accustomed to such reactions, the vendor continued to fiddle with the bone beads at his stall without a care. After a thorough perusal, Yang Fan realized the stark reality of his financial state. Nevertheless, he had come to gauge the market, and having witnessed the prevailing circumstances, he understood that earning a profit here would likely require some specialized skills. He observed Zai Lianzi stealthily peddling spring palace illustrations to a few palace maids, charging a staggering price of 1 chi blood pill per book. Shaking his head, he was about to step forward when a figure approached him swiftly. Beneath the black mask, the person's features remained obscured, but they spoke with rapidity. "Do you seek chi blood pills? Only 4 taels and 5 coins each, sold in batches of 5.4 taels and 5. Yang Fan felt a slight sense of astonishment. He had heard from Xiao Lianzi on several occasions that the standard price for a chi blood pill was 5 taels of silver, deeming it the most fundamental hard currency within clandestine gatherings. Yet, the individual before him unexpectedly offered it at a reduced price of 4.5 taels. Sensing Yang Fan's intrigue, the man pressed on, stating, "Indeed, it's 4.5, but you must purchase at least 5. As he spoke, he produced a porcelain vial from his bosom, unveiling a glistening and plump chi blood pill before Yang Fan's eyes. "A genuine good. You certainly won't regret it." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by another voice. "Chao Laolu, are you attempting to deceive newcomers again with the impurities in your chi blood pills? How dare you demand 4.5 taels? Aren't you afraid that money will scorch your conscience?" With a swift motion, the man referred to as Chao Laolu turned sharply, his gaze suddenly fierce. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he spoke in a hostile tone. "You, Wei, mind your own business. I'm selling pills. What concern is it of yours? Now, be off with you and stop meddling." Yang Fan turned to regard the speaker, who was clad in a dark blue eunuch's robe, short and stout, his face obscured by a mask, yet still revealing a plump visage. Clearly, such distinctive features made it exceedingly difficult for him to conceal his identity, especially with a face larger than the mask itself, making recognition all too easy. Wei the eunuch paid no heed to Chao Lao's threats, patting his belly and chuckling. "Heh, I do enjoy meddling in others' affairs. What, do you wish to have a go at me?" As he spoke, he approached directly. His short and stout form meant that even before he arrived, his belly led the way, though Chao Lao's eyes flashed with menace. He ultimately refrained from resorting to violence, shooting a fierce glare before turning to leave. Wei the eunuch chuckled, intending to speak to Yang Fan, only to find him already turning to depart. "Hey, take care. What do they call you, friend?" Despite his rotund stature, Wei moved with surprising speed, reaching Yang Fan's side in just a few strides. his movements unexpectedly agile. "Is there something you need?" Yang Fan inquired coolly. Wei the eunuch chuckled awkwardly and said, "This is your first time at a clandestine gathering, isn't it? You must exercise utmost caution, as there are many intricacies within 0.1 moments inattention could lead to deception. Just like how you and that Xiao Laolu intended to conspire together to deceive me." Yang Fan's gaze was unwavering. His tone, "I see why.at these words." Wei the eunuch's expression shifted dramatically, the flesh on his face twitching involuntarily as he forced a chuckle. "Such words from a friend. Ever since I entered, you both have kept your eyes on me, haven't you? That Xiao Laolu first tested me with his pill sales, and then you came along pretending to be the Good Samaritan." In his cautious nature, especially being a newcomer to such a place, Yang Fan had been vigilant. Throughout his exploration, he had observed the two individuals several times. Initially, he had dismissed them, but once Xiao Laolu approached with his sales pitch, coupled with Wei the eunuch's sudden appearance as a supposed ally, it became clear to him what their intentions were. Wei the eunuch scrutinized Yang Fan, his expression shifting between pale and flushed behind the mask. He had expected the other to be inexperienced, but was instead confronted with a shrewd veteran. Realizing he could no longer continue the ruse, he turned to leave. "Wait." Unbeknownst to him, as Yang Fan sensed the intent to depart, he felt a surge of resolve within. With a sudden stride, he interposed himself, effectively barring the way. Wei the eunuch, regarding the obstructing Yang Fan, let forth a derisive snicker. "What is this? Do you intend to resort to violence? It is your folly to be deceived. Consider yourself fortunate to have evaded such a fate. But let me caution you, those who dare to strike will surely meet with misfortune. After all, the foremost edict of our clandestine assembly is to refrain from violence. For there are formidable figures present. Should a conflict arise, one's very life may hang in the balance." "Not at all," Yang Fan replied earnestly, reminiscent of a wandering sorcerer. "I merely possess a rudimentary understanding of divination. I can discern the fortune and misfortune of individuals. Allow me to proffer you a reading. This evening, you are destined to encounter a calamity involving bloodshed." "Nonsense. What folly is this?" scoffed Wei, his disdain palpable. He then turned and departed, and soon after, the recently vacated Xiao Laolu returned, inquiring, "What transpired?" "Not a novice, but rather a seasoned player. He was not ensnared," Wei remarked. "What a pity," Xiao Laolu lamented. Having engaged in this trade numerous times, they often witnessed the gullibility of newcomers, who either fell prey to the tainted blood essence pills or were duped by the seemingly benevolent Wei. Of course, there had been instances of failure. Yet they quickly dismissed such memories. An hour and a half swiftly elapsed. The clandestine meeting reached its conclusion, and attendees began to disperse quietly from various exits. Yang Fan chose not to seek out Xiao Yanzi, but instead stealthily trailed Wei and Xiao Laolu. He had observed the two closely. By analyzing their footfalls and the rhythm of their vitality, he deduced that their prowess was at most that of a novice martial artist, in matters of reciprocity. It would be remiss to ignore their intentions. Since they sought to deceive him, he would not let the matter slide unchallenged. "It seems misfortune is destined for you, as you have chosen to provoke my ire." Yang Fan mused, fixating on the blood essence pills they possessed as his fortune for the evening, and he was keen to not delay further, trailing them as they exited the Zhaoling Palace. Chapter 35. Crafty Acquisition. The clandestine gathering in the Imperial Palace was inherently secretive, and this occasion, held in the cold palace, rendered the attendees adept at vanishing without a trace. Wei the eunuch and Xiao Laolu, seasoned in such affairs for years, swiftly distanced themselves from Zhaoling Palace. Arriving at a secluded palace, they ignited a small oil lamp, illuminating a table before them, upon which lay a heap of scattered silver, likely amounting to 400 or 500 taels. Additionally, 2 porcelain vials were present, inscribed with the words "blood essence pills." This constituted their bounty for the day. Xiao Laolu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "We truly struck it rich this time. Newcomers are so easily fooled. Believing our tainted pills to be the real deal, they ought to ponder how there could be such generosity in this world." Wei the eunuch, sitting cross-legged with a grin, replied, "Those who covet bargains often find themselves in dire straits. They have only themselves to blame, for we did not coerce them into purchasing." "Indeed," Xiao Laolu chuckled, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he gazed upon their spoils. Outside, a shadow lingered silently, the masked Yang Fan peering through a crack in the window, effortlessly absorbing the entirety of the scene before him. As his gaze swept across the silver and vials on the table, a warmth surged within his heart. The cycle of good and evil ultimately yields its recompense. Today, as you find yourselves in my grasp, you cannot claim to be wronged. A surge of resentment coursed through Yang Fan, invigorating his blood and energy. Though his adversaries were 2 in number, he confidently believed that a stealthy strike would allow him to easily dispatch one, leaving the other an effortless task. This Chao Lao Lu, brash in temperament, was easily discernible and could be swiftly dealt with, while the scheming Wei Taijian posed a greater challenge. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Yang Fan made his decision. He would first ambush and eliminate Chao Lao Lu, then dedicate his full efforts to confronting Wei Taiji. At that moment, the 2 men in the room remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Still reveling in their recent gains. As per their usual arrangement, it was a division of 4 to 6 that Wei Taijian seized 2 porcelain vials filled with qi and blood pills, casually pushing the silver on the table toward Chao Lao Lu. Chao Lao Lu said nothing, dutifully counting the scattered coins. Just then, Yang Fan sprang into action, shattering the window with a force akin to a tiger breaking free from its cage, leaping forward with ferocity. With a resounding crack, Chao Lao Lu, caught off guard and facing away, was struck squarely in the back by Yang Fan's fist, sent reeling as if struck by a charging steed, and he promptly spewed blood before collapsing unconscious. The sudden assault startled Wei Taijian, who sprang to his feet, his stocky frame seeming to swell with indignation. Who dares to ambush your esteemed Wei? He bellowed, delivering a powerful kick that sent the table hurtling toward Yang Fan before he charged in. Throwing a punch, Yang Fan, having anticipated this, shifted his focus entirely to Wei Taijian after toppling Chao Lao Lu. He deftly sidestepped the incoming blow. However, Wei Taijian proved to be no simple opponent. After missing his punch, he swung his arm with the force of a battering ram, his heavy limb shooting toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan sensed the weight of the situation, realizing that his opponent possessed far greater combat experience and adaptability. With a decisive thought, he activated his secret technique, Kuei Nyo Body. A faint azure glow enveloped his form, and he felt a profound heaviness settle over him, as if clad in a suit of iron forged from his own qi and blood. Die. In the next heartbeat, Wei Taijian's fist struck with explosive force. This punch was no mere strike. It was a signature technique, having toppled countless foes before. The immense power behind it was amplified by his stout stature, delivering a blow that could rival 1,000 pounds. Yet, this time, the tables turned. As his fist impacted Yang Fan, it felt as though he had struck an impenetrable iron plate. A gasp escaped Wei Taijian's lips. In that moment, he felt as though his very knuckles would shatter. The searing pain twisted his heart, rendering his body rigid and motionless. In that fleeting instant, he became nothing more than a target. And Yang Fan, unrelenting, unleashed the lethal techniques of the tiger form technique. Cannon fist. Tiger splits the mountain. The surging vitality caused Yang Fan to swell with vigor, and with a powerful strike, he landed a punch squarely on the body of the eunuch Wei, sending him sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. Yang Fan, not daring to be complacent, swiftly closed the distance with a few strides, and upon seeing Wei attempting to rise, he unleashed a fierce blow directly to his forehead. Bang! Wei's eyes rolled back, and he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. With a sigh of relief, Yang Fan bent down and began to ransack both Wei and the elderly Chao Liu. In the span of merely 20 breaths, he had thoroughly gathered the spoils, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and departed. After a quarter of an hour, the dazed Chao Lu and Wei finally regained their senses. Especially Wei, who bore a prominent swelling the size of a fist on his forehead, upon noticing their nearly stripped garments, with not even shoes or socks left on their feet. Both men's temples throbbed furiously. Damn it! Which little thief dares to spy on Lord Chao Lu? Chao Lu seethed with rage. In mere moments, they had been completely plundered. Conversely, Wei remained comparatively composed, suddenly recalling the little eunuch who had warned him of imminent bloodshed during their clandestine meeting that very night. Such an accurate prediction, Wei's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Yang Fan was rapidly reflecting on his experiences. The combat prowess of this eunuch Wei was quite formidable, had it not been for Yang Fan's superior strength and mastery of secret techniques. This battle could have unfolded quite differently. By now, night had deepened, and as Yang Fan stealthily slipped back into the small courtyard of Chongqing Palace, it was nearing the hour of the tiger. He took refuge in the woodshed and quickly began to tally his gains. Over 70 taels of silver, along with 2 bottles containing 16 blood essence pills, equated to a haul of approximately 160 to 70 taels. This covert meeting had not been in vain. Even after deducting the entrance fee, he still stood to profit over 160 taels, a staggering windfall that seemed to come faster than mere robbery. Wait a moment. Wasn't this indeed akin to theft? Yang Fan dismissed this notion. Robbing swindlers hardly counted as true theft. He was simply enacting justice on behalf of heaven. From rags to riches, the exhilaration was palpable. Observing the sky, with just an hour remaining until dawn, he decided against sleep and instead commenced his training, swallowing the remaining bottle of blood essence pills in one go. Now that he possessed wealth, he could afford to be indulgent. Consuming the pills was a sheer delight. With a rush of vitality, Yang Fan flipped over, pressing his hands and feet against the ground, resembling a fierce tiger crouched upon a boulder. This was the tiger-lying posture, a method recorded in the tiger form gong, capable of circulating one's vital energy throughout the body, refining muscle and bone strength, mimicking the stance of a tiger poised to pounce. Time passed, though Yang Fan was unaware of its passage, until he suddenly opened his eyes to find daylight had broken, yet he maintained the fierce tiger's posture. Letting out a low breath, a faint echo of a tiger's roar resonated within the woodshed. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had grown sharp claws, transforming into a crouching tiger, ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. He had truly entered a state of profound practice. Yang Fan was pleasantly astonished, never expecting such an unexpected gain. Overnight, his vitality had surged by no less than 30%, and his mastery of the tiger form had made significant strides. Perhaps it is time to pay a visit to the esteemed Chen Fei Nyang Nyang. With a resolute decision forming in Yang Fan's heart, he proceeded. Chapter 36. A sudden advancement. What? You have attained the Kuei Nyo aspect? When Yang Fan arrived early in the morning to pay his respects, claiming he had mastered the Qi and blood aspect, Chen Fei Nyang Nyang was momentarily taken aback, and a glint of cold light flickered in her enchanting eyes. Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me? Just a mere day had passed, and she could hardly believe that Yang Fan could achieve such a breakthrough so swiftly, particularly to the pinnacle form of Kuei Nyo. Seeing her skepticism, Yang Fan boldly suggested, "If you do not believe me, perhaps we could summon Gong Li for a personal assessment." Noticing Yang Fan's unwavering confidence, Chen Fei Nyang Nyang narrowed her eyes and gestured dismissively to a nearby young palace maid, who promptly departed to fetch Gong Li. Before long, Gong Li arrived, his hands still tucked within his sleeves, his figure stooped and slow. Approaching Chen Fei Nyang Nyang, he bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to your highness." "Spare the formalities," Chen Fei Nyang Nyang replied coolly, casting a glance at him. "Xiao Fan claims to have broken through. I require your expertise to verify this, doe." A flicker of intrigue crossed Gong Li's gaze. "Then I must witness this for myself." He had always held Yang Fan in high regard, having previously bestowed upon him a vial of qi and blood elixir and a manual for practicing the tiger strength technique. Believing he would soon achieve a breakthrough, little did he expect it to occur so swiftly. Yet, he could not help but feel a tinge of displeasure at Yang Fan's choice to report to Chen Fei Nyang Nyang rather than himself. "Manifest the qi and blood aspect," Gong Li commanded, turning his attention to Yang Fan. "Certainly." Yang Fan readily obliged. He stepped forward, his fists emerging from his sides as he shook his body, reminiscent of an old ox stirring. Instantly, the qi and blood within him surged. With a mighty roar, a Kuei Nyo, entirely hued in azure and crimson, with no horns upon its head, leapt forth from within him. Thud, 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 thud. The Kuei Nyo bounded forth, its eyes alive with intelligence, the sound of thunder echoing as it stomped 7 resounding steps in midair, a fierce and domineering aura instantly permeating the hall. This is the secret Kuei Nyo aspect of the Marquis's estate. Gong Li's expression shifted dramatically, his posture straightening abruptly. Meanwhile, Chen Fei Nyang Nyang, seated nearby, displayed a hint of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Yang Fan would indeed master the Kuei Nyo aspect. What astonishing speed and cultivation and formidable willpower. How audacious, Xiao Fan. You dare to learn the Marquis's clandestine techniques. At that moment, Gong Li's face darkened as he suddenly grasped the implications, his voice rising in anger. Yang Fan, provoked by the lethal fury in Gong Li's shout, felt the Kuei Nyo before him let out a ferocious roar, as if sensing hostility, its entire presence erupting with power. Lowering its head, the fierce eyes of the bull fixed intently on Gong Li. Stomp, stomp, stomp. A single foot trembled in the air, poised to pounce at any moment. What remarkable intelligence! Chun Fei Nyang's heart surged with delight. It seemed she had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. For this humble eunuch in the depths of the palace possessed such extraordinary martial talent. To achieve such a rapid transformation into the form of the Kuei-myo is indeed remarkable. Perhaps one might even attempt to cultivate the complete 5 attributes of the dragon lineage. Who knows, it may lead to the emergence of a formidable guardian. Moreover, with the eunuch's status, unencumbered by other ties, he would serve as an impeccable confidant. With this thought in mind, Empress Chun turned to the furiously Gong and remarked, "There is no need for such anger, Master Li. This is a technique bestowed upon him by this palace. I did not expect this young fellow to possess some talent in martial cultivation, achieving such progress so swiftly." What? This was actually granted by the Empress. Li Gong's expression shifted slightly. "Indeed," Empress Chun affirmed, nodding her head, her gaze appraising Yang Fan with increasing satisfaction. "Young fellow, I am quite pleased with you. From now on, you shall serve by my side as a steward." Upon hearing these words, Yang Fan could not help but feel elated. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Typically, aside from the Eastern Depot and the 12 monasteries, the eunuchs within the various palaces are categorized into 6 ranks: Chief Eunuch, Deputy Chief Eunuch, Steward, Attendant, Long-Term Servant, and miscellaneous roles. Yang Fan had only recently been promoted to Long-Term Servant. And now, within such a brief period, he had ascended 2 ranks to the position of Steward. How could he not feel a surge of joy? Although the ranks within the palace are considerably lower than those of ordinary eunuchs, it nonetheless signifies that he has secured a place within the Chongqing Palace. Revealing this trump card in advance proves to be a tremendous gain. After all, this card could not be retained for long. And seizing this opportunity for such a substantial reward is indeed a wise transaction. Not only has his status risen, but he has also garnered the favor of Empress Chun. However, this elevation comes with both advantages and disadvantages. The sudden rise in his position is bound to provoke the ire of the senior eunuchs within the palace. The casual glance at Li Gong confirmed his suspicions, as he perceived a shadow of resentment flickering in the latter's eyes, prompting him to lower his head and avert his gaze. "Young fellow, you may leave now. Continue your diligent training. Should you reach the level of tiger strength, this palace shall reward you further." Empress Chun encouraged Yang Fan before dismissing him. "Yes, Your Majesty." With a respectful demeanor, Yang Fan took his leave. The palace maids exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with envy, for they clearly recognized that Yang Fan was now the rising star of Chongqing Palace. He had undoubtedly earned the trust and esteem of Empress Chun, indicating a promising future ahead. "Your Majesty, this." Only then did Li Gong slowly voice his concerns. "Isn't this promotion rather swift?" He had recently recruited 3 new senior eunuchs, 2 of whom were merely stewards. Now, it seemed that Yang Fan had soared to great heights, leaving him perplexed as to how to allocate responsibilities. Having refrained from undermining Empress Chun's authority while Yang Fan was present, he now felt compelled to express his thoughts. To his surprise, Empress Chun appeared unfazed, responding, "It matters not. Let him only receive his monthly stipend for the time being, and there is no need for any further arrangements." "Understood, Your Majesty." Li Gong felt a twinge of displeasure within. To receive a salary without any duties. Such good fortune is rare indeed. While it is true that eunuchs often exploit their positions for personal gain, in Li Gong's eyes, the rapid elevation of Yang Fan left him feeling somewhat discontented. After all, the nobility have their own circles, just as the lowly have theirs. For Li Gong, the underlings of the Chongqing Palace constitute his domain, where all matters are decided at his whim. However, with the elevation of Yang Fan by the esteemed Chun Fei Nyang, it would be surprising if he felt any joy in his heart. Alas, eunuchs are notoriously petty. As Li Gong exited the palace, his mind lingered on recent events, and a sudden chill gripped him as he realized something. Could it be that all of this was a deliberate act by Chun Fei Nyang? An intentional jab at him? After all, how could she bestow a secret technique from the Marquis's estate upon a mere little eunuch? This revelation caused a slight change in his complexion. Meanwhile, Yang Fan was in high spirits. Relishing the prospect of soon vacating the cramped quarters he shared with 3 others for the bliss of a private room. Suddenly, a frigid voice pierced the air. "Seize him as well." Yang Fan glanced up to see Xiao Lianzi being forcibly restrained by 2 eunuchs, a scattered array of risque illustrations strewn about, and her face swollen, unmistakably bearing the imprint of a slap. Yang Fan's pupils constricted in an instant as he grasped the situation. Apparently, their clandestine rendezvous had been discovered, A swift glance revealed Steward Luo seated in a chair within the room, while the one dutifully massaging his back was none other than Xiao Lingzi. Her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Yet, when she turned to observe Xiao Lingzi and Yang Fan, a malevolent grin spread across her face. Clearly, the informant was her. It was indeed Steward Luo who had just ordered Yang Fan's capture. Upon hearing his command, the small eunuchs present immediately donned menacing expressions, advancing in unison to detain Yang Fan on the spot. However, Yang Fan wasted no time, launching into a flurry of resounding slaps. The forceful strikes sent 4 eunuchs reeling, blood spilling from their mouths as they stared in disbelief at Yang Fan, astonished that he dared to resist. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingzi, standing beside Steward Luo, trembled with excitement. "You're finished. You're absolutely finished. How dare you defy the steward in the palace, Xiao Fanzi? This time, you're truly doomed." Bang. Indeed, Steward Luo's face turned ashen with rage as he smashed the nearby table with a single slap. Rising to his feet in fury, "You dare to be so insolent before me? Insolent? I believe it's you who is being outrageous," Yang Fan retorted, unfazed. Had this been earlier in the morning, he might have found himself in trouble. But now, he too had been elevated by Chun Fei Nyang to a steward's position as equals. How could he fear Steward Luo? Chapter 37. A stinging slap to the face in all his years in the palace. Steward Luo had never encountered such a brazen individual, and he trembled with rage. "Yes, oh, you wish for death, do you, Xiao Fanzi? Very well, I shall grant you that wish today. Heh, today the princess has just promoted me to a steward. I doubt you possess the qualifications to fulfill my request," Yang Fan replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, though he was wary of the old eunuch's sudden aggression, most likely a martial artist. And not yet his match, he unhesitatingly invoked the name of Chun Fei Nyang to fortify his stance. "A steward promoted you? Surely you must be dreaming and have yet to awaken. In other words, Xia Fanzi, do you not fear that your deceitful words will provoke laughter from all?" Nevertheless, his remarks elicited derision from a group of young eunuchs nearby, particularly from Xia Lingzi, whose lips nearly curled up to her forehead in mockery. "Have you laughed enough?" Yang Fan's indifferent gaze swept over the faces of the jesters until their smiles froze, ultimately landing on the face of Manager Luo. "Manager Luo, control your pack of sycophants. Otherwise, they may find themselves in grave danger," he chided without a hint of courtesy. Upon hearing this, Manager Luo's countenance darkened, clearly sensing that Yang Fan possessed some leverage and was not merely speaking aimlessly. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Has Lady Chun truly promoted you?" he inquired with skepticism. Yang Fan casually tossed this question aside and strode directly to the 2 who were restraining Xia Lianzi, delivering a forceful kick that sent them sprawling aside. His actions domineering and his demeanor brazen. "All of you, get out of my way." Xia Lianzi lifted his head, his face swollen and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, seeing that his injuries were not severe. Yang Fan pulled him up with a firm grip and asked, "Are you all right?" No, it's nothing," Xia Lianzi stammered, shaking his head, though his heart raced anxiously. He had indeed overheard the exchange between Yang Fan and Manager Luo, and was now left with no choice but to reluctantly believe the truth of Yang Fan's claims. However, to be honest, he found it utterly implausible that Yang Fan could ascend to such a position in such a brief span of time. He couldn't suppress the thought that they were doomed. Once the truth was unveiled and Yang Fan's lies exposed, they would surely face dire consequences. "You've brought me great misfortune," Xia Lianzi mused, feeling as though he had swallowed a bitter pill, unable to voice his distress. Meanwhile, a dangerous glint flickered across Manager Luo's face. Yet he ultimately refrained from resorting to violence. After all, dealing with a mere young eunuch was vastly different from addressing a palace steward, should Yang Fan's claims prove accurate, and if Lady Chun had indeed elevated him. Then to dispose of him would be tantamount to slapping Lady Chun in the face. She was not a master to be trifled with, and Manager Luo was unwilling to take that risk. "I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to flay the 2 of you alive. We are leaving." Suppressing his simmering rage, Manager Luo attempted to lead his entourage away. "Wait. After assaulting someone and trampling my belongings, you think you can simply walk away?" Yang Fan retorted with a cold laugh, casting a glance at his disheveled bedding, which had clearly been ransacked, with several dark footprints marring its surface. "What do you intend to do about it?" Manager Luo halted, slowly turning his head, his expression growing increasingly perilous. However, Yang Fan showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he advanced boldly to stand before him, asserting with an air of authority, "Whoever has trampled my belongings must compensate. Otherwise, I shall personally see to it that their feet are severed." Yang Fan and manager Luo locked eyes, neither willing to concede. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension, the air crackling with hostility. The hearts of the young eunuchs collectively sank. None had anticipated that Yang Fan would press his advantage so audaciously. In that moment, the narrow wooden room became charged with a palpable sense of impending conflict. As if it were on the brink of eruption at that moment, Luo Guanshi found himself believing the rumors of Yang Fan's promotion. Otherwise, it would take an audacious fool to act so brazenly. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, however, the anxious Xiao Lingzi could no longer withstand the pressure. After all, it was his foot that had trampled on Yang Fan's bed. He sought to uncover some incriminating evidence against Yang Fan, but, to his dismay, found nothing. In a fit of anger, he had stomped down hard several times. What if Yang Fan had indeed become the steward? A chill of dread ran down Xiao Lingzi's spine. Given Yang Fan's current domineering demeanor, if he truly held the position, it would spell disaster for him. I will compensate," Xiao Lingzi stammered, his spirit seemingly drained. Unfazed, Yang Fan seized the scattered silver coins he had offered. "Begone!" he exclaimed with a look of disdain. A wave of relief washed over Xiao Lingzi, but upon feeling the unusual gazes of others, he could no longer bear to stay, stumbling out of the room in a flurry. What a fool! Did he think our family could not protect him? Luo Guanshi had not anticipated Xiao Lingzi's utter lack of resolve, genuinely intimidated by Yang Fan, which left him feeling utterly humiliated. As if Yang Fan had slapped him across the face, his expression darkened, nearly dripping with displeasure, and with a cold snort, he departed. Before leaving, he cast a deep, resentful glance at Yang Fan, clearly harboring a grudge. Revenge from a eunuch is a dish best served cold, and their enmity was now firmly established. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Fan and Xiao Lingzi remained in the room. As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Lingzi plopped down onto the ground, utterly drained. "Xiao Fanzi, you must leave at once. Once they realize what has transpired, it will be too late for you." "Leave? Why should I?" Yang Fan replied. Puzzled, "You can deceive them for a time, but not for eternity. You must go now, or you shall truly regret it," Xiao Lingzi insisted, panicking that he wondered if Xiao Fanzi might be tricking himself in the process of deceiving others. To his surprise, Yang Fan chuckled. "Rest assured, what I say is true. I have truly become the steward." "Impossible. On what grounds would Empress Chun promote you?" Xiao Lingzi remained incredulous. With a calm smile, Yang Fan's aura surged, a convulsive energy rippling through him as if a wild bull were roaring at its core. "This is the reason. You have undergone a blood transformation." "When did this happen?" Xiao Lingzi gasped, springing to his feet. "Just last night," Yang Fan revealed, claiming he had seized an opportunity at a secret meeting and, inspired, had achieved a breakthrough, unexpectedly succeeding on the first attempt. Such fortune made Xiao Lingzi's eyes glisten with envy, especially with the unexpected favor from Empress Chen, who had bestowed upon him the position of steward. "This is yours," Yang Fan said, extending the silver coins Xiao Lingzi had offered, but as Xiao Lingzi prepared to refuse, Yang Fan pressed them into his arms. "Take it. You brought me to that secret meeting. I have yet to express my gratitude. What do these coins matter?" "Thank you." Xiao Lingzi's lips trembled slightly. "This handful of silver weighs approximately 10 taels. Sufficient to compensate for the damage inflicted upon his Spring Palace painting, thereby deepening his gratitude towards Yang Fan. This little Lingzi, I shall certainly deal with him in due time," Yang Fan stated impassively. Had it not been for his fortuitous choice to visit Lady Chen today and subsequently receive a promotion, it is likely that both he and Xiao Lingzi would have met with dire consequences, leaving neither a chance for escape. How could this not infuriate Yang Fan? At last, he felt the stirrings of murderous intent, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. "Since you wish to harm me, then I shall not spare you." Chapter 38. The heart of a fierce tiger. Before long, news of Yang Fan's promotion to the position of steward spread throughout the palace, alongside the revelation of his fierce confrontation with Steward Luo. Everyone became aware that the newly appointed steward was a formidable character, having bested even the cantankerous Steward Luo, who was left humiliated and disheveled, prompting a collective hesitation to provoke him. Meanwhile, Yang Fan had relocated to a new living quarters, a modest room in the side hall. Upon becoming steward, his treatment escalated several notches. encompassing all aspects of sustenance and attire. He retrieved the chi blood guidance chart and various silver and medicinal pills he had previously hidden in the firewood room of his small courtyard. Concealing them beneath the stone bricks under his new bed.at this moment, he donned the newly acquired steward's attire, complete with layered boots, and turned before the mirror, appearing spirited and vigorous, particularly accentuated by the sharpness gleaming in his eyes, which commanded attention. Contemplating for a moment, he pressed his fingers against his eyes, gradually dispersing that sharp intensity, allowing his expression to soften. This is for the best. Within the depths of the palace, one must possess both resilience and gentleness, for rigidity often leads to fracture. Having already showcased his assertiveness before Steward Luo, he must now exhibit warmth in front of others. That a balance of softness and strength would ensure that he is recognized as formidable while avoiding outright oppression. This approach would foster longevity. Of course, this is merely a survival tactic within the palace. The true path to power remains martial strength, and he has not forgotten the means by which he attained his steward position. Especially now that he has become steward, the transitional martial disciple level alone is insufficient to uphold the dignity of his new role. He must swiftly enhance his martial prowess. He spent the entire afternoon practicing martial arts within his room, his blood chi surging, radiating warmth even through the closed door. Soon, night fell. The day's oppressive heat culminated in a torrential downpour, accompanied by sporadic claps of thunder. Crash! The thunder reverberated, piercing the eardrums. Yang Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. He donned the attire of a young eunuch, moving with agility as he exited the side hall, seamlessly merging into the curtain of rain, heading directly towards the small courtyard where he once resided. I had intended to keep you around a bit longer, but alas, even the heavens disagree. Standing outside the small abode, Yang Fan listened to the sounds of snoring within. He approached the area closest to Shaolingzi, unleashing a secret technique with fervor. The roar of wind and thunder, the bellow of the Kuainyo was as thunderous as a storm, shattering the heart and lungs. It blended with the summer night's thunder, resembling a bolt of lightning striking the earth. The slumbering Shaolingzi felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if gripped by an invisible giant claw, exerting a formidable force. No, Xiaolingzi abruptly opened her eyes, her mouth emitting incoherent sounds, yearning to scream for help, yet unable to produce even the slightest whisper, left to witness the impending arrival of death. In the darkness, another thunderclap erupted outside. Xiaolingzi could clearly see a shadowy figure standing by the window. Through the pain, their gazes seemed to momentarily intersect, one filled with despair and pleading, while the other exuded a chilling indifference. Having completed his task, Yang Fan unhesitatingly withdrew. From the morning onwards, he had resolutely determined to eliminate this Xiaolingzi. The thunderstorm of the night merely expedited the process. Returning to the side hall, Yang Fan walked while shedding his drenched clothing. However, upon entering his own chamber, he was taken aback to find a figure unexpectedly appearing in the room, facing away from him in the darkness. Who could it be? Yang Fan was startled, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, every hair on his body standing on end in such a torrential downpour. Where could Xiaofanzi have ventured? The figure turned, revealing the wrinkled visage of Li Gonggong, his profound gaze laden with the weight of omniscience. Li Gonggong. A chill coursed through Yang Fan's heart as fleeting thoughts raced through his mind. Though he quickly composed himself to respond, I was just feeling a bit urgent and went to the restroom. Is that so? Li Gonggong's sinister laughter intensified Yang Fan's unease. Deep down, Yang Fan understood that Li Gonggong had once held him in high regard, even presenting him the opportunity to become a trusted confidant. Alas, the sudden elevation of concubine Shen had sown discontent within him. Thus, the appearance of Li Gonggong at such a late hour could hardly be interpreted as a gesture of goodwill. There was undoubtedly an ulterior motive. The atmosphere in the dimly lit room grew oppressive as Li Gonggong lifted his hand to light an oil lamp, finally breaking his silence. Xiaofanzi, you have only been in the Chongqing Palace for a little over 20 days. Haven to you? Indeed, concubine Shen trusts you greatly, having promoted you to a managerial position in such a short span. This is exceedingly rare throughout the 3 palaces and 6 courts, Li Gonggong remarked. Yang Fan replied calmly, I shall forever remember the grace of concubine Shen. Li Gonggong chuckled. Let us set aside the matter of remembrance for now. The lady holds you in such high esteem. Hoping you will make further progress in your martial cultivation as her servant, it is only natural for me to share in her concerns. Hence, I have arranged a particular task for you. What task might that be? Yang Fan immediately sensed the true intent behind the inquiry. Are you aware of the Wanqing Garden? Li Gonggong referred to His Majesty's leopard room. Yang Fan's complexion shifted slightly. This realm of daming bore similarities to his previous life as daming, where the royal family delighted in raising rare and exotic beasts within the palace, encompassing not only native fauna but also animals from distant lands. Among them were lions, tigers, leopards, and various ferocious creatures. Incidents of attacks on people were not uncommon. Yang Fan had heard numerous accounts of individuals meeting their demise there. Indeed, the leopard room is merely one part of it. Other areas such as Tiger City, Elephant Room, Deer Field, and Eagle Room all exist within the Wanqing Garden. Li Gonggong elaborated. To cultivate one's prowess in the art of tiger strength, it is essential to witness a true tiger in its prime. By fortunate circumstance, I have secured a favor that allows you to venture forth into that realm. Might you be inclined to accept this proposition? Yang Fan, observing the beaming countenance of Eunuch, alongside the chilling glint in his eyes, could not remain oblivious to the underlying intent. It was clear that he had no choice but to comply. Whether he wished to or not, he must go. I am grateful for your assistance, Eunuch, and I willingly accept this task, he replied, maintaining an unflinching demeanor. Commence your journey to the Wanqing Garden on the morrow, and be certain not to betray the trust bestowed upon you by our household and the Empress. Eunuch remarked, giving Yang Fan a pat on the shoulder before taking his leave. Once Eunuch had departed, and the room was left in solitude with only Yang Fan, his expression darkened abruptly. This old eunuch is exceedingly overbearing. It is said that the older eunuchs become increasingly powerful, and Eunuch is certainly no exception. Merely having been promoted to a managerial position by concubine Chen has elicited such intense animosity from him. Had he dared to refuse today, he would surely have faced dire consequences. Fortunately, it appeared that the other party had not uncovered his involvement in the demise of Xiao Lingzi. Otherwise, he would not be so amicable. Yang Fan recognized that he was far from being a match for Eunuch at present, and despite the fury simmering within him, he had no choice but to suppress it for the time being. Maintaining an outwardly composed facade to avoid provoking immediate retaliation, after changing his attire, he lay down to rest, only for his consciousness to once again traverse into the ethereal realm of inheritance. A set of tiger form techniques resonated through the air, the sound of bones cracking harmoniously as Yang Fan channeled all his inner rage into his strikes, transforming himself into a ferocious tiger. Each movement was accompanied by the echoes of tiger roars, causing the air to resonate with explosive energy. After a considerable duration, he finally ceased, his face betraying an unexpected calmness, almost tinged with compassion. The tiger bears no ill will, yet humanity harbors malice towards the tiger. In light of this, let us consume those who threaten. Chapter 39. The journey of 10,000 beasts after training tirelessly in the ethereal inheritance realm throughout the night. Yang Fan arose as dawn broke. Upon stepping outside, he was met with exclamations of shock. With a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, he made his way to the courtyard adjacent to the side hall, where a crowd had gathered, their faces etched with fear. What is all this commotion? Yang Fan inquired, immediately drawing the attention of the onlookers. I have seen you, Manager Yang. The eunuchs and palace maids hastily offered their respects, and Yang Fan soon discerned the scene before him. The lifeless body of Xiao Lingzi lay in the courtyard, flanked by the pale-faced Xiao Lianzi and Xiao Zhuzhu, both evidently shaken from having spent the night beside a corpse. At that moment, a familiar figure was examining the body, Manager Luo. Upon hearing the stir, he turned to Yang Fan, his expression devoid of warmth. Manager Yang, what brings you here so early? Surely you must have foreseen that an incident would occur. Manager Luo's words were cryptic to Yang Fan, yet it was apparent that he had expressed discontent towards Xiao Lingzi the previous day, and now she was dead. Was there perhaps a connection to be drawn? Yang Fan was unyielding, responding without hesitation. After all, the rift between them had already formed, and he would not grant his adversary any leverage. Upon hearing this, the surrounding eunuchs and palace maids felt a chill run down their spines. Hastily lowering their heads and huddling together, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of the two managers' discord. When deities clash, mere mortals suffer the consequences. Neither of these individuals was someone they could afford to provoke. Mr. Luo, at a verbal disadvantage, wore an expression that reflected his displeasure. His venomous gaze swept over Yang Fan before settling once more on the lifeless body of Xiao Lingzi. The scene was gruesome. The corpse bore a face that was mottled with a ghastly hue, twisted and contorted in a manner that still echoed a profound terror. One hand clutched desperately at the heart, while the fingers of the other bore remnants of dried blood, now dark and desiccated, as if in those final moments of life, he had clawed at something in a frantic struggle. Could it be that a clue had been left behind? Mr. Luo's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of hope as he exerted a slight pressure, easily prying open the corpse's hand to reveal wood shavings from the bedboard within. Wood shavings. Mr. Luo furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the connection to Xiao Lingzi's demise. It appeared as though Xiao Lingzi had been struck by an overwhelming fear, leading to a death by sheer terror. The act of clawing at the bed was merely a subconscious struggle before death. Could it truly be as simple as that? Doubt not at Mr. Luo. Meanwhile, upon seeing the pile of wood shavings, Yang Fan felt a weight settle in his heart, compelling him to ponder further. Could it be that Xiao Lingzi intended to leave behind a clue in his final moments? Yang Fan's gaze flickered with unease. Suddenly, from among the group of eunuchs and palace maids, a hushed murmur broke out. Was he scared to death? Could it be that our Chaqing palace is haunted? The moment the words escaped, an uneasy silence enveloped the crowd, followed by a collective shudder as the image of the recently deceased palace made resurfaced in their minds. Was it possible that her unjust death had transformed her into a vengeful spirit seeking retribution? Nonsense! Who uttered such drivel? Upon hearing these words, Mr. Luo sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with a cold fury that sliced through the air like a knife. Naturally, no one dared to confess, faced with his murderous expression. Who would be bold enough to step forward? Mr. Luo's smile was sinister, akin to a steel blade piercing the depths of one's heart. No one wishes to own up, is it? Then let us administer slaps to all until someone confesses. I shall see if anyone else is willing to share in this punishment. At this proclamation, the group of palace maids and eunuchs erupted in a frenzy. Even Yang Fan had to concede that the old steward was a master of manipulating the human psyche, effortlessly dismantling the resistance of those present. Yes, it was Xiao Hong who said it. Indeed, I heard it too. It was her. With one voice leading the charge, the crowd began to point fingers, isolating a small palace maid in their midst. She stood alone, her eyes wide with dread as she beheld the cold demeanor of Mr. Luo. Her legs weakened, and in sheer terror, she collapsed to the ground, stammering, "I was just speaking off the cuff." Speaking off the cuff. Mr. Luo advanced, seizing her by the neck and lifting her with ease. She was paralyzed with fear, a wave of murky yellow liquid suddenly erupting from her, nearly splattering onto Mr. Luo. How infuriating. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Mr. Luo roughly tossed the maid to the ground, his face paling with rage. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Fan could not help but burst into laughter. However, that laughter fell upon the ears of Manager Luo like a harsh slap, igniting a burning embarrassment upon his face. Take him away and give him a good beating. His voice was sharp and grating, his agitation evident as he pointed at the fallen palace maid. His fingers trembling with fury. Two astute young eunuchs immediately sprang into action, swiftly dragging the palace maid, Xiao Hong, away. The others, belatedly realizing the situation, found it was too late. These two rascals had cleverly extricated themselves from the immediate turmoil through such a cunning maneuver. Manager Luo, you may handle this matter. We must pay our respects to Her Highness. So I shall take my leave. Yang Fan chuckled as he turned to depart. Manager Luo stared at Yang Fan's retreating figure, his eyes reddening with rage, having suffered such humiliation in front of his nemesis. His countenance twisted in distaste. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and remove the body. This damned fool must have been scared to death by the thunder last night. He could not even be bothered to investigate further. Hastily concluding the matter and instructing others to dispose of Xiao Ling's remains before rushing back to his quarters to change clothes. With the incident of Xiao Ling resolved, Yang Fan felt a weight lifted from his heart. After all, the presence of someone harboring resentment towards him was a potential source of trouble at any moment. It was far better to eliminate the threat in advance. After paying his respects in the palace, he soon encountered Eunuchly upon his exit. Eunuchly nodded with a benevolent expression. It's you. Xiao Fan. I forgot to give you your badge last night. Here's the waste token for the Wanxing Garden. Do take good care of it. We have high hopes for you. As he spoke, he handed Yang Fan a waste token before entering the Chongqing Palace. Yang Fan accepted the token, feeling its weight. It seemed to be crafted from some special wood with a metallic texture, the surface engraved with the characters Wanxing and the smaller inscription Xingzhu in the corner. Clearly, the former indicated the location, while the latter denoted the position, albeit one that did not seem particularly desirable. Yang Fan tucked the token away and strolled towards the Wanxing Garden, situated on the western side of the imperial city. The Wanxing Garden sprawled like a hunting ground, nurturing a multitude of rare and exotic beasts, which in Yang Fan's eyes resembled a grand zoo. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Upon reaching the entrance, A middle-aged eunuch was already waiting. He examined Yang Fan's waist token and cheerfully remarked, "You arrived just in time. We are in need of assistance at Tiger City. From today onward, you shall be responsible for feeding the tigers." Feeding tigers? Yang Fan's lips twitched slightly. Well done, Eunuch Li, indeed looking out for him by assigning him to feed tigers. This kindness would not be forgotten. Chapter 40. King of the Jungle. Tiger City, located atop Tiger Mountain within the Wanxing Garden, housed a substantial number of fierce tigers, some gifted from various provinces of the Ming Dynasty and others presented as tributes from foreign lands. The most formidable contributions were the Siberian and Bengal tigers, while the South China tiger, presented by the local regions, was deemed the fiercest of all. Yang Fan listened attentively to the middle-aged eunuch's introduction, mentally noting the key points. "Do well, and I hope to see you again in the future." The middle-aged eunuch led Yang Fan beneath Tiger Mountain, a meaningful smile playing upon his lips as he departed with delicate, mincing steps. Yang Fan watched him leave before turning to survey the row of small courtyards at the base of the mountain. This place served as a transit station for transporting food for the ferocious tigers, where every morning, a considerable quantity of fresh meat or live animals would be brought in from outside. His task was to deliver this meat or live creatures into the depths of Tiger Mountain. Just another unfortunate soul. In the courtyard, 6 or 7 eunuchs were laboriously chopping meat. Upon seeing Yang Fan, they collectively displayed expressions of pity. Having spent considerable time here, they had witnessed countless individuals akin to Yang Fan, all sent here due to having offended someone. "The meat is over there. Once you've collected 50 barrels, you may leave." One of the eunuchs chopping meat gestured towards a row of wooden barrels in the corner, each standing nearly as tall as a person and filled with fresh meat, each barrel weighing over 100 pounds. 50 barrels amounted to 5,000 pounds. While 5,000 pounds might not seem heavy, making 50 trips in and out of Tiger Mountain would undoubtedly be perilous. Yang Fan nodded, glancing around the courtyard until his eyes fell upon a thick iron rod. He approached it and grasped it firmly. Weighing it in his hands, he found it quite substantial. He hung a wooden barrel on either end of the rod, feeling the weight settle on his shoulders, and then confidently strode out of the courtyard. No sooner had he stepped out than the eunuchs, who had just been chopping meat, erupted in excitement. Among them, an older eunuch rolled up his sleeves, pulled out a thick blue ledger stained with blood from beneath the chopping board. Flipping casually to a page, he revealed it densely filled with names, many of which had been crossed out in red ink, seemingly signifying the fates of those individuals. Finding a blank space in the ledger, he swiftly wrote, "Let the betting commence. I wager on when this greenhorn will meet his demise. Today, I, Old Fan, shall take the house. I bet 5 taels of silver. He must die today. I bet 10 taels. Today, I bet 20 taels. Today." The surrounding eunuchs began to produce their silver, the gleaming coins reflecting a ghostly hue under the sun, exuding a chilling aura. Old Fan surveyed the silver on the table, scolding with a laugh. "You rascals are clearly trying to swindle my money. Everyone knows the first day is the most perilous for newcomers. You all bet on the first day. How am I supposed to run the house? You might as well pay me outright." The eunuchs chuckled mischievously, and one piped up, "Old Fan, you set the rules. You can't deny us the chance to bet on today. Besides, he might not die today. Right? Look at him. He can carry over 200 pounds. Perhaps he has already cultivated the strength of an ox, and might just hold his own." Old Fan scoffed, his face contorted with reluctance. "Strength of an ox? He looks no older than 15 or 16. How could he possibly have achieved such strength? Fine, I'll wager with you today, but mark my words, if he survives, do not come crying to me." "Haha, we accept the terms." Old Fan, with a furrowed brow, accepted the bets and quickly noted them in the ledger, all the while reveling internally. "You little rascals think you can outsmart your elder Fan? Let us see how you fare this time." He had been stationed at the foot of Tiger Mountain for 3 years, during which he had honed a pair of discerning eyes capable of perceiving the essence and caliber of individuals with a mere glance. In his estimation, the newcomer Yang Fan appeared calm and collected. Perhaps inadvertently, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a tiger's stance, indicating that he had already cultivated formidable strength, perhaps even begun to harness the power of the tiger itself. With considerable prowess and a composed disposition, Yang Fan undoubtedly possessed a significant chance of surviving the day. Meanwhile, Yang Fan balanced 2 buckets of flesh as he traversed through a gate beneath a high iron fence. Making his way up the mountain path towards Tiger Mountain, To preserved the ferocity of the tigers. Those on the mountain were kept in a free-range state, where one could occasionally spot cleanly gnawed bones and fresh droppings. All of this served as a stark reminder. Beware of the lurking tigers ahead. Yang Fan's brow furrowed as he approached the forest, becoming increasingly cautious. Logically, he only needed to toss the fresh meat into the woods to complete his task. However, both the leading eunuch and the butchers had intentionally or unintentionally overlooked this detail, and no one had reminded him. Thus, Yang Fan believed it was imperative to deliver the fresh meat to Tiger City. The forest was dense, with sunlight filtering through the thick foliage, casting scattered patches of light. As Yang Fan walked through the woods, he gripped the iron rod tightly on his shoulder while keeping a vigilant eye and ear for any sudden tiger attacks. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the distance, chilling his heart. The agonizing cry faded into silence, and faintly, the sound of a tiger's roar could be heard. Yang Fan's heart sank. With nimble hands and feet, he set down the 2 buckets of fresh meat, seized the iron rod, and swiftly ascended a nearby tree. Indeed, it was not long before a magnificent tiger emerged from the thicket. Yang Fan's pupils dilated in shock. What a colossal creature! The tiger measured a staggering 5 to 6 meters in length, towering over a man, adorned with a tapestry of yellow, white, and black stripes. Its massive head bore a faint emblem resembling a royal character on its forehead. At that moment, it clutched the battered corpse of a body clad in tattered eunuch robes, now stained with blood. The tiger moved with grace and agility, navigating the jungle without a sound. Truly, it embodied the saying, "Clouds from the dragon, winds from the tiger." It was the born king of the jungle. Damn that eunuch Li. Yang Fan inwardly cursed. He was told to feed the tiger, but it was evident that he was being led to sacrifice his own life for the beast. Forcing himself to remain composed, Yang Fan perched atop the tree like a statue, holding his breath, using his peripheral vision to observe the tiger below. That agile form was etched into his mind. A blend of keen observation and primal fear. This beast was beyond his power to confront. If discovered, his fate would mirror that of the lifeless body on the ground. Just then, as he prepared to steady his breath, the tiger's head suddenly turned, its nostrils flaring as it detected the 2 wooden buckets left on the ground. Bang! With a casual swipe of its massive claws, one of the wooden barrels was instantly shattered, spilling fresh blood and flesh across the ground. The pungent scent of blood rising sharply into the air. A low growl emanated from the fierce tiger as it discarded the carcass from its jaws. Like a famished predator, it lunged forward, its imposing figure rushing towards the heap of fresh meat, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs. With a savage rip, it tore away several dozen pounds of flesh and swallowed it whole. Yang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. As he marveled at the ferocity of the tiger, a technique from the tiger form suddenly flashed through his mind. So this is how the hungry tiger pounces upon its prey. A sense of clarity washed over him. Indeed, to cultivate the strength of a tiger, one must observe the mighty beast, while training in the strength of an ox might be more straightforward. After all, everyone has seen an ox and carries a mental image of it. How many can truly claim to have witnessed the majestic striped tiger? Yang Fan closely observed the tiger's actions as it savagely tore and devoured its meal, repeatedly validating his understanding of the tiger form. Gaining yet another layer of insight, it became evident that risk and reward were inextricably linked. A sudden intuition struck him. If he could endure for a period on this tiger mountain, he would surely achieve mastery of the tiger form in the shortest time possible. Under optimal conditions with sufficient elixirs, attaining the strength of a tiger would be well within reach. Chapter 41. Conquering Tiger Mountain beneath the great tree. The fresh meat in the 2 barrels was quickly consumed, the recently slain young eunuch becoming a post-meal delicacy, and only then did the striped tiger depart, satiated. Yang Fan waited a moment longer before leaping down from the tree. Turning away without a hint of nostalgia, he did not retrace his steps, but instead chose a different path down the mountain. The iron rod in his hand provided him with a sense of security as he proceeded cautiously. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, he finally exhaled in relief. Just then, a glum-looking eunuch carrying a barrel emerged from the woods and, upon seeing Yang Fan, initiated a conversation. "Have you also offended someone, my friend?" "Oh, what makes you say that?" Yang Fan inquired, sizing up the eunuch before him, whose face resembled a bitter melon, appearing deeply aggrieved, with numerous signs of wear on his clothing, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. "What more can be said? We've come to Tiger Mountain to feed the tigers. Isn't that tantamount to offending someone?" The eunuch replied with a disdainful smirk. Yang Fan smiled in return. "I am Yang Fan. What may I call you?" "Du Shun," After exchanging a few words, Yang Fan gained a deeper understanding of the situation. When he heard Du Shan mention certain precautions, his expression grew serious. So, it is true that each person only needs to carry 20 barrels and toss them into the forest. Indeed, Du Shan glanced at Yang Fan, seemingly realizing something, and added, "You don't mean to say you Haven Tea offered those rascals any benefits, do you?" "None at all. You may be in for a rough time then. Those scoundrels are all leeches, and if you don't give them any perks, they will undoubtedly conspire against you. Tell me, how many barrels did they ask you to carry?" Du Shan inquired with curiosity. With an impassive expression, Yang Fan replied, 50 barrels. Moreover, no one informed me that I only needed to toss the fresh meat into the forest. I thought I was supposed to deliver it to Tiger City. They're trying to set you up for disaster." Du Shan exclaimed, astonished. If it were merely 20 barrels, a stronger individual could manage with just 10 trips. However, with 50 barrels, it would require at least 25 trips, significantly multiplying the danger. Du Shan gazed at Yang Fan with a sympathetic expression and advised, "Listen to your elder brother. Return and offer some benefits to that group of rascals. Or else you may not even survive this day. That I have my own advantages, but they are not meant for them," Yang Fan replied, his expression unyielding. Such treacherous tactics. Were they the capricious designs of the eunuchs? Or had Masterly hinted at them? Regardless of which, he recognized the perilous nature of his situation. Nevertheless, he had no intention of capitulating to the eunuchs or groveling before Masterly. After all, life is not something to be begged for. It is something to be fought for. Thus, he resolved to confront the challenges of Tiger Mountain today. At the very least, the path forged by his own feet would provide him greater solace than one traversed on his knees. The two companions returned to the row of small courtyards at the foot of Tiger Mountain. Du Shan cheerfully greeted the eunuchs in the courtyard and dutifully selected a barrel, straining to carry it outside. Yang Fan, on the other hand, hoisted 2 wooden barrels. Du Shan cast a glance at him, but chose not to comment. He had already expressed his concerns on the way, yet Yang Fan had made up his mind and was not easily swayed. As they departed, the eunuchs in the courtyard erupted in lively chatter once more. "Why is that Du fellow still alive?" one inquired with curiosity. "Don't even mention it. He nearly cost me my trousers," Old Fan lamented. "Since I started my watch here, he has been around for 3 years, completely unscathed." "Haha, it's rare to see you, Old Fan, in a state of misfortune. It seems this Du fellow possesses some skill after all." "Nonsense, it's merely luck. He's encountered tigers aplenty in these 3 years, and somehow always managed to escape unscathed. Just the other day, 4 of us ventured into the mountains, and 3 were killed by a starving tiger. Yet he returned completely unharmed." Old Fan had secretly tested Du Shan's mettle, but found him to be an ordinary man, lacking even the strength of a single bull. Ultimately, he concluded that despite Du Shan's unattractive appearance, his luck was extraordinary. Anyone who associated with him seemed to be cursed. Wait a moment. Old Fan suddenly recalled Yang Fan, who was walking alongside Du Shan, and his face turned pale. If Yang Fan were to perish today, he would be in dire straits. Yet, that newcomer had also shown remarkable fortune, surviving his first venture into the mountains. Finally, someone mentioned Yang Fan. "Just watch. Even if he carries 2 barrels at a time, he still has to make 25 trips. That I don't believe he can survive this challenge." Someone jeered. "Indeed, indeed." Others chimed in, laughing. "And let us not forget he is accompanied by the unfortunate Du Shan." Upon exiting the courtyard, Du Shan observed the composed Yang Fan and inwardly gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. If you survive today, I shall surely treat you to a drink another day." "Then it is a promise," Yang Fan replied, welcoming the addition of a friend. After they passed the high walls and iron nets, they parted ways, a suggestion from Du Shan, as congregating in Tiger Mountain often magnified the danger. It was wiser to act independently. Yang Fan did not refuse. He picked up a wooden bucket and entered the forest with determination. "Good luck to you." Du Shan smiled faintly, and his previously laborious movements became light and agile as he swiftly changed direction and darted into the woods, moving with a speed that rivaled that of a rabbit. Within the forest, Yang Fan, on his second expedition, exhibited a noticeable improvement in his experience. He quickly placed the 2 wooden buckets in a clearing. This time, he did not rush to depart. Instead, he thoughtfully chose to delve deeper. Centered around the wooden buckets, Yang Fan gradually explored the surrounding environment, even sketching a rudimentary map that marked the locations of nearby prey bones and tiger droppings. He meticulously noted the traces of abandoned wooden buckets scattered throughout the woods. Through these signs, he could roughly deduce the areas where the tigers frequently roamed. Clearly, he had resolved to engage in a prolonged strategy on this tiger mountain. Thus, he traversed back and forth numerous times, gradually expanding his exploration radius, even delineating the tiger's territory by strategically placing the wooden buckets. During this period, he encountered tigers on several occasions, each time eluding them with precision. When he appeared for the 25th time at the small courtyard beneath Tiger Mountain, Lao Fan, the dealer, was nearly beaming with delight as he approached. "You've made quite a few trips yourself, haven't you? Are you thirsty? Would you like to take a moment to rest and have some water?" His solicitous demeanor caused the surrounding eunuchs to exchange glances of disapproval. "No, thank you." Yang Fan declined the offer, not lingering any longer as he directly picked up the last 2 wooden buckets and ventured back into the mountain. This time, he aimed for something substantial in the courtyard, facing the cheerful Lao Fan. One eunuch could no longer contain himself and exclaimed angrily, "Lao Fan, are you cheating? How could this fellow make 20 trips and still be alive?" Lao Fan retorted without hesitation, glaring fiercely. "What's the matter? Is it only permissible for you to win? If he hasn't perished, that's his skill. Moreover, we've added our own buckets and concealed the necessary details. What more do you want?" The other eunuchs fell silent. Their intentions clear. They desired Yang Fan's demise. Otherwise, apart from the dealer Lao Fan, they would incur significant losses. Amid the crowd, 2 of the highest betting eunuchs exchanged glances, and one of them stealthily exited the courtyard, heading straight towards Tiger Mountain. "Humph, you think you can make me lose money? Not a chance." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his reddened eyes. Chapter 42. The ultimate nourishment deep within the forest. Yang Fan crouched atop a large tree. His iron rod, once in his possession, had vanished, its whereabouts unknown. That he gazed at the 2 buckets of fresh meat in the clearing with an impassive expression, seemingly awaiting something. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. Yang Fan remained oblivious, lost in his thoughts. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he heard the sound of swift footsteps approaching. Powerful and agile, like the wind, a tiger was coming. Yang Fan's eyes brightened, and his movements became increasingly cautious. He carefully curled his body, lying flat against the tree trunk, his breath slow and measured. Resembling a hibernating black bear, with keen eyes, he observed the tiger that emerged from the shadows. Indeed, he was poised to hunt the tiger. This formidable tiger is significantly smaller than the one he encountered for the first time. Measuring just over 3 meters in length and weighing approximately 600 to 700 pounds, its yellow fur is adorned with a multitude of black stripes. Its tail resembles a steel whip, exuding a palpable scent of blood as it moves. With a fierce gaze and an imposing demeanor, it remains vigilant, surveying its surroundings before it swipes a paw, shattering a wooden barrel with a resounding crack. In an instant, the barrel splinters into countless pieces. It then opens its maw and tears off a substantial chunk of flesh, devouring it voraciously, consuming half a bucket of blood and meat in mere moments. Yet, at that very instant, it emits a pained growl, its movements abruptly halting as it swats the bloodied morsels away. With a thunderous crash, the remnants scatter across the ground. Astonishingly, among the flesh lies a multitude of irregular iron shards. "Wait, that iron rod belongs to Yang Fan." Indeed, to set this trap, Yang Fan had deliberately shattered the iron rod with brute force, and due to the crude forging technique, the remnants transformed into these sharp fragments upon breaking. The jagged edges glint menacingly, akin to a multitude of daggers. Roaring, the tiger's voice reverberates through the mountains and forests. The flesh it had just consumed has now become the instrument of its demise. With a sickening splatter, blood erupts from its maw, the iron shards having already pierced its innards, resulting in massive internal hemorrhaging. Thud, thud, thud. It struggles relentlessly, the surrounding trees and rocks succumbing to its fury as if trampled by a steamroller. Splintering and shattering, leaving the ground in utter disarray. After a prolonged struggle, the tiger finally succumbs to its wounds. From his perch in the trees, Yang Fan witnesses its madness, its fury, and its despair, particularly the explosive power and destructive force it exhibited in its final moments, leaving the stone ground resembling a battlefield ravaged by artillery fire. Even in death, its fierce presence lingers, standing before the tiger's lifeless body. Yang Fan feels no sympathy, since the tiger preys upon humans. It is only natural for humans to hunt tigers. Moreover, this tiger is a treasure trove of potent resources. Yang Fan picks up a shard of iron from the bloody remains and begins to slice with haste. The metal gliding through sinew and bone, expertly extracting the tiger's bones, skinning, butchering, and dismembering. Throughout the process, Yang Fan gains a deeper understanding of the tiger's anatomy. After spending a considerable half-hour, he finally finishes processing the tiger's carcass. And the sun is nearing its zenith. He has taken longer than expected. Tiger bones are a significant source of nourishment. If brewed into wine, they can invigorate the meridians, strengthen the muscles and bones. And the tiger's whip, after all, he is not a eunuch. He too requires substantial nourishment, as a man, who wouldn't he desire to enhance their prowess in that regard. Regardless of the reasoning, this endeavor is undeniably profitable. After collecting the tiger bones and whip, Yang Fan has no intention of wasting the tiger meat either. A sudden thought strikes him, reminiscent of the smoked meat he had relished in his past life. It might be worthwhile to try making some, but he meticulously selects a portion of the tiger meat and bones for his personal use, discarding the remainder into the forest to serve as sustenance for other tigers. Of course, he does not forget to take care of the iron shards. However, instead of discarding them, he conceals them within a hollow of a tree, marking the spot for future reference, ensuring that he will have access to them when he returns to Tiger Mountain. Perfect. He clapped his hands, lifted the wooden barrel intended for holding tiger bones and meat, and dashed towards a direction deep within the mountains. While mapping the area, he stumbled upon a secluded hollow nestled among the hills, where a mountain spring flowed. The terrain steep and treacherous, making it difficult to delve further. However, for him, it was relatively manageable, and he effortlessly climbed inside. He first used stones to dig a pit, creating a rudimentary closed stove, and then erected a smoking rack above the stove, hanging all the tiger meat upon it. Subsequently, he gathered some dry wood and withered leaves, igniting them and layering fresh branches and grass atop, which instantly billowed forth a cloud of thick black smoke. He had prepared well in advance, sealing the stove's entrance with stones and using clay to block the gaps, leaving only a small opening through which he directed the smoke into the water via a bamboo tube. His skills had not dulled. Yang Fan felt a surge of pride. Although he had not fared well in his previous life, his childhood escapades in the mountain village had equipped him for survival in the wilderness. With the smoking of the meat accomplished, the sun began to set. Yang Fan relished a hearty meal of smoked tiger meat and mountain spring water, patting his belly in satisfaction. The meat was delectable. After consuming it, he could feel his vitality gradually increasing, clearly indicative of the tiger meat's potent nourishing properties and nutritional benefits. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he noticed that time was slipping away, and he finally resolved to return. His gaze lingered on the tiger bones and tail several times before he decided to take the tail with him first, intending to clean it thoroughly upon his return and then soak it in liquor. A little indulgence now, and then would bring him joy. As for the bones, he would make arrangements for them later. In the small courtyard at the foot of Tiger Mountain, Old Fan's expression was so grim it seemed it could drip with water. While a group of eunuchs nearby reveled in his misfortune, Old Fan, enough is enough. This hour, he is unlikely to return alive. Indeed, just admit defeat. It's not a substantial amount of money. If you lose, you lose. Worst, when we gamble next, we'll let you win it back. Several of the eunuchs, who had placed the largest bets, chimed in. They had initially thought their loss was assured, but none had anticipated that Yang Fan would falter on the final journey, thus igniting their excitement. It's not dark yet. Why the rush? I refuse to believe that after all those trips, he would perish on the last one. Old Fan was beginning to feel anxious. If the stakes hadn't been so high, he could have simply borne the loss, but the group of insufferable eunuchs had wagered over 100 taels of silver, a significant portion of which had been added as a last-minute bet. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had agreed, never expecting Yang Fan to be absent for several hours. If he truly lost this bet, he would be left with nothing. The most heavily invested eunuch Hong sneered. Old Fan, can't you handle the stakes? At this point, we don't have time to waste with you. I'll count to 10. And if he doesn't show up, you'll pay up without question. Indeed, pay up. He has been gone for hours. Perhaps the tiger has already devoured him. With someone leading the charge, a chorus of eunuchs joined in the mockery. Old Fan felt as if he were sitting on a hot stove. 10, 9, 8. He listened to the countdown, reminiscent of a death knell from the eunuch Hong, his hands and feet trembling slightly, yet his heart was ablaze with a desperate fervor. His eyes bloodshot and wild. 3, 2. Just as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Yang Fan pushed open the courtyard door and entered, inquiring, having finished 50 barrels, may I take my leave? It was as if a bucket of ice water had been tossed onto a blazing fire. The eunuch Hong's voice abruptly ceased, and he turned with such force that one might suspect his head could detach from his neck. You, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible, after all this time. How could he still be alive? Furthermore, I had my subordinate, Eunuch Luo, specifically monitoring him. Even if Yang Fan had emerged from Tiger Mountain, there was no way he could have eluded Eunuch Luo's lethal grasp. Yet here stood Yang Fan, undeniably present, albeit somewhat disheveled, completely unscathed. How could this not astonish the Eunuch Hong? Huh? Meanwhile, the elder Fan was beside himself with excitement, springing to his feet and striding forward to seize Yang Fan's hand. Brother, you have finally returned. You cannot imagine how worried I have been. His face was alight with fervor, his enthusiasm surpassing that of a son reuniting with his long-lost father if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave, Yang Fan said, calmly extricating his hand and turning to depart. Not so fast. You cannot leave. Just then, the eunuch Hong bellowed, swiftly pursuing Yang Fan and lunging a bony hand, as thin as an iron hook, toward Yang Fan's shoulder. Chapter 43. The eunuchs are quite realistic. Feeling the rush of wind behind him, Yang Fan's expression hardened. He had no desire to complicate matters. He merely wished to live a tranquil life in Tiger Mountain. Yet, some insisted on provoking him. If that was the case, then let it be known that I shall establish my dominance, having slain a fierce tiger. He exuded an even fiercer aura, reacting swiftly to the sudden attack from behind. His fingers transformed into claws, and without looking back, he seized the eunuch Hong's hand. Then, with a twist of his body, he executed a sweeping kick, akin to a tiger's tail lash. The air seemed to crackle with a thunderous sound, reminiscent of a tiger's roar. Yang Fan's kick landed squarely on the eunuch Hong, sending him sprawling through the air. Bang! The eunuch Hong had not anticipated such a ferocious counterattack from Yang Fan. With that one strike, he found himself utterly defenseless, crashing into the mud in a most undignified manner. In truth, had Yang Fan not restrained himself, that kick would have surely broken several of the eunuch's ribs. The tiger's tail lash was no trivial matter. If mastered to perfection, it could cleave not just a man but even an iron pillar in two. Having spent a day in Tiger Mountain observing several fierce tigers, even having consumed one, Yang Fan's mastery of tiger-style techniques had progressed remarkably. If he had previously only achieved a novice level, he had now at least reached a small degree of accomplishment, effortlessly commanding the scene with a simple display of skill. Elder Fan was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he glared fiercely at the eunuch Hong. What do you intend to do, Hong? Yang Fan had just allowed him to win a substantial sum of over 100 taels of silver, and in the next moment, eunuch Hong was contemplating underhanded tactics. To the old man Fan, this was clearly an affront to his dignity. If you cannot bear to lose, then do not return next time. Creating a scene here, do you intend to force me, Fan, to deal with you? The fierce glint in old Fan's eyes was unmistakable. Having endured 3 years under the harsh conditions of Tiger Mountain, he was certainly no pushover. With a disdainful spit, eunuch Hong rose from the ground. Expelling a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, he cast not a glance at old Fan, but instead shot a venomous glare at Yang Fan. Truth be told, he had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. Yang Fan's kick had nearly dismantled him completely. You rascal, you possess quite the audacity. Yang Fan's countenance darkened, and he struck down with a resounding slap. You, a despicable coward who resorts to treachery, dare to contest my authority? Eunuch Hong was taken aback by Yang Fan's sudden aggression, failing to react in time as Yang Fan lunged forward, delivering a slap that cut through the air. This is bad, he thought, attempting to evade, but there was no escape. The force of the slap crashed against his face, sending him crashing into the table, splintering it into pieces, a vivid crimson mark blooming upon his cheek. A collective gasp echoed among the younger eunuchs present. How ferocious! They had all witnessed eunuch Hong's prowess, a man of formidable strength, yet he was utterly outmatched by this newcomer. The sight of the purple handprint on eunuch Hong's face made them feel as if they had received the blow themselves. Even old Fan's brows twitched ominously. You insolent! Eunuch Hong seethed with fury and resentment, but before he could utter another word, Yang Fan brought his foot down heavily, forcing eunuch Hong's face into the mud. He stomped down several times, and eunuch Hong could no longer endure it. Spare me. The eunuchs were accustomed to bullying the weak, yet before this man, who was evidently stronger and more brazen, they dared not act defiantly. Eunuch Hong feared that if he did not relent, Yang Fan might drown him in the mire. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Yang Fan finally withdrew his foot, watching as Eunuch Hong struggled to his feet. The latter's gaze was filled with hatred, yet it was laced with palpable fear. "Pray tell, why did you obstruct me just now?" Yang Fan inquired, indifferent to the animosity simmering within Eunuch Hong. Even if he harbored resentment, he would have to suppress it in my presence. Eunuch Hong's expression shifted dramatically. He had dispatched Eunuch Luo to ambush Yang Fan, and with the latter's fierce demeanor now, he suspected that Eunuch Luo had likely met with misfortune. Initially intending to confront Yang Fan about this matter, he was now utterly intimidated, his confidence shattered. Faced with Yang Fan's inquiry, he gritted his teeth and retrieved half a vial of cheap blood pills from his pocket. With a face full of ingratiation, Eunuch Hong said, "I noticed you appeared weary from a long day, and I happen to have some pills that can alleviate fatigue that I hope you will accept them." "Then I shall not be polite." Yang Fan seized the porcelain vial from his hand. Eunuch Hong's heart ached as if it were bleeding, yet he managed to force a strained smile. "You jest, my lord. This is but a small courtesy, truly." His demeanor was a testament to the adaptability expected of a eunuch. Even Yang Fan had to concede that his opponent was somewhat formidable. Once cornered, he would immediately show signs of surrender. This shift in attitude was remarkably complete. Although Yang Fan was aware of the resentment boiling beneath the surface, he could not afford to act against him openly. "Then let us continue," Yang Fan declared. The expression on Eunuch Hong's face suddenly froze. Continue, he thought. He had already lost a significant amount of silver, and with the addition of half a vial of blood essence pills, to continue would be tantamount to risking his life. However, Yang Fan remained undeterred, his gaze shifting away from him as he turned to exit the courtyard. Once outside, he raised his hand to examine a scar on it, which was not a remnant from his encounter with Eunuch Hong, but rather a result of a sneak attack in Tiger Mountain. It was indeed his own fault for having indulged himself and lowered his guard. Otherwise, he would not have fallen prey to Eunuch Luo's ambush. Indeed, it was that very Eunuch Luo, dispatched specifically by Eunuch Hong. Yang Fan retaliated decisively, unleashing a series of tiger fist strikes that brutally dispatched his assailant, subsequently tossing the corpse at the entrance of a tiger den, providing a late-night snack for the tiger. This ambush served as a stark reminder that one must never let their guard down, regardless of the circumstances. The depths of the palace were no safer than the treacherous wilderness inhabited by fierce tigers. While carelessness here resulted in a mere hand injury, a lapse in vigilance within the palace could lead to dire consequences. As the onlookers witnessed Yang Fan's departure, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The fearsome figure had finally left. Old Fan, seemingly unfazed, patted the coins in his pocket and cheerfully remarked, "It's getting late. Let's call it a day. Thank you all for your patronage." The crowd shot him a disapproving glare before casting sympathetic glances at Eunuch Hong and subsequently dispersing. Eunuch Hong, however, was the last to leave, his entourage of young eunuchs having vanished, clearly a sign of the reality that surrounded them, such as the pragmatic nature of eunuchs. Meanwhile, Yang Fan had already returned to Chaqing Palace. After taking a shower to wash away the sin of blood and changing into fresh attire, he began to attend to the tiger whip. After thoroughly rinsing it with water, he placed it in a jar and soaked it in liquor. With utmost care, he sealed the jar with clay and tucked it beneath his bed, where it would be nearly impossible to detect. In truth, even if discovered, it mattered little. Every eunuch had a jar for storing treasures in their quarters, and at most, others would merely marvel at the remnants of his former grandeur. Having completed these tasks, he finally exhaled in relief. Despite the dangers faced during his expedition to Tiger Mountain, he had reaped significant rewards. To him, it was akin to discovering a veritable treasure trove. Eunuch Li's covert assignment of sending him to Tiger Mountain felt like tossing a rat into a grain bin. With a mountain of opportunities awaiting Yang Fan's exploration, he found himself almost blissfully oblivious to the outside world. His only concern was whether the disappearance of the fierce tiger might attract unwanted attention. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, in a realm where two tigers cannot coexist, especially with so many fierce tigers in Tiger Mountain, it was only natural for some to perish. As he stepped out of his quarters, intending to take a breather, a hesitant voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Xiao Fanzi, did you kill Xiao Lingzi?" Chapter 44. The struggle for favor. Yang Fan turned around, his expression unchanging. He immediately spotted Xiao Linzi emerging from behind a pillar near the side hall, her face pale and her demeanor tinged with anxiety. He pondered throughout the day, ultimately unable to restrain himself from inquiring with Yang Fan, "What nonsense is this? Why would I wish to kill him? As the steward, do I truly need to dirty my hands to deal with a mere young eunuch?" Naturally, Yang Fan would not admit to such matters. Observing Yang Fan's calm and unperturbed countenance, Xiao Lianzi could only manage a bitter chuckle after a prolonged silence. It appears I have overthought things. After spending a night beside a corpse, my mind is now in disarray. Whenever I close my eyes, the distorted visage of Xiao Lingzi haunts me. Very well, if you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Yang Fan had no time to act as a therapist for him. He had gleaned some understanding of Xiao Linzi. He likely hailed from a scholarly family, for reasons unknown had entered the palace. Though he appeared somewhat scheming, he had first been reported for participating in a secret meeting, and then, having witnessed Xiao Lingzi's demise, he was utterly thrown into disarray. Wait. Upon seeing Yang Fan prepare to depart, Xiao Linzi hastily called out, "Do you have something to attend to? Steward Luo harbors resentment towards you. Exercise caution. No need for your warnings. If he dares, let him come," Yang Fan retorted as he strode away. Outside, he might harbor some concern, but within the Cha-Ching Palace, both were stewards. Did the other truly dare to engage him in a genuine confrontation? It would be remarkable if Lady Qin did not put an end to both of them. Navigating the familiar halls of the main hall in Cha-Ching Palace, having spent the day in Tiger Mountain, he resolved to pay a visit to Lady Qin during the evening. Upon entering, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere within the palace. "What is amiss?" Yang Fan inquired of a palace maid. The maid furtively glanced towards the inner court before whispering, "Your Majesty was originally to visit Chongqing Palace, but was intercepted by Her Majesty the Empress on the way." Understanding the implications, Yang Fan realized this was a case of rivalry for favor gone awry, interrupted mid-journey. Regrettably, he had only caught a distant glimpse of the Empress Wang. Although she appeared well-preserved, she was, after all, a mother of two, likely approaching her 40s or 50s, yet she still managed to maintain such a firm grip on Zhu Gaoya's affections, which was indeed admirable. With these thoughts in mind, he had already reached the entrance of the inner court, where he heard the unmistakable sound of Lady Qin hurling objects, the cacophony of shattering resonating throughout, clearly indicating her ire. Yang Fan hesitated momentarily. Entering now would surely make him a convenient outlet for her frustrations. However, just as he turned to leave, Lady Qin's voice rang out from within. "Who dares linger at the door? Come in at once." With a resigned sigh, he obediently stepped inside. Upon encountering Lady Qin, she fixed him with a dangerous glare and said, "Xiao Fanzi, it is you. You have arrived just in time. I have a task for you." "Your command, my lady. Go and ignite the side chamber for me." Yang Fan was taken aback, but upon seeing Lady Qin's serious demeanor, he hastily replied, "My lady, that would not be appropriate. What is inappropriate about wanting to see fireworks? What harm is there in lighting a room?" Lady Qin huffed coldly. Yang Fan felt a cold sweat break out upon him. You wish to behold the fireworks, yet should he truly ignite the side hall? While the spectacle may indeed manifest, he is likely to find himself flayed for his misdeed. My lady, it would be prudent to set aside the matter of the fireworks for the time being. If your desire is to meet His Majesty, I happen to possess a strategy in an effort to avert his own demise. Yang Fan was resolute in his determination. Lady Qin raised an eyebrow. Yang Fan's cunning thoughts bubbled forth, and without hesitation, he urged, "To meet His Majesty, one must certainly proceed to the Palace of Cunning." Lady Qin, being the daughter of a powerful lord, was well aware that even the queen, should she harbor displeasure, would not dare to act openly against her. Since the adversary had intervened unexpectedly, it would be wise for Lady Qin to pay a visit to the queen's palace. Even if she could not retrieve His Majesty, it would serve to vex the queen, which was far preferable to venting her ire within the halls of Cha-Ching, throwing objects, or even setting the place ablaze. You clever little fan, you possess quite the devious mind." Lady Qin realized this, and her smile transformed into one of radiant brilliance as she commanded, "Prepare at once. I shall visit the Palace of Cunning to pay my respects to the queen." Her tone grew decidedly frosty as she spoke the latter part. "Yes, I shall arrange it immediately." Yang Fan sighed with relief, grateful that no arson would be required. "Come, assist me in my adornment, and fetch my most splendid palace attire. If I am to pay my respects to the queen, it must be done with the utmost formality." Lady Qin was no fool. Upon being prompted by Yang Fan, she swiftly conceived a new plan. Good heavens! Yang Fan's lips twitched. Was this truly a visit of courtesy or a demonstration of power? Once Lady Qin had resolved to stir the pot at the Palace of Cunning, the palace staff wasted no time in preparing for her arrival. Soon, a procession made its way directly to the palace. Upon the arrival of Lady Qin's carriage at the gates of Cunning, the astute little eunuch swiftly dashed away to deliver the news. "Lady Qin is coming." Eunuch Huang could hardly believe his ears upon hearing the news. "Indeed, she is nearly at the entrance." "What? At the entrance already? What are we waiting for? Quickly, stop her. Eunuch Huang's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, hastily making his way outside. However, as he emerged, he beheld Lady Chun, resplendent in her exquisite palace attire, her hand resting gracefully upon Yang Fan's arm as they strode toward the palace. "My lady, please halt." Eunuch Huang rushed forward to block their path. Lady Chun remained expressionless, pointedly ignoring him, while Yang Fan dutifully assumed the role of a mere instrument, his gaze lowered as he pressed onward. No matter how bold Eunuch Huang might be, he dared not impede Lady Chun. He could only retreat repeatedly until, with a resounding thud, he knelt upon the ground. "If you wish to bow, then roll aside and do not obstruct my path." Lady Chun finally spoke. Eunuch Huang's heart sank. "This is the end. The queen shall surely see to my demise." Thus, with Yang Fan supporting Lady Chun, the pair strode confidently into the palace, as the reluctant little eunuch at the entrance announced, "Lady Chun has arrived." In the palace, Zhu Gaolai was engaged in conversation with Empress Wang when he suddenly heard the voice of a eunuch from outside, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. However, the expression on Empress Wang's face grew somewhat displeased. Little did she expect that the other party would choose to pursue them directly into Kunming Palace. "I have seen His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress." Lady Chun, adorned in a delicate palace gown, radiated an enchanting beauty that could overshadow all others. Her smile was captivating, and her figure, voluptuous and graceful, rendered all other women in the vicinity utterly eclipsed. Such an exquisite beauty would naturally overpower the Empress with ease. Even the eunuchs, it seemed, dared not steal glances, their heads nearly bowing to the ground in submission. "Please rise," Zhu Gaolai said with a resigned smile, gesturing for Lady Chun to stand. "Thank you, Your Majesty." A fleeting glance at the Empress's expression filled Lady Chun with delight. She took her seat beside Zhu Gaolai, her tone gentle as she spoke. "Your Majesty, being preoccupied with state affairs, I have been concerned for your health, and have specially prepared a ginseng soup for you." As she spoke, Yang Fan presented a food box. Lady Chun gracefully opened it, extracting a clay pot, and placing it on the table between Zhu Gaolai and the Empress, followed by 2 jade bowls, one for Zhu Gaolai and one for herself. Her demeanor suggested she had completely taken over the space, treating it as her own Chongqing Palace rather than the Empress's Kunming Palace. Yang Fan could almost sense the chill radiating from the Empress. If looks could kill, Lady Chun would have long been dead and buried. "Will we even be able to leave Kunming Palace today?" Yang Fan pondered anxiously, feeling an unsettling unease. Such a little vixen, a brazen temptress, just as Lady Chun was about to serve the ginseng soup herself. Empress Wang finally spoke up. "How considerate of you, dear sister. Your Majesty, do give it a taste." Zhu Gaolai glanced at Empress Wang, then at the eagerly anticipating Lady Chun. Before accepting the jade bowl, he took a sip of the ginseng soup and nodded. "It tastes delightful. I appreciate your efforts, Lady Chun. Your Majesty, you flatter me." "This is merely my duty," Lady Chun replied, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she cast a glance at the Empress, although Empress Wang's expression remained unchanged. Yang Fan, standing nearby with his head bowed, noted a subtle glimmer of derision in her eyes. What could she be mocking? Yang Fan pondered, momentarily baffled. "You honor, it is getting late, and I find myself weary. You may kneel in peace." Zhu Gaolai suddenly declared. Lady Chun, taken aback, had not anticipated Zhu Gaolai's abrupt dismissal. Her expression shifted several times, her delicate lips almost biting through her crimson hue as she replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." With that, she turned slowly to leave. Yang Fan hastily followed, feeling the painful grip of Lady Chun's hand on his arm, clearly indicating her composed exterior concealed a tempest of anger within. Watching Lady Chun depart, Empress Wang sighed and remarked, "Your Majesty, you may have truly wounded Lady Chun's heart." Zhu Gaolai replied impassively, "I am weary. The Empress should also retire early." With that, he too rose and left Kunming Palace. Queen Wang sat in the palace, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke softly. "Chen Fei, no matter how much you flatter, it is ultimately impossible for you to gain His Majesty's genuine favor." Several years ago, Zhu Gaolai experienced an unforeseen mishap during his training, resulting in a reversal of his vital energy and a descent into madness. Despite the efforts of several esteemed imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau who worked together to rescue him, his health suffered a significant decline, and he lost the ability to engage in human relations. To conceal this matter, all the physicians involved in the treatment were silenced, and a series of cover-ups ensued, including the normal selection and enfeoffment of concubines in the palace, which continued unabated, fearing that someone might detect the truth. However, Since that year, no concubine has received Zhu Gaoya's favor, a fact evidenced by the absence of any princes or princesses born in recent years. Thus, Chun Fei's unrequited affections are nothing more than casting flirtatious glances at a blind man. Queen Wang is well aware that she poses no threat to her. Even her fury is merely feigned. Meanwhile, Chun Fei's oppressive low spirits persisted until she returned to Chaqing Palace. Upon entering, she violently knocked over a porcelain vase, nearly human height, positioned in the corner, and heard a sharp crack as it shattered into countless pieces. Yang Fan immediately recoiled to the side, silently lamenting, "This is infuriating. What does that old woman possess that makes His Majesty so enamored with her?" Chun Fei gasped in anger, the daughter of nobility. She had been in the palace for some time, seemingly enjoying great favor, having been enfeoffed as a concubine and granted a palace, yet His Majesty had never once graced her with his presence. To this day, she remained untouched. Every time Zhu Gaolai visited, it was either to engage in idle chatter or to discuss the intricacies of strategy. Was she, Chen Yuaner, truly so lacking that she failed to capture his interest? Her gaze fell upon Yang Fan, imbued with a biting resentment. "Am I not beautiful?" At that moment, they were the only two in the palace. The others had been so frightened on the way that none dared to follow, leaving only Yang Fan, who was reluctantly dragged along by Chun Fei. Otherwise, he would have remained outside. Now, under Chun Fei's scrutiny, cold sweat trickled down his back as he recalled how Xiao Chunzi had met his end. However, he could not outright declare that Chun Fei was unattractive. To do so would be akin to an ancient immortal consuming poison, utterly reckless. Thus, he mustered his courage and, with his head lowered, replied, "Chun Fei, you possess an innate beauty, akin to the moon's modesty and the flower's shyness, with a visage that could make fish sink and birds fall at this juncture." He was suddenly enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance of a woman. As Chun Fei stepped closer, asking pointedly, "If I am so beautiful, why does His Majesty refuse to even touch me?" Her voice grew increasingly subdued, yet the more restrained she became, the more Yang Fan sensed the tempestuous anger brewing within her. Should it erupt, many would undoubtedly suffer the consequences, with him being the foremost target. "Look up at me," Chun Fei commanded suddenly, extending a delicate white hand to grasp Yang Fan's chin, lifting it forcefully as her gaze fell upon his handsome face. "Tell me, why does he not dare to touch me? He personally opened his mouth to bestow upon me the title of consort and granted me the long-awaited Longqing Palace. Could it truly be as I have heard? That royal marriages are nothing more than transactions. Am I merely a tool for him to win over and placate my father and the military?" After such prolonged anticipation, repeatedly met with disappointment, compounded by the emperor's frigid demeanor in Kuan-Ning Palace, and the malicious glee evident in the eyes of Queen Wang before my departure, the emotions of consort Chen erupted in a torrent. How could she endure such humiliation? As a noble lady of high birth, she had been cherished like the apple of her parents' eyes, having all her desires fulfilled without exception. Yet, upon entering the palace, everything changed. Zhu Gaolai appeared to dote on her, yet he would not even lay a hand upon her. She felt like a caged bird, confined beneath the eaves of Longqing Palace. The mere thought of potentially living out her days in such solitude, sequestered in the depths of the palace, filled her heart with an unprecedented rebellious notion. "This is what you have forced upon me." She gazed at the figure of Yang Fan before her, suddenly appraising him from head to toe. His handsome countenance and tall stature, though clad in eunuch garb, could not disguise the aura of vitality that emanated from him. He was, in fact, rather appealing. In an instant, Consort Chen's gaze transformed, yet it evoked an unsettling chill within Yang Fan. Consort Chen, a sense of unease began to stir within him, whether it was her recent words or the profound scrutiny she now directed at him. A peculiar disquiet settled in his chest, a feeling that something beyond his control was unfolding, and he was powerless to intervene. Suddenly, Consort Chen flashed a captivating smile, as if her earlier fury had dissipated entirely, replaced by a certain vindictive delight. "Come, sit with me." A delicate white hand brushed against Yang Fan's cheek, grasping his collar, and to his astonishment, she pulled him to sit upon the soft couch in the inner chamber. Yang Fan's heart raced. At that moment, he could no longer deny that Consort Chen was harboring ulterior motives. Having spent some time in Longqing Palace, as a normal man, it was impossible for him not to have harbored desires for Consort Chen. After all, with her breathtaking beauty, it was nearly impossible for any man to resist. Moreover, having once attended to her during her bath, he had caught a glimpse of her perfectly voluptuous figure, especially considering her earlier claim that the emperor had never touched her. As Consort Chen drew nearer, Yang Fan instinctively leaned back, struggling to protest. Your Highness, please do not. Chapter 46. I am actually a traitor, do not what? Consort Chen leaned forward, her gaze sultry as she looked at Yang Fan. Her breath fragrant like orchids and musk. In that instant, the fabric of her palace attire began to slip away from her form. The sheer undergarments were as light as gossamer, hardly concealing the abundance of spring that radiated from her. At that moment, Yang Fan felt an unprecedented struggle. He wished to close his eyes and turn away, yet his eyelids felt as though they were being held open, unable to bear shutting. This was Consort Chen, the Emperor's woman. A thought suddenly emerged, warning Yang Fan of the peril he faced, yet another thought surged forth, urging him on. What is the Emperor to me? What can his woman do? One cannot govern a woman. So is it not permissible for others to lend a helping hand? Moreover, he himself is unwilling to engage. As a commendable young man hailing from the 21st century, should he not embody the spirit of altruism, assisting virtuous women in navigating the long, arduous nights? Suddenly, the noble Consort Chen forcefully pushed Yang Fan onto the soft couch. Observing his flustered demeanor ignited within her an indescribable, strange sensation. Xiao Fanzi, remove your garments, she commanded, her tone laced with excitement. As Yang Fan considered his predicament beneath this roof, he felt compelled to submit, internally chastising himself before resolutely beginning to unfasten the buttons of his jacket. What of the treacherous Zhao? He too was a victim of circumstance. Since resistance was futile, he might as well comply. Just then, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the voices of palace maids and eunuchs. We pay our respects to Master Li. Has the consort retired? Unclear. Let us investigate. Upon Master Li's command, a maid cautiously ventured into the inner chamber. This intrusion was akin to a bucket of cold water, instantly dissolving the enchanting atmosphere within. The first to regain composure was Consort Chen. Glancing at the still-lying Yang Fan, she urgently urged, Why do you dawdle? Hurry and assist me in changing. Yes, Yang Fan quickly responded, leaping to his feet, cold sweat trickling down his back. That was a close call. Just as he descended from the couch to drape a robe over Consort Chen, a young maid entered with deliberate steps. She noticed the newly favored Yang Fan attending to the consort and, lowering her head, reported, Your Highness, Master Li wishes to see you. Let him enter, Consort Chen replied, her heart racing, her mind momentarily blank. The earlier surge of anger subsided, and reason reclaimed its throne in her thoughts. Sitting upon the couch, she supported her forehead, replaying the recent events. What had she just done? The realization of her reckless actions caused her complexion to fluctuate. Thankfully, she had not committed any irredeemable act. Wait, Yang Fan is merely a eunuch. What could he have possibly done? Oh, then it is of no consequence. Surely, she would not resort to eliminating the donkey after the grind. Standing nearby, Yang Fan observed her ever-shifting expressions, reminiscent of a patron who, having partially disrobed, suddenly claims to be unable to proceed with payment. Internally, he felt as though 1,000 wild stallions were galloping through his mind. Fortunately, at that moment, Master Li entered. His face etched with concern. He had been attending to matters outside, but rushed back upon hearing of the unfolding events, only to find it too late. Consort Chen had already departed for Kunning Palace. Finally, upon her return to the palace, he approached her once more. Your Highness, I have just learned from my subordinates that you visited Kunning Palace. What? Is it forbidden for me to go to Kunning Palace? Consort Chen steadied her nerves and retorted. Master Li fell momentarily silent. Of course, one may go, but I worry you may act impulsively if it displeases His Majesty. It would be most regrettable. Very well. I shall have my own opinions. You may all leave. I am weary. The Empress Chun, having already endured grievances, felt her ire surge once again upon hearing the words of Eunuch Li, and she promptly expelled both Eunuch Li and Yang Fan from her presence. As Yang Fan stepped outside, a look of immense relief washed over his face. However, Eunuch Li, standing beside him, suddenly launched into a tirade, coldly admonishing, The Empress Chun has gone to Kunning Palace. You were within the palace. Why did you not intervene? Yang Fan would not confess that the ill-conceived idea was his, and he immediately protested. Eunuch Li, how could I alter the Empress Chen's decisions? Eunuch Li, well aware of the Empress's temperament, had unmistakably resolved to chastise Yang Fan and reassert his authority within the palace. He had no intention of heeding Yang Fan's words and began to reprimand him harshly. You insolent wretch. Do you dare to quibble? If something were to go awry, would you bear the consequences? Someone, take him away and administer 30 lashes. Eunuch Li. Yang Fan's countenance shifted dramatically. What? You dare defy me? The glint of danger flickered in Eunuch Li's gaze. His frail form standing resolutely like a solitary peak piercing the clouds, radiating an icy and lethal aura. Yang Fan's heart sank. I do not dare that I knew you wouldn't dare. What are you still lingering for? Take him away at once. With Eunuch Li's command, the palace servants dared not resist. Several young eunuchs stepped forward, murmuring, Manager Yang, please, do not make this difficult for us. Yang Fan cast a glance at him before turning to leave. Before long, the sound of a whip cracking against flesh echoed from outside, each lash marked by a bloody imprint. The onlookers felt a shiver of terror. Veins throbbed on Yang Fan's forehead, and beads of sweat formed as he clearly endured excruciating pain. Yet he remained silent. The 30 lashes were soon completed. Only then did Eunuch Li emerge. Everyone, listen closely. In this palace, be sharp-witted. Should I catch anyone else breaking the rules, it will not merely be 30 lashes next time. Yes, Eunuch Li. The assembly fell silent, responding in unison. Yang Fan rose from the bench, a piercing pain radiating from his back. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he donned his clothing, which was quickly soaked through with blood. He staggered toward his small chamber, the surrounding servants parting to grant him passage, intentionally widening the distance between them. It was clear to all that this punishment was Eunuch Li's pretext for retribution. Yet alas, Eunuch Li was the grand steward of the Chongqing Palace. Following this incident, they were once again reminded of whose words dictated the rules within the palace. Those who had previously sought to curry favor with Yang Fan quickly withdrew. What was the worth of being a newcomer in the Empress Chen's favor when Eunuch Li could so easily dispose of him? Upon entering his small room, Yang Fan's expression of torment faded. As he removed his outer garment, he shuddered violently, as if an old skin had been torn away. Strips of flesh marked with blood appeared, but upon wiping them with a towel, he discovered that beneath the blood, there were no actual wounds. Fortunately, he had activated the power of Kuei-Nyo in advance. Though his skin was marred, his bones remained unharmed. Yang Fan silently breathed a sigh of relief. However, this bout of punishment did yield some benefits. At least he was acutely aware that for the foreseeable future, Master Li was unlikely to keep such a relentless watch over him. He must seize this opportunity to strive diligently for improvement. And at the first opportunity, he would seek to eliminate Master Li once and for all. Chapter 47. Bloodshed for Lady Chen. That night was indeed fraught with tension. First, he nearly fell victim to treachery. And then he endured 30 lashes. Yang Fan felt as though he were caught in a cycle of cause and effect, experiencing the bitter taste of retribution. I was clearly coerced. Do you think I desired this? He muttered softly to himself, then turned over and lay down on the bed. But his mind was persistently occupied with the enchanting figure of Lady Chen, her delicate features and rosy lips. Meanwhile, in the Chongqing Palace, Lady Chen was also unable to find sleep. She lay upon her flower-adorned bed, tossing and turning, unable to shake off thoughts of her reckless actions, and found herself covering her face with her hands in embarrassment. That wretched little eunuch. Were it not for his handsome visage, I would have surely taken his life. This sentiment was expressed through gritted teeth. Yang Fan could never have imagined that he had already danced perilously close to the gates of death several times. Had it not been for his appearance, his life would have been forfeit. Finally, Lady Chen managed to find rest, yet this experience left her with a newfound complexity of emotions that was indescribable and made her cheeks flush at the mere thought. The next day, after practicing the techniques of the Kuei-Nyo throughout the night in the realm of illusory inheritance, Yang Fan awoke. The secret skills bestowed upon him by the Kuei-Nyo held immense potential, akin to activating the Kuei-Nyo form with his current strength, allowing his exterior to rival that of ordinary armor for a brief period. When facing opponents of equal rank, it would be as if he were clad in armor, rendering him nearly impervious to their attacks. How could he possibly be defeated? The only downside was the considerable limitations imposed by the blood essence techniques. Their duration was brief, and they consumed an excessive amount of vitality. Moreover, the enhancement of these techniques proved challenging, often requiring an elevation of one's own realm and vitality before any comprehension of the techniques themselves could be achieved. As it stood, the Kuei-Nyo form that Yang Fan could currently wield was comparable to standard armor, and unless he underwent another blood transformation, Significant breakthroughs in the strength of the Kuei-Nyo form would be difficult to attain. The same applied to the earth-shattering wave and the thunderous roar. This conclusion was gleaned from his repeated testing over the night. However, his mastery and application of the secret techniques had indeed resulted in a notable enhancement of his strength. Stepping out of his chamber. The weather was particularly gloomy that day. As soon as Yang Fan appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of several palace maids and eunuchs. Many had witnessed the 30 lashes he received at the hands of Master Li. Yet they dared not take advantage of the situation to further disparage him. They bowed respectfully before him and then departed, though their demeanor was somewhat aloof, even bordering on coldness. Yang Fan bore them no ill will. In the palace, survival necessitated flattery and aligning with the powerful. The little people could only go with the flow. He naturally did not expect them to risk Master Li's wrath for the sake of ingratiating themselves with him. If they did so, he would instead question their intentions and ulterior motives. As was his custom, Yang Fan went to pay his respects to Lady Chun. Upon entering, he beheld her seated at her vanity, attended by 2 personal maids who were assisting her with her grooming and adornment. I pay my respects to your highness. Upon encountering Yang Fan, Empress Chen's eyes flickered momentarily. I have heard that you were lashed 30 times by Eunuch Li yesterday. Yang Fan readily acknowledged, indeed, that is the case. This was also the first time Empress Chen had learned of it. Naturally, she was aware of the pretext Eunuch Li had employed to punish Yang Fan, his alleged failure to dissuade her from a potentially perilous situation. However, Empress Chen did not dwell on this matter. To be frank, the suggestion Yang Fan had put forth the previous night was one she had approved. She merely had not anticipated that Zhu Gaolai would be so ruthless. The thought of Zhu Gaolai commanding her to kneel in submission upon her return to the palace still left Empress Chun with a lingering sense of unease. In that moment, her initial intention to reprimand Yang Fan further dissipated. Bring a vial of golden wound ointment for Xiao Fan, and also fetch a bottle of tiger leopard vitality pill, Empress Chun instructed with a wave of her hand. Shortly thereafter, a palace maid presented 2 small crimson lacquered medicine vials before Yang Fan. The golden wound ointment was a commonplace remedy for external injuries. However, the tiger leopard vitality pill was far more exceptional. Crafted from the essence of tiger and leopard blood and bones, a rare martial arts elixir. Valued immensely. Typically, a single pill could command a price exceeding 100 taels of silver. The crux of the matter lay in its scarcity. Even with wealth, acquiring it was a formidable challenge. Thank you, Empress Chun, Yang Fan said, accepting the vials and tucking them into his sleeve. Empress Chen's gaze shimmered with a significant undertone as she remarked, there is no need for thanks. You have shed blood for me this time, and I shall not neglect you. Yang Fan's expression remained composed, silently reflecting that had Eunuch Li not intervened last night, he might have shed more than mere blood for Empress Chen. Of course, he would never dare voice such thoughts, lest he invite dire consequences. Depart now, and strive to enhance your strength, for I expect you to uphold my trust. With a dismissive gesture, Empress Chen sent Yang Fan on his way. In truth, her decision to spare him was significantly influenced by his comprehension of the Kuei-Nyo physique. Although it was merely the initial manifestation of his bloodline, being of the dragon lineage endowed him with exceptional potential. Even if he could only undergo 3 or 4 transformations for Empress Chen, this would equate to gaining a formidable ally, and as a eunuch, he would be trustworthy. Unlike Eunuch Li, who had long-standing ties within the palace, Yang Fan was someone she had personally nurtured, making it easier for her to gauge his intentions. Once outside the palace, Yang Fan made his way back to Tiger Mountain. In the courtyard, Old Fan stood behind an empty chopping block, adorned with an apron and rolled-up sleeves, wielding a 2-foot-long cleaver. Upon spotting Yang Fan, he promptly tossed the cleaver aside and rubbed his hands together in greeting. Brother, you have arrived. Why is there no wooden tub today? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. Old Fan grinned, pointing to a shed beside the courtyard. Those tasks can be left to others. All you need to do this time is bring in 2 oxen. In the shed, 2 to 3 dozen robust black cattle were tethered, each possessing a sturdy and muscular physique. At this moment, the 4 hooves of the massive beasts were restlessly pawing at the ground, clearly sensing the fate that loomed ahead. Very well, let us open the cattle pen. For Yang Fan, leading just 2 cattle inside was far more advantageous than making multiple trips back and forth. All right, with a call from Old Fan, a young eunuch promptly opened the gate to the pen. Yang Fan stepped inside and directly led out 2 formidable black cattle. Brother, these cattle are not easy to manage. Perhaps you should make a couple of trips? Not at all. Once is sufficient, Yang Fan replied with a confident smile, guiding the 2 cattle out of the small courtyard. However, as soon as they exited. The two black cattle suddenly erupted into chaos. Their horns, as thick as an adult's forearm, charged towards Yang Fan with a speed akin to thunder, unleashing a force that tore through the air with a deafening roar. "Behave yourselves." Yang Fan barked sharply, channeling his strength into the cattle, and landed two heavy punches to their bellies, astonishingly toppling both beasts to the ground. They let out a couple of cries, their front legs buckling as their heads struck the earth, creating a small crater. Old Fan, observing from the courtyard, gasped in shock. Yang Fan's formidable strength and domineering fists were truly awe-inspiring. Now subdued, the two black cattle were led by Yang Fan into the high-walled enclosure, heading towards Tiger Mountain. Chapter 48. At 16, fierce as a tiger, is Tiger Mountain dangerous? Certainly. Yet, upon entering, Yang Fan felt a sense of ease that eluded him outside. At least here, he could grasp the reins of his own fate. Unlike in the depths of the palace, where even the slightest pretext could cost him his life, guiding the two black cattle, the pervasive aura of tigers on the mountain made them increasingly restless. Had it not been for Yang Fan's relentless efforts to restrain them, they would have surely bolted in a frenzy. Even so, Yang Fan found it increasingly challenging to maintain control. He herded them into the forest and released the ropes. The moment the two black cattle regained their freedom, they fled in a panic, disappearing without a trace. "Whether you live or die, it depends on your fate," Yang Fan remarked as he watched them vanish into the depths of the woods. Before turning towards his hidden mountain hollowed in the secluded hollow, the stream babbled softly. Yang Fan opened the vial containing the tiger and leopard nourishing pill given by Empress Chun, discovering only 3 pills inside. As he tipped the vial, a fiery red pill, resembling a blaze, rolled into his palm. He swallowed the pill whole. As it entered his mouth, it transformed into a searing torrent of fire, erupting into countless sparks that surged throughout his body, nearly igniting his very essence. Yang Fan was convinced that he could breathe flames, truly a testament to the pill's reputation of containing the power of a tiger and a leopard within its confines. Having honed his tiger form technique for some time, he pondered the possibility of forcibly breaking through to a second blood transformation, or even a third. Indeed, Yang Fan was a man of decisive action. With this plan in mind, he immediately laid out all the pills before him: the pale yellow blood chi pill, akin to tender willow buds, and the fiery red tiger and leopard nourishing pill, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air. His gaze once again settled upon the smoked tiger meat sealed within the ravine's tunnel. Coupled with this precious resource, he felt a flicker of hope for a short-term breakthrough. With resolute determination, he summoned his formidable spirit, igniting a surge of vitality throughout his being, akin to tossing a handful of dry kindling onto a barrel of explosives. He sensed an eruption within, as the rushing energy tore through his sinews and membranes, causing his veins to bulge and tiny blood vessels to rupture, manifesting on his skin like blossoms of plum. However, the immense potency of the medicine began to take effect, mending his body even as the energy threatened to dismantle it. Under the relentless onslaught of the medicinal power and his surging vitality, his physique gradually acclimated to this newfound force, causing his energy to swell and his muscles to expand, revealing distinct patterns reminiscent of coiled serpents, sinewy and robust. As time passed, Yang Fan felt his internal energy begin to wane. Without hesitation, he uncorked a vial of vitality elixir and swallowed it whole. Once again, his energy erupted within him. With a resounding thud, it seemed as though he had shattered a hidden barrier, unleashing a torrent of vitality that had long lain dormant. The energy bull within him reared its head and let out a thunderous roar. Its exterior began to undergo a transformation, the azure skin deepening in hue, revealing intricate patterns that resembled swirling tempests and rolling thunder. Boom! A tempest erupted in the forest, as if the very earth had awakened. In a brief span, Yang Fan had completed his second transformation, yet he did not relent. Instead, he pressed on, urging his vitality to surge once more in pursuit of another breakthrough. This time, as he maneuvered his energy, he distinctly perceived its increasing heaviness and viscosity. The momentum of his vitality significantly diminishing. It was said that the vitality of a martial sage was as dense as lead or mercury. And now he witnessed its truth. He swallowed another vitality elixir, only to find it akin to a pebble cast into a river, merely creating a small splash within him, instantly realizing the elixir's efficacy had markedly diminished. However, he hesitated but briefly before making a resolute decision. He gathered all the smoked tiger meat and began to consume it voraciously. The transformative effects of the tiger meat surpassed those of the vitality elixir significantly. Upon entering his mouth, it was instantly reduced to a fine paste, morphing into a torrent of energy. Yang Fan devoured 30 pounds in one go, feeling it could rival the effects of 20 or 30 vitality elixirs. Sensing his internal energy gradually swell, he seized the moment to swallow the remainder of the vitality elixirs in one breath. Not content with that, he also ingested 2 tiger leopard nourishing pills in one go. Heat, tearing pain, and boiling sensations coursed through him. Yang Fan felt as though he had been cast into a furnace, every inch of him aflame with excruciating anguish, his eyes burning a fiery red. The pain was unbearable. With a guttural roar, he plunged into the small river at the bottom of the ravine. The icy mountain spring enveloped him entirely, and bubbles erupted around him, steam rising in great plumes. The once frigid water began to boil. The overwhelming medicinal power raged within him, causing blood to seep from his 7 orifices, a sight both terrifying and grotesque, as he glared with fury, the veins on his forehead bulging. In this critical moment, he steadfastly maintained control over the flow of his vital energy. Otherwise, should his life force spiral out of control, even the mightiest deity would be powerless to save him. Perhaps it was the invigorating chill of the mountain spring that kept his mind calm. At last, he regained mastery over his internal energy, and the medicinal effects began to permeate his entire being. The third blood transfusion commenced. His body trembled violently, with his vital energy surging wildly. Yang Fan could distinctly feel his muscles swelling, his bones fortifying, and his skin stretching. His strength gradually ascended, even without experimentation. He would confidently assert that his power had more than tripled. An hour passed, then another. Suddenly, the flow of his vital energy began to wane. This was dire. 30 pounds of tiger meat, a bottle and a half of vital energy elixir, coupled with 2 tiger leopard health pills, were insufficient to complete the third transfusion. Yang Fan's complexion changed dramatically. The tiger leaped across the ravine, and retreat was not an option. At this juncture, he had no choice but to advance. A glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. Being atop Tiger Mountain, there was but one course of action. He leapt from the river and plunged into the depths of the forest. The terrain already familiar to him as he swiftly made his way toward a location known for its tiger sightings. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of a 3-meter-long tiger roaming through the woods. His presence immediately captured its attention. The distance between them was about 30 meters, and with a full sprint, he could close that gap in the blink of an eye. With unwavering determination, Yang Fan pressed forward, each step thunderous as he strode across the ground. His muscles bulging like a beast, he lunged at the tiger with ferocity. With a thunderous roar, a sound that transcended human capability erupted from his lips, momentarily freezing the tiger in its tracks. Now was the moment. With a forceful stomp, he unleashed the second tier of his power. His arms extended, fists like dragons emerging from their lairs, plunging directly into the tiger's abdomen. The tiger instinctively twisted, its long tail thrashing in an attempt to fend off this sudden assailant. Alas, it was too late. With the combined force of his double-tiered strike, his fists pierced through the tiger's vulnerable midsection, instantly splattering blood and flesh. With a roar of agony, the tiger writhed in pain. Yet, Yang Fan's hands had already delved deep within its body. Seizing a vital organ, and with a fierce tug, he tore its heart from its chest. The tiger's body went rigid, crashing to the ground with the weight of a collapsing mountain. Remarkably, Yang Fan had slain the beast in one fell swoop. Fierce and valiant, akin to a youthful tiger, he swiftly pounced upon it, drinking the hot blood of the tiger. The torrent of warm blood surged into his belly, revitalizing the once stagnant flow of his vital energy, propelling it upward once more. Chapter 49. 3,000 gene of power. With his vital energy surging, his strength soared. Having consumed the boiling blood of the tiger, Yang Fan stretched his limbs, his movements synchronized with his will. As the tiger form technique continuously evolved, what was once a modest mastery of the technique gradually ascended to a grand mastery, his strength soaring to that of a single tiger. 3,000 gene. Truly, a legacy from the celestial treasure map. Even before his vital energy reached the third transfusion threshold, his power had already attained this level. However, as his strength surged to this extent, he noticed that the operation of his vital energy began to slow, gradually diminishing to a normal level. Indeed, the endeavor to achieve the third blood transformation in one go has proven to be far more arduous than I had anticipated. Nevertheless, I have amassed a formidable strength. And now it is merely a matter of continuously accumulating vitality. Yang Fan felt a twinge of regret. He had initially intended to embrace a spirit of dauntless valor and accomplish the third blood transformation in one breath. However, the toll of refining his physique and enhancing his strength was exorbitant, resulting in a complete depletion of vitality within him. Consequently, although his strength had reached a remarkable level, he found himself incapable of undergoing the third blood transformation, let alone forging an additional tiger-shaped vitality manifestation. This notion compelled him to temporarily abandon his ambitions. His current prowess, despite falling short of the third blood transformation, could be classified as a half-step martial artist. In military ranks, he could easily ascend to the position of a centurion. Just then, he felt an uncomfortable sensation in his throat, leading him to cough involuntarily, only to discover a sweet taste in his throat followed by a spurt of fresh blood, crimson as plum blossoms. Startled, Yang Fan quickly came to a realization. Firstly, his aggressive method of breakthrough had left him with hidden injuries, necessitating a period of recovery. Secondly, the sudden surge of vitality had overwhelmed him. In essence, he was being overtaxed. After all, the human body resembles a cup. When one attempts to fill it too rapidly, it is bound to overflow. The thought of needing to frequently retrieve a handkerchief to stifle blood from his mouth was a vivid image that made him hesitant to dwell on it further. Casting his gaze downward at the tiger carcass, he bent forward, stepped forth, and effortlessly lifted the 3-meter-long beast with a deft flick of his wrist. "Come with me. I need to restore myself." With agile movements, Yang Fan retreated to his secluded mountain hollow. As he began the process of skinning and butchering the tiger, he soon realized that it was likely a juvenile tiger, which explained why it had fallen prey to his ambush. After all, despite its ferocity, a beast pales in comparison to the innate superiority of humanity. This also indirectly highlighted the formidable nature of the 3 secret techniques bestowed upon him by the Kuei Nyo form, which were truly a harmonious blend of offense and defense, making them unparalleled tools for ambush and assassination. Having meticulously processed the tiger carcass, Yang Fan noted that dusk was rapidly approaching. He proceeded to pack the finely ground tiger bone powder and hastily departed from Tiger Mountain. In the courtyard, a new round of gambling had concluded, and old Fan was gleefully counting his earnings. Upon noticing Yang Fan, he was taken aback. "Brother, what has happened to you?" "Cough. Just a minor setback, but nothing serious." Yang Fan replied, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "If all is well, I shall take my leave." Old Fan, concerned, accompanied Yang Fan to the entrance before swiftly returning to the table. He quickly retrieved the blood-stained blue ledger and resolutely inscribed Yang Fan's name for the next day's gambling event. "Brother, it's not that I lack loyalty. It's merely that I'm fearful of poverty. Rest assured, once I strike it rich, I shall share some with you, ensuring you have ample means in the underworld." Having assessed the situation, he was convinced that Yang Fan had encountered peril in Tiger Mountain and sustained internal injuries, making a swift recovery improbable. If he were to assign Yang Fan another hazardous task the following day, it would undoubtedly pose a risk. His thoughts lingered on the glimmering silver that was soon to be within his grasp. As Lao Fan flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, Yang Fan could hardly anticipate that he would soon find himself once again at the center of attention at Lao Fan's gambling table. Had he foreseen this, he would undoubtedly have been unable to resist the temptation to plunder the wealth of this eunuch, Lao Fan. After all, he had always been the one reaping the benefits from others. It was inconceivable that he would be treated as mere fodder himself. Moreover, during this venture into the mountains, Yang Fan had expended a considerable fortune. Although he had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, his stock of elixirs had been completely depleted, leaving him with only a handful of silver coins he had seized from Wei the eunuch and Xiao the Sixth. The matter of finances was beginning to weigh heavily on his mind. It appeared he would have to revisit the clandestine meetings soon. He had resolved to treat these gatherings as his personal field of harvest, needing to reap from it periodically, especially now that his cultivation had advanced. Enhancing his confidence in such endeavors, upon returning to the Chongqing Palace, Yang Fan observed that the palace was adorned with vibrant lanterns and festive decorations, bustling with excitement. Inquiring further, he learned that in just 2 days, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a grand occasion for moon worship, would be upon them. The thought of returning was no longer an option. The Mid-Autumn Festival also symbolizes reunion, and Yang Fan could not help but be stirred by certain memories from deep within. For a moment, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Even the joy of his recent breakthrough in cultivation dimmed. Others, however, were not burdened by such thoughts. For the servants, this festive occasion was a time of great joy. Not only for the sumptuous palace banquet but also for the rewards that could be expected. Naturally, where there is joy, there is also discontent. At the very least, the 13th prince, Zhu Zhaolin, a model of filial piety, was far from pleased. After all, following the Mid-Autumn Festival, he was to officially vacate the palace. Even with the Empress Dowager's token, gaining entry to the palace would not be so effortless in the future. At that moment, Zhu Zhaolin lounged with his legs crossed, gazing at the figure of Eunuch Huang before him. Alongside the palace maid Xiaohuan standing behind him. He inquired, "Did my mother send you here?" Eunuch Huang, wearing an obsequious expression, replied, "The Empress Dowager has instructed me to bring Xiaohuan ahead of time, so she may acclimate and ensure she can adequately attend to your needs outside the palace." "I have met His Highness," Xiaohuan said, suppressing her inner trepidation as she bowed in greeting. "Lift your head and look at me," Zhu Zhaolin commanded, rising to approach her, observing the timid and delicate demeanor of Xiaohuan. He could not help but pull her into his embrace, his hand unceremoniously pinching her a few times, finally breaking into a smile. She was indeed fresh and appealing. Henceforth, she would accompany this prince. Alas, she still paled in comparison to Qin Yujie. One day, I shall persuade my mother to grant me Qin Yujie as well. Eunuch Huang bowed his head, feigning deafness and silence. Tears brimmed in Xiaohuan's eyes. Desperately swirling, but she dared not resist, allowing Zhu Zhaolin to act as he pleased, for she was acutely aware of his notorious past. To oppose him could very well lead to dire consequences. Such pleasant days would soon be a thing of the past. The more Zhu Zhaolin pondered, the more regretful he felt, and his grip grew heavier. He could not help but lament, "It is truly a pity that the old man is incapable. He squanders the beauty within the palace, merely keeping them as lifeless companions. He might as well bestow them all upon me. At least I could contribute heirs to the Zhu family. Would that not be a splendid outcome?" "Your Highness, tread carefully." Eunuch Huang felt his heart plummet. He had never expected Zhu Zhaolin to utter such rebellious words without a hint of restraint or concealment. What instilled even greater fear in him was the unsettling realization that Zhu Zhaolin was acutely aware of this matter. No wonder he dared to act so brazenly towards those palace maids and noblewomen. It turned out he was fully cognizant of this clandestine affair within the court. "Oh, Empress, you have truly been overly indulgent towards the 13th prince." In that moment, the heart of Eunuch Huang trembled violently. What is there to fear? When the day comes that my elder brother ascends to the throne, this palace will surely be governed by the two of us. Zhu Zhaolin smirked, uttering another statement that left Eunuch Huang nearly breathless. He knelt on the ground, fully committing to playing dead. Chapter 50. Clouds of Identity in the Chaqing Palace. Yang Fan returned to his modest chamber, stowing away the tiger bone powder before retrieving the silver he had concealed beneath his bed, along with the tome titled Qi Blood Guidance Diagram. Upon counting, he found a total of over 70 taels of silver. This comprised his entire fortune. When converted into Qi blood pills, it amounted to a little over 14, yet at his current juncture, the efficacy of the Qi blood pills had significantly diminished, rendering it more advantageous to exchange for tiger leopard nourishing pills instead. However, at a minimum of 100 taels of silver per pill, this meager sum was utterly insufficient, not to mention the elusive market for the tiger leopard nourishing pills. Nevertheless, it was adequate for at least 14 clandestine meetings. Of course, Yang Fan was not preoccupied with how to exchange for pills, but rather with the number of meetings he could attend, clearly resolved to become a righteous bandit, robbing the rich to aid the poor. He intended to seize the wealth of others to alleviate his own poverty. Naturally, his targets would primarily consist of individuals like Eunuch Wei and Old Chow. After all, he considered himself a person of benevolence. He could never bring himself to rob an innocent stranger. Just as he pondered how to select his targets, a shadow suddenly darted through the window. With a resounding thud, a black dart pierced a piece of paper and embedded itself deep into the cabinet within the room. "Who goes there?" Yang Fan swiftly moved. Arriving at the window's edge, he pushed it open and leaped outside. Yet upon surveying his surroundings, he found the area desolate, illuminated only by the moonlight, devoid of any human presence. With an expressionless demeanor, he returned to the room, yanked the black dart free, and grasped the note that had fallen into his hand. On the paper, a few lines were inscribed. "Upon reading this, I feel as if we are face to face. I have learned that my brother has entered the Chaqing Palace and gained the favor of concubine Chen, rising to a position of authority, which brings me great joy. The item you mentioned last time has been placed in Qiuan Palace. You may retrieve it at your convenience." The signature bore the character Qi. A mere handful of words caused Yang Fan's brow to furrow in contemplation. What could this mean? What was the item mentioned previously? Furthermore, Qiuan Palace seemed to be a desolate and neglected abode, At least it did not evoke any strong memories for him. It was likely that even if it were not a cold palace, it housed no favored individuals. Although Yang Fan had traversed through time and inherited fragments of his predecessor's memories, most had completely faded away, leaving him in the dark. In any case, the arrival of this letter set off a cascade of suspicions within him. Could it be that his entry into the palace was orchestrated by someone else, with a specific purpose in mind? Moreover, was the term brother in the letter mere formality, or did he truly possess a biological sibling? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Particularly striking was the description provided by the correspondent, which clearly indicated a profound understanding of his circumstances. This instinctively aroused a sense of trepidation within Yang Fan. In a vague and unsettling manner, he felt as though a pair of eyes from the depths of the palace were fixated upon him, leaving him with an unsettling sensation akin to a thorn in his back. It appeared that he must exercise greater caution in his actions. Ideally, he would unearth the identity of this watchful gaze. As for the Autumn Peace Palace, he resolved to seek an opportunity to explore it the following day. Yang Fan extinguished the oil lamp in his chamber, plunging the room into complete darkness. In the distance, a shadowy figure glanced furtively in his direction before stealthily departing. The next morning, Yang Fan rose as usual, deliberately carrying an extra handkerchief, for his occasional cough was tinged with traces of blood, imparting an air of frailty. Some palace maids and eunuchs exchanged knowing glances, speculating that Yang Fan had sustained internal injuries following a punishment of 30 lashes from Eunuch Li. "Are you well, little Fan?" Xiao Lian inquired hesitantly, stepping forward to whisper. "I am fine," Yang Fan replied, shaking his head. Indeed, he was well, having consumed tiger bone powder dissolved in hot water. The violent injuries within him were on the mend. However, he was dismayed to find that his coughing up of blood had become more frequent. It was evident that his physical constitution was still lacking, necessitating a period of recuperation and fortification before he could hope to cease this troubling symptom. During this interval, he would likely continue to expel blood. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to it, even mastering the art of elegantly wiping away the crimson traces from the corners of his mouth in various situations. Yet, should anyone view him with disdain due to his condition, they might unwittingly invite their own nightmares, for he possessed the strength of both bull and tiger, sufficient to effortlessly dispatch any foolhardy adversary. After bidding farewell to Xiao Lian, Yang Fan proceeded to pay his respects to imperial concubine Chen, and upon exiting, his thoughts wandered back to the letter he had received the previous night. Unconsciously, his steps led him toward the Autumn Peace Palace. Upon reaching the palace, he halted abruptly, for the sight before him was one of dilapidation and decay, as if long neglected and overgrown with vines. Was it truly possible for such a place to exist within the imperial city? Yang Fan's heart raced at the revelation. Yet, he understood that all things that exist do so for a reason. And the transformation of this palace bore its own story. He walked past the Autumn Peace Palace with feigned nonchalance, and as he did, he distinctly sensed several pairs of eyes upon him. Could there be sentinels lurking in the shadows? Yang Fan quickly assessed the situation. Utilizing his peripheral vision, he casually glanced back as he turned a corner, and indeed, he spotted several figures concealed around the palace. Vigilantly observing the forsaken structure, fearing he might reveal himself, he continued on his way without pause. Upon returning to the Chaqing Palace, he sought out Xiao Lian. "You were referring to the Autumn Peace Palace?" Xiao Lian queried, astonished by Yang Fan's question. "Why do you inquire about that place? I inadvertently overheard someone mention it, and their words hinted at something concealed. Thus, my curiosity was piqued, and I wished to know if you had any insights." Yang Fan explained, "I do possess some knowledge regarding it." Xiao Lian glanced around, noticing that the vicinity was deserted, and thus lowered his voice to speak. "It is said that Xiaoan Palace was once the sleeping quarters of the deposed crown prince." Deposed crown prince? Indeed, the current sovereign was not originally the crown prince, but rather the king of Chu. The crown prince rebelled, and was suppressed by the late emperor, which paved the way for the current sovereign's ascension. As for the deposed crown prince, it is rumored that he met his end in that very Xiaoan Palace. Hence it has remained abandoned ever since. There was a hint of wistfulness in Xiao Lian's tone. Had he not heard an elderly eunuch speak of it, he would have remained oblivious to such historical events within the palace. By the way, do not speak of this to anyone, Xiao Lian cautioned. Rest assured, Yang Fan nodded, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, "By the way, do you know the title of that deposed crown prince?" Xiao Lian furrowed his brow in thought. "As for his true name, I am unaware." But prior to being conferred the title of crown prince, he was apparently named either King of Qin or King of Qi. King of Qi. A glimmer of realization flashed in Yang Fan's eyes, as he instantly recalled the character Qi inscribed on the letter he had received. Could there be some connection? Chapter 51. A little gambling for pleasure. It seems a visit to Qiuan Palace is indeed in order. Yang Fan understood that if this matter remained unresolved, he would be plagued by unease. However, with the throngs of people during the day and the presence of hidden watchful eyes, it would be no simple task to reach Qiuan Palace. He would have to wait until the dead of night to proceed. Though the night watch was still stringent, with cautious maneuvering, there remained a chance to infiltrate. With a plan forming in his mind, Yang Fan departed from Chongqing Palace and made his way directly to Hushan. Upon arriving at the small courtyard at the foot of Hushan, he had not yet entered when Old Fan approached him. Yang Fan immediately sensed something amiss. Old Fan's gaze appeared to scrutinize his condition with faint casualness. Feeling a stir of intuition, Yang Fan coughed a couple of times, producing a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, deliberately revealing the crimson bloodstains within. Indeed, a flash of elation passed through Old Fan's eyes. The blood was bright red, the coughs weak, and his gait slightly labored. It seemed evident that his internal injuries had worsened since yesterday. Excellent. Today is bound to be a profitable one for me. Old Fan's eagerness intensified as he ushered Yang Fan into the courtyard, pointing to a bundle on the table. Brother, today's task is somewhat hefty. I need you to deliver this package of Yuling Dan to Huqing. Yuling Dan is a medicinal elixir that nourishes the spiritual essence of beasts, and regular consumption aids in their growth and even spiritual transformation, facilitating domestication. Within the Longwu Guard, there exists a battalion known for riding fierce tigers, aptly named the Fierce Tiger Army. Each soldier is a battle-hardened warrior, maintaining a regiment of 300. And it is said they once broke through tens of thousands of barbarian troops with 100 riders, earning a fearsome reputation. Notably, some of the tiger mounts for the Fierce Tiger Army are sourced from the Tiger Mountain within the Wanqing Garden. Yang Fan hefted the bundle and suddenly asked, "Aren't you worried that I might toss the goods into the woods and not head to Huqing at all?" Ha ha ha. Old Fan unexpectedly burst into laughter, pointing to the sky. In this Wanqing Garden, neglecting assigned duties is simply unacceptable. The trained Eagle Scouts are watching you all day long. Yang Fan followed the direction indicated by the other person's finger and immediately noticed a dozen hawks circling high in the sky. They soared so high that only a few dark silhouettes were discernible. Without a closer inspection, one could hardly detect their presence. That the Eagle Sentinels. Seemingly perceiving Yang Fan's trepidation, Old Fan chuckled. Indeed, the greatest overseers of Wanqing Garden are these creatures. If the task is completed, all is well, but should it fail, well, even if one manages to escape, it's still a death sentence. Whether it's the wooden barrels containing fresh meat or the bundles of elixirs, all are marked, and the hawks above can easily identify them. To feign diligence after entering the mountains is utterly impossible. I see. Yang Fan fell silent for a moment before departing with his bundle. However, training hawks is no simple endeavor. Their intelligence is limited, and they cannot speak. Even if successfully tamed, they can only convey a few basic commands. Beyond task-related matters, monitoring other behaviors is virtually unattainable. Nevertheless, this did not deter Yang Fan from remaining vigilant, reminding himself to exercise extra caution next time, especially since he had already slain 2 ferocious tigers in Tiger Mountain. In the eyes of the nobles within the palace, his life might not hold more value than those 2 tigers. As Yang Fan left, the courtyard immediately buzzed with activity. Let the betting commence. The more you wager, the more you win. This time, the odds for a living bet are 1-to-1, while for a dead bet, it's 2-to-1. Old Fan bellowed, causing the courtyard to tremble slightly. Old Fan, you're feeling generous this time. You've even increased the odds. You wouldn't be planning to set a trap for us, would you? Old Fan replied with righteous indignation. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Who doesn't know that I, Old Fan, am the epitome of integrity and gambling? This time, Yang Fan is clearly injured, and I specifically arranged for him to go to Tiger City. This journey will not be easy. I fear he may not return. Last time, we all won so much, and I truly feel a pang of guilt. Raising the odds for a dead bet this time is merely my way of making amends. His words were heartfelt, seemingly sincere, as if he were broadcasting his genuine intent to give back to everyone, rather than ensnaring them in a scheme. Humph, I trust your deceit. Someone retorted, I'm placing my bet on him surviving. Indeed, I personally witnessed Yang Fan overpower 2 massive black bulls single-handedly that day. Even with minor injuries, he is certainly not incapacitated. Just because he walked away unscathed that day, does it mean he will falter now? A throng of people chose to bet on him surviving, while only 1 or 2 opted for the dead bet. In a nutshell, though Tiger Mountain seemed perilous, once familiarized, it was merely a matter of routine. After all, people like Dushan who encounter tigers daily are still alive. Old Fan looked at them, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "I see you are ignoring the wisdom of the elders, and soon you shall face the consequences. You refuse to heed my warning, and when the time comes, you will have cause to lament. Enough of the theatrics. When young Fan returns, let us see who ends up weeping." The wager was thus established. With more than 200 taels of silver placed on the line, old Fan suppressed his inner delight, thinking, "You think you can compete with me? I, old Fan, am not in the business of losses. You ought to inquire about my reputation. I have always wept tears of joy while seizing your entire fortune. Perhaps I shall add another wager of my own." Little did they know, at that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from outside the door. Everyone turned in the direction of the sound, and as the door swung open, young Fan unexpectedly strode in. Old Fan was taken aback and hurriedly stood up, his ample belly nearly toppling the blue ledger and gambling stakes on the table. "Why you haven't left?" he stammered. He had witnessed young Fan's prowess in subduing 2 formidable black bulls and did not consider himself more robust than those beasts, capable of withstanding young Fan's iron fists. "Of course, I've come to place a bet." "What, are you not welcoming?" Young Fan advanced to the table, eyeing the amounts inscribed in the ledger, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "It seems everyone has quite the confidence in me." Old Fan chuckled awkwardly, mustering the audacity to reply, "Indeed, we all believe in you." "Hee. Does that include you?" Young Fan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing deeply into old Fan's face, causing his smile to falter. "Look at what my brother is saying. If the elder brother does not believe, who will? If that is the case, I shall wager my life for survival. This amounts to 70 taels of silver." With that, young Fan produced a money pouch from his bosom and slapped it onto the table, revealing the glimmering silver within. "This can I not place a bet?" Old Fan's eyes glistened greedily at the sight of the 70 taels, his expression shifting before he finally gritted his teeth and declared, "Since I am the house, I cannot turn anyone away. If you are betting, then I shall accept." As he spoke, he took the silver, counted it, and issued a receipt to young Fan. Young Fan tucked the receipt into his bosom, chuckling softly as he tossed out a parting remark. "I hope you have enough silver to pay up." Old Fan, a seasoned gambler, could not afford to diminish his own authority in front of so many eunuchs while opening the betting. He boasted loudly, "Let us hope you return alive to claim it." However, as he watched young Fan's retreating figure, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Could this lad truly return alive? Chapter 52. The king of Tiger City. The scenery atop Tiger Mountain remained unchanged. Yet the people were different. Young Fan, carrying a satchel filled with jade spirit pills, boldly made his way along the main path toward the Tiger City on the mountain. "Damn, is this guy really that courageous?" From a distance in the woods, Dushan emerged, his eyes nearly popping out at the sight. Having spent 3 years in this area, he considered himself quite seasoned, yet he would never dare to act so recklessly. Once young Fan's figure disappeared from view, Dushan retracted his gaze, muttering to himself, "It seems it's time to find an opportunity to treat this little brother to a drink." On the main path through the forest, which was originally established during the construction of Tiger City, the lack of woodland cover made it susceptible to ambushes from lurking tigers, leading to its gradual abandonment. Young Fan was traversing this very route. After walking a short distance, he sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from the side. Without flinching or evading, he hefted the satchel with one hand while the other swung out forcefully, his vital energy surging through his fist, causing it to swell several sizes larger. With a resounding crash, his fist collided with the claw of a tiger, producing a sharp, piercing sound as the bones clashed. Remarkably, the tiger's massive claw, the size of a sea bowl, was blocked by young Fan. Despite the significant disparity in their physiques, young Fan's possession of an astonishing strength of 3,000 gene is no mere jest. The might of a single tiger is sufficient to shake even the fiercest of beasts. With a menacing glare, the tiger, thwarted by an obstruction to its claws, unceremoniously opened its cavernous maw and lunged towards young Fan's head. In response, young Fan expelled breath from his dantian, the sound resonating like thunderclaps in the stillness of the air. He did not employ the wind and thunder roar, yet the sheer force of his vitality and blood produced a thunderous sound that startled the approaching tiger, instilling in it an instinctive sense of trepidation. However, the tiger, known for its ferocity, was accustomed to swift, decisive strikes, leaving it little room for maneuver. Young Fan, fully aware of this principle, harnessed the reverberation of his voice to summon the spirit of the Kueino. And with remarkable force, he repelled the tiger's paw. He then executed a powerful kick that struck the tiger's head with resounding impact. The tiger, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, was sent sprawling, its mind dazed from the force of the blow. Young Fan landed gracefully on the ground and continued his advance. Throughout the encounter, he did not once relinquish his grip on his bundle, Such audacity and strength would surely astonish any onlooker. After all, Yang Fan was merely 16 years old, having trained in martial arts for only 2 months. To possess such prowess in so short a time hinted at the potential to ascend to the 5 great heavenly gates and cultivate into a martial sage, a diamond, or even a bodhisattva. After a considerable time, the tiger finally regained its senses, gazing at Yang Fan's retreating figure with a glimmer of fear in its eyes. It let out a low growl and retreated into the forest, having lost the courage to engage in battle with Yang Fan. Undeterred, Yang Fan pressed on, aware that the main path up the mountain was likely to be rife with tigers. Remarkably, he had already felled 13 tigers along the way. The smaller ones measured just over 3 meters, while the larger beasts reached an impressive 5 to 6 meters. What a thrill it was! This series of encounters invigorated Yang Fan's spirit. Combat serves as the finest measure of strength. The continuous clashes had refined the unfocused energy within him, rendering it steadier and imbuing him with an air of formidable ferocity. This was the momentum forged through battle. I am invincible. Were it not for the approaching Mid-Autumn Festival, with the bustling activities at Chaqing Palace and the evening exploration of Chioan Palace awaiting him, he would have relished the opportunity to remain atop Tiger Mountain for the entire day. Before long, he found himself standing before the gates of Tiger City. It was his first glimpse of this stronghold. Though termed a city, its expanse was modest, akin to that of a palace. To his surprise, however, there seemed to be no tigers roaming within. How strange that Tiger City harbored no tigers at all. Instinctively, Yang Fan slowed his pace, cautiously approaching the open gates, through which the interior was clearly visible. What lay within was a scene of desolation, ruined walls and remnants of decay. It was to be expected, for how could a dwelling of tigers remain intact? Each of them possessed immense strength. Should they engage in conflict, no stone pillar or brick could withstand their formidable onslaught. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Fan chose to enter Tiger City. The surrounding walls towered over 20 meters high, evoking the sensation of stepping into a colossal arena. The emptiness within felt eerily unsettling, sending an involuntary shiver down Yang Fan's spine. He instinctively contemplated casting aside the burden containing the precious jade spirit pills and making a hasty retreat. However, at that very moment, a colossal shadow unexpectedly loomed behind him. With a length of approximately 10 meters and a shoulder height of nearly 3 meters, it exuded a sharp, pungent scent with each breath. This was none other than a gigantic striped tiger king. No wonder there were no other fierce tigers in this tiger city. It had evidently established its ruler long ago. One tiger reigned supreme. The other ferocious tigers could only resign themselves to being its subordinates. At this juncture, the massive striped tiger king lowered its head, gazing at Yang Fan with keen interest, then opened its enormous maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, ready to pounce, in a blink of an eye. Yang Fan felt the sky darkening. Realizing that peril was imminent, he abruptly flung the burden behind him and propelled himself forward with astonishing speed. Such intensity and ferocity caused the layers of his boots to be crushed underfoot. Exploding upon impact as he dashed towards the city gate without a backward glance, the giant Tiger King let out a low growl, its voice reverberating through the mountains and forests, audible even from the small courtyard below Tiger Mountain. It had initially intended to pursue the fleeting meal that had slipped from its grasp, but as it caught a whiff of the air, its gaze was irresistibly drawn to the burden. Its steps halted abruptly. With a swift swipe of its paw, it tore open the package, revealing several enormous jade spirit pills. With a deep inhalation, the Tiger King swiftly drew the pills into its mouth. Chewing a couple of times, and surprisingly displayed an almost human-like expression of satisfaction. It cast a glance at Yang Fan, who was retreating in disarray into the forest, let out a belch, and then turned to disappear into the depths of Tiger City. Only at that moment did Yang Fan, having plunged into the forest, finally exhale a sigh of relief, drenched in cold sweat. He had initially thought that the fierce tiger he encountered earlier was the largest. But in the presence of this giant Tiger King, the other tigers seemed like mere youngsters. When it came to danger, the Tiger King's massive size was secondary. The real threat lay in its swift and silent movements. More agile than a civet cat, had it not been for the pungent scent that accompanied its open mouth, he would have truly found himself in dire straits. Mr. Fan, I shall remember you well. If I do not thoroughly plunder you from start to finish this time, my resentment and impoverished pockets will remain unrelieved. Yang Fan vowed inwardly, having narrowly escaped a significant misfortune, firmly etching the name of Old Fan into his mental ledger. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard beneath Tiger Mountain, the eunuch Old Fan inexplicably shivered, a chill creeping up from his core. After a moment of composure, he regained his senses. Have I seen a ghost in such sweltering weather? Could I have caught a chill? Yet, upon recalling the thunderous roar of the tiger that had shaken the forest, a grin involuntarily crept across his face, for he recognized it as the roar of the Tiger King within Tiger City. Awakened the Tiger King, and now you wish to live. Oh, brother, how could you have departed so soon? Old Fan lamented as he gazed at the ledger filled with silver coins, tears of sorrow welling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 53. Revenge knows no delay. In the courtyard, Old Fan sighed, surveying everyone present, barely suppressing the urge to burst into laughter. My brothers, I apologize, but it seems he truly did not survive this ordeal. I have let you down. He twisted his rotund body, squatting down to begin counting the gambling stakes, his eyes reflecting the glimmer of silver. This wave is simply a bloodbath of profit, Brother Yang. Rest assured, I will burn extra paper money for you. Old Fan muttered to himself. Hey, Old Fan, what are you shouting for? Can't you see I'm counting money? Stop counting, and take a look at who has returned. Bent over and focused on counting his coins, Old Fan finally lifted his gaze, only to be met with the sight of Yang Fan standing before him. Why, how did you come back? Old Fan's eyes bulged in shock, and the exaggerated expression made Yang Fan fear they might pop out and land on him. Old Fan, did you know your brother was returning and counted out the silver in advance? Yang Fan grinned widely, confidently prying the silver from Old Fan's tightly clenched hands. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Before long, he had extracted more than half. Yang Fan weighed the silver in his hands. 140 taels. Just right. His smile deepened. Old Fan, you must take me along next time you open the market. With that, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and strode away. Old Fan gazed at the remaining silver in his hand, on the verge of tears, feeling a bitter helplessness, as though he had just consumed a bitter herb. Just as he was about to rise, a throng of eunuchs encircled him in the courtyard. Old Fan, shouldn't we discuss our compensation as well? Old Fan felt darkness closing in, nearly losing consciousness. His fingers flew in frantic calculations, his heart racing. Even at a 1-to-1 payout, he would owe nearly 300 taels. Not only had he lost all the winnings from the last round, but he would also have to part with an additional 140 to 150 taels after the eunuchs departed. Old Fan's trousers were nearly stripped away, and even his shoes had been taken. The wind blew, leaving him exposed. Barefoot and with bare, hairy legs, Old Fan squatted on the ground, filled with profound desolation. Life had become unbearable. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he sat down, unable to contain his loud sobs. Truly, it echoed that saying, gamblers never meet a good end. In stark contrast to the remorseful Old Fan, Yang Fan was in high spirits. 70 taels of silver had doubled through his dealings. This was a lucrative venture indeed. This significantly diminished his desire to immediately harvest Old Fan's misfortune, as the latter had just suffered a substantial loss and needed time to recuperate before being plucked again. Whistling a cheerful tune, Yang Fan made his way back to the Cha-Ching Palace, where he overheard a group of eunuchs and palace maids discussing the distribution of monthly wages, invigorating his spirits. He had been promoted to a managerial position. Surely, his monthly compensation would be considerable. This thought stirred excitement within Yang Fan, akin to the days leading up to payday in his past life. Knowing the amount would be substantial yet still eagerly anticipating it. Only when the money was in his hands would his mood settle, allowing him to grumble a bit. Is this all the money? Are you insulting me? Do you think I work for such paltry sums? Despite his thoughts, he could not refuse the monthly wages. Turning a corner, he headed towards the private treasury in the Cha-Ching Palace, where Manager Song was located. Upon entering, he saw Manager Song seated behind a desk, his face dark and serious, a black abacus before him, a roster of palace personnel, and a pile of sealed money bags. Manager Song, I have come to collect this month's wages, Yang Fan greeted with a nod. He was not well acquainted with the steward Song and had never interacted with him before. However, judging by the other's demeanor, it was evident that he was not a person easy to deal with. Here, this is yours. With a wave of his hand, Steward Song tossed a sealed pouch of coins towards him. Upon seeing his name inscribed on the pouch, Yang Fan reached out to retrieve it. But as soon as he grasped the pouch, he immediately sensed something was amiss with its weight. This could only be 3 or 4 taels of silver. As the steward, how could he possibly receive such a meager sum? Yang Fan fixed his gaze on Steward Song and inquired, Steward Song, is there an error with this silver? There is nothing erroneous. This is your monthly stipend, came the steward's indifferent retort. A chill ran through Yang Fan's heart as he replied sternly. I recall that the monthly stipend for a steward is 20 taels of silver. Why is there only 3 here? Steward Song, are you not obliged to provide me with an explanation? An explanation. Steward Song set aside his abacus, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he continued, I shall furnish you with an explanation. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, the expenditures from the imperial treasury have been considerable, leading to a reduction in the monthly stipends for palace attendants of steward rank and above to balance the palace's finances. Pausing momentarily, the derision in his gaze intensified. Is this explanation sufficient for you? Yang Fan stared intently at Steward Song's face, observing him for a prolonged moment before departing with an impassive expression. What nonsense! Truly believing himself to be a steward, Steward Song watched Yang Fan's retreating figure with a derisive chuckle. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before continuing on his way, fully aware that Steward Song's words were deliberately directed at him. His unabashed demeanor only served to underscore the other's audacity. After all, in their eyes, Yang Fan was merely fortunate, having caught the favor of Lady Chen, which had elevated him to the rank of steward. The 30 lashes administered by Eunuch had effectively eradicated any lingering respect for him. Yang Fan silently returned to his chamber, where he stowed away both his capital and the silver he had won, concealing them beneath the stone bricks under his bed, ensuring not to neglect the 3 taels in the pouch. 17 taels of silver and 3.5 chi blood pills had thus been seized from him. Yang Fan calculated silently, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixated on the direction of the imperial treasury. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, which he was compelled to wipe away with a handkerchief. As night fell, Steward Song finalized the accounts for the day, secured the imperial treasury, and prepared to return to his quarters. However, midway through his journey, he sensed a rush of wind beside him as a figure suddenly lunged from the shadows, moving with the speed of thunder. Who goes there? Steward Song instinctively retaliated. Yet his punch struck the assailant as if hitting an armored wall, sending a jolt of pain through his hand. In the next instant, the assailant's fists rained down upon him with brutal force. Bang! 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 The heavy iron-like fists fell upon him like hammers, toppling him to the ground. Steward Song was instantly incapacitated. Damn it! Who are you? He had never anticipated an attack within the palace walls. As he attempted to struggle to his feet, a foot came crashing down on his face, followed by a heavy trampling. His head struck the cold stone ground with a resounding thud, rendering him unconscious. Yang Fan swiftly yanked the pouch from Steward Song's sleeve, poised to leave, but then, with an expressionless demeanor, he turned back to thoroughly search Steward Song's person. Only after ensuring he had taken everything of value did he hoist the steward's body and throw it into the nearby flower bed before departing once more. Chapter 54. The Artifact of Fortune, the Binding of Abundant Blessings Under the Cover of Night. Yang Fan made his way to the Qiuan Palace, a dilapidated edifice that resembled a forsaken ruin. As he approached, an eerie chill penetrated to the bone. Yang Fan surveyed his surroundings. The late hour had rendered the watchers fatigued, allowing him to effortlessly identify their positions. Thus, he cautiously altered his course to infiltrate the palace. Throughout the process, he meticulously suppressed the fluctuations of his vital energy to avert any unforeseen occurrences. Before long, he successfully slipped into the inner sanctum of the palace. Inside, the palace lay in utter disarray, marred by signs of decay. Tables, chairs, and expansive screens lay toppled upon the ground, all encrusted with a thick layer of dust, while cobwebs adorned the walls and draperies. Contemplating the words inscribed on the letter, which indicated that the item was concealed within Qiuan Palace, he found the vastness of the palace coupled with its current state rendered the task of unearthing the hidden treasure akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yang Fan fell into deep thought. The notion that someone remained vigilant outside, refusing to relent even after decades, suggested that this secluded palace undoubtedly harbored unimaginable secrets. It was conceivable that someone might occasionally enter to inspect the premises. If he were in their position, how would he conceal something in such a place? Yang Fan racked his brain, yet ultimately found nothing. Reality confirmed that he was not the original owner of the body. Nor did he possess knowledge of the rendezvous point established with the letter's sender. The prospect of retrieving an item from such an expansive palace was utterly implausible. I have disturbed this place. I take my leave. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he turned to depart. Perhaps he could consider it this way. As long as he did not claim the item, the other party would undoubtedly continue to reach out to him. And perhaps there would be an opportunity to ensnare them. Indeed, that was his line of reasoning. It was certainly not that he could not locate the item. However, just as he was about to turn away, he felt a sudden warmth emanating from his chest. That a realization struck him, and he reached into his collar to retrieve the letter. Within the darkened palace, the character Qi on the letter abruptly illuminated, exuding a cold, jade-green glow that was both ominous and chilling. As the character shone, Yang Fan distinctly felt the entire palace tremble slightly. As if responding to some unseen force. It appeared that this character was indeed linked to the deceased prince. A weight settled in Yang Fan's heart. Associating with such a long-departed figure could hardly be construed as a fortuitous turn of events at that moment. The letter in his grasp trembled violently. An inexplicable force surging forth, immense beyond measure, causing the letter to slip from his hand. Instead of plummeting to the ground, the letter spontaneously ignited without flame, drifting slowly towards a wall within the palace. Upon contact, a small, dark hole, measuring roughly a foot square, materialized in the once intact wall, obscured and revealing nothing of its contents. Only then did Yang Fan step forward, taking a deep breath before extending his hand into the aperture. However, in the next instant, an alarming turn of events unfolded. Something seized his hand with a vice-like grip. Yang Fan felt a sudden prickling sensation at the back of his head. The unique energy within him instinctively activated, enveloping him in a protective layer akin to heavy armor. He exerted considerable force, wrenching his hand free, only to find a mass of what resembled black hair coiling tightly around his hand. It was as resilient as iron wire, twisted and entangled. What on earth was this ghastly thing? A sudden shock coursed through Yang Fan's heart. Just as he was about to struggle, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. A hair-like object had viciously pierced through his hand, causing blood to immediately well up. An eerie phenomenon unfolded once more, but as soon as his blood flowed out, it was absorbed by the mass of black hair, which, in less than a breath's time, transformed into a vivid crimson. Yang Fan's bewilderment. He sensed that this mass of black hair was alive, ravenously consuming his blood. In just a few breaths, it drained a third of his vital essence. Had he still been the ordinary young eunuch he once was, he would likely have been completely drained, reduced to a mere husk, just as Yang Fan resolved to tear this ghastly entity away. It finally ceased its assault. After a series of stretches and writhing transformations, it morphed into a black glove that enveloped his hand, lightweight and resilient, as if woven from silk. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sensation of blood connection surged from it. Strangely, information regarding this object began to manifest in Yang Fan's mind. Beifuji, a Taoist artifact, crafted from the hair of 49 women of imperial lineage, possessing abilities such as shape-shifting, toxin resistance, blood absorption, and nurturing its host. Indifferent to water and fire, capable of severing ordinary iron. Hiss, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Although this item was named Beifuji, the thought of it being made from women's hair sent a peculiar look across Yang Fan's face. Fortunately, upon closer inspection, he observed that the Beifuji seamlessly enveloped his palm, appearing as one cohesive entity without any signs of stitching, which allowed him to feel a semblance of reassurance. Recalling the contents of the note, Yang Fan deduced that this must be the very object his predecessor sought. Indeed, it was extraordinarily peculiar, and most crucially, it was a Taoist artifact. While the Ming Dynasty was founded on martial prowess, it did not imply a deficiency in Taoist practices, much like the Yingtian temple he had previously visited, which was established under the Yingtian Dao, despite the loss of the supreme martial inheritance known as the Tianan Baoxiang Tu. The Taoist arts had not diminished. It was said that the master of the Yingtian Dao had attained the celestial master realm, wielding profound Taoist abilities. Otherwise, the Yingtian Dao would not have become one of the three most widely disseminated Taoist sects in the current Ming Dynasty. Taoist artifacts often emerged from various Taoist schools, their crafting methods shrouded in enigma, seldom documented in writing, and instead passed down orally. The fact that this Beifuji was woven from the hair of royal women seemed far from originating from a legitimate sect. However, in light of its miraculous capabilities, such considerations paled in significance. With a mere thought, the Beifuji that had enveloped his palm suddenly shifted, gradually retreating to his wrist to form a black wrist guard. Wearing gloves could attract attention, but in this form, it appeared far less conspicuous. This made him regard the individual who claimed to be his elder brother with even greater caution. The fact that such a Taoist artifact could be so casually produced indicated the remarkable strength and resources of the individual behind it. At the very least, regarding this artifact alone, even the single ability of toxin resistance would be worth its weight in gold, not to mention its other functionalities. This person was likely indeed a remnant of the once disgraced crown prince's lineage. What an impressive display of power, as Yang Fan sighed. He felt an increasing sense of urgency within him. After all, since the other party had bestowed such significant benefits, it was unlikely that there were no ulterior motives. While his predecessor might have understood this, he himself was left in the dark. Should he delay his actions too long, leaving the other party impatiently waiting, the consequences could be dire. Confronted with this predicament, Yang Fan found himself lacking in viable solutions and could only take one step at a time, hoping to grow swiftly. When the time came, he would be ready to face any challenge that arose. Adapting to change with unwavering resolve, Chapter 55. Forbidden Drug. The fragrance of beauty having secured the item, Yang Fan chose not to linger. He cautiously exited the Qiuan Palace, evading the gaze of those outside, and returned to the Chongqing Palace, retreating into his chamber to assess the fruits of his nocturnal endeavors. The Taoist tools had already been meticulously examined. Aside from their deformations, their other capabilities awaited his personal testing at a more opportune moment. The primary focus now lay upon the items he had seized from Steward Song. Yang Fan tipped over the pouch, and its contents spilled forth with a clatter, a few taels of scattered silver and 4 100-tael Ming Dynasty banknotes. 400 taels of silver. This old fellow truly possessed a fortune. Yang Fan's spirits surged, his face lighting up with astonishment. Merely the silver that Steward Song had on his person exceeded Yang Fan's entire fortune at that moment. However, having lost 400 taels in one fell swoop, the steward was likely to be utterly devastated. Eunuchs were notoriously avaricious, and their greed only intensified with age. They would haggle over even a single tael of silver, let alone 400, which could drive them to desperation. In addition to the silver, Yang Fan discovered a vial. What could this be? Upon removing the cork, an intoxicating fragrance wafted forth. Instantly, it stirred forbidden desires, leaving one in a daze, and the body nearly impossible to control. Just one inhalation set his blood racing violently. It was not only his vitality that surged, but his entire being as well. A wave of unfamiliar yet familiar memories surged forth. The fragrance of beauty, a notorious forbidden drug. It was said that even a pile of kindling could be ignited into a blazing inferno by its potency. No matter how pure and ascetic a woman might be, she could not resist its power, heralded as a blessing for men and a bane for women. Good heavens, this old eunuch even harbored such a substance. He hastily replaced the cork and, witnessing the dramatic changes in his body, felt a wave of despair wash over him. The effects of this drug were rather overwhelming. After a vigorous cold shower, water cascading over him from head to toe, Yang Fan exerted considerable effort to regain his composure, transforming from a towering peak back into a serene valley. He sat upon his bed, an air of compassion gracing his countenance, serene as the Buddha. Even if Chun Fei were to appear before him as she had previously, he would remain as steadfast as an old dog. After stabilizing himself for a considerable time, he began to address his newfound acquisitions. The banknotes were not secure. He would hide them away for the moment, planning to spend them discreetly at an opportune time in the future. As for the vial of medicine, he decided to keep it for now, as it might prove useful later on. Once he had tidied up, he lay down to rest. At the crack of dawn the next day, he was jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream. Which son of a gun dares to rob my esteemed Steward Song? Yang Fan approached the window and threw it open to peer outside. Indeed, it was Steward Song. His clothing was tattered and full of holes, letting in the wind, and he was covered in mud. Looking utterly disheveled, a large, dark face appeared even darker than usual, and with a fierce glare from his triangular eyes, he looked at everyone as though they owed him over 400 taels of silver. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs fell silent, frozen in fear. Wasn't this the Steward Song? His attire could certainly be deemed avant-garde. It was said that even the performers at the brothels would not dare to dress so. Just then, Steward Luo emerged and, upon seeing Steward Song, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Luo, was it you who did this? Steward Song regarded everyone as a suspect now, especially Steward Luo, with whom he had a tense relationship. His eyes widened in accusation. What do you mean I did it? Do not slander me with baseless claims. Steward Luo was unwilling to concede, and soon the two were embroiled in a heated argument. I know it was you. Return my belongings at once. Anger surged within Steward Song, and with a flash of fury, he lunged at Steward Luo, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his face. You scoundrel. Are you serious? Caught off guard, Steward Luo shielded his eyes and staggered back. Seeing that Steward Song showed no signs of relenting, he retaliated. Luo, do you even realize you have taken what does not belong to you? Nonsense. I have not taken your things at all. In no time, the two were entangled in a fierce scuffle. Yang Fan, perched by the window, delightedly munched on a handful of sunflower seeds, finding the brawl between the two old eunuchs quite amusing. Kicks aimed at groins and jabs to the sides were exchanged with ruthless intent. Each move was more vicious than the last. What a spectacle of dogs biting dogs, both covered in fur. Just as Steward Luo delivered a sharp poke to Steward Song's side, even Yang Fan caught himself gasping in surprise. However, Steward Song's seemingly careless remark piqued his interest. What do you mean by things that should not be taken? Is it that vial of forbidden medicine, the beauty fragrance? Unintentionally, Young Fan felt himself unwittingly entangled in a web of clandestine schemes. After all, a eunuch would not likely use such forbidden medicine, thus, its presence on Steward's song suggested he intended to use it on someone. But whom could he possibly administer it to? The Empress Qin. A chill swept through Young Fan's heart as the figure of Empress Qin flashed vividly in his mind. Enough. Cease this foolishness at once. As the crowd gathered to witness the commotion grew larger, Chief Eunuch Li finally made his appearance. Upon his arrival, the palace maids and eunuchs instantly scattered like startled birds. Steward Song and Steward Luo hastily ceased their altercation, both bearing bruised faces and tattered clothing, trembling before the impassive Chief Eunuch. Li Gong. Steward Song began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Chief Eunuch Li on a day of great celebration. You bring disgrace upon us here. Get out at once. Each of you shall receive 30 lashes. Should this happen again, I will personally flay you alive. Yes, Li Gong. The two dared not dispute his orders and retreated in disgrace, exchanging a glance filled with mutual disdain. Meanwhile, Young Fan quickly withdrew into his chamber. After reorganizing himself, he ventured out once more, only to notice the transformation in the palace. Lanterns were lit. Decorations hung in red and green, and everything had been meticulously arranged. He felt somewhat dazed, realizing that today was the 15th of August, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiao Fanzi, you need not go to Wanxing Garden today. Tend to things well within the palace, instructed Eunuch Li as he emerged from the inner sanctum, spotting Young Fan. Yes, Eunuch Li, Young Fan replied, slightly bowing. Suddenly, his throat felt a twinge of irritation, and a trickle of fresh blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hastily, he wiped it away with his handkerchief. Eunuch Li cast a blank glance at him, uttering no further words before striding away, evidently indifferent to Young Fan's well-being. To be frank, had it not been for the brawl between Steward Luo and Steward Song, leaving them battered and disheveled, he would have sent Young Fan to the Tiger Mountain to feed the tigers instead. After all, despite their flaws, they were still of his own kind. Outsiders would forever remain outsiders. As Young Fan watched him depart, he turned to enter the palace, where the furnishings were meticulously cleaned, and the curtains had been replaced with new ones, creating a rather festive atmosphere. However, Concubine Qin wore a weary expression, resting her chin in her hand, seemingly lost in thought. I pay my respects, Your Highness, Young Fan greeted with the proper decorum. Concubine Qin responded casually, still in a daze. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Young Fan, wishing to avoid upsetting her, discreetly stepped aside to stand quietly, observing with a composed demeanor, his heart as tranquil as an ancient monk, beginning to gather his vital energy. However, unbeknownst to him, Concubine Qin's enchanting gaze drifted toward him. As she was lost in thought, a sudden wave of warmth enveloped her, and upon closer inspection, she realized the source of this warmth was none other than Young Fan. Just as she intended to withdraw her gaze, she halted abruptly, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Wait, when did he complete his second blood transformation? Chapter 56, Master of Taoist Arts when drawing vital energy at such close proximity. It is nearly impossible to conceal the fluctuations of one's essence, often attracting the scrutiny of higher-level practitioners. Young Fan had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Concubine Qin could discern such subtleties. After all, when he underwent his first blood transformation and attained the Kuei-Nyo form, she had sought out Eunuch Li for verification. Thus, he had never considered the possibility of exposure, feeling entirely at ease as he leaned against the wall to cultivate. Concubine Qin waved her hand, dismissing several palace maids. With measured steps, her long gown trailing behind her, she approached Young Fan, her eyes keenly appraising the youth before her, with ruby lips and pearly teeth. His features were strikingly handsome, yet his expression bore the lines of tenacity. Alas, he was a eunuch, otherwise he would surely captivate countless women. It is said that those who transcend the three heavenly realms in martial arts might even regenerate their bodies and restore lost limbs. Whether this is true remains uncertain. A subtle smile graced Concubine Qin's lips, her gaze shimmering with intrigue. Perhaps sensing the intoxicating fragrance of femininity wafting toward him, Young Fan jolted from his meditation. And upon raising his head, he found Concubine Qin's breathtaking visage mere inches from his own. Her breath was like orchids, imbued with an alluring scent, mysterious and enchanting, inciting an irresistible desire to hold her close and ravage her. Your Highness, Young Fan's countenance shifted, instinctively taking a step back. His eyes darted around the now desolate palace, realizing that they were the only two left within its confines. Did this woman harbor ulterior motives toward him? As Young Fan hesitated, caught between a half-hearted compliance and a resolute refusal, the Empress Qin broke into a smile. Look at your timid demeanor. Do you truly fear that I might devour you? And no, I wouldn't dare. Young Fan chuckled awkwardly. He was not afraid of being consumed by the Empress, but rather of his true identity being exposed, leading to an irrevocable predicament. The Empress before him was capricious. Who could predict her thoughts in the next moment? Come, tell me, when did you complete your second blood exchange? Inquired Empress Chen. What, you still wish to conceal it from me? Do you truly believe that? Just because I hail from a noble family, I am weak and easily deceived. The Empress gazed at Young Fan with a charming smile, causing an involuntary chill to creep down his spine. Indeed, how had he overlooked this matter? As the daughter of a martial sage, even Chen Yu had attained the rank of martial master at a young age. How much more formidable must be her elder sister? The Empress Chen. Truly, women are deceivers. Despite their remarkable prowess, she had previously summoned Eunuch to assess his vitality. Nevertheless, the Empress had never revealed any fluctuations in her own vitality, leaving Young Fan uncertain of her true strength. He could only respond, I owe my fortunate breakthrough to the tiger and leopard nourishing elixir bestowed by your highness. However, I have yet to fully stabilize my cultivation and dare not disturb you. The Empress, appearing satisfied, playfully pinched Young Fan's chin, her enchanting smile illuminating her face as she remarked, I am increasingly optimistic about you. Her soft, fair fingers glided across Young Fan's skin, sending a shiver through his body. So, it was indeed you who ambushed Steward Song last night. Just as Young Fan's thoughts began to wander, the Empress's next words struck him like a thunderbolt, flooding him with a profound sense of danger. He lifted his gaze to meet the depths of her eyes. It seems I was not mistaken. It is only unfortunate that Steward Song embezzled your monthly stipend. I could not bear it, which compelled me to act rashly and attack. I beseech your highness for forgiveness. Young Fan chose to be forthright, confessing directly. Upon hearing this, the Empress's smile deepened, her gaze fixed upon Young Fan, contemplative. Having achieved the second blood exchange, the Kuan Yo aspect had undergone a transformation, akin to donning heavy armor, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Naturally, defeating a decrepit eunuch whose vitality was waning posed no challenge. Yet she had not anticipated that Young Fan, at such a tender age, would possess the audacity to commit such an act. This kind of temperament indeed merited cultivation. With a bit of refinement, his future prospects would be boundless. After all, the martial path was ultimately meant for the purpose of slaying and ceasing conflict. Without a heart full of courage, one could never traverse far along the path of martial arts. With this thought, the Empress spoke with a calm demeanor. Crime? What crime do you commit? You are a subject of mine. Should anyone dare to withhold your stipend again, feel free to kill him on the spot, and I shall stand as your advocate. Her words bore no concealment of a murderous intent, whether perceived as tyrannical or domineering. She undeniably embodied the essence of a noble woman, particularly when it came to protecting her own. Thank you, your highness, Young Fan expressed with genuine delight and gratitude. At this moment, he recalled the matter involving Steward Song and the forbidden substances. After a brief hesitation, he continued, Your highness, when I ambushed Steward Song last night, I inadvertently came across an object on him. That appears to be a forbidden drug, the fragrance of beauty. What, the fragrance of beauty? The once radiant Lady Chen suddenly changed her expression, her eyes fixed on Young Fan, firing off a barrage of questions. Are you speaking the truth? How can you be certain that it is the fragrance of beauty? Are you aware of the consequences of deceiving me? In the end, a hint of suspicion towards Young Fan flickered across her features. Indeed, this was the demeanor befitting a noble consort of the imperial palace. I would never dare to deceive you, my lady. I only believe I am not mistaken because I have encountered its mention in an ancient tome, Young Fan replied. Where's the drug? Bring it to me immediately. Lady Chen's expression turned icy. Yes. Young Fan promptly returned to his quarters, and shortly thereafter, he retrieved the vial containing the forbidden drug. Is this truly the fragrance of beauty? Lady Chen inquired with a furrowed brow. Indeed. As she prepared to remove the cork, Young Fan hastily cautioned, This drug is exceedingly potent. My lady, please exercise utmost care. Humph, I shall manage well enough, Lady Chen coldly retorted, yet she proceeded to uncork the vial. A plume of pink gas escaped, exuding a heady and intoxicating aroma. Truly, it was the fragrance of beauty. It seemed Lady Chen had come to a realization, her exquisite eyes shimmering, her countenance cloaked in frost. The very notion that Young Fan had entertained, she too had grasped. If this drug had surfaced in the possession of Steward Song, then the implications pointed directly at her, and within the palace. Only one individual possessed the audacity to act against Lady Chen, Zhu Xiaolin. Even if it were not he would undoubtedly be involved. How audacious, to cast their ambitions upon me. I shall see to it that they regret their folly. Lady Qin had decisively identified her suspect. As the fragrance from the vial intensified, Yang Fan's expression grew uneasy, yet he remained steadfast, witnessing Lady Qin's composure, just as the gas encroached upon her. She unexpectedly extended her delicate porcelain hand, and the pink vapor spun eerily, swirling into her palm. With a sharp crack, the pink gas crystallized into ice, which she shattered effortlessly, the fine particles dissipating into nothingness before they even touched the ground. The infamous forbidden drug had been effortlessly eradicated by her. What sorcery is this? Yang Fan's heart sank. Such a remarkable and enigmatic skill. He had not anticipated that Lady Qin might be a concealed master of arcane arts. At that moment, Lady Qin spoke again. Tonight, I require you to undertake a task. Your command, my lady. Yang Fan responded hastily. During the moon worship ceremony, I want you to discreetly incapacitate Zhu Xiaolin. Lady Qin enunciated each word with deliberate clarity, her murderous intent unabashed. Chapter 57. The grand banquet begins. What? How is this possible? Yang Fan exclaimed, his face paling in shock. Incapacitate Zhu Xiaolin. That was the 13th prince, the emperor's 13th son, the beloved child of Empress Wang. Even if he were willing, how could he possibly possess the means to silently incapacitate a prince during the moon worship ceremony? At this moment, Lady Qin regained her composure, her exquisite visage adorned with a breathtaking smile that sent shivers down the spine. Nothing is impossible. Since I declare you capable, you shall be. Yang Fan, feeling the weight of the situation, could only muster the courage to respond, I shall obey your command. Your Highness. It seemed that Lady Qin had firmly concluded that the mastermind behind Steward Song was none other than Zhu Xiaolin. And once she made up her mind, her retaliation was ferociously swift. Perhaps, even if he were not, she would still perceive him as such, intending to exact a painful lesson upon Zhu Xiaolin to avenge the previous grievance. And what of Steward Song? Yang Fan suddenly recalled this individual and hesitantly inquired. Today is a day of great joy. Let us not rush to deal with him. After today, I shall present you with a splendid spectacle. Lady Qin replied nonchalantly. A splendid spectacle. Surely it cannot be as delightful as it sounds. Yang Fan mused inwardly, though he feigned a cheerful demeanor, unable to suppress a cough as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth once more. Lady Qin cast a glance at him, her brows slightly furrowed. What is amiss? During my breakthrough, I was rather reckless and inadvertently sustained some internal injuries, but it is nothing severe, Yang Fan murmured. Lady Qin remarked, internal injuries should not be underestimated. Shortly, I shall have someone fetch you another vial of tiger leopard nourishing pill for you to take properly. Thank you, Your Highness. With a modest sum of money in hand but no medicinal pills, Yang Fan felt a surge of joy at her words and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Lady Qin. Before long, her personal maid delivered a vial of tiger leopard nourishing pill. Simultaneously, Lady Qin produced another bottle, its surface adorned with blue flowers, inscribed in ancient seal script with the characters Qingxin. With her elegant, slender fingers, she retrieved a single pill from the bottle, her expression tinged with admiration. This is indeed a sacred pill of martial arts. Using it on him would be a waste. He, of course, referred to Zhu Xiaolin. Your Highness, is this a sacred pill? Yang Fan could not help but feel intrigued, having never encountered such a concept before. Observing the pill closely, he noted its pale blue exterior faintly etched with lightning patterns, yet it bore no discernible medicinal fragrance, seemingly contained within. Lady Qin smiled gracefully. In Taoist alchemy, there exist ordinary pills and sacred pills. The majority of people typically use ordinary pills, while sacred pills refer to those that undergo the tribulation of thunder during their formation, that if successful, their potency can increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. The 9 tribulations pill is known as a divine pill, and even within the palace, it is exceedingly rare. It is likely only found in the great armory or the emperor's private treasury. Yang Fan could not help but gaze at the pill. So this is the 4 tribulations pill. Indeed, this is the 4 tribulations Qingxin pill, which can extinguish desires and obliterate carnal instincts. An essential elixir passed down within the Taoist tradition. Lady Qin's lips curled into a smile, her enchanting countenance causing one's heart to tremble. What a remarkable creation! To extinguish desires and obliterate instincts, once consumed, would one not become akin to a living eunuch? No, even less than a living eunuch, for at least a eunuch harbors desires within. Such a malevolent pill, cloaked in the guise of a sacred pill, yet capable of rendering one neither human nor ghost. And they dare call it a life-nurturing elixir. Is it not, in essence, a means of psychological and physiological castration? How terrifying! As the thought of administering this substance to Zhu Xiaolin crossed his mind, even Yang Fan could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow for him. However, Is not the esteemed Lady Chen a master of Taoist arts? Why does she not employ her mystical abilities? Which would surely render the task simpler and more convenient. Perhaps sensing Yang Fan's confusion, Lady Chen shot him a scornful glance. Fool, the Taoist arts derive from the heavens and leave traces in their wake. This imperial city is a bastion of dragon energy, rendering all Taoist techniques utterly detectable. Are you wishing to bring about my demise? I would not dare, Yang Fan hastily replied, recognizing that he lacked the audacity for such an act. After tonight's banquet, Zhu Xiaolin will depart the palace. He shall undoubtedly seize this opportunity for reckless abandon. At that moment, you need only to subtly administer this elixir to him without his awareness. Understood, Your Grace. That a plan began to form in Yang Fan's mind. His Majesty summons the banquet. At that instant, a shrill and piercing sound echoed through the Chongqing Palace, which instantly buzzed with activity, heralding the arrival of the Mid-Autumn Festival Feast. This grand celebration consists of two segments: the outer feast held before the Taya Hall, where the emperor entertains noble lords, aristocrats, and officials, and the inner feast at the Kuan-Ning Palace, presided over by the empress, inviting esteemed ladies of the court and noble women. The outer banquet begins at noon and typically lasts for 2 hours, while the inner banquet continues into the night, culminating in a moon worship ceremony. As this is a momentous annual occasion, the palace is well prepared with various protocols, ensuring that even the newly established Chongqing Palace operates seamlessly. The group of handmaidens attended to Lady Chen, assisting her in dressing and adorning herself. And after a time, they made their way to the Kuan-Ning Palace. Yang Fan remained by Lady Chen's side, dutifully serving her, while Eunuch oversaw all personnel arrangements. Meanwhile, the often absent deputy manager Lin was stationed within the palace. Upon their arrival at the Kuan-Ning Palace, the grand spectacle of the banquet unfolded before their eyes, with noble ladies and concubines adorned in resplendent attire, vying for beauty and elegance. Naturally, decorum was largely maintained. Otherwise, they risked incurring the empress's wrath, which could result in being relegated to the cold palace. Several court ladies also entered in their finery, including the lawful wife of the Xianwei Marquis, Lady Chen's biological mother. Han Shi, mother. Lady Chen approached Han Shi, enveloped in a fragrant aura. Han Shi regarded her daughter, first offering a respectful greeting before expressing her concern. Now that you have become a consort, your demeanor still lacks composure. Lady Chen grasped Han Shi's hand, playfully retorting, Mother, today is a day for reunion. Please refrain from scolding me. It has been so long since we last met, and I have missed you dearly, silly child. Han Shi felt a pang of emotion at her daughter's affectionate expression. When Chen Long insisted on sending their second daughter to the palace as a consort, she had yet to come to terms with whether that choice was right or wrong. Very well, Mother, let us take our seats and enjoy a heartfelt conversation. Lady Chen led Han Shi to the banquet table, given that this was an inner banquet celebrating the joyous occasion of reunion. The rules were somewhat relaxed, allowing some of the noble ladies' relatives to sit beside them, while Lady Chen and her mother, Han Shi, engaged in quiet conversation. Yang Fan was on the lookout for his target for the evening. Indeed, before he could fully survey the gathering, he caught sight of Zhu Xiaolin's arrival as the sole male among the dignitaries at the inner banquet. His gaze swept over various nobles and ladies, his eyes unmistakably igniting with fervor. How splendid it would be if they were all mine. That a particular image seemed to flicker through Zhu Xiaolin's mind, eliciting an involuntary groan from deep within him. Ultimately, his attention settled upon concubine Chen and Lady Han, alternating his glances between them. The mother and daughter bore a striking resemblance, seated together like twin lotus blossoms. This sight stirred a palpable yearning in Zhu Xiaolin's eyes, almost spilling forth. Chapter 58. Command me to address you as father. His gaze was fiercely predatory, quickly drawing attention. The noble concubine Chen instantly recognized his malevolent intentions, a surge of indignation flooding her heart, akin to the sensation of a toad crawling upon her skin, causing her delicate frame to tremble slightly. Yuana, what troubles you? Lady Han quickly noticed the change in concubine Chen's expression and inquired with concern. Concubine Chen forced a smile and replied, Mother, it is nothing. I may have simply rested too late yesterday, and I feel somewhat fatigued. Observing from the sidelines, Yang Fan had an unobstructed view of the earlier scene. He stepped forward discreetly, blocking Zhu Xiaolin's line of sight. Concubine Chen cast a fleeting glance at Yang Fan, their eyes exchanging a silent understanding, and he could distinctly sense the profound menace lurking within her gaze. Clearly, Zhu Xiaolin's actions had pushed concubine Chen's patience to its limits. Curse servant, I shall ensure your demise next time. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaolin's gaze was obstructed, his expression darkening ominously as he shot a venomous glare at Yang Fan's back. Yet, Given the festive occasion of the mid-autumn banquet, he dared not act impulsively. Casting a spiteful glance at concubine Chen, he strode directly into Kunning Palace. His previously sullen demeanor transformed into one of radiant cheerfulness and refined grace. "Mother, your son has come to pay his respects." Upon seeing Empress Wang, Zhu Xiaolin promptly took her arm with warmth. The Empress bestowed a tender glance upon him, chiding gently, "Liner, what brings you here? You are a prince soon to leave the palace. You ought to be in the forefront, striving to make an impression on your father and the esteemed officials of the court. How will it fare for you otherwise?" Zhu Xiaolin, however, appeared unconcerned. "Those matters are well within my elder brother's purview. On this splendid day, I wish to be by mother's side. What do I care for the civil and military officials? In my heart, they collectively pale in comparison to even a single finger of yours." "Oh, what am I to do with you?" Empress Wang shook her head in exasperation, her eyes brimming with affection. Ultimately, she could not bear to part with her son, her heart softening as she said, "Very well, you may remain by my side today. Thank you, mother." Zhu Xiaolin beamed, tightening his embrace around the Empress's arm. The attending eunuch Huang observed this scene, bowing his head in silence, refraining from making any comments. Though his eyes twitched slightly, preparations for the mid-autumn banquet in Kunning Palace were soon complete. "Let the banquet commence," Empress Wang declared, and after all the noble ladies and court matrons expressed their gratitude, they returned to their seats. The tables were meticulously arranged, each seat occupied according to the rank of the concubines, with not a hint of transgression allowed. Even the food upon the tables bore subtle distinctions. This is the intricacy of hierarchy. It seems that, irrespective of the era, the matter of seating is indeed a profound art. Yang Fan mused quietly. Hierarchies were respected, distinctions made clear. The issue of seating was one that no one dared to approach with negligence. However, this kept a multitude of palace maids and eunuchs quite busy. Fortunately, they all adhered to the palace regulations, guided by the elder members of the court, and thus the banquet proceeded in an orderly fashion. The grandeur of the feast was unprecedented. A glance around revealed an abundance of beautiful women, 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, 72 concubines, 3,000 beauties, truly deserving of their reputation. Yang Fan couldn't help but envy the happiness of Emperor Zhu Gaolai. As the personal eunuch to consort Chen, he, of course, lacked the privilege to take a seat, instead remaining by consort Chen's side, attending to her while contemplating how to execute his next move, the pure heart pill. Such a sizable elixir. It would not be a simple task to persuade Zhu Xiaolin to obediently consume it. That a certain method must be employed. But how could he be coaxed into taking it? Yang Fan found himself deep in thought, his eyes darting about. Simultaneously, he discreetly observed Zhu Xiaolin. In such a setting, even Zhu Xiaolin exhibited some restraint. Yet, when his gaze flitted toward the noble guests and court ladies present, a glimmer of greed and longing was unmistakably revealed. As the grand feast progressed, various entertainment acts began to unfold. Palace maids performed songs and dances, foreign orchestras displayed their skills, and even a few young eunuchs took to the stage to demonstrate their martial prowess. Some exceptionally talented nobles showcased their remarkable abilities in music, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and chess, contributing to a more relaxed atmosphere at the banquet. As night fell and the ornate lanterns illuminated the entire Kunning Palace as brightly as day, the earlier gathering of civil and military officials began to disperse, and certain ladies of the court started to exit. Lady Han reluctantly departed, while Zhu Xiaolin's gaze remained fixated on her figure, his eyes flickering as he quietly slipped away. Upon noticing this, Consort Chen suddenly remembered something, her expression shifting as she prepared to rise. Yang Fan quickly interjected, "Your Highness, please remain calm. The banquet has not yet concluded, and the Empress is still watching you. Moreover, the Marquis should be outside. Nothing will happen to the lady. Then you may escort my mother," Consort Chen commanded, taking a couple of deep breaths to regain her composure. "Understood." Yang Fan rose and withdrew. That moment, Emperor Zhu Gaolai finally made his entrance into Kunning Palace. "Your Majesty," the assembly quickly stood to pay their respects. "Dispense with the formalities. Today is a rare joyous occasion. Let us not be burdened by excessive protocols," Zhu Gaolai remarked amiably. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the crowd responded, rising, and Yang Fan seized this opportunity to slip away swiftly. Before long, he caught up with Lady Han. Due to her heartfelt farewell with Consort Chen, she had been delayed, and many of the ladies had already departed, leaving Lady Han walking alone. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Lady Han turned to see Yang Fan, instantly recognizing the personal eunuch beside her daughter. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Madam, the consort has sent me to escort you." Yang Fan elucidated. Yuano has indeed shown her concern. Lady Han nodded, her expression one of comfort. Her daughter remained as thoughtful as ever. It was a pity that, having entered the palace, they could scarcely meet even a few times a year, and her future remained uncertain, causing her mood to darken momentarily. As Lady Han walked in silence, Yang Fan discreetly observed the Marquise, who was undeniably graceful and elegant. Today, she had evidently made an effort to present herself, standing alongside Consort Chun in such a way that they scarcely resembled mother and daughter, but rather appeared as sisters. No wonder Zhu Xiaolin harbored such an expression. Yang Fan mused inwardly, his heart racing with an unprecedented tension, for Zhu Xiaolin had departed earlier than he, and it was likely that he was lurking nearby. However, with himself present, coupled with Lady Han's status as a marquise, the other party would surely refrain from taking reckless actions, wouldn't they? In the shadows, behind a rockery, Zhu Xiaolin had already donned a eunuch's attire. Remaining utterly still, dismissing Yang Fan entirely, his gaze fervently fixed upon the approaching Lady Han. The resemblance was striking, observing the 7 or 8 points of similarity between Lady Han and Consort Chun. His excitement grew, and he became increasingly restless. Chen Yuaner, you have repeatedly spurned me, yet who would have imagined this day would come? If I cannot capture you, then perhaps the elder will suffice to alleviate my boredom. One day, you shall call me father. Zhu Xiaolin vowed silently that it was evident that Yang Fan had underestimated Zhu Xiaolin. No one could have anticipated his audacity in plotting such a treacherous act here. Such brazen boldness. Chapter 59. A sudden turn of events. However, time was short, and the task was pressing. Should he tarry too long, he risked discovery. Zhu Xiaolin contemplated briefly before retrieving a concealed weapon box from his robe, containing a toxic smoke, soul-entrancing mist, capable of rendering a person unconscious within an instant, lasting for half an hour. Even a martial arts master would not escape unscathed, and half an hour was ample time for him to indulge his whims. Once he completed his nefarious deed, he could quietly escort Lady Han away, leaving no trace. By the time she regained consciousness, even if she sensed something amiss, she would be oblivious to the perpetrator, likely too intimidated to raise an outcry, thus swallowing her humiliation in silence. Zhu Xiaolin pondered this. His excitement intensified. With Lady Han and Yang Fan nearing the rockery, he began to concentrate fully, poised to strike. As they walked, Yang Fan's pace faltered. The soul forged through time travel had endowed him with formidable mental acuity, allowing him to instinctively sense a hint of danger. He narrowed his eyes at the rockery corridor ahead. What is the matter? Lady Han inquired, glancing at Yang Fan, who had halted. Yang Fan's gaze flickered momentarily before he replied, "Wary, madam. I recall this path to be rather secluded. We must traverse the rockery corridor ahead, which may not be safe at night. Perhaps we should consider an alternate route?" "Indeed, that sounds prudent," Lady Han, possessing a gentle disposition, readily agreed. Zhu Xiaolin's countenance darkened, secretly resenting this young eunuch for thwarting his plans. He watched helplessly as his prize seemed to slip away. Without further ado, he sprang into action, launching himself forward like a hawk swooping down, abruptly pressing the mechanism on the weapon box to release the toxic smoke. Soul-entrancing mist. A swirling mass of black mist descended with the swiftness of a tempest, enveloping the two individuals in an instant. Alarmed, as Yang Fan perceived the impending assault of the black fog, a sense of dread gripped his heart. He intended to push Han Shi to safety, yet it was regrettably too late. The moment Han Shi made contact with the mist, she collapsed to the ground. This is noxious smoke. Yang Fan's expression shifted. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, a piercing sensation. He propelled himself rapidly toward the oncoming black mist, poised to shout a warning, but his voice abruptly faltered as he fell prone on the ground. Oblivious to his own fate. "That startled me. You nearly thwarted my plans." Zhu Xiaolin, witnessing the scene, exhaled in relief, emerging from the shadows to deliver a forceful kick to Yang Fan's form before rubbing his hands together and advancing towards Han Shi. Adorned in resplendent attire, complemented by a visage strikingly reminiscent of Lady Chun, and with a figure even more voluptuous, Zhu Xiaolin trembled with anticipation. "My beauty, I am coming." Yet, at the moment he bent down to extend his hand toward Han Shi, a hand unexpectedly reached from behind him, landing upon his shoulder. "Who goes there?" Zhu Xiaolin gasped in shock. As he turned, a cloud of black mist suddenly engulfed his face. This is dire. With his vision obscured by the toxic smoke and having inhaled its noxious fumes, he could not discern the identity of his assailant before collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, a hand seized his cheek, compelling his mouth to open involuntarily, and a pill marked with thunder patterns was unceremoniously thrust into his mouth. It was unmistakably the 4 Tribulation Purity pill. The pill dissolved instantaneously upon contact, vanishing into Zhu Xiaolin's being. Yang Fan slowly rose, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He had anticipated a more arduous endeavor. Yet fortune smiled upon him as the adversary presented himself so conveniently, allowing Yang Fan to fulfill the task entrusted by Lady Chun with such ease. It was indeed Zhu Xiaolin's impatience that led to this predicament. Naturally, all of this was made possible by the newly acquired artifact, the 100 Blessings Knot. Its remarkable ability to dispel toxins was truly extraordinary. It was this very artifact that emboldened Yang Fan to plunge into the toxic haze. Feigning a cry for help to draw in a substantial amount of the poisonous smoke, which he then expelled onto Zhu Xiaolin's face at a critical moment, rendering him unconscious. The mission was accomplished. Yet the pressing concern now lay in how to conclude this affair. Observing the 2 unconscious figures, Yang Fan devised a plan. He seized Zhu Xiaolin and hurled him back to the location from whence the toxic smoke had emanated. The azure stone ground bore no traces of footprints, thus alleviating his need to erase any evidence of his passage. While he himself returned to the ground, resuming his prone position, the scene was rearranged, simplifying the entire incident and allowing Yang Fan to extricate himself from any implications. Subsequently, he deactivated the artifact's effects, and the residual toxic smoke infiltrated his body in an instant. Assassins, Yang Fan stifled the overwhelming urge to succumb to unconsciousness, unleashing a shrill, piercing scream that shattered the tranquility of the night. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The previously serene atmosphere was shattered, and several shadowy figures cut through the air, appearing near the rockery moments later. Among them was Peng En. The proximity to the cunning palace facilitated his swift arrival, accompanying the royal entourage, making him the first to respond. However, upon surveying the scene, the expressions of the group collectively shifted in alarm as they recognized Han Shi's identity. The Marchioness, the rightful wife of the martial sage. In the blink of an eye, amidst the 3 unconscious individuals, the formidable Chun Yinglong, the Marquis of Xianwei, made his striking entrance. He had been waiting in front of the main hall for his wife, preparing to return to their residence together when he heard the cry of an assassin, prompting him to rush over. Little did he expect to witness such a scene upon seeing the unconscious Han. A pallor of iron gray washed over his previously stern visage. The temperature around him surged suddenly, as if a furnace had ignited, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent pervading the air, causing even the surrounding leaves and flowers to wither and turn a charred yellow. The wrath of a martial sage was indeed a terrifying force. His gaze swept across the vicinity, finally locking onto Zhu Xiaolin, who was disguised as a eunuch. Beneath the ill-fitting eunuch garb, the unmistakable royal dragon robe of a prince was visible, along with a corner of a concealed weapon case peeking from his embrace. "That I demand an explanation." He turned his head, his voice resonating with an unyielding authority, his darkened gaze piercing into Peng En's face. Peng En's expression soured. He was no fool. One could not ascend to the esteemed positions of the emperor's chief aide, the director of the imperial household, and the supervisor of the Eastern Depot, without possessing keen intelligence. The scene was straightforward. The fainted Marchioness, the prince holding a weapon case that emitted toxic smoke, and the small eunuch who had tumbled towards the prince, sprawled on the ground. The sequence of events was nearly self-evident. Peng En's voice was hoarse. "This matter must be reported to the imperial family." As disordered footsteps approached rapidly, indicating that others were coming to investigate. Peng En decisively ordered his subordinates to disperse the onlookers and seal off the area. This incident involved both the prince and the Marchioness. It could not be allowed to leak. Otherwise, not only would the Marchioness's reputation be tarnished, but the royal family's honor would also be sullied. At the Kunming Palace banquet, a small eunuch hurried to Zhu Gaolia's side, whispering a few hurried words. The previously affable expression of Zhu Gaolia darkened, and he cast a glance at Empress Wang before rising silently to leave. "Your Majesty?" Empress Wang felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively sensing unease that in such a significant banquet setting, every action of Zhu Gaolia and Empress Wang drew scrutiny. Thus, Zhu Gaolia's departure immediately attracted attention, sparking a flurry of speculation. Seeing this, Consort Chun, recalling the prolonged absence of Yang Fan, was also overtaken by worry. Could something have gone amiss? Disregarding everything else, she hastened to leave. Eunuch Li quietly followed behind. Fortunately, at that moment, Empress Wang was preoccupied, her attention elsewhere, and remained oblivious to her departure. Chapter 60. The Emperor's Divine Judgment in the Taiha Hall. Within the inner sanctum, Zhu Gaolai sat upon the throne, slamming his palm onto the table with a resounding thud, his fury boiling over. This ungrateful wretch, how dare he commit such an act of rebellion within the palace? It is utterly unforgivable. Peng An lowered his head, replying, however, there are also points of doubt. All three are unconscious, and there are no other witnesses present, while the one who called for help has vanished without a trace. That I do not wish to know these details. That is for you to investigate. Zhu Gaolai interrupted him, asserting, I merely need to ascertain whether this ungrateful wretch has employed a drug to conspire against Han. The audacity of a prince attempting to act against the rightful wife of a noble lord, a martial sage of the realm, during the grand mid-autumn banquet. If this were to spread, what would the world think of the royal family? As it stands, it seems to be the case. Peng An remained silent for a prolonged moment, feeling the immense pressure radiating from Zhu Gaolai, before finally speaking up. Indeed, he is truly a good son of mine. With a chilling gaze, Zhu Gaolai unequivocally declared his decision. Let my decree be conveyed, effective immediately. Zhu Xiaolin shall be expelled from the palace and placed under house arrest at the Qian Wangfu in the western part of the city. The Zhongrenfu is ordered to revoke Zhu Xiaolin's royal title and deny him any further imperial seals. During his confinement, he shall be strictly monitored, with no visitors permitted. Furthermore, Chen Yinglong, the Marquis of Xianwei, who has devotedly served in military and political duties over the years, displaying unwavering loyalty to his sovereign and country, is appointed to concurrently hold the position of Grand General of the Imperial Guards. His wife, the virtuous and enlightened Lady Han, is bestowed with a phoenix crown and ceremonial robes, along with the elixir of youth. And 3 members of the Han family shall be granted positions in the court. This is the resolution that Zhu Gaolai ultimately arrived at. In the outer hall, Chen Yinglong supported his wife, Lady Han, who had evidently learned of the events from others. Her grip on his sleeve was tight, and her complexion was pale as death. Do not fret, your majesty shall render a just verdict. Chen Yinglong reassured her. Nearby, concubine Chen's expression was as dark as the depths of a stormy sea, her gaze fixed menacingly on Zhu Xiaolin, nearly filled with murderous intent. Zhu Xiaolin stood motionless, his eyes cast down, flanked by several elderly eunuchs who appeared to be his guards, though in reality, they were there to protect him. With the martial prowess of the Marquis of Qin beside him, a mere finger could crush Zhu Xiaolin. They certainly dared not be careless at that moment. The main doors swung open, and Empress Wang strode in with great urgency, her face flushed with anxiety. Her eyes immediately fell upon Zhu Xiaolin. Mother, Zhu Xiaolin exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion, tears streaming down his face. I am wronged. Liner, pray tell me what has transpired. Speak to me, and I shall assuredly seek justice for you. Empress Wang hastened towards him, but an elderly eunuch suddenly stepped in front of her, standing resolutely. Your Majesty, please hold. What? Even I am to be obstructed? Empress Wang's countenance darkened. Though she treated Zhu Xiaolin with indulgent affection, before others, she remained the sovereign matriarch of the inner court, wielding the fates of all within her grasp. However, the elderly eunuch remained unfazed. The truth has yet to be ascertained. No one may approach His Highness. All matters shall be adjudicated by His Majesty, and I beseech your Majesty to pardon this transgression. It is quite the first for me to hear that I have become a mere bystander. Empress Wang retorted frostily, her voice laced with ire. Huang Gonggong, her trusted eunuch, promptly stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap towards the elderly eunuch. If I command you to step aside, then step aside. How dare you obstruct the path of Her Majesty? Yet, just as his hand was mid-swing, a cold smile flickered across the wrinkled visage of the elderly eunuch. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, which suddenly swelled with muscle, transforming from a withered twig into a formidable force, seizing Huang Gonggong's hand. Are you instructing us on how to conduct ourselves? With a series of sickening cracks, Huang Gonggong's fingers, palm, and wrist were all mercilessly crushed. He dared not strike Empress Wang. How could a mere junior eunuch act so brazenly before him? In his eyes, the 50 or 60-year-old Huang Gonggong was but a child. With a flick of his wrist, Huang Gonggong fell to the ground in agony, and the elderly eunuch, maintaining an air of calm, addressed Empress Wang, Your Majesty, all must await the divine judgment of His Majesty. The pupils of Queen Wang constricted as her gaze, filled with trepidation, withdrew from the immensely swollen arm of the elderly eunuch before her, suddenly recalling a certain enigmatic power uniquely belonging to His Majesty. A council of the aged, entirely composed of long-serving eunuchs. It is said that each member is meticulously chosen, possessing extraordinary and exceptional skills. From a young age, they have been indoctrinated with the ideology of loyalty to the crown. Their eyes fixated solely on the emperor, disregarding even her status as queen. If she is not mistaken, the elderly eunuchs before her hail from that very council. "Mother, I am wronged." Zhu Xiaolin continued to weep, his face a portrait of grievance. Beside him, Consort Chun, having restrained herself for an extended period, could no longer contain her frustration and exclaimed vehemently, "Silence! The truth is clear to all. Zhu Xiaolin, do not think that by feigning pity you can, you honor. Do not speak further, that I trust His Majesty will exercise His divine judgment." Chen Yinglong interrupted Consort Chun, his expression as unyielding as the depths of a placid lake. Yet, the more stoic he appeared, the more it commanded attention. Not only was he deeply trusted by Zhu Gaolai, commanding the Dragon Martial Guard with its tens of thousands of troops, but he also stationed 30,000 soldiers near the capital and an additional 70,000 elite forces at strategic points leading to the imperial city. His martial prowess alone could instill fear across the realm, even without military authority. Furthermore, the lords of the Ming Dynasty have historically advanced and retreated in unison. 12 noble families, comprising 3 kings and 9 lords, collectively wielded over half of the military power in the realm, with Chun Yinglong renowned as the foremost marquis. To think that the legitimate wife of such a man nearly fell victim to the schemes of a debauched prince. If this matter is not handled with utmost care, it could incite a vehement backlash from the entire noble lineage. More gravely, the safety of the entire royal family could be jeopardized. Queen Wang pressed her lips together, gazing at her tearful son, then at the stoic Chun Yinglong, and finally at the indignant consort Chun Liner. "I believe in you. Trust your father. He will surely uncover the truth and administer justice on your behalf." Her eyes deepened with solemnity, yet she sighed heavily. "Mother." Zhu Xiaolin felt an overwhelming urge to escape this dire predicament. The crux of his distress was his apprehension that his father, Zhu Gaolai, would indeed act justly. Just then, footsteps echoed from within the inner hall as Zhu Gaolai emerged, flanked by Pinyin, who held the imperial edict with an impassive expression. "Your Majesty." The assembly quickly bowed in reverence. Even the pained Huang Gonggong, with his crushed palm, stifled his cries, daring not to utter a sound. "Proclaim the edict," Zhu Gaolai commanded with a wave of his hand. Pinyin stepped forward, unfurling the decree, surveying the crowd as he announced Zhu Gaoye's recent decision. "What? Expulsion from the palace, house arrest, and stripping Liner of his title? This cannot be allowed." Upon hearing the decree, Queen Wang's countenance shifted dramatically as she rushed forward, her voice urgent. "Your Majesty, the matter has yet to be investigated. And besides, Liner is but a child. I have made my decision. The Queen need not elaborate." Zhu Gaolai interjected, displaying his customary resolve and coldness. Upon hearing the contents of the imperial decree, the Chun family exhibited varied reactions. While Chun Yinglong maintained an impassive demeanor, both Han and the Empress Chun appeared somewhat more at ease. Such a punishment was indeed severe, considering that no substantive event had transpired. Surely, one could not expect the emperor to order the execution of his own son merely for the act of incapacitating Han. "This humble servant, or servant lady, complies with your command." The Chun family bowed deeply to receive the decree, expressing their gratitude for the emperor's grace. Soon after, several elderly eunuchs escorted Zhu Xiaolin from the hall, while Pinyin departed with the imperial edict towards the House of Ancestors. Empress Wang cast a reluctant glance at Zhu Gaolai before hastily pursuing him. The grand hall was left with only Zhu Gaolai and the Qin family. "This rebellious son has caused great distress. I feel a pang of guilt towards your family." Zhu Gaolai sighed as he regarded them. "Your Majesty's words fill me with trepidation." Chen Yinglong, along with Han and Empress Chun, could not help but kneel once more. "Rise, all of you." Zhu Gaolai displayed a rare patience, offering kind words of reassurance. Only then did Chen Yinglong lead Han away from the imperial city back to the Xianwei Marquisate. Empress Chen also departed from the Taya Hall. Upon exiting, she encountered the waiting Eunuch Li and Yang Fan. "Xiao Fanzi, come here at once." Upon seeing Yang Fan, Empress Chen recalled her decision to assign him to escort Han, yet was taken aback by the ensuing complications, her anger surging anew in the face of the enraged empress. Yang Fan remained remarkably composed. "Your Highness, Please do not let your health suffer, he expressed with genuine concern. We must not allow your anger to affect your well-being. The performances for the moon worship ceremony have been prepared. Perhaps a stroll there might lift your spirits. However, Empress Chun had little inclination to partake in any ceremony. Just as she was about to unleash her wrath, a thought crossed her mind, and her gaze flickered. The performances for the moon worship ceremony are ready. Indeed, I witnessed them with my own eyes, Yang Fan affirmed. Empress Chun regarded him thoughtfully. Very well. I find myself fatigued and lacking the disposition for festivities. Please assist me in returning to the palace for some rest, as you wish, Your Highness. Yang Fan stepped closer. As Empress Chun rested her hand upon his arm, her graceful form concealed beneath exquisite royal attire, allowing Yang Fan to distinctly perceive her warmth and the silkiness of her skin. Just as she was about to proceed, she suddenly turned to Eunuch and instructed, Eunuch, those individuals in the palace are still at Kuan Ning Palace. Please attend to them, though today is a day of great joy. We must not let them disrupt the decorum or interfere with palace affairs. This old servant understands, Eunuch replied, making his way towards Kuan Ning Palace as he departed. He cast a lingering glance at the figures of Yang Fan and Empress Chun. Realizing that this young man had evidently gained the Empress's trust more than ever, which made him acutely aware of the threat to his own standing. Upon returning to the palace, Empress Chun promptly closed the door and turned to Yang Fan. Her impatience evident as she inquired, Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? Yang Fan glanced around, hesitating, worried about eavesdroppers. Do not worry. Speak freely, she reassured him. Although Empress Chun noticed Yang Fan's apprehension, she dismissed it. She had already employed her mystical abilities to ascertain that only a few attendants remained in the palace. With no outsiders present to overhear, Yang Fan, upon hearing the words of the noble consort Chun, chose to no longer conceal the truth and recounted the entire sequence of events. Naturally, when it came to explaining why he had not succumbed to the poisonous smoke at the first moment, he attributed it to his own vigilance, claiming he had deftly evaded it. Furthermore, upon discovering Zhu Xiaolin, he had spontaneously decided to swallow the toxic smoke and utilize it as a means of counteraction. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he administered the elixir to Zhu Xiaolin. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, he called for help at a crucial moment, thereby resolving the peril posed by the Han family. How could you possibly endure for so long under the effects of the soul-confounding elixir? Consort Chen inquired, her expression laced with skepticism and incredulity. That was indeed the soul-confounding elixir. It was said that not even a martial artist of the second blood transformation could withstand its effects. Even a martial arts master would fall victim instantaneously. Hadn't Zhu Xiaolin, who possessed the innate mastery of a martial artist, also been incapacitated? Although his innate martial prowess was artificially cultivated, it nonetheless underscored the potency of the elixir. Perhaps your physique is exceptionally unique, Consort Chen mused, contemplating the notion that different individuals possessed varying constitutions. It was conceivable that Yang Fan had developed a certain resistance to this toxin, coupled with an indomitable will, enabling him to accomplish subsequent tasks in such a brief span that I cannot fathom the reason why, Yang Fan replied, shaking his head and refraining from revealing the secret of his possession of a Dao artifact. Simultaneously, he silently expressed his fortune, surprised that Zhu Xiaolin, such a debauched prince, actually wielded the strength of an innate martial artist. Thankfully, he had not chosen to act directly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Regardless, you have rendered a tremendous service this time. How do you think I should reward you? A smile finally graced Consort Chen's face. It could only be said that Yang Fan had executed his mission with exceptional finesse, not only safeguarding the Han family from peril, but also successfully administering the purity elixir to Zhu Xiaolin. Most notably, his final cry for help had attracted the attention of Pingyan, the chief of the Eastern Depot, and her father, Chen Yinglong, exposing Zhu Xiaolin's nefarious intentions to the light of day. Even Emperor Zhu Gaolai was compelled to impose severe repercussions and grant substantial compensation to the Chen family. In that moment, Consort Chun regarded Yang Fan with increasing favor. Yang Fan, feeling somewhat uneasy under the weight of her scrutinizing gaze, remarked, "It is merely the result of the consort's fortuitous fortune. I have only performed inconsequential deeds." "What a silver-tongued little eunuch you are," Consort Chen laughed playfully, leaning closer, the fragrance akin to orchids and musk enveloping Yang Fan's senses. "Let me ponder how I might reward you." Consort Chen's bright, watery eyes seemed to shimmer with a soft, gentle light, stirring waves of emotion that made one yearn to lose oneself within their depths. "That I have it. Consort Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. Since she was already intent on cultivating Yang Fan as a trusted expert, why not assist him in reconstructing his foundation, cleansing his marrow through the principles of the I Ching, thereby accelerating his growth? You began your martial training rather late, and your innate foundation is relatively weak. To remedy this deficiency, I have resolved to aid your cultivation. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. You wish to assist me in my cultivation? Indeed, I happen to possess a method for reconstructing one's foundation and cleansing the marrow through the I Ching, which rivals even some of the most esteemed martial arts sects and military clans. Consort Chen declared with a proud smile. Yang Fan would naturally not decline the opportunity to become stronger, especially with the Empress Chun proactively offering her assistance in his cultivation. If he were to refuse, it would be akin to a lack of gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. You are a part of my court. I shall not let you suffer any losses, replied Empress Chun with a satisfied nod. Promptly making a decisive choice, it was fortunate that their companions had not yet returned. The palace was tranquil. Undisturbed. Prepare yourself and wait here for me. I shall fetch some medicine and return shortly. Yes, Yang Fan nodded, silently awaiting her return. Chapter 62. The Mandarin ducks play in the water as he waited. Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement. The prospect of rebuilding his foundation and undergoing the washing of his marrow through the I Ching was undoubtedly a rare opportunity and a stroke of fortune. It seemed his decisive actions had indeed borne fruit, not only earning him Empress Chen's further trust, but also granting him a chance to enhance his strength. Just watch. I shall grow ever stronger. Those schemes and machinations, the deceit and intrigue, are mere paper tigers in the face of absolute power, easily shattered. Yang Fan was acutely aware of his circumstances. Both the animosity from Eunuch Li and his suspected ties to the deposed crown prince kept him perpetually vigilant. With each increment of strength he gained, the opportunities ahead would expand proportionately. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Empress Chun returned, a fragrant breeze accompanying her, her hands now holding a yellow paper package that exuded a potent medicinal aroma. Stop dawdling and follow me, she commanded, stepping ahead into the bathing chamber. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, but followed her inside, just in time to see Empress Chun unwrapping the yellow package and tossing the medicinal ingredients into the bathtub. In here, he questioned, feeling uncertain, given that this was Empress Chen's personal bathing space, and it seemed somewhat inappropriate for him to use it. What? Does this not please you? I have no qualms. Do you? Empress Chen shot him a glance, her eyes somewhat intimidating, and no, not at all. Yang Fan hastily shook his head. If that's more like it. Do as you are told, and do not question. With a swift gesture, Empress Chen summoned forth a torrent of clear water that filled the once empty bathtub in an instant. Rising with steaming vapors, the water, infused with the medicinal herbs, began to emanate an enchanting fragrance. This, before Yang Fan could fully marvel at the extraordinary power of her magic, Empress Chen urged him, stop dawdling and hurry up and undress. Ah! Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Empress Chen's bright eyes, feeling a sudden flush of uncertainty. What are you waiting for? Hurry, or the water will cool, and the medicinal effects will diminish significantly. Noticing the slight redness in Yang Fan's cheeks, Empress Chen couldn't help but smile mischievously, teasing, are you afraid of being seen by me? For reasons unknown, looking at Yang Fan's delicate and handsome face made her want to playfully tease him. Are you not going to undress? Shall I assist you myself? Empress Chun raised her hand, feigning an intention to use her magic. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Yang Fan gritted his teeth and began to shed his garments. If she was unafraid, why should he be? Regrettably, the noble Lady Chen merely uttered words without any genuine intent to observe him, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened in order to convey his current thoughts to her. He felt compelled to elicit a response that, men. After hastily shedding his garments, Yang Fan plunged headlong into the bath before him. No sooner had he immersed himself than a violent stinging sensation abruptly coursed through his body, spreading like wildfire, leaving no part untouched by pain. The agony was overwhelming. It felt as though he had leapt into a cauldron of boiling oil rather than a pool of medicinal concoction. Stealing his mind, circulating his vital energy, absorbing the medicinal essence. At that moment, Lady Chen's sudden voice, like a thunderclap, restored Yang Fan's clarity of thought, and his formidable willpower began to take effect. The excruciating liquid felt as if it were slicing through his flesh, its searing potency seeping into his being. The pain unabated, akin to countless steel blades churning within him. Eventually, the agony rendered him numb, leaving him to passively absorb the medicinal strength from the water. He sensed a profound transformation within. It was as if his very essence was being dismantled and then reassembled from the shards of his former self. Observing the medicinal solution taking effect, Lady Chen nodded, her gaze inadvertently drifting over Yang Fan's physique. Quite commendable indeed that a faint blush tinted her cheeks. After all, he was merely a young eunuch. A fleeting glance posed no harm. Just as she intended to turn away, she found herself drawn back. Although she had heard her mother speak of matters between men and women prior to entering the palace, she had never experienced them firsthand, let alone witnessed them. As she regarded Yang Fan, memories of a previous near miscalculation surfaced, and she silently scoffed. Humph, men are all the same, eunuchs included. Her thoughts then shifted to her ambitions within the harem. Since her arrival, she had yet to garner the favor of Zhu Gaolai, despite outward appearances suggesting otherwise through various rewards. Did she truly desire such accolades? No, what she sought was to bear a son and ascend as the matriarch of the harem. Yet, it now seemed that this aspiration was receding further from her grasp, plunging her into a state of despondency. While she was lost in contemplation, the palace doors creaked open, and several maidens entered with tentative steps. Their whispers barely audible. Is it already so late? Do you think the lady has retired for the night? We were told not to disturb her with the fireworks. Yet here we are, lingering until this hour. If we incur her wrath, it would be disastrous. Is that the sound of water? Could the lady be in the bath? The young maidens murmured among themselves, stealthily advancing toward the bathing area. It be why the time Lady Chun regained her focus. They had already arrived at the entrance of the bath, preparing to enter. Upon spotting Yang Fan, exposed in the water, she inwardly lamented her predicament. In such a brief span, even if she wished to conceal the scene with her skills, it was far too late. Thus, she resorted to a rather clumsy solution. With a determined resolve, Lady Chen leaped into the pool, forcefully submerging Yang Fan beneath the water, her body straddling him. Yang Fan, caught off guard, found himself plunged face first into the liquid, gulping down several mouthfuls of the medicinal brew, nearly choking as he felt something pressed down upon his face, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. His hands instinctively struggled for a moment, yet he felt as if he had grasped onto something. Duang, something felt amiss. Move again, and beware that I shall strip your skin from your bones. In the water, the biting voice of Lady Chun echoed in his ears, and he immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Promptly succumbing to fear, he dared not make a single movement. When several maidservants entered, they were met with the sight of Lady Chun bathing in the pool. Your Grace, they gasped, hastily bowing in respect. It is getting late. You need not attend to me any longer. I can manage by myself. Lady Chen's visage appeared somewhat blurred amidst the steam. However, the maidservants could faintly perceive a quiver in her tone, and the rosy hue on her fair countenance was unmistakable. Your Grace, do ensure the water is not excessively hot next time. It can be detrimental to your health. One maid, summoning her courage, offered a gentle reminder before retreating alongside the others. The palace fell silent once more. After a considerable pause, Lady Chen finally emerged from the water, drenched to the skin. It was that she had chosen to remain submerged. Her legs had felt weak and immobile. Now, having risen, she fixed a piercing gaze upon Yang Fan. You audacious little scoundrel. Lady Chun glared at Yang Fan, her teeth clenched in fury. The memory of the earlier incident, combined with a dull ache in her chest, stirred within her a murderous intent. That moment, Yang Fan resurfaced, his eyes falling upon Lady Chen's delicate face, which bore a hint of indignation, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Though his earlier predicament had been due to his face being pinned down, his hands had reacted instinctively, ultimately touching where they should not have. The lingering sensations on his face, barely shielded by the thin summer palace attire, sent shivers down his spine. After all, it had been exceedingly soft. Humph, what are you thinking about? Lady Chun, noticing Yang Fan's apparent distraction, felt her ire intensify. Her body quivered slightly, jolting Yang Fan back to reality, prompting him to look at her. That glance nearly caused his nose to bleed. The light summer attire, now soaked, offered no concealment, intricately outlining Lady Chen's alluring and voluptuous curves. Especially under the glow of the palace lanterns, it was almost translucent, revealing every detail. Upon realizing Yang Fan was staring intently at her, she glanced down, unable to suppress a gasp, instinctively raising her arm to shield herself. Yet, One hand was hardly sufficient for such a task. You wretch, close your eyes. Lady Chen fumbled in a flurry, quickly turning away, only to find her efforts in vain, inadvertently granting Yang Fan a more revealing view, prompting her to exclaim in shame and frustration. Yang Fan, now aware of the situation, swiftly obeyed and shut his eyes, his heart racing tumultuously. Seeing Yang Fan obediently close his eyes brought her a modicum of relief, and she hurriedly rose from the bath, grabbing a towel to envelop herself, glancing at Yang Fan still in the pool. She found that instead of anger, an inexplicable sensation lingered within her heart. After all, Yang Fan could sense what she felt, and given the past incidents that nearly crossed the line, she surprisingly found the recent events not entirely unacceptable. Humph, consider it a debt owed to me. In this lifetime, you shall labor tirelessly to repay it, the imperial concubine mused to herself. Indeed, throughout her life, only Yang Fan had been granted such an honor. Not only was he the sole male to have attended her during her bath, but he was also the only one with whom she had shared such intimate contact, although it was regrettable that he was a eunuch. It was, in fact, the best possible outcome. Were he a man, she would have been fearful, perhaps even compelled to take his life to safeguard her secrets. In the depths of the palace, one must tread carefully, leaving no room for carelessness. That a eunuch, after all, was safer than others. The imperial concubine steadied the tumult within her heart, casting a glance at the pool whose waters had completely lost their color, clearly indicating that its medicinal properties had been entirely absorbed by Yang Fan. Come forth, I have further instructions for you. With that, the imperial concubine exited the bathhouse first. Yang Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, unable to restrain himself from wiping the cold sweat from his brow, nearly convinced that his life was at stake this time. Just then, his body, which he had strenuously controlled, could no longer endure. As he relaxed slightly, the water in the pool erupted with a deep, resounding splash, akin to someone throwing a punch underwater, sending waves surging. That he glanced down and, fortunately, saw that the imperial concubine had already left. Otherwise, she would have surely discovered his true identity. With great experience, Yang Fan began to take deep breaths, swiftly redirecting his focus. By the time he stepped out of the pool, his body had returned to a normal state. He changed into his attire and emerged from the bathhouse. That moment, the imperial concubine had already donned a white silk nightgown, revealing her delicately slender legs that were closely aligned. She sat sideways at the vanity, using a rhino horn comb to arrange her flowing, lustrous hair that cascaded like a waterfall. Your Highness, Yang Fan inclined his body slightly, lowering his gaze, too timid to look further. The imperial concubine, without turning her head, remarked, I presume that after the medicinal bath, you have felt the restructuring of your innate foundation within. The essence of the I Ching is cleansing your marrow. This process may vary in duration, but once completed, you shall undoubtedly experience something new. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generosity. To me, this is nothing of significance. Moreover, all of this is what you rightfully deserve. That as long as you remain loyal to me, I shall not treat you unjustly, the imperial concubine stated, placing her comb down, her demeanor seemingly dismissive of the recent intimate moments. Yang Fan silently acknowledged this favor. Despite her unpredictable temperament, her repeated promotions and nurturing had indeed brought him tangible benefits, enhancing his strength and securing him a place within the Cha-Ching Palace. I have been weary after a day of toil. You may leave now. Focus on your cultivation, and when the time comes for your third blood exchange, I shall provide you with a new visualization chart. I hope you shall not disappoint me. A hint of fatigue graced the imperial concubine's face, and Yang Fan nodded, retreating slowly. Having exited the palace, he cautiously secured the gates behind him. After taking a circuitous route and ensuring no one paid him heed, he hastened back to his modest chamber in the side hall. Xiao Fanzi, where have you been at this late hour? Upon entering, a familiar silhouette confronted Yang Fan. Gong Gong Li turned, his hands tucked within his sleeves, seated in the pitch-black room, with only his pair of eyes glimmering ominously in the darkness, sending a chill down one's spine. Ah, it is you, Gong Gong Li. Yang Fan's heart sank. The last time Gong Gong Li had appeared in such a manner, he had assigned him the perilous task of feeding the tigers, and it seemed this visit bore no good tidings either. After a moment of frantic contemplation, he replied, I accompanied the Empress back from the Hall of Supreme Harmony. She was in a troubled state of mind and requested my company to converse a while longer. No wonder we observed you emerging from the Empress's quarters at such a late hour. The instant those words left Li Gong Gong's lips, Yang Fan felt his heart constrict. The cunning Gong Gong, fully aware of the truth. Feigned ignorance to probe him, leaving Yang Fan to ponder the dire consequences should he utter a falsehood. Li Gong nodded, continuing, "There is one more matter I must emphasize. The events of this evening should remain buried within your heart. Do not be tempted by the fleeting thrill of loose lips, lest you jeopardize your own life. Thank you for your sage reminder, Gong Li. I shall certainly keep it in mind." Even without Li Gong's admonishment, he would have acted thus, as those involved were of significant standing, while he remained but a minnow. Should the matter leak, he would be the first to meet his demise. "Very well," Li Gong replied, rising to depart, but not before casually remarking, "In the future, should the Empress have any instructions, do inform me in advance, understand?" Yang Fan's expression remained unchanged. "Yes." Li Gong patted his shoulder, his tone laden with implication. "We believe you to be a clever individual. You should know better than anyone how to proceed from here." With that, he exited the side hall, vanishing into the darkness. Yang Fan, expressionless, closed the door securely. It was evident that Li Gong's visit was not merely a cautionary reminder regarding confidentiality. Rather, the emphasis lay in the two statements made before his departure. He was not only compelled to relay the Empress's directives, but also to exhibit cunning. What appeared as a request for cooperation was, in truth, a veiled threat. Yet, such trials were an inevitable path for a eunuch aspiring for advancement. To elevate his status, he must take action to earn the Empress's trust. However, the more she valued him, the more envy it would evoke among others. To shy away from ambition out of fear of jealousy would be the height of folly. Yang Fan scoffed inwardly, diving into his bed, directing his consciousness to the ethereal realm for cultivation, amassing strength. Once his prowess reached fruition, who would dare to defy him? They would all face annihilation. Chapter 64. Turmoil within the palace. Bang, bang, bang. Within the old Qin Wangfu, a cacophony of crashing and smashing echoed violently, as several eunuchs and palace maids huddled nearby, trembling in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. Xiao Huan observed the frenzied Zhu Xiaolin, rendered speechless, though they were unaware of the reasons behind Zhu Xiaolin's abrupt departure from the palace in the dead of night. As servants, they sensed the disquieting atmosphere. This was not merely a return to the estate. It felt more akin to a banishment, with the heavily fortified guards outside the residence. How could they not discern that their own master had most likely provoked a great calamity, incurring the wrath of his majesty, and was thus confined here? Curse be them all. Qin, you shall pay for this. Nothing I desire has ever managed to elude me. And you, old fool, how dare you exile me, imprison me, and strip me of my royal title, mother? How can you bear to watch your child suffer without offering any assistance? Am I not still your most favored son? You too deserve condemnation. Zhu Xiaolin had managed to incite hatred towards everyone. In a fit of rage, he smashed objects around him. Cursing inwardly, he hurled a vase to the ground with great force, shattering it into countless pieces, and finally paused, addressing the kneeling servants with impatience. "Get out of my sight." The subordinates promptly scattered like birds fleeing from danger. However, when Xiao Huan attempted to leave, Zhu Xiaolin seized her wrist. "You will stay?" "Yes, Your Highness." Xiao Huan trembled, realizing that her long-evaded fate had finally caught up with her. As the daughter of a respectable family, she had navigated the palace with utmost caution, and by sheer luck garnered the favor of the Empress, which had led her to this moment. What she had believed to be a meteoric rise had turned into a cruel twist of fate, as the Empress had bestowed her upon the devil that was Zhu Xiaolin. Faced with Zhu Xiaolin's ferocious demeanor, his rough handling caused her wrist to throb painfully, prompting her to futilely struggle. "Your Highness, please don't." Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Xiaolin responded with a resounding slap, the sound echoing in the air, a vivid crimson imprint appearing on her cheek. He then seized her by the throat, pulling her towards him, his voice dripping with malice. "This prince desires you, and you dare to resist? Utterly preposterous." Zhu Xiaolin's pent-up anger had already reached a boiling point, and Xiao Huan's defiance only served to further inflame him. He dragged her into the bedroom and unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. He needed an outlet for his frustrations. Yet, as he gazed at the tattered clothes of Xiao Huan, he found his heart devoid of any tumult. Even the body that should have stirred with passion lay eerily still. What was happening? Zhu Xiaolin's heart raced. This unprecedented scenario was unfurling before him. Meanwhile, Xiao Huan, resigned to her fate, lay motionless on the bed. Concluding that resistance was futile, it would be wiser to comply. praying that the prince would show mercy in light of the empress's favor, sparing her life. However, after lying there for an eternity, she noticed that the once furious Zhu Xiaolin was now utterly silent. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she cracked open her eyes to find him standing at the foot of the bed, his face contorted with a myriad of emotions: terror, fear, doubt, and an overwhelming complexity, yet devoid of desire. Bang! In a fit of rage, Zhu Xiaolin kicked the bed, splintering it into fragments, causing Xiao Huan to tumble to the floor. Her face paling in fright. "Get out!" Zhu Xiaolin bellowed, his voice a low growl, his demeanor dark and foreboding. This scene sent Xiao Huan fleeing in terror, not daring to look back, her heart filled with a sense of relief at having narrowly escaped a dire fate. In a room steeped in an oppressive silence akin to death, stood Zhu Xiaolin, equally enveloped in this stifling quietude. With his head bowed, devoid of any emotional turmoil, he resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. As a suffocating and terrifying atmosphere permeated the space, instilling a sense of dread. "Who has plotted against me?" After a prolonged silence, Zhu Xiaolin finally uttered these words, each syllable clenched between his teeth, revealing the depth of his simmering hatred. Beneath the profound darkness of the night, turbulent waves continued to surge. The news of Zhu Xiaolin's expulsion from the palace could not possibly escape public scrutiny. It swiftly circulated in hushed tones, with the reasons behind it varying widely and opinions diverging. However, within the palace, certain noblewomen and maids secretly rejoiced, having endured Zhu Xiaolin's harassment on numerous occasions. Some had narrowly escaped, while others had not. Witnessing his banishment filled them with uncontainable delight. Had it not been for the underlying complexities of the situation and the presence of Empress Wang, they would have readily ignited fireworks in celebration. Of course, none of this concerned Yang Fan. He slept soundly and awoke early the following day, having not forgotten the words of concubine Shun regarding the impending handling of Steward Song after the mid-autumn feast. Such an occasion was not one he could overlook. Indeed, shortly after rising, he stepped outside to encounter Steward Song, bound and battered, his face bruised and bloodied, his body marred with injuries, and his bones likely shattered beyond measure. Remarkably, it was none other than Deputy Manager Lin who had taken action. This elderly eunuch, who had remained largely inactive since being summoned by Eunuch Li, surprised everyone by choosing this moment to deal with Steward Song. Lin, gripping the lifeless form of Steward Song like a carcass, surveyed the crowd of onlookers. Upon noticing Yang Fan among them, he offered a slight nod. Then, with a swift motion, he let fall the crumpled figure of Steward Song to the ground. Whereupon the assembly beheld the full extent of his grim condition, his body shattered, bones broken, and breath extinguished. The gruesome sight sent chills down the spines of those present. Lin expressed satisfaction with the crowd's reaction, declaring, "By the personal order of Her Highness, I am now tasked with overseeing matters of inspection within the palace. It is astonishing to discover such a treacherous element, a traitor feeding off his own nest, deserving of severe punishment. Let this serve as a warning to all. Do not assume your clandestine actions will go unnoticed. If one wishes to remain anonymous, they must refrain from wrongdoing." Lin's gaze sliced through the crowd like a dagger, causing a collective shiver as they averted their eyes, bowing their heads in deference. Yang Fan noticed that Eunuch Li had finally arrived, albeit belatedly. What could this mean? Upon seeing the deceased Steward Song on the ground, Eunuch Li's expression darkened. Lin inclined slightly, addressing him. "In response to your inquiry, esteemed eunuch, this individual colluded with outsiders, betraying us with ulterior motives. All evidence has been reviewed by Her Highness, who commanded us to execute his punishment. The urgency of the matter prevented me from informing you in advance. I beg your forgiveness." Eunuch Li scrutinized Lin, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes, having rescued him from the cold palace. He had not anticipated such a shift in loyalty, nor the absence of prior notification regarding such a significant event. This ignited a swell of anger within Eunuch Li. Xiao Fanzi and Deputy Director Lin are both audacious individuals, truly believing that our esteemed elder has grown feeble and can no longer wield a blade. If that is the case, so be it. Li Gong, recognizing the irretrievable nature of the situation, cast a profound glance at the lifeless body on the ground before turning his gaze towards Deputy Director Lin, who maintained a humble smile. Yet, to Li Gong, that smile appeared particularly jarring. Even Yang Fan, hidden amidst the crowd, could sense the chilling aura emanating from Li Gong, a coldness that pierced to the very core. It seems the eunuch's circle is not as easy to navigate as one might think. Yang Fan could not help but perceive the growing rift between the two. inwardly lamenting that this was far more challenging than his previous life in the corporate world. At least in his former existence, there was a semblance of safety. Here, life was at stake with every misstep. Chapter 65. Tiger Mountain. The land of treasure at the foot of Tiger Mountain. Old Fan commenced yet another day of butchering meat. With sleeves rolled up and muscles flexed, he wielded a broad, 2-foot-long cleaver with remarkable proficiency, effortlessly cleaving through bone and severing sinew, producing a bucket of meat in no time. Just as he was about to continue with another bucket, he heard the sound of a door opening and, without looking up, remarked, "The buckets are by the wall. Choose according to the rules. Are we not opening for business today?" A figure cheerfully inquired. Old Fan's brow twitched, thinking to himself that the opening of business was of no concern to this individual. Just as he prepared to reprimand the intruder, he suddenly found the voice somewhat familiar. Upon raising his head, he beheld Yang Fan standing before his meat-cutting station, wearing a beaming expression. It's Brother Yang. Old Fan adeptly donned the mask of hospitality, his face brimming with smiles as he wiped his hands on his apron and fetched a long bench. "Please, sit." It appeared he had completely forgotten the silver he had lost to Yang Fan previously. "Well, I shall not sit. I had intended for another small wager, but it seems you are not opening today," Yang Fan replied, a look of regret upon his face. Old Fan chuckled awkwardly, his heart bleeding. Gambling harms both the gambler and the house, and having experienced these affairs, he had come to see the truth of it. He would never open for business again. "That is indeed unfortunate," Yang Fan observed, noting Old Fan's steadfast demeanor and secretly lamenting the loss of yet another potential crop. Had he known, he would have harvested him earlier. There was no choice but to attend the clandestine gathering and try his luck, especially with so many treasure notes and silver in hand that needed to be exchanged for elixirs. Perhaps he could also seek out Xiao Linzi to see if he had recently grown plump. After all, Old Fan's experience had imparted to Yang Fan a vital lesson: one must harvest the crops at the right time. Otherwise, missing the opportunity could adversely affect the yield. Old Fan watched as Yang Fan lifted 2 buckets of meat and departed, wiping the sweat from his brow. For some inexplicable reason, when Yang Fan had gazed at him earlier, he felt a strange unease. He increasingly believed that not opening for business with Yang Fan was an exceedingly prudent decision. The forest was vast, and why should he hang himself on a single tree? Soon after, another eunuch entered and took a bucket, prompting Old Fan to scrutinize the newcomer with a keen eye before hastily extracting a blood-stained blue ledger. "Open for business. Open for business. The more you wager, the more you win," he bellowed at a group of eunuchs, busily chopping meat nearby. Could not help but glance at him, having just declared that they would not open for business any longer. How could their stance change so swiftly? Lao Fan displayed a resolute expression, proclaiming, "The heavens did not give birth to me." Fan the eunuch. "The path of gambling is as eternal as the long night. For the future of this gambling path, I, Lao Fan, willingly bear the infamy of a lifetime." The eunuchs elongated their tones, unapologetically raising their middle fingers. Nevertheless, with Lao Fan initiating the gamble, everyone was delighted to partake in a few rounds, one contributing half a tael and another 3 coins, engaging in a modest wager that brought them ease. Meanwhile, Yang Fan had long ventured into the mountains, for one of his primary objectives in visiting Tiger Mountain was to examine the artifact in his possession. He had not forgotten the peculiar ability of the 100 Blessings knot, which devoured vitality and blood. Moreover, along with this thought, a second phrase lingered in his mind: to nurture the host. He had just experimented with the blood and flesh in the bucket, discovering that the 100 Blessings knot exhibited no reaction to the fresh meat, indicating it must be effective only on living beings. Yang Fan placed the 2 buckets of meat on a flat patch of ground within the forest and looked up at the sky, where the lush branches filtered down specks of sunlight. In the distance, he could with a single, forceful strike, he unleashed a blow as sudden as a thunderclap, piercing the air with a resounding thud. Before the formidable tiger could react, his fist collided heavily with its head. A loud bang echoed, and the tiger was instantly rendered unconscious, its massive body collapsing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath it. Yang Fan felt no sense of triumph. Given his extraordinary strength, it would have been peculiar had he failed to ambush an ordinary tiger. Approaching the fallen beast, he focused his thoughts, and from the beifuji on his wrist, a thick, black tendril resembling a tentacle surged forth, plunging fiercely into the tiger's abdomen. The blood flowed forth, gushing like a spring, as the black tendril swiftly consumed the tiger's life force. In mere moments, the beifuji transformed into a deep crimson hue, while simultaneously, The tiger's form began to wither, losing at least half its size. Yang Fan quickly withdrew, and at that moment, the surface of the Beifuji began to shift in color. The original blood red gradually fading to a deep black, as the essence it had absorbed was rapidly digested within it. An incredibly pure vitality surged into Yang Fan's body upon absorbing this life force. Yang Fan was astonished to discover that this replenishment was not in the least inferior to half a tiger leopard nourishing pill. At that instant, a singular thought consumed his mind. He was destined for wealth. He gazed intently at the mountain of tigers. No, this was no longer a tiger mountain. It had transformed into his field of leeks. Each fierce and robust tiger resembled a fresh, thriving stalk of leek. Vibrant and strong, as the saying goes, in the leek field, the seedlings flourish. With these creatures, Yang Fan was confident that his path to revitalization would be significantly smoother. With this thought, a grin broke across his face. Revealing a set of pearly whites that eye in the darkness, it cast a glimmer of light, evoking a sense of unease. He had conceived a bold idea as the midday hour approached. Yang Fan emerged from the depths of the forest. Occasionally dabbing at the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. It was not due to injury, but rather from indulgence. After more than 2 hours of diligent effort, he had completed his task of butchering the meat, finally embarking on his plan, whimsically dubbed the Tiger Slimming Project. However, it was he who succumbed first, due to the explosive nature of his last breakthrough. His strength had surged too rapidly, leaving his internal organs insufficiently fortified, resulting in a feeling of malaise from overindulgence. After having consumed the life force of 5 tigers, his body could no longer withstand the strain. Reluctantly, he departed. Yet, gazing at the last tiger, which had visibly shrunk, its skin sagging to reveal a gaunt skeleton, he felt a twinge of guilt. My sincerest apologies. I vow to control the quantity of life force I absorb next time. Yang Fan realized he had nearly gone too far in his gluttony. In hindsight, it was foolish, for there were so many tigers. He could have easily taken one after another. Why focus on just one? Upon returning to the small courtyard at the foot of Tiger Mountain, Yang Fan discovered Old Fan grinning widely as he counted silver coins, evidently having made another profit, while several small eunuchs nearby wore faces of despair. Had they gambled again? Indeed, a gambler is a gambler. Without gambling, one is merely a dog. Initially, he was on the verge of relinquishing the idea of the other party becoming his own source of profit. Yet unexpectedly, the other party had seemingly rejuvenated. Despite possessing such an expansive field of opportunities in Hushan, Yang Fan was unwilling to forsake Lao Fan, a particularly plump prospect. After all, every gambler is akin to a potential stock, far too easy to capitalize on. In a few days, when the other party has grown even fatter, he must seize the opportunity to reap a substantial reward. Yang Fan cast a glance at Lao Fan, silently resolving his decision. Meanwhile, Lao Fan, engrossed in counting his money, suddenly froze, a peculiar chill creeping down his spine. Upon lifting his gaze, he caught a glimpse of Yang Fan's retreating silhouette, causing him to instinctively shift his body. How strange. Why do I suddenly feel a chill enveloping me? Lao Fan, perplexed, glanced down at the piles of silver in his hands, unable to suppress a broad grin that revealed his gleaming teeth. Life was increasingly filled with promise. Despite nearly losing everything just days prior, he was confident that given a little time, he could recover his losses and even reach new heights. Just wait and see. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan, Lao Fan's grand declarations would surely earn him a nod of approval. At that moment, Yang Fan was hastening towards the Chaqing Palace, although he held a position as a steward within the palace. In the grand scheme of the imperial city, he remained at the lowest echelon. Should fortune turn against him, and he inadvertently offend a noble, the consequences could be dire. Unless he could establish a reputation for himself within the imperial city or genuinely ascend to a position within the 12 superintendencies, or even join the Eastern Depot. Indeed, the Eastern Depot. Yang Fan had long harbored aspirations of infiltrating its ranks, for possessing an identity within the Eastern Depot would serve as a protective talisman, deterring ordinary individuals from provoking him. Regrettably, opportunities had eluded him thus far. The Eastern Depot, as a royal intelligence agency, held a rank even superior to that of the Jinyui. Furthermore, the depot's chief, Taoan, was a close confidant of Emperor Zhu Gaolai, firmly securing his position. Despite the Jinyui commander's relentless struggle over the years, he remained firmly beneath the Eastern Depot's shadow. Thus, a division emerged among the 3 major intelligence agencies: the Eastern Depot, the Western Depot, and the Jinyui. with the Eastern Depot holding a distinct advantage. Unlike the Grand Ming of his previous life, the Eastern Depot in this realm was even more tightly organized, segregated from the Jinyui, with personnel no longer intermixed and possessing its own prison system. Under the chief of the Eastern Depot, 3 major executioners were appointed, each overseeing 5 stewards. Each steward, in turn, led 10 assistants, who were responsible for carrying out specific tasks assigned by the stewards. Before long, Yang Fan caught sight of the Chongqing Palace's silhouette. Just as he was about to step forward, 3 eunuchs approached from the side, led by a fair-skinned middle-aged man. His name was Tao Ying, a steward from the Eastern Depot. Having already seen Yang Fan's portrait, he approached and inquired, "Are you Xiao Fanzi?" "Yes, that would be me." "And you are that we hail from the Eastern Depot? Our family name is Tao." "You may refer to me as Steward Tao," Tao Ying stated nonchalantly, his gaze steady and piercing, exuding an air that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. "A steward from the Eastern Depot?" Yang Fan's heart raced, and he steadied himself, asking, "May I inquire what matters Steward Tao wishes to discuss with me? This is not the place for conversation. Please accompany me for a moment." After Tao Ying finished speaking, he turned away, seemingly unconcerned about Yang Fan's potential escape. In truth, Yang Fan did not hesitate and promptly followed. As they walked, Yang Fan's mind raced with speculation regarding Tao Ying's intentions. The steward, being a mid-level official in the Eastern Depot, personally seeking out Yang Fan could not possibly signify a trivial matter. Could it be related to the events of last night? Yang Fan pondered, for the matter concerning Prince Zhu Xiaolin's inappropriate intentions towards the Countess could not easily reach a conclusion and would undoubtedly undergo thorough scrutiny. Before long, his suspicions were confirmed. Tao Ying led him directly to the fabled Eastern Depot. Upon entering through the main gate, every eunuch appeared solemn and humorless, moving with haste. Tao Ying casually selected a room, stepping inside, with Yang Fan following closely. After taking a seat, Tao Ying gestured with a casual wave, inviting Yang Fan to sit. His demeanor was amicable, as if they were old acquaintances. However, Yang Fan dared not to underestimate the situation. After expressing his gratitude, he sat down, his mind alert and vigilant. "Do not be so tense. I am unlike others," Tao Ying said with a smile. "They investigate leads, while I investigate people. Now, let us discuss the events of last night." Yang Fan, undeterred by Tao Ying's words, recounted the incident in a straightforward manner, deliberately omitting the events that transpired after he collapsed. Throughout his narration, Tao Ying maintained unwavering eye contact, refraining from interrupting until Yang Fan concluded. "The lady fainted first," Tao Ying inquired. "Indeed, you did not faint at that moment. With the lady in front, I lagged slightly behind, allowing me to hold my breath in time. However, as I lunged at the assailant, I lost consciousness midway." "Did you manage to see the assailant's face?" "It was the 13th prince." "Are you certain?" Though it had been but a fleeting glimpse, Yang Fan was resolute in his assertion. "Is there a conflict between the Chongqing Palace and the 13th prince?" "Recently, the 13th prince has been entangled with Lady Qin in the Imperial Garden." As their dialogue progressed, Tao Ying posed another question. "I heard that this morning, a steward from the Chongqing Palace was executed on the orders of Lady Qin, purportedly for being a traitor from within." A chill ran through Yang Fan. He had not anticipated that Tao Ying was aware of this matter. "I am not certain of the details. When I encountered Steward Song, he was already dead." "What was his role in the Chongqing Palace?" "His responsibilities included financial and private treasury management." Leaning back in his chair, Tao Ying intertwined his fingers, suddenly leaning forward to fixate his gaze on Yang Fan's eyes. "Was Steward Song colluding with the 13th prince?" "I am not aware," Yang Fan replied, shaking his head. "Indeed, he was oblivious." As it was merely Lady Qin's conjecture and suspicion, Steward Song had merely acted under Zhu Xiaolin's instructions. Tao Ying narrowed his eyes, and through a series of probing questions, he discerned that Yang Fan's words contained both truth and falsehood, leading him to suspect that there was something amiss, something of great significance. Upon reflecting on the possibility of deception from the other party, Tao Ying fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking up, posing a question that sent a chill down Yang Fan's spine. "Last night, at the moment of the incident, did you truly faint?" Chapter 67. A narrow escape. Yang Fan felt a shiver run through him. Yet he remained composed, responding with poise. "Tao Ji, sure, you jest. I in the presence of Lord Chun and the factory supervisor. Had I not lost consciousness, how could I have possibly evaded their discerning eyes?" This statement rang true. Tao Ying furrowed his brow, sensing the difficulty in dealing with Yang Fan. Each of his words appeared meticulously crafted, making it challenging for Tao Ying to uncover any flaws. Even what initially seemed like a lapse could, under Yang Fan's explanation, be seamlessly rectified. He recalled Peng Yin's mention of a potential fourth person at the scene, the one who called for help, and casually inquired, "Before you fainted, did you hear anyone calling for help?" "I did indeed call for help before losing consciousness." "Was it you who shouted about the assassin? You were the one who called for help? Why did you not mention this earlier?" This revelation took Tao Ying by surprise, causing him to momentarily pause. "That I assumed it was self-evident," Yang Fan replied with a shrug. Tao Ying fell silent. The presence of a call for help was what prompted Peng Yin and Chuning Long to arrive. And as the victim, Yang Fan's timely cry seemed quite plausible. "Was the 13th prince still conscious when you called for help?" Tao Ying inquired, furrowing his brow as he looked at Yang Fan. The answer to this question was of great significance. As he questioned, he extended his hand, revealing a peculiar creature the size of a palm that resembled a cow yet bore features akin to a chelan. Complete with a single horn on its forehead. It was unmistakably a representation of his vital essence. This was the Xiaji, a creature of folklore known as the law beast, capable of understanding human speech and discerning morality. "I hope you will answer this question truthfully and refrain from employing any cunning tricks." Tao Ying deliberately showcased his vital essence, attempting to exert psychological pressure on Yang Fan. The matter of the one who called for help was indeed one of the critical uncertainties in this case. All three individuals at the scene had collapsed, while the fainting of the Han family and Yang Fan as targets could be explained. How did the assailant Zhu Xiaolin also succumb to unconsciousness? Was there truly a fourth person present? This was, in fact, Zhu Xiaolin's defense for his innocence. After all, if he had fainted, how could he be the assailant? Clearly, someone was framing him. Moreover, based on the residual toxic smoke at the scene, it was evident that Zhu Xiaolin was not within the range of the poisonous fumes and could not have been rendered unconscious by them. Yet he had still succumbed. Thus, Peng Yin and others deduced that a fourth individual must have been present. One who attacked Zhu Xiaolin at a critical moment, saved the Han family, and intentionally called for help, thereby drawing Peng Yin and the others to the scene and nearly exposing the entire affair. It is crucial to understand that if this matter were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. That a prince covertly plotting against the legitimate wife of a national lord would completely tarnish the royal family's reputation. Yet now, Yang Fan claimed to be the one who called for help, which created a clear discrepancy in the timeline. If we were to deduce from this timeline, Zhu Xiaolin would have incapacitated Han Shi with poison smoke, and Yang Fan would have immediately launched an attack on Zhu Xiaolin. Before losing consciousness, he had called for help, which attracted the attention of Peng Yin, Chuning Long, and others. In such a brief span of time, it would be implausible for anyone to first drug Zhu Xiaolin and then quickly vanish without being detected by two adept experts like Peng Yin and Chuning Long. Hence, the inquiry posed by Tao Ying arose. "When I began to call for help, the 13th prince was still conscious." Yang Fan glanced at the Xiaji and, with a composed demeanor, remarked, "You are indeed speaking the truth." Tao Ying could not help but fall silent, which implied that there was no fourth party involved. Therefore, the cause of Zhu Xiaolin's unconsciousness must lie elsewhere. It is quite possible that upon witnessing Yang Fan's plea for help and fearing the arrival of others, which would unveil the situation, he intentionally rendered himself unconscious to stage a performance. This scenario is not without its plausibility, were it not for the conspicuous climbing footprints left on the rockery and the irrefutable marks on the concealed weapon box, which confirm Zhu Xiaolin as the assailant. It is conceivable that the unconscious Zhu Xiaolin at the scene might have indeed escaped culpability. Could it be that we have overthought this? Tao Ying began to question their previous deductions, suspecting that someone might have deliberately used this incident as a pretext for ulterior motives, not only targeting Zhu Xiaolin, but also threatening the royal family's prestige, potentially affecting the queen and the crown prince as well. Moreover, even Han Shi could be a decoy, specifically designed to lure Zhu Xiaolin. They suspected that the mastermind behind this could very well be Chen Fei. After all, the 13th prince's behavior was notoriously reckless, and he had long been infamous within the palace. The Eastern Depot had a plethora of cases against him, all of which had been shelved until now, following his recent entanglement with Chen Fei. Such a dramatic turn of events inevitably led them to suspect her involvement in orchestrating this affair, perhaps even seeking to manipulate the position of the matriarch of the harem. However, after Yang Fan's remarks, this conjecture began to lose its footing. Could it truly be just a simple, spontaneous incident? Tao Ying reconsidered Yang Fan's account and, upon realizing there were indeed no oversights, stated, "Very well. We shall halt our inquiries here for the time being. You may leave." "Thank you, Tao Ji Shi," Yang Fan replied, Rising to express his gratitude before turning to exit, Tao Ying, maintaining an impassive expression, observed him depart, remaining seated. After a while, a cautious eunuch approached and inquired, "Tao Zhi, should we continue to follow up on matters concerning Chaqing Palace? For now, we may pause our inquiries into Yang Fan's affairs. However, the investigation into the death of that steward Song must persist. And do ensure that we do not alarm Lady Qin Fei." Understood. This time, as the Qin family was the victim, even if they continued to investigate the ambiguities of the case following His Majesty's decree, they must not act too overtly. After all, their true objective was not to ascertain whether Zhu Xiaolin was the assailant from the outset, but rather to uncover any hidden truths and conspiracies within this case. This constituted the genuine mission of the Eastern Depot. The eunuch nodded and suddenly recalled something, saying, "Tao Zhi, we have received word from the Chun residents that the 13th prince's condition seems somewhat peculiar." Noted. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Continue your investigation into Changqing Palace. We shall personally monitor the situation regarding the 13th prince. Yes. On the other side, Yang Fan, emerging from the eastern factory, was drenched in cold sweat, nearly soaking his robe. As the wind blew, he felt a chill that crept from his feet to the crown of his head. Fortunately, he managed to navigate through the ordeal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reflected on how he had successfully evaded the scrutiny of Tao Ying Xieji. This was primarily due to the fact that he had called for help on 2 separate occasions. During his first cry for assistance, Zhu Xiaolin had indeed still been conscious. This explains why he had told Tao Ying that the 13th prince was still awake when he initially called for aid. His reference to beginning pertained to the first time he had feigned a cry for help, allowing him to inhale the toxic smoke. Thus, logically speaking, he had not lied, since he had not uttered a falsehood. It was naturally impossible for Tao Ying Xieji to detect anything amiss. However, what surprised him was the remarkable ability of the qi and blood aspect. It was something he had inadvertently overlooked in the past. This incident served as a stark reminder for Yang Fan that the nature of one's qi and blood aspect could vary greatly in capability. After all, his Kuan Yo aspect had gifted him 3 formidable secret techniques, and others might possess equally peculiar abilities, which should not be underestimated, even if they were not combat-related. Take Tao Ying Xieji, for instance. It could discern truth from falsehood and comprehend human speech and nature, rendering it particularly fearsome in the context of investigation and interrogation. One must never underestimate the people of the world. Yang Fan's heart grew increasingly tranquil. Chapter 68. The twin lotus blossoms casting a glance back at the eastern factory. Yang Fan hastened away. A place rife with conflict was ill-suited for prolonged presence. He vaguely sensed a potential for misfortune within himself, just as he pondered the possibility of entering the eastern factory. He was swiftly taken inside for questioning. Although both instances involved intrigue, the manner in which he was brought in was certainly not his desired approach. Yet, this experience was not without merit, for he realized that the eastern factory remained vigilant regarding last night's incident, reminding him to maintain a lower profile in the future. Upon returning to the Chaqing Palace, Yang Fan sought an audience with Consort Qin. Upon seeing her gracefully leaning against the windowsill, delicately fanning herself, he could not help but recall the scene from the previous night. Struggling to suppress the stirrings within his heart, he approached her. "Your Highness, Xiao Fan, your timing is impeccable. My shoulders are somewhat sore. Would you be so kind as to massage them for me?" Consort Chun commanded casually. "Of course," Yang Fan replied. He positioned himself behind her, a subtle fragrance enveloping him as he placed his hands upon her shoulders. Gently kneading and pressing. Consort Chun closed her eyes, a satisfied expression gracing her face. "Your Highness, I was just visited by individuals from the eastern factory." After a moment, Yang Fan softly spoke. "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Consort Chin's expression shifted slightly, her eyes fluttering open, glimmering with a hint of intrigue. "Is it regarding last night's events?" "Precisely." Yang Fan recounted the events, concluding with a mention of Tao Ying and his Xieji aspect. "Tao Ying, it turns out, is the one. I have heard his name before. Renowned for his skills in discerning truth in cases. It is no wonder he could achieve such a feat. Itio have concealed this from him demonstrates considerable skill on your part." Consort Qin observed, casting a surprised glance at Yang Fan. "Your Highness, does this Xieji truly possess the ability to discern truth from falsehood?" Yang Fan seized the opportunity to inquire. As he matured, he became increasingly aware of the inadequacy of his own experiences and knowledge, which placed him in a rather disadvantageous position. Consequently, he contemplated acquiring more wisdom from the esteemed Chun Fei Yang, enabling him to at least guard against the methods employed by others. Naturally, The formation of the qi and blood aspect is, in another sense, a communion between heaven and earth. The envisioned mythical beasts would impart a trace of true spiritual essence. Only through successful subjugation could one manifest the qi and blood aspect and potentially awaken certain abilities of the mythical creatures at random. Chun Fei Nyang Nyang elucidated that the Xie is, in fact, a symbolic beast of the legalist school, akin to a bovine from the Qilin lineage, naturally capable of discerning truth from falsehood and right from wrong. Observing Yang Fan's expression of concern, Chun Fei Nyang Nyang smiled reassuringly. However, as long as one's realm surpasses that of the opponent, or one's mental fortitude is formidable, there is no need for fear. Yang Fan nodded in understanding and continued, moreover, it seems they have fixated on the death of Steward Song, suspecting it to be related to last night's events. Do not worry about this matter. They will find nothing. Chun Fei Nyang Nyang waved her hand dismissively, exuding an air of confidence and tranquility. Yang Fan scrutinized her, and indeed, she radiated a sense of assuredness. After a moment, a eunuch entered to convey a message, declaring that the esteemed Xiao Shufei from the Ranyu Palace had come to pay a visit. Oh, what brings her here? Quickly, invite her in. Chun Fei's gaze flickered momentarily. Xiao Shufei, having entered the palace in recent years, was equally favored by Zhu Gao Lai and had consistently received generous rewards, holding a significant position in the harem. Although their interactions had been limited, their relationship remained amicable. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Shufei made her entrance. Her delicate features and fair skin resembling snow, adorned with a forehead ornament and a jade hairpin nestled in her coiffure, she wore a pink embroidered palace gown embellished with clouds and begonia. Paired with a phoenix tail skirt, exuding grace and gentility, with a gentle smile, she resembled a blooming peony. What brings my sister here on such a gusty day? You have taken me by surprise. Chun Fei welcomed her with a beaming smile. Entwining her arm with that of her guest, Xiao Shufei replied with a smile, of course, I have come to see my sister. It has been so long since we last met. I have nearly missed you to death. I have missed you as well. The two women, arm in arm, strolled into the hall, their laughter filling the air, and Yang Fan perceived that the entire palace seemed to brighten in their presence. They each took their seats, and the palace maidens promptly presented an array of fruits and pastries. No sooner had they settled than Xiao Shufei suddenly inquired, by the way, sister, I heard that you returned home to visit recently? Indeed, I was yearning for my family, and graciously permitted by His Majesty, I returned to the Ho residence for a time, replied Chun Fei Nyang Nyang. I envy you, sister. My home is far in Jiangnan. Not to mention visiting. Even sending messages back and forth takes quite a while. Xiao Shufei sighed softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chun Fei hastily comforted her. Sister, do not be disheartened if His Majesty embarks on a southern tour next year. Perhaps you will have the opportunity to accompany him to Jiangnan. Xiao Shufei's smile returned, saying, you truly have a way with words, sister. However, the southern tour is a significant matter. His Majesty would not undertake it solely for my sake. Perhaps it is indeed a possibility. I shall borrow my sister's auspicious words. Yang Fan leaned against the wall not far away, listening to the delightful conversation between Chun Fei and Xiao Shufei. Their voices resonating like the melodious sound of pearls falling upon a jade plate, momentarily lifting his spirits. The joy of being an emperor, he mused, even as a eunuch, I can feel it. Yang Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh from the depths of his heart. Just then, Xiao Shufei suddenly remarked, during the mid-autumn banquet yesterday, I intended to confide in my sister, but I couldn't find her. To my surprise, this morning I heard some rumors circulating in the palace. Rumors? Chun Fei raised her elegantly arched brows, intrigued about the nature of these whispers. Xiao Shufei replied, they are hardly flattering. Never mind, sharing them would only distress my sister. Sister, do not keep me in suspense. I am quite curious to know what is being said. With a sigh, Xiao Shufei, observing Chun Fei's insistence, said, very well, I shall tell you. This morning, while I was admiring the flowers in the imperial garden, I inadvertently overheard several servants mentioning that the 13th prince had improper intentions towards my sister last night, which resulted in his expulsion from the palace and an early return to his residence. Chun Fei could not help but chuckle, remarking, is that so? I was unaware of such matters. These servants truly have become increasingly impertinent. However, I am not surprised by the emergence of such rumors. After all, Zhu Xiaolin's abrupt expulsion from the palace in the dead of night is a significant event that cannot be concealed from the observant. Moreover, the lack of any announcement regarding Zhu Xiaolin's royal title from the Zhongrenfu until today inevitably leads to speculation that he may have done something to offend His Majesty, resulting in the loss of his title. Coupled with the absence of Chen Fei during the mid-autumn banquet, it is only natural for people to conjecture and draw connections, and many in the palace are willing to fan the flames of such tales. After all, Chen Fei has been rather favored lately. Should they manage to tarnish her reputation through these rumors, even if unsuccessful, it would still provide them with a modicum of amusement. Why not indulge in such folly? Nonetheless, rumors can be hurtful, so my sister must exercise caution, Xiao Shu Fei cautioned. Chen Fei smiled. Thank you for your concern, sister. I shall take note of this. Should I discover who is spreading these lies, I shall ensure they understand my methods. As she concluded, her smile deepened, yet an icy aura emanated, sending chills down the spine. Young Fan, observing from the sidelines, realized that Chen Fei was genuinely incensed. Given the precedent set by Zhu Zhaolin and Steward Song, he could easily envision the fate awaiting those responsible and silently prayed for their well-being, hoping they might meet a more dignified end. After all, why provoke Chen Fei? Chapter 69. As sisters, let us strike a blow. I naturally trust my sister's capabilities, especially with Lord Chen present. Who in the palace would dare to bully her? Even I find myself envious of my sister. A flicker of emotion danced in Xiao Shu Fei's eyes. Although her lineage hails from a prominent family in Jiangnan, it pales in comparison to the 12 noble families of the Ming Dynasty, which exist on an entirely different plane. With such a background, Chen Fei holds a distinguished position within the palace. Unlike Xiao Shu Fei, who must tread carefully to maintain her status, Chen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Sister, what are you saying? Who does not know that you are the apple of His Majesty's eye? Which person in the palace would dare to offend you? They would be courting death. Why should you envy me, your younger sister? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shu Fei couldn't suppress a bitter smile, recalling the purpose of her visit. She mustered her spirits and said, I have an unusual request to make of you. Dear Sister Do, what might that be? I once prayed for His Majesty at the Buddha's altar, and now, a year has passed without fulfilling my vow. I wish for you to accompany me to Huayan Temple in the outskirts of the capital, Xiao Shu Fei replied, letting out a sigh. Initially, I intended to have Lin Chiron accompany me, but she has not been well lately. Alone, I feel rather uneasy. After much contemplation, I can only muster the courage to ask you for assistance. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and did not decline, saying, as long as His Majesty consents, I shall certainly seek his approval. With Chen Fei's assurance, Xiao Shu Fei promptly responded, then I shall await your good news. Dear sister, in an instant, the atmosphere in the palace grew even more amiable, with the two ladies sharing laughter and conversation until evening descended. It seemed that Xiao Shu Fei only then noticed the passage of time, her face displaying a hint of surprise. I did not realize it has grown so late. I shall not trouble you any further. She began to rise to leave. Chen Fei quickly interjected, it is rather late. Why not stay and dine with me? Without allowing Xiao Shu Fei a chance to decline, Chen Fei had already instructed someone to bring the food. Xiao Shu Fei could only smile helplessly and sat back down. Then I must trouble you. Dear sister, we are sisters. There is no trouble at all, Chen Fei replied, her smile radiant. Before long, a young eunuch and palace maids arrived, setting the imperial feast before them. The spread was plentiful, both in variety and flavor, accompanied by a jug of wine labeled Autumn Dew. The two women chatted and laughed, even sipping a few cups, with a rosy hue gracing their cheeks. Yang Fan stood not far off, glancing at Xiao Shu Fei on the left and Chen Fei on the right, feeling a surge of joy. Alas, he could only watch, his eyes feasting on the sight. That it was unclear whether it was merely his imagination, but he seemed to catch a few glances from Chen Fei directed at him. Confirming his suspicion, he sheepishly lowered his head, staring at his toes. After all, he was just a pitiful little eunuch. Was it a crime to look at Xiao Shu Fei a few extra times? As the hour approached the late evening, the banquet finally concluded. Xiao Shu Fei, slightly tipsy, returned to Ranwei Palace with the assistance of her close maid and eunuchs. Meanwhile, Chen Fei, who had appeared somewhat dazed, suddenly regained her composure upon seeing her depart, sitting upright from her reclined position. Your Highness, Yang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Chen Fei cast him a sidelong glance. What? Did you truly believe I was inebriated? Wasn't it so? Yang Fan silently retorted, recalling how both women had appeared intoxicated just moments ago. Yet now, with Xiao Shu Fei gone, Chen Fei seemed entirely lucid. This revelation was almost self-evident. He reflected on how the two had addressed each other as sister, and suddenly found the world of women to be remarkably intricate, especially that of those residing within the depths of the palace. The esteemed Lady Chun, adorned in a flowing cloud-like sleeve, approached Yang Fan with an impassive expression and inquired, What were you just observing about concubine Xiao? Startled, Yang Fan realized that she had not forgotten the matter. Fortunately, he was not foolish and promptly replied, I was merely pondering why concubine Xiao, who shares a name with you, pales in comparison to your beauty. Indeed, no woman could resist the allure of flattery that a smile graced Lady Chen's face as she extended her delicate hand, pinching Yang Fan's cheek with her slender, jade-like fingers. Though, your tongue is quite the silver one. She remarked, I merely spoke a universally acknowledged truth, a sentiment from the heart. Upon uttering these words, Yang Fan suddenly felt he had been overly obsequious. He could not help but wonder if the illustrious eunuchs of yore, who had achieved great success and left their marks in history, had once navigated similar paths. Truly, when under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Come, let us take a stroll, Lady Chen commanded. Is it wise to venture out at such a late hour? He questioned. Naturally, I wish to pay a visit to my dear sister, she replied, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips, one that sent a shiver down Yang Fan's spine. Accompanied solely by Yang Fan, Lady Chen rested her hand on his arm. He felt the softness of her figure beside him. He discerned a faint scent of wine emanating from her, likely a result of her having indulged in a few cups, imparting an intoxicating allure. Upon exiting the palace, Lady Chen meandered aimlessly, appearing to take a casual stroll. However, after a while, they found themselves at Ning Palace. It seems my dear sister has not forgotten to pay her respects to the Empress at this late hour. Lady Chen's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yang Fan gasped, Are you suggesting that concubine Xiao has come here? Otherwise, why would I be here? Lady Chen retorted, pulling Yang Fan into the shadow of a wall. With a smirk, she stated, Just wait. Perhaps it is time for her to emerge. Observing the self-assured Lady Chen, Yang Fan suspected she might be employing some arcane methods against concubine Xiao, for her confidence was unfathomable. As fate would have it, Lady Chen's words soon bore fruit, as concubine Xiao and her entourage appeared, stepping out from the gates of Ning Palace. She truly is here. Yang Fan's suspicions were solidified. He gazed at concubine Xiao in the distance, her face radiating with the warmth of spring, contrasting sharply with the mocking smile of Lady Chen in the shadow of the palace wall. Who in the palace was unaware of the tense relationship between the Empress and Lady Chen? Concubine Xiao had barely departed from Lady Chen's presence before arriving at Ning Palace. To claim there was no intrigue would be utterly unbelievable. He fell into a contemplative silence. This was the world of women in the inner palace, rife with scheming and deceit. Sisters could easily turn against one another. Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Fan, and he turned to Lady Chen, speaking rapidly. Your Highness, could it be that concubine Zhao's invitation for you to visit Huayan Temple to fulfill a vow may indeed harbor ulterior motives? The corners of Empress Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. Indeed, there is an issue. My relationship with her is far from amicable. Her sudden invitation is likely linked to that individual from Ning Palace. The two concealed themselves in the shadows of the palace walls, observing as Xiao Shufei and her entourage gradually faded from sight before they made their departure. Along the way, Yang Fan hesitated several times, ultimately unable to suppress his curiosity. If Xiao Shufei truly secures His Majesty's approval and extends an invitation to you, will you attend, Your Highness? Empress Chen lifted her eyelids slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Of course. Why would I decline? To refuse would be to disregard the good intentions of Xiao Shufei and Empress Wang. I am quite eager to see what tricks these two women intend to play. Her voice was low, betraying a chilling undertone. Chapter 70. The Scheme of Wang and Xiao in Ning Palace. Upon witnessing Xiao Shufei's departure, Empress Wang immediately dismissed her attendants, resting her hand against her forehead with a sigh. Come forth. As her words echoed, a figure clad in a black cloak swiftly emerged from behind a grand screen within the palace. The hood of the cloak was large, obscuring the person's features. When he lifted it, a familiar face was revealed, Zhu Xiaolin. How could it be him? The very Zhu Xiaolin who had been confined in the Chunwang residence to the west of the city, now reappeared in the palace within a mere day. And in Ning Palace no less. Mother. Zhu Xiaolin collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, his face etched with anguish and sorrow. Are you satisfied now? Empress Wang inquired. Zhu Xiaolin bowed his head, his voice filled with lament. Your Grace. Mother, is something I shall never forget. I have been wronged by treacherous individuals, even my royal title snatched away by father, confined within the Chunwang residence. All of this has undoubtedly been orchestrated by the Qin family. I vow not to rest until I avenge this grievance. How could I not know that my son has been wronged? Empress Wang approached him, gently stroking his head with a sigh. Liner. You have always been obedient. I do not believe you capable of such deeds. However, His Majesty is obstinate, and since a decision has been made, it cannot be altered. Liner, you must endure for a while longer. I shall find a way to rescue you. Zhu Xiaolin clutched Empress Wang's leg, which, though long and delicate, stirred no ripples in his heart, intensifying his resentment. Mother, I absolutely will not spare Chen Fei this time. She shall pay dearly for her actions. Alas, my poor Liner, rest assured, a mere concubine, relying on her family background to conspire against my son, shall not escape my wrath. Empress Wang crouched down, tenderly embracing Zhu Xiaolin. When the time comes, not only her but the entire Chen family shall face retribution. As she spoke, she felt Zhu Xiaolin shift against her chest. Her gaze deepened, yet she displayed no outward reaction as she continued. Consider it an act of vengeance for my son. Thank you, Mother. Through his recent actions, Zhu Xiaolin reaffirmed his impotence, his heart growing increasingly heavy, steering him toward an extreme path. Very well, I shall continue to make arrangements regarding this matter, and news will certainly emerge within a month. Now, I shall instruct Lord Huang to expedite your return. Otherwise, if the fact that you are absent from the Chun Wangfu is discovered by the Zhongrenfu, it would spell trouble. With a gentle clap of her hands, Empress Wang summoned Lord Huang, who entered from outside. One of his hands was wrapped in bandages, a result of the brutal crushing inflicted by that old eunuch the previous night. Though it had received treatment, full recovery would require at least a month or two. Greetings to your Majesty, he said, bowing in respect. I shall escort Liner back. Yes, I am at your service, Lord Huang replied. Casting a glance at Zhu Xiaolin adjusted the hood of his cloak before departing through the back entrance of Kunning Palace under Lord Huang's guidance. Inside Kunning Palace, Empress Wang remained rooted in place, her silence lingering. Meanwhile, on the other side, Consort Xiao had returned to her Ranyu Palace. The very name of her palace reflected her esteemed position and the affection bestowed upon her by Zhu Gaolai. Attended by her maids, she shed her resplendent palace attire, donning only a simple white undergarment as she reclined on her bed, her gaze filled with sorrow and longing. Sister, do not blame me. I am compelled by circumstances beyond my control. Consort Xiao curled up on the bed, occupying but a small corner, as if this could offer her a semblance of safety. You still have your father and brothers by your side, while I am utterly alone. Devoid of a prince, adrift in this palace like a rootless reed. When I grow old and lose my allure, as the emperor's favor wanes, can I still uphold the grandeur of Ranyu Palace? Having spent nearly 2 years in the palace, she had seen through its intricacies. Many disgraced consorts and ladies held positions inferior to those of certain high-ranking eunuchs. To survive, they often had to ingratiate themselves with these castrated men. Otherwise, even their own maids might turn against them. No, I shall not allow myself to become such a person, absolutely not. Clenching her small fists, the delicate skin on the back of her hand revealed prominent blue veins. As night deepened and tranquility enveloped the palace, the imperial city finally fell into a serene silence, save for the occasional patrol of the imperial guards and the elusive agents of the Eastern Bureau. Yang Fan lay in his chamber, circulating his vital energy, diligently mending his internal injuries. Having consumed the tiger and leopard nourishing pill bestowed upon him once more by Consort Chen, he aimed to restore his body in the shortest time possible and undergo a third blood transformation. Becoming a true martial master, he hoped that the second manifestation of his vital energy would grant him even greater abilities. Today's encounters with the Eastern Bureau's inquiries and the situation involving Consort Xiao had further impressed upon Yang Fan the significance of strength and status. Without power, how could one aspire to ascend the ranks? What fate awaited those who relied solely on fortune for promotion? While Yang Fan immersed himself in rigorous training, a squad of patrolling guards passed by the Chaqing Palace. At the end of the line, one individual deliberately slowed his pace. As they passed the pavilion where Yang Fan resided, he revealed a dart in his palm, adorned with a note. With a flick of his wrist, it flew into Yang Fan's room. The dart embedded itself in a wardrobe, producing a muffled thud. Yang Fan instantly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed upon the note secured to the dart. In a flash, he darted outside the hall, catching sight of a departing group in the distance. They appeared to be the patrolling guards of the palace. Yang Fan furrowed his brow. It appeared that the infiltration of the faction into the imperial city was far from simplistic. The individual who threw the dart surprisingly bore the identity of an imperial guard. Or perhaps, the individual had merely replaced a particular guard. Upon returning to the dimly lit chamber, Yang Fan withdrew the dart and retrieved the note. The words struck him like a familiar presence. After the mid-autumn banquet last night, Zhu Xiaolin had been expelled. His brother was greatly concerned about this matter, having heard it was related to the Qin family, and he hoped Yang Fan would investigate. Should he already be aware of the circumstances, he was urged to respond swiftly. The note was to be placed at Qian Palace. Furthermore, noting his brother's frequent coughing of blood, it stated that medicinal supplies were available within Qian Palace for his use. The signature was simply the character. Yang Fan's gaze flickered as he discerned the tone of the writer. The individual seemed notably invested in Zhu Xiaolin's predicament. However, given the secrecy involved, Yang Fan dared not divulge too much. Yet, the fact that the owner of those keen eyes had observed his coughing of blood stirred a growing discomfort within him, as if that watchful presence were lurking nearby, scrutinizing his every move. Given this, he resolved to concoct a message to probe further, while also procuring some medicinal supplies. After all, being affiliated with the faction, they surely would not be stingy, would they? Yang Fan mused, his eyes alight with the possibility that, on a positive note, he might have stumbled upon a more substantial source of resources. Although he lacked the courage to work directly for the other party, he felt bold enough to deceive them under the guise of service, and with considerable audacity. Chapter 71, The Dragon and the Tiger. Bian. Throughout the night, Yang Fan pondered how to obtain resources from the other party, leading to a somewhat dazed state upon rising the next day. It is indeed a challenging endeavor, he lamented. In pursuit of this deception, rather, in the quest for resources, he had been diligent and cautious, enduring hardships that were not befitting his age. However, once he donned the eunuch attire and stood at the palace gate, the gentle sunlight bathed him, prompting an involuntary stretch. The sun rose, casting its warm glow just right. He resembled a tiger awakening from slumber, stretching its limbs. Faintly, he could almost hear the roar of the tiger resonating within him, his sinews and bones ringing out like a symphony, blood surging as if thundering. He felt revitalized once more. Having cultivated the tiger form to this extent, it was essentially ingrained within him, nourishing his organs, fostering strength, and invigorating his spirit. In that moment, Yang Fan fully appreciated the benefits of the medicinal baths prepared by Lady Chun. His physique was now more robust, and the tiger form had reached its pinnacle. With this alteration and foundation, he felt as though he had undergone a transformation, an inner metamorphosis akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Whereas his original potential had been modest, he had now ascended to a superior level, with the inherent power of a tiger having increased by 50%, rendering him even more ferocious, each movement imbued with the strength of a mighty beast. Perhaps it was time for a third blood transformation. The illusory visualizations within the realm of inheritance were all foundational images: the wild bull, fierce tiger, colossal bear, demonic ape, and the dragon elephant. Having personally experienced the formidable prowess of the Kuei bull form and witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of the Xieji, Yang Fan was naturally disinclined to forge an ordinary manifestation of vitality. If he were to practice, he would choose nothing less than the finest. Could he still recall the new visualization diagram that Empress Qin had promised him, depicting the dragon embodying the tiger for the third blood transformation? Uncertain of its nature, Yang Fan adjusted his attire and, with familiarity, entered the palace. After paying his respects, he inquired of Empress Qin regarding the third blood transformation and the condensation of vital energy. To his surprise, the Empress's delicate features darkened, and with a displeased gaze, she admonished, "Do not be overly ambitious. You have only undergone the second blood transformation, and already you yearn for the third, Your Highness. Please temper your anger. Allow me to demonstrate this punch." As Yang Fan's words fell, he clenched his fist with one hand, a torrent of vital energy surging forth, causing one of his arms to swell dramatically. The force of his punch resonated through the palace, akin to the sudden intrusion of a ferocious tiger, roaring with intensity, doubling it. As the echo of the tiger's roar faded, Empress Qin's pupils constricted sharply, her face a mask of astonishment. "Has your innate foundation undergone transformation?" Indeed. Yang Fan refrained from mentioning that he had already attained the strength of a tiger beforehand. Instead, he seamlessly continued, "This morning, upon awakening, I sensed my internal power coalescing into a harmonious whole, the tiger form unknowingly reaching a state of perfection, and I have directly grasped the might of a ferocious tiger." Empress Chun gazed intently at Yang Fan, observing the confidence radiating from his youthful yet strikingly handsome visage, hinting at the potential of his burgeoning prowess. After a prolonged silence, she finally sighed, "I did not anticipate your martial talent to be so remarkable. It seems I have misjudged you." Even after undergoing medicinal baths and foundational alterations, such a rate of growth remains astonishing. It is worth noting that from the moment he began his martial training until now, nearly a month has passed. To evolve from an ordinary individual to possessing the strength of a ferocious tiger is a progression nearly on par with that of her father, Qin Yinglong. Perhaps she ought to bestow upon him further advantages. With such martial aptitude, he is destined to become a formidable figure in the realm of martial arts, should he ever ascend to the level of the 5 great heavenly gates. The mere thought of this potential sent her heart racing. She looked at Yang Fan, her smile deepening with each passing moment. Noticing this, Yang Fan could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. He had merely sought a superior visualization diagram, yet the expression on Empress Qin's face seemed to convey a desire to devour him whole. "Your Highness," Yang Fan ventured, raising his tone slightly. Empress Qin appeared to recognize her own indiscretion. Discreetly, she produced a white silk handkerchief, elegantly dabbing at the corner of her mouth. "You desire a new visualization diagram, do you not? I wish to grant your request." Yang Fan inclined his body slightly. Speaking earnestly, "I humbly beseech your Highness for your grace." Empress Qin resumed her cheerful demeanor, gently fanning herself while fixing her luminous gaze upon Yang Fan. As my trusted confidant, I am obliged to provide you with the visualization diagram directly. However, I do not wish for you to perceive its acquisition as something trivial. What do you believe I should do?" While she held Yang Fan in high regard, it did not imply that the visualization diagrams were of little worth. Particularly the dragon's 5 forms, each exceedingly rare and regarded as the pinnacle of legacy within significant powers. Even the Chun family's generations of accumulation, along with her father Chun Yinglong's acquisition of the Hong Luo secret treasure, had only yielded a mere handful of these precious forms. The dragon belongs to the tiger aspect, with only 2 manifestations, Lu Wu and Bian. The former is a divine beast of the mountains, possessing the face of a human and the body of a tiger, adorned with 9 tails. Bian, on the other hand, is the 7th offspring of the dragon, born of the union between a dragon and a fierce tiger. Resembling both creatures, covered in scales, with a dragon's tail trailing behind and flames emanating from its body, Yang Fan fell silent for a moment before stating, "Your Highness, please feel free to command me. I shall not hesitate to traverse mountains of knives and seas of fire." The Qin Fei laughed softly, shook her head slightly, and turned to enter the inner chamber. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with a small blue booklet, devoid of any writing on its cover, which she directly handed to Yang Fan. "Let us forego the mountains of knives and seas of fire. I trust you as long as you do not betray that trust. It will suffice." Her eyes were deep and inscrutable. Yang Fan accepted the blue booklet, recognizing it to be of the same material as the one he had previously acquired regarding the Kuan Yin, clearly prepared in advance by the Qin Fei. Realizing this, he took a deep breath and replied earnestly, "Thank you, Your Highness." The Qin Fei did not elaborate on this matter, but instead spoke of the aspect of qi and blood. "This visualization is of Bian, the dragon's tiger aspect. There was initially another booklet concerning Lu Wu, but I believe Bian to be more suited to you." Yang Fan briefly perused the small booklet, discovering a vivid and intricately detailed illustration of Bian, evidently crafted by a master artist. Beneath it was an introduction to Bian, summarizing its abilities, most of which pertain to the realms of punishment and law enforcement, with its likeness even displayed in various prisons. After glancing at it a few times, Yang Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. The Qin Fei cautioned, "When you are ready, I will personally arrange for you to forge your qi and blood aspect. Furthermore, do not speak of your 3rd blood exchange to anyone." I understand. Yang Fan nodded. The inner palace resembled a dark forest, where anyone could transform into a hunter. The more one concealed their strength, the greater their safety. Besides, he had no intention of revealing his cards. Since the Qin Fei had mentioned it, he was more than willing to comply, perhaps during the upcoming journey to Huayan Temple. "Your Highness may find use for you." The Qin Fei's gaze pierced through Yang Fan like a hook, her lips curling into an enigmatic smile. After 3 blood exchanges, and having comprehended the essence of the Kuan Yin, Yang Fan's physical defense was likely on par with that of a heavy iron armor. Should he further grasp the punitive capabilities of Bian, he could potentially become a decisive weapon in critical moments. Chapter 72. "I, Yang, have gone bankrupt. I shall certainly not disappoint your Highness." Go forth. Yang Fan inclined his body slightly. Securing the booklet close to him before exiting the palace, he planned to utilize the entirety of the day to prepare adequately. A visit to Tiger Mountain was still necessary to extract as much benefit as possible from the fierce tigers. Additionally, he contemplated the silver he possessed, including what he had previously acquired from robbing the rich to aid the poor. the gambling gifts from Lao Fan, and the funds he retrieved from the unconscious Song Guanshi, the total amounted to a staggering 550 taels. The foremost contributor, without a doubt, was the deceased Song Guanshi, from whom he had claimed over 400 taels in total, consisting of 4 100-tael banknotes and some loose silver, securing an unassailable position. Yang Fan resolved that it would be most prudent to exchange all of the silver for medicinal pills, in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, he intended to make another visit to Chioan Palace, to relay a series of tales he had woven throughout the night, and simultaneously retrieve the healing ointment provided by that place. Thus, Yang Fan meticulously organized his forthcoming endeavors and proceeded with determination towards Tiger Mountain. Given his formidable prowess, as long as he steered clear of the colossal Tiger King within Tiger City and the Eagle Scouts soaring above, he could navigate the terrain of Tiger Mountain with relative ease. Over the span of half a day, he had nearly absorbed the life essence of no less than 20 ferocious tigers, which, when converted into tiger leopard nourishing pills, amounted to a total of 10. Calculating at 100 taels of silver per pill, that would yield a substantial sum of 1,000 taels. Burped in a bid to ensure his successful breakthrough. Yang Fan was resolute, nearly descending from Tiger Mountain with a full stomach, hesitant to take large strides. He feared that the slightest jolt might transform him into a blood gourd, spewing blood in every direction. Thus, he painstakingly made his way back to Cha'Ching Palace, gradually stabilizing his condition. He exerted himself to force the accumulated life essence into his body, and the sensation of his body nearly bursting had finally lessened considerably, restoring at least a modicum of his mobility. After a brief recovery, he summoned Xiao Linzi to his chamber. Xiao Linzi, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Manager Yang, did you call for me?" He was uncertain as to why Yang Fan sought him, especially since Yang Fan had been promoted by concubine Shin to a managerial position, and with the demise of Xiao Linzi, it had become evident that they now occupied different strata of society. Yang Fan was no longer the humble Xiao Fanzi of yore. Yang Fan, however, paid no heed to the way Xiao Linzi addressed him, gesturing towards a chair across from him for Xiao Linzi to take a seat before speaking. "Have you been attending clandestine meetings recently?" Xiao Linzi's countenance shifted slightly, and he lowered his gaze. "I have attended twice." Although he claimed 2 times, the truth was he had visited far more frequently. Even after the last incident where Xiao Linzi had reported him, nearly landing him in trouble with manager Luo, he had not ceased his clandestine rendezvous, for it was the only place where he could rapidly acquire resources and enhance his strength. To this end, he had devoted a substantial amount of time to practicing painting, striving to elevate his artistic skills, aiming to render his artworks with lifelike precision and vibrancy. Yang Fan pressed further. "Is there a meeting tonight?" "Yes," Xiao Linzi replied, exhaling slowly, finally grasping Yang Fan's intent. He was indeed planning to join him for the clandestine gathering. "Very well," Yang Fan affirmed with a nod. "I will accompany you tonight." No problem. They agreed upon a time, and Xiao Linzi took his leave. When the night grew deep and quiet, the door of the side hall creaked open, and Yang Fan slipped out. In the small courtyard behind the side hall, Xiao Linzi emerged as well. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they hastened away. Soon, they arrived at the cold palace, Jialing Palace. This time, they did not encounter the elder Qing. After donning their disguises and paying the entrance fee, they entered the palace. Xiao Linzi, clutching a bulging satchel filled with art albums, deftly maneuvered into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Yang Fan, however, paid little attention, focusing instead on seeking the medicinal pills he required. Before long, he had completed a circuit and finally arrived at the largest pill stall at the clandestine meeting. Unlike those masked individuals, he appeared to have no intention of concealing his identity whatsoever. Judging by his attire and demeanor, it was evident that he was a high-ranking eunuch. "My friend, are you in search of elixirs? You have certainly come to the right place. We offer a diverse array of authentic medicinal pills, all products of the prestigious De Wu Ku, with no deceit towards young or old." Qianjin squatted on the ground, casting a glance at Yang Fan, his demeanor instantly transforming into one of warmth. There exists a distinction between individuals. The intention to purchase differs significantly from mere browsing, and he could tell at a glance that Yang Fan was certainly here to procure medicinal pills. For replenishing vitality and blood, the best choice would be the Tiger Leopard Vitality Pill. Yang Fan spoke in a low voice. Qianjin's eyes sparkled with interest as he replied, "But that does not come cheap. You will need at least 120 taels for a single pill. Wasn't it 100 taels?" Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Qianjin chuckled. 100 taels is the standard price. However, this particular pill is often scarce, and without a markup, one may not even be able to acquire it. "Are there any other pills that can significantly replenish vitality and blood?" Yang Fan inquired. somewhat dissatisfied that if it were 100 taels, he could purchase 5 pills, but at 120 taels, he would be limited to only 4. Qianjin scrutinized him for a moment and said, "Are you planning to break through? In that case, allow me to recommend another pill, which is guaranteed to be more cost-effective than the tiger leopard vitality pill." With that, he picked up a vial from the stall, on which were inscribed 5 characters, Xiongdan Yu Zhenwan. Ultimately, the tiger leopard vitality pill is merely a tonic for health and physique, if you wish to substantially replenish your vitality and blood during a breakthrough. This is the one to use, Qianjin declared with pride. Xiongdan Yu Zhenwan. Yang Fan repeated the name, recalling some descriptions of this pill, which indeed was designed specifically for breakthroughs. He directly asked, "What is the price? I wouldn't lie to you. This pill will cost at least this much." Qianjin gestured with one hand to indicate 2 and with the other to indicate 5. 250 taels, Yang Fan thought to himself, truly exorbitant, exceeding the cost of 2 tiger leopard vitality pills. The number felt somewhat inauspicious. After a moment of contemplation, convinced that this pill was genuinely worth the price, he decided to grit his teeth and make the purchase, stating, "I would like to inspect the pill. No problem." Qianjin readily agreed upon sensing Yang Fan's interest. Soon, he presented the vial to Yang Fan, from which a pale purple pill rolled out, which Yang Fan enveloped in his vitality and blood. He then scraped off an almost imperceptible trace of powder from the pill, using specially crafted silver thread. After examining the powder in his hand, Yang Fan nodded slightly. It was indeed Xiongdan Yu Zhenwan. Without hesitation, Yang Fan endured the pain of parting with his money and bought 2 pills, leaving him with just over 50 taels of silver. After Qianjin cast a couple of glances at the remaining silver, that amount was swiftly transformed into 12 vitality pills, one of which was offered as a complimentary addition. Standing before the stall, Yang Fan looked at the pills in his hand, and then at his now empty purse, suddenly feeling quite despondent. Upon his arrival, he had possessed over 550 taels of silver, considered quite wealthy, yet now his purse was emptier than his face, and he found himself utterly bankrupt. In that moment, Yang Fan felt a wave of disorientation. How impoverished I am. He glanced around, his eyes faintly beginning to glimmer with envy. Chapter 73. I, Yang, will never depart empty-handed. No, it cannot be this way. I have my principles. Yang Fan shook his head, finally suppressing the thoughts of robbing the rich to aid the poor that had invaded his mind. He tucked away the elixir and began to meander through the clandestine meeting. During his previous visit, he had merely skimmed the surface, but this time he discovered that not only were various items for sale, but information was also being traded, along with an array of employment and dispatch activities. To his astonishment, Yang Fan encountered a series of peculiar transaction offerings, including but not limited to noble experience packages, concubine experience packages, and grand eunuch experience packages, each accompanied by specified time frames and prices for purchase. This meant that if one were to acquire a noble experience package, they could indulge in and savor the lifestyle of the upper class during the designated period, encompassing palace living arrangements, royal meals, and the service of subordinates, among other luxuries. Furthermore, a promise of absolute confidentiality regarding the purchaser's identity was noted, which was rather audacious. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Such grand undertakings were certainly not the endeavors of just a few individuals. At the very least, one would need to broker agreements with certain nobles and concubines. Regrettably, there was no offering for an emperor experience package, likely because no one dared to present such a notion to Zhu Gaolai. However, upon reviewing the prices of these experience packages, he noted that they were exorbitantly high, starting at several hundred taels of silver. He couldn't help but wonder if there were any gullible souls willing to part with their fortunes. Surely, there must be. Yang Fan had to concede that the organizers of this clandestine gathering had a firm grasp on the psyche of the common folk. After all, the lower one was on the social ladder, the more they yearned to experience the lives of the upper echelons. Additionally, one particular offering left Yang Fan utterly astounded: a master and servant exchange experience package. This package allowed one to choose their palace, becoming the master of that residence, while their master and superiors would transform into their servants. Unfortunately, this opportunity was limited to a select few palaces, and one would need to pay in advance for consultation to purchase it. Yang Fan shook his head in disbelief. It seemed they had truly succumbed to the allure of wealth. Money earned in the palace was spent in the palace, and one could not hope to take even a single tael home. Muttering softly to himself, he once again marveled at the cunning of the masterminds behind this gathering, who had catered to the spending desires of the common folk from every conceivable angle. At least for now, he found himself unable to part with even a single coin. Not wishing to linger any longer, young Fan turned towards the exit. Halfway through, he spotted a masked young palace maid clutching an illustrated book. Her appearance strikingly familiar, causing him to pause momentarily. Could it be a creation by Xiao Lianzi? Intrigued, he approached her and inquired where she had obtained it. Over there, the little maid replied, startled, hastily concealing the book and casting him a wary glance as she pointed in a direction. Yang Fan moved forward and soon caught sight of Xiao Lianzi seated behind a stall, where 5 or 6 spring-themed illustrated books were displayed, bearing titles like that Knight of Passion with His Majesty. After that night, I was elevated to the status of concubine, and I am the Grand Eunuch of the Ming Dynasty, among others. Indeed, as a scholar, his mind was agile the last time he had encountered him. He was merely selling rudimentary picture books, but this time he had evolved into something far more intricate. Yang Fan felt a reluctant admiration. However, from the heavily concealed appearance of Xiao Lianzi, he chose to refrain from approaching her for recognition, as he had no desire to do so internally. Although their faces were masked and their identities obscured, he feared that being mistaken for one of the buyers would tarnish his own reputation. Surely, he was not the type to purchase such frivolous booklets. Lost in thought, a eunuch hurriedly passed by Xiao Lianzi's stall, swiftly tossing down 5 taels of silver and seizing the book titled Fake Eunuch. I am the 9,000 years of the Ming Dynasty before dashing away. Yang Fan remained silent for a moment, then turned to leave. As he neared the exit, 2 familiar figures unexpectedly came into view, Chao Lao Lu and Wei Taijian, who were also preparing to depart. Alas, the situation felt rather awkward. Yang Fan tightened his mask and silently followed them. Once again, he found himself in the familiar desolate palace, beneath the warm glow of a small oil lamp. Chao Lao Lu and Wei Taijian sat facing each other. With an air of mystery, Chao Lao Lu produced an item from his bosom, exclaiming, "Old Wei, you have no idea. I acquired something remarkable today." It was, indeed, an art book, emblazoned with the title Fake Eunuch. I am the 9,000 years of the Ming Dynasty. Just imagine, if we had the chance to become that 9,000 years, what a splendid life it would be. Wouldn't we be able to stride through the palace with impunity? Chao Lao Lu's face radiated with longing. Humph! Wei Taijian couldn't help but scoff, retorting, "With your foolish appearance, you think you could ever become the 9,000 years. You ought to be afraid of losing our family's dignity. As for the future, who could truly predict it?" Chao Lao Lu countered with a defiant expression. Wei Taijian merely sneered, flipping through the art book with disdain. "What a load of nonsense this is. It pales in comparison to what I could produce with my toes." Standing outside the window, Yang Fan's gaze turned increasingly dangerous as he observed Wei Taijian's silhouette. "Old Lu, why do I suddenly feel a chill?" Wei Taijian instinctively sensed a hint of coldness. Yet before he could react, the window behind him emitted a soft click as it swung open. A figure swiftly broke through the window. "This is bad." Chao Lao Lu and Wei Taijian were struck with terror, springing to their feet and knocking the table to the ground. But Yang Fan's movements were too swift and his strength too formidable. Before he even approached them, they felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon them. The faint roar of a tiger echoing in their ears, they fought back desperately, but their feeble resistance was utterly futile against the might of a rampaging tiger. Their efforts were as insignificant as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. With 2 resounding thuds from heavy fists, both men collapsed to the ground, while Wei Taijian endured a couple more kicks for good measure. Ironically, it was the art book buyer, Chao Lao Lu, who escaped unscathed. "I swear, this is not revenge," Yang Fan declared, affirming he was not that kind of person. He then eagerly bent down to pick up the art book from the ground, but upon closer inspection, he sensed something was amiss. This book seemed markedly different from the one Xiao Lianzi was selling. Observing its coarse artwork and inferior paper and ink, realization dawned upon him. This was a counterfeit. It was indeed a pirated edition. Yang Fan was utterly astonished. The quality of the artwork above was not even a fraction of the authentic pieces created by Xiao Lianzi, with some appearing to be mere reproductions. The paper even bore a faint, unpleasant odor. "Curse you, Chao Laolu," Yang Fan exclaimed, delivering 2 harsh kicks to him, his heart ablaze with indignation as he began to rummage through the 2 men's pockets. However, in the next moment, a disheartening realization struck him. Both of them were utterly devoid of any money. Not a single coin, not even a half-wit of silver. "You." Yang Fan was so enraged that he found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, if he were to discover that Chao Laolu had spent 3 coins of silver on this pirated art booklet, his fury would surely intensify. "Humph, do not think that just because you have no money, I cannot obtain anything." He cast a fierce glance at the 2 men's bodies, particularly at Wei the eunuch, whose belly resembled that of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Surely, extracting half of his vital essence would not be amiss? Chapter 74. All set. Forging the image, a crackling sound erupted, akin to fire meeting oil. The 100 blessings knot, as a tool of the Tao, once again demonstrated its remarkable efficacy. With Yang Fan's vital energy propelling it, he forcefully drew, reducing Wei the eunuch from a full person to a mere half. Hiss. It turned out that a person could become so grotesque after rapid weight loss. Observing Wei's pitiable appearance, Yang Fan felt a pang of sympathy and decided to return some of the vital essence. Perhaps due to the purification by the Tao tool, this influx of vital energy visibly improved Wei's complexion, at least restoring him from his previous emaciated state. Consequently, when Yang Fan proceeded to extract Chao Laolu's vital essence, he exercised a degree of caution. Once he felt he had drawn enough, he decisively withdrew. However, the vital essence he had gathered this time was not for his own use. Instead, he stored it within the 100 blessings not as fuel for the Tao tool's activation. Next time, I shall return to reap from you again. He glanced at the noticeably thinner duo, closed the door, and departed. Time passed, and it was not until a considerable while later that Chao Laolu and Wei the eunuch regained consciousness. As they groaned and sat up, their eyes met, and they each bore expressions akin to having seen a ghost. You were Laolu. You were Wei the eunuch. Chao Laolu had lost considerable weight, yet his appearance remained relatively unchanged. In contrast, Wei the eunuch, who had previously been quite rotund, now appeared more vibrant after shedding a significant amount of flesh, revealing a more spirited demeanor. Is this truly me? Wei the eunuch hastily procured a copper mirror, lowering his head and turning in circles to inspect his reflection, momentarily lost in admiration. The most crucial revelation, however, was that he discovered the vital essence he had accumulated over the years had brought him to the threshold of a second blood transformation upon waking. He swallowed hard, feeling as if he had garnered the favor of some esteemed master, and that these two encounters had perhaps been a peculiar rite of passage. After all, as the tales often recounted, a master would test their disciples. As for the money and elixirs taken previously, could it be that those were merely tuition fees for their enrollment? Pondering this, he solemnly turned to Chao Laolu and remarked, "We shall return here next time, but, let us not bring any money." Chao Laolu, wide-eyed and bewildered, could not fathom the reasoning. Having been overturned twice in this very place, returning here felt like an invitation to further misfortune. Oh, very well. However, out of respect for the eunuch Wei, he nodded in acquiescence. Yet, feeling a pang of hunger, he expressed a desire for sustenance. Let us go. The eunuch Wei nodded in agreement, and the two slipped out of the palace, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, having recently reaped a bounty, found himself near the Chuan Palace. Since Chun Yinglong ascended to the position of Grand General of the Imperial Guards, Yang Fan had also benefited, receiving a waste token from the noble consort Chun, allowing him to traverse the night without the constant anxiety that had once plagued him. Nevertheless, he maintained a cautious demeanor. It was prudent to avoid utilizing the token unless absolutely necessary, especially since he was headed to the abandoned Chuan Palace of the deposed Crown Prince. As the clock struck the latter half of the night, when fatigue weighed heavily upon both man and steed, Yang Fan stealthily infiltrated the Chuan Palace once more. After all, this location had been designated as a rendezvous point by his so-called elder brother, suggesting that the surroundings were likely under their control. As long as he refrained from creating a ruckus, the risks remained relatively low. Upon entering the palace, he retrieved a piece of parchment, scrutinizing the intelligence he had pinned, feeling confident it would suffice. He then released the paper, allowing it to drift away. The character Qi shimmered on the parchment before disappearing into the wall, revealing a small aperture, akin to a swirling vortex of darkness, drawing from his previous experience. Yang Fan remained composed. After transforming the Baifu knot into a glove, he extended his hand into the void, retrieving a vial of medicine that he continued to rummage, yet, regrettably, found no further items. It appeared that only this single vial remained. Yang Fan gazed at the vial with a sense of disappointment, uncorked it, and inhaled the faint, refreshing aroma that invigorated his spirit. Indeed, it was a potent remedy. After resealing the vial, he tucked it into his bosom and silently melded back into the shadows. Making his way toward the Chaqing Palace, unbeknownst to him, a figure observed him from the darkness, beneath which lay the lifeless form of an elderly eunuch. As the figure emerged from the shadows, its gaunt form swayed with the wind, revealing itself to be a grotesque human skin, withered and desiccated, resembling the wrinkled peel of an orange, zhujiaolin, in an audacious display, harbors intentions of disrespect towards the Han family. There exists a considerable scope for manipulation. A mere nudge in the palace and among the populace would suffice. Although Yang Fan intends to fabricate a tale to procure resources, the essence of the matter holds substantial truth. After all, there had long been speculation within the palace regarding this issue, and he had indeed spent time in the Taiha Hall that very day, clearly positioning him as one privy to the information. To deliberately conceal the truth would be too easily uncovered. Thus, it would be more prudent to seize the opportunity to extract some resources. Consequently, he ambiguously noted in his correspondence the necessity for medicinal support. Given the stature of the recipient, it is unlikely that the response would be meager. Upon reviewing the intelligence, the figure known as Renpi displayed little concern regarding the subsequent request for medicinal pills. With a swift motion, Renpi's chest split open, and he produced a vial of medicine, casting it into the swirling abyss. After completing these actions, Renpi took his leave. In the Cha-Ching Palace, illuminated by the morning light, everything shimmered radiantly. After resting for over an hour, Yang Fan utilized the ethereal legacy to attempt several breakthroughs, repeatedly memorizing and verifying the visualization diagram of the Bihuan, amassing a wealth of experience. When he finally opened his eyes, the dawn had fully broken, and he felt his state had been elevated to its zenith. Everything was in readiness. It was time to break through. As he entered the palace, Concubine Chen regarded him with a discerning gaze, noting his vibrant spirit, and nodded, saying, "It appears you are prepared. Come with me." The palace already contained a quiet chamber, typically reserved for nobility, which could also serve as a safe haven in times of urgent need. Concubine Chen led him inside and remarked, "This shall be your place. Once you successfully break through, I will personally come to retrieve you. Additionally, I have prepared some pills to replenish your vitality during the breakthrough, as well as life-saving elixirs in the event of failure. Exercise caution, and I hope you shall not require the latter." Standing at the entrance of the quiet chamber, Concubine Chen spoke with solemnity. Transferring one's essence is akin to exchanging one's life. Overcoming barriers is like traversing tribulations. When it comes to a martial artist's breakthrough, utmost care is paramount, for any slight misstep could lead to failure. Yang Fan, brimming with confidence, declared, "I will not disappoint you, my lady." "Let us hope so," Concubine Chen replied, casting a deep gaze at him before activating the mechanism on the wall. The heavy iron door descended, sealing the quiet chamber completely. Yang Fan retrieved the Bihuan visualization diagram and positioned it before him. "Bihuan, it has arrived." In that instant, his vitality surged forth with a deafening roar, erupting from within him like a torrent of rushing waters, expanding, flowing, and coalescing outward that a creature, reminiscent of both dragon and tiger, with a tiger's visage, scaly armor, and a dragon's tail, gradually materialized. Within the profound quiet chamber, Yang Fan sat cross-legged, as his vitality swiftly converged upon the pulsating sphere before him. This tumultuous sphere of vitality surged and writhed, trembling violently, as a majestic Bihuan seemed poised to leap forth at any moment. The temperature within the chamber escalated rapidly, fueled by the searing heat of his vitality, reflecting the fierce flames emanating from the Bihuan itself. As a divine beast symbolizing punishment, its mark upon the world is profound, signifying that utilizing it as a manifestation of vitality would invite an even stronger backlash from the true spirit. Yang Fan was utterly engrossed in observing the divine beast before him, as its true form gradually began to align with the legendary Bianhan. This convergence approached a critical juncture. Suddenly, a resounding hum reverberated through the quiet chamber, causing a fleeting moment of blankness in Yang Fan's mind. He beheld the Bianhan finally emerging from the essence of vitality. Flames surrounded him, the searing light nearly obscuring his vision, while the sharply rising temperature singed his hair, imparting a sensation of imminent combustion. Roar, roar, roar. The thunderous growl that emanated from its mouth sent shivers through one's very soul, enveloping the entire chamber in an aura of grim authority, as if one stood in a courtroom, facing the unyielding judge of the underworld. Surrounding him were numerous jailers and executioners, poised and ready, as if prepared to decapitate him at a moment's notice. Truly, this divine beast, a master of retribution, exuded such majesty and power. Yet, rather than feeling fear, Yang Fan was filled with fervor, his gaze ignited with passion. He sprang to his feet, his arms trembling as he bit down on the bare gallbladder jade pill he had previously ingested. In an instant, the medicinal potency surged through him like a boiling tide, revitalizing his nearly desiccated body with newfound strength. "Submit to me," he bellowed, directing his immense mental will toward the faint essence of the Bianhan. The beast's eyes flickered with a cold, human-like indifference as it lashed its long tail, charging toward Yang Fan with a solemn ferocity. Thud. Yang Fan's mental will was struck as if by a thunderbolt. Feeling as though an invisible hammer had delivered a brutal blow, causing him to spout blood from his orifices, stumbling back 3 paces, he gazed at the Bianhan now looming before him, his expression shifting. What is this? Why can't my mental will approach it? If I cannot get close, how can I subdue it? At that moment, the Bianhan, formed from the coagulated essence of vitality, raised its claw, encased in scales, and struck Yang Fan squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. Fortunately, he had activated the Kuei-Nyo form, preventing his ribcage from shattering. Nevertheless, the force sent violent tremors through his internal vitality. I refuse to be deterred. If I cannot dominate you, then I shall defeat you. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Fan charged forward. In an instant, the quiet chamber transformed into a battlefield, a fierce clash erupting between man and beast. The material of the chamber, seemingly indestructible, withstood their ferocious confrontation, leaving the furnishings shattered yet the structure itself unscathed. Outside, the waiting Lady Chun, wielding a delicate fan, paused momentarily, a flicker of concern flashing in her enchanting gaze, as if sensing the commotion within the chamber. Possessing the blood of both dragon and tiger, subduing such a creature was no simple task. Were it not for your prior success in forging the Kuei-Nyo form, I would not have permitted you this attempt so readily. However, I have prepared a rejuvenating pill for you. Even should you fail to forge your form, it will safeguard your life while preserving your opportunity for a second attempt. Lady Chin's gaze turned pensive, her jade-like fingers tightening, the faint blue veins visibly tracing the back of her fair hand. Cultivating a capable confidant is no trivial matter. For some consorts, it could even be a matter of survival within the palace. Despite her noble lineage, she could not expect anyone to kneel before her, pledging unwavering loyalty to become her trusted confidant. Is it truly so simple to win a heart? When she entered the palace, Xiaoning Long had contemplated arranging for several loyal warriors to sever their ties and serve her, yet the strict regulations of the royal city made such an endeavor far from straightforward. Moreover, Xiaoning Long, ever steadfast in his loyalty, was unwilling to compromise the palace's integrity for such matters, resulting in the unfortunate reality that the Empress Consort was devoid of any truly capable individuals by her side. With even the likes of Eunuch Li barely qualifying as half of one. Xiao Fanzi, do not let this palace down. The Empress Consort cast one last glance toward the quiet chamber, finally calming her tumultuous heart before turning to leave. Within the quiet chamber, the temperature soared to nearly 50 degrees, and Yang Fan was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. He looked at the fiercely blazing Bihuan, unable to suppress his words. Could you tone down the flames a bit? I'm about to roast alive. The Bihuan, expressionless, lunged forward with another claw swipe. Yang Fan swiftly executed a roll to evade the attack, retaliating with a kick aimed squarely at the creature. After a grueling half-hour of combat, both their energies began to wane, yet the Bihuan's true spirit remained formidable, reminiscent of the solemnity of a prison and the gravity of profound connection began to blossom between Yang Fan and the mythical creature Bian perched atop his head. Simultaneously, a flicker of enlightenment dawned upon him, revealing 2 formidable abilities bestowed upon him by Bian. The first, known as the Soul Suppression Seal, was the very power that had effortlessly subdued Yang Fan's mental will in the beginning. The second ability was an ancient art of execution and retribution, the ancient 5 punishment sword, Mo, E, U, Gong, and Dapai. Chapter 76, The Astonished Chen Fei Mo punishment, to carve characters into the face. Forever staining the criminal with ink, E punishment, to sever the nose, U punishment, to amputate limbs, Gong punishment, to sever the roots, Dapai, the death penalty, in Yang Fan's mind. The ancient 5 punishment sword unfurled in a rapid demonstration. Each strike and maneuver executed with ruthless precision, attacking with the ferocity of a tempest. Furthermore, being derived from the ancient 5 punishments, its brutality and lethality were astonishing, designed solely for the purpose of inflicting harm. Striking once without the intention of delivering a second blow, each sword thrust was meant to cause grievous injury to the opponent. Imbued with the essence of punitive ferocity, after thoroughly contemplating this, Yang Fan found himself sweating profusely down his back that he reflected that should anyone wield such a sword technique against him, he would likely find it impossible to escape unscathed, unable to withstand even a few strikes. Thus, fleeing for his life would be his only option. Fortunately, this power belonged to him. Yang Fan secretly rejoiced, exhaling a long, weary breath. He endeavored to experience the effects of the soul suppression seal. However, without an opponent to serve as a target, he could not ascertain its precise efficacy. Nevertheless, given Bayan's extraordinary nature, it was reasonable to assume it was far from ordinary. Contemplating the external manifestation, he was struck by inspiration as the galloping Bayan gracefully descended beside him. Their eyes met, and a sense of mutual understanding enveloped them. The intense flames emanating from Bayan no longer posed any threat to him. At that moment, the Kuei Nyo within him leaped forth, and the two dragon-like beasts stood side by side, exuding an unexpected sense of harmony. Yang Fan gazed at the Kuei Nyo. With the successful completion of his third blood exchange, the Kuei Nyo had evidently experienced further enhancement. The lightning patterns adorning its body had deepened, rendering it even more formidable. The three secret techniques it imparted to Yang Fan had also been augmented to a certain degree, owing to his continuous cultivation within the ethereal realm of inheritance. If the initial strength of the Kuei Nyo could be likened to that of ordinary iron armor, then at this moment, after activating the Kuei Nyo's form, he felt as though he donned the weighty armor of a soldier. In the realm of martial combat, the outcomes of armored versus unarmored confrontations were almost entirely disparate. For Yang Fan now, after awakening the Kuei Nyo, he felt as if he were clad in armor weighing 200 to 300 pounds, sufficient to withstand the assaults of ordinary martial practitioners. While he could unleash his strikes without restraint, one must question how a typical opponent could possibly endure such an onslaught. Furthermore, armed with the newly comprehended ancient five punishments sword, he was confident that ordinary martial artists were no match for him, even those who had undergone 4 blood exchanges. The victor could only be determined through direct confrontation. After all, as a supreme art of execution, the ancient five punishments sword wielded a ferocity that, with the slightest misstep, could impose a lifelong regret upon the adversary. He devoted a full hour to meticulously contemplating the intricacies of these transformations. Regrettably, lacking a sword in hand, I can presently only rely on my fists, which, in terms of potency, undoubtedly pales in comparison to the original swordsmanship. Although Yang Fan felt a tinge of regret, his heart brimmed with satisfaction. After all, given his current status, he was not yet qualified to wield a sword or brandish a blade within the palace. Furthermore, following this transformative experience, not only had his outward appearance been forged anew, but his strength had also been significantly enhanced. Achieving the might of 2 ferocious tigers, 6,000 pounds of power, Yang Fan steadied himself, surveying the disheveled quiet chamber, a pained expression crossing his face. How much silver would it cost to replace everything? Surely, the esteemed Lady Chun would not require him to compensate. Fortunately, he had consumed all the restorative pills, which provided him with a modicum of solace. At least he had not incurred any losses. Be wise calculations. He was left with but a single turquoise pill, inscribed with the name Hua Sheng Dan. This was the life-saving elixir bestowed upon him by Lady Chun. Should he fail to break through, consuming the Hua Sheng Dan would preserve his martial foundation and allow him to replenish his energy, offering him another opportunity for advancement in the future. Having undergone a breakthrough, he found himself once again destitute. The glimmer in Yang Fan's eyes hinted at a growing envy. He secured the pill and cast a glance around the chamber before approaching the door. To his right, there was a distinct circular mechanism, roughly the size of a palm. With a gentle press, the metallic door sealing the chamber creaked open, allowing light from outside to flood in and illuminate Yang Fan's face, which now bore a hint of maturity and weariness. Upon hearing the commotion, Lady Chun promptly dismissed all attendants and hurried over, her gaze falling upon the somewhat disheveled Yang Fan as he emerged. Upon meeting her, he clasped his hands in greeting, stating, "I have not disgraced my mission. You are indeed worthy of the esteem I hold for you," Lady Chun replied, her lips parting to reveal a stunning smile that captivated all who beheld it. Her gaze upon Yang Fan was fervent, filled with admiration. Having forged 2 dragon-related bloodlines, as long as he could endure the trials of transformation, even if subsequent bloodlines were ordinary, none could rival his prowess. This realization deepened her satisfaction. "All thanks to your grace, my lady. Otherwise, I would not have achieved the Bayan transformation today." It was only upon acquiring the Bayan form that Yang Fan comprehended its formidable nature, especially the 2 secret techniques that endowed him with immense confidence. This was his very foundation for survival. While a weapon in hand could not assure his dominance within the palace, strength certainly could. Lady Chun gently shook her head, remarking, "Were it anyone else, even with the visualization chart I provided, they could not possibly replicate your accomplishments." After a brief pause, she inquired, "What abilities has the Bayan granted you?" Her gaze was tinged with fervor as a creature of the dragon lineage. The buy-in symbolized a powerful beast of punishment, and the abilities it bestowed were extraordinary, despite knowing it might be a taboo topic. Her curiosity was irresistible. Yang Fan did not conceal the truth, replying candidly, the soul-subduing seal, as well as the ancient. What? The soul-subduing seal? Before he could finish, Lady Chen interrupted, her expression one of astonishment. You have actually acquired the soul-subduing seal. Indeed. Does my lady know of its effects? Yang Fan's heart swelled with joy, in stark contrast to the detailed introduction of the secret techniques previously bestowed upon him by Kuei-nyo. The Jinhuan seal had manifested as a grand imprint within his mind. He sensed that he could wield this formidable seal, yet he remained uncertain of its efficacy. The Empress Chen cast him a bemused glance, exclaiming, You are indeed fortunate. This Jinhuan seal not only has the power to suppress the spiritual will of adversaries, but also to quell one's own mind, rendering one impervious to external malevolence and inner demons. It is a dual-purpose treasure. Due to the formidable vitality of martial artists, their minds can easily become restless, leading to potential lapses in rationality, which may result in a surge of energy that could either diminish their life force or even lead to fatal consequences. However, the Jinhuan seal is capable of stabilizing the mind, ensuring that one's energy remains under control, thus minimizing the risk of losing oneself, a priceless asset for any martial artist. Moreover, it possesses the capacity to attack and suppress the spiritual will of opponents. For those with fragile mental fortitude, a single imprint may suffice to induce psychological collapse. The Empress Chen, secretly lamenting Yang Fan's extraordinary fortune, recalled the half-finished statement he had made earlier and inquired, What were you saying just now? In addition to the Jinhuan seal, I have also acquired the ancient 5 punishment sword. Before he could finish, the delicate silk fan in the Empress Chen's hand slipped, clattering to the ground. The ancient 5 punishment sword? Her voice trembled with disbelief. This sword technique was renowned as the ultimate method of execution and conquest, invincible in its path. Yang Fan had managed to obtain this extraordinary martial art. Indeed, that is correct. In response to the Empress Chen's inquiry, Yang Fan nodded, his tone casual as if he had simply plucked a daisy from the garden. The Empress was left momentarily speechless that it was, after all, the ancient 5 punishment sword. Even her father, Chen Yinglong, had been unable to acquire such a secret technique in his time. This was not due to a lack of skill on his part, but rather the constraints of his noble lineage. As a member of a hereditary royal family, despite his military prowess, he was bound by the limitations of his status, unable to transcend the barriers imposed by his rank and uphold the laws with impartial integrity. Consequently, he had to settle for the divine beast Lu Wu as his secondary source of vitality. Faced with the exceptionally fortunate Yang Fan, the Empress Chen felt a mix of admiration and envy. It is inconvenient to wield a sword within the palace, but I shall arrange for someone to deliver a bone sword to you. My only stipulation is that you must master this sword technique. She regarded Yang Fan earnestly, recognizing that with the ancient 5 punishments sword as an offensive strategy and the Kuei-nyo as a protective force, he could be likened to a formidable general on the battlefield. With a single sword, he could easily rout 100 elite soldiers. Absolutely. In response to the Empress Chen's request, Yang Fan readily agreed, with the guidance of the true spirit of Bayan, as long as he dedicated himself to practice. He was confident he could swiftly reach mastery. Of course, the key was to possess a sword. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, What exactly is the bone sword you mentioned, Your Majesty? The corners of Empress Chen's lips curled upwards, her exquisite visage blossoming into a radiant smile. Of course, it is a sword forged from human bones. Human bones. A chill coursed through Yang Fan's heart. Craft a sword from human bones. Surely, this must be a jest. It was the very sword that my father had commissioned after vanquishing the great demon, the Dragon King of Mijiang, requesting the imperial artisans to fashion it from the king's ribcage, 18 in total, most of which were bestowed upon trusted subordinates, leaving but a few within the marquisate. Just one would suffice for you for quite some time. Observing Yang Fan's astonishment, Empress Chen could not help but display a look of mild amusement at his surprise. What of human bones? One must understand that within the armories of the Ming Dynasty, weapons forged from human bones, bows crafted from human sinews, and even war drums made from human hides were not uncommon. Most materials were derived from the high-ranking martial criminals or captives seized during border skirmishes, effectively repurposing the remnants of the vanquished. No matter how formidable a martial artist may be, should they become adversarial, the ultimate outcome is invariably the same. One shall perish while the other survives. Defeat renders one merely a consumable. How brutally harsh this reality is. After hearing Empress Qin's discourse, Yang Fan found it difficult to swallow. He had thought that mastering martial arts would secure his safety, yet it now seemed to render his circumstances even more perilous. To die and have one's body transformed into a weapon. Was this not excessively cruel? Empress Qin, noticing Yang Fan's distressed expression, could not suppress a laugh. Though, do not dwell on such thoughts that to your current state. You likely lack even the qualification to be considered as mere expendable material. Indeed, her words resonated with truth. Yang Fan managed a dry chuckle, acknowledging the reality of his situation. He was merely a lowly martial artist, far from the threshold where one could be subjected to such gruesome fates. This realization extinguished any flicker of pride that had emerged following his recent breakthroughs. His current strength was undeniably inadequate. How weak he truly was. With a sigh, he contemplated the passage of time. Enough of this. It is growing late. You may take your leave, Empress Qin declared. Turning towards the direction of the bathing chamber, Yang Fan quickly stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, I still possess a life-restoring pill. Please take it. It may save your life in a critical moment. However, Empress Qin waved her hand dismissively, her silhouette vanishing at the threshold of the bath. As the door closed behind her, her fragrant presence faded from Yang Fan's sight. He silently pocketed the pill, a look of regret crossing his features. Empress Qin did not even require his attendance during her bath. Despite having become one of her trusted aides, she still occasionally treated him with such distance. Women, he shook his head and turned to exit the palace. After enduring a lengthy period of breakthroughs and honing his skills, he felt a sense of weariness wash over him. He hastened to the small courtyard to take a refreshing bath and change his attire before returning to his private chamber. Lying on the bed, Yang Fan exhaled deeply. His consciousness sank as he ventured into the realm of illusory inheritance for further cultivation. Following his third blood exchange, he was poised to begin refining his bare strength. He also had to practice the ancient 5-punishment sword, along with continuing to sharpen his skills in the thunder roar and earthquake wave techniques. These were his lifelines, and he could afford no carelessness. As the sky gradually darkened and the night enveloped the heavens, the lights within the Chun Wangfu flickered to life as per usual. In the main hall, Zhu Xiaolin reclined against the back of his chair, his gaze icy and cold. His once handsome visage had grown increasingly sullen in recent days, instilling fear and trepidation throughout the entire estate. Master, at that moment, the soft voice of Xiao Huan broke the silence. Her footsteps barely making a sound as she emerged from behind. Clad in an ornate palace gown, she wore a flowing red skirt that trailed behind her, a crimson mark gracing her brow, and a meticulously styled hairdo adorned with a jade hairpin. This was unmistakably the attire of the beloved consort Qin. It was surprising to see Xiao Huan dressed in such a manner. At that moment, her hands fidgeted nervously at her sides, her gaze timidly fixed upon Zhu Xiaolin. She resembled the consort so closely. Zhu Xiaolin approached Xiao Huan, seizing her by the neck and forcefully turning her face towards him. Her delicate features, accentuated by her deliberate adornments, hair, headdress, and makeup, bore an uncanny resemblance to consort Qin, possessing nearly 5 or 6 parts of her essence at first glance. Zhu Xiaolin inhaled deeply, taking in the fragrant essence of the girl. Yet he felt no stirrings of desire. Indeed, it was still futile. Exerting a slight pressure, his fingers coiled around Xiao Huan's neck like iron chains, her complexion changing before his eyes. Master, please, spare me. Pain etched across her face. She dared not struggle, her voice barely a whisper of desperation. With a sudden thud, Zhu Xiaolin relaxed his grip, and Xiao Huan's body crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. He bent down to look at her, his eyes filled with an inescapable malice and darkness, and spoke. You are my mother's servant. I shall not take your life. However, I find myself exceedingly bored and wish for you to indulge me in a game. What say you? Your servant obeys. Panic and unease flooded Xiao Huan's eyes, akin to a wounded kitten, her tear-filled gaze betraying her fear. Yet, she dared not oppose the man before her, resigning herself to his whims. Such a good girl. Zhu Xiaolin chuckled lightly, though there was no warmth in his eyes that he seized her frail form, dragging her into his chamber. The space had been irrevocably transformed under his hand. In the stark emptiness of the room, a wooden plank bed stood alone, while the opposite wall was adorned with various instruments of torture, stocks, nail boards, and an iron chair. In the corner, an unusual wooden donkey loomed, its back fitted with a metal spike as thick as a grown man's arm and half a foot long. Upon seeing this, Xiao Huan's face drained of all color. Chapter 78. Look, a treasure. No, please don't, master. I will die. Terrified, Xiao Huan attempted to pull away, but Zhu Xiaolin's grip on her arm was unyielding, like a vice, regardless of how fiercely she struggled. Are you defying me as well? Zhu Xiaolin's countenance darkened, almost exuding an aura so heavy it could be likened to dripping water. His voice, laced with venom and brimming with resentment, rendered the entire room icy. With a sudden, fierce grasp, he seized the small ring and pressed down hard. A piercing, shrill scream erupted from her lips, the excruciating pain leaving her mind in a fog. The wooden handle was stained with crimson. Upon witnessing the agonizing wail of this figure, who bore a striking resemblance to the noble Qin Fei, Zhu Xiaolin could not help but break into a twisted smile, his body trembling with exhilaration. You shall be next. You will soon experience this torment. His face contorted, as if envisioning the scene of personally tormenting Qin Fei. He uttered indistinct sounds. In that moment, the wicked thoughts, which had been suppressed by the Qingxing Guodan, began to stir restlessly, akin to a kettle on the verge of boiling over. Yet, just then, a close attendant rushed in. Breathless. My lord, trouble arises. The Eastern Depot has arrived. The young eunuch, his head bowed, dared not glance at the screaming small ring, speaking in rapid succession. This interruption jolted Zhu Xiaolin from his reverie, akin to plummeting from great heights to the depths below. The jarring contrast elicited a groan of dismay, as though he had been struck. Foolish wretch! Zhu Xiaolin, fully aware that his plans had been disrupted, furiously kicked the young eunuch in the chest, sending him sprawling several meters away. Crashing heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Please spare me, my lord. The young eunuch's face turned ashen. Zhu Xiaolin snorted coldly. What did you just say? The people from the Eastern Depot have come. The young eunuch, suppressing the agony in his chest, forced a grimace. The Eastern Depot? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhu Xiaolin's eyes as he glanced at the small ring, who was on the brink of unconsciousness from pain. With a disdainful huff, he muttered an epithet of uselessness before striding out of the room. The young eunuch, having spat blood twice, struggled to rise from the ground. Just before Zhu Xiaolin exited, he heard the small ring's faint voice. Help me. Yet, gritting his teeth, he feigned ignorance and walked out, leaving only the small ring, steeped in blood, to wail in despair and helplessness. With a bitter smile, she succumbed to unconsciousness. In the main hall, as Zhu Xiaolin emerged, he beheld Towing standing rigidly within. The latter's expression was solemn, clad in the formal garb of a eunuch, with a waist badge denoting his position as an official of the Eastern Depot. I have met the 13th prince. Towing formally bowed to Zhu Xiaolin, maintaining impeccable decorum despite the latter's house arrest. Leaning back in his seat, Zhu Xiaolin did not permit Towing to rise, fixing him with a chilling gaze as he spoke irritably. What brings you to seek my presence? Tao Ying's expression remained unfaltering. Your Highness may be unaware, but a steward from the Cha-Ching Palace has been executed, and I have come to inquire whether your Highness is informed. What would I know of such matters? The individual did not perish here. Zhu Xiaolin scoffed derisively. Towing furrowed his brow, for he could not discern whether Zhu Xiaolin's words were truthful or false. Is it not said that the opponent merely reached the innate martial master realm through sheer force of will? It should be impossible for him to deceive his keen perception. Could it be that the opponent's mental fortitude surpasses his own? Upon further reflection, that seems implausible. Towing did not easily concede and continued to inquire. We are merely asking out of curiosity. Oh, there is one matter I have not mentioned to His Highness. The steward's surname is Song. Well, this prince cares not for his surname. If you have no further matters, you may take your leave. Zhu Xiaolin did not disguise his irritation towards Towing. With that, he abruptly rose and strode back into his chamber. Towing slowly stood, watching Zhu Xiaolin depart, his expression impassive. Perhaps he had long anticipated the other's demeanor and reaction, thus feeling little disappointment at this moment. However, the failure of the siege was something I had not foreseen. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Tao Ying's eyes. Even though Zhu Xiaolin held the status of a prince, protected by the imperial dragon's aura, rendering his thoughts inscrutable, he remained under house arrest, stripped of his royal title. In such circumstances, the siege still could not extract any information from him, prompting a lamentation over the oppressive nature of the imperial dragon's aura. Perhaps this is the reality of the imperial family. Towing shook his head. Having gleaned no information, he could only turn to leave. Just before he departed, he faintly heard the sound of weeping emanating from the room Zhu Xiaolin had entered, and he could not help but sigh. What a pitiable soul! He hesitated for a moment, then expressionless, continued on his way. Life is as cheap as paper. Who can truly save another? As night deepened, obscuring the vast heavens, The magnificent capital was entirely enveloped in darkness, resembling an ancient, unchanging night. Within the Taiha Hall, the figure seated behind the imperial throne silently raised his head, then lowered it again, expressionless as he traced a line with a red brush on a document. The document was closed and tossed aside, revealing the fleeting glimpse of the characters Hunri. The following noon, within the Chongqing Palace, Consort Qin stretched her voluptuous waist, appearing languid, clad in a pale green palace attire. Barefoot as she descended from her bed, her round and delicate toes charmingly exquisite, white and translucent, her arches forming a perfect curve, she sat before her vanity, attended by several maidservants who styled her hair. At that moment, Deputy Chief Lin entered from outside, cradling a 2-foot-long brocade box, his face beaming as he offered his greetings, saying, "I pay my respects to your highness. The items from the Marquis's residence have arrived." "Well done," Consort Qin acknowledged with a nod, inquiring, "Are there any recent disturbances within the palace?" "In response to your highness, with the fate of Song Lian as a cautionary tale, the little ones have been quite obedient." "That is good to hear." A satisfied expression graced Consort Qin's face as she pondered. "As for the financial authority of the now vacant private treasury, you shall assume this task for the time being." Deputy Chief Lin struggled to contain his overwhelming joy. He had not expected such a fortuitous turn of events. This was the financial authority of the entire palace, previously held by the eunuchs under Li Gonggong. And now it had fallen into his hands. "Thank you, your highness, for your favor." After bowing repeatedly in gratitude, he excitedly withdrew, while Consort Qin finished her grooming, glanced at the brocade box, picked it up, and walked outside. A few palace maids and eunuchs intended to follow her, but Consort Qin casually waved her hand, saying, "There is no need for you to accompany me. I shall simply wander about the palace." "As you wish, your highness." After strolling through the palace, Consort Qin made her way to the side hall where young Fan was located. Upon entering, she found the room completely devoid of occupants. "He is not here?" With a hint of curiosity, she surveyed the chamber, which was neatly arranged, and noticed a subtle, unusual aroma of liquor lingering in the air. What could this be? Her gaze shifted, and she quickly spotted a jar beneath young Fan's bed. A flicker of thought crossed her mind, and the jar was effortlessly drawn to the table before her by an invisible force. The lid opened automatically, revealing the contents within the liquor, considering the tradition of eunuchs secretly hoarding their treasures. It was plausible that this was one such item, perhaps belonging to Xiaofan. Consort Qin's mind raced, yet she couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. This measurement was rather extraordinary. Instinctively gesturing with her hand, her complexion fluctuated between red and pale as various thoughts crossed her mind. After a prolonged moment, she managed to compose herself and let out a soft huff. This Xiaofan is certainly no paragon of virtue. Grateful that he had become a eunuch in the palace, she mused about the potential havoc he could have wreaked otherwise. With a dismissive curl of her lip, she returned the jar to its original place. Though she couldn't resist casting one last, furtive glance. Indeed, it was not to be underestimated. Consort Qin's gaze became somewhat unfocused as she hastily departed, her flushed face and flickering eyes suggesting a sense of panic. Meanwhile, young Fan stood at the base of Tiger City, grinning widely, his white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Having previously fled from the terrifying giant Tiger King, he had returned once more. "Today, let me witness the might of the King of Tigers." He looked up at the sky but saw no sign of the eagle messenger. Lowering his stance, he agilely darted into the heart of Tiger City. The familiar ruins surrounded him, remnants of crumbling walls that resembled a colossal arena. Irregular stone pillars stood scattered about, exuding an air of decay and desolation. As young Fan navigated through the ruins, his steps were steady and purposeful, his gaze alert. He had come to test his strength, not to seek unnecessary peril, and thus he steeled his resolve, wary of any misstep. After circling the area, he suddenly heard a rushing sound of wind ahead. Whoosh! Inhale. He climbed atop a stone structure, and upon peering over, he beheld a vast platform where the gigantic striped Tiger King lay sprawled upon the uneven ground, measuring around 10 meters in length. Its body was adorned with alternating black and white stripes. Massive as a delivery truck. At that moment, it lay with eyes closed, seemingly resting, while its breath stirred small whirlwinds of air around it. Even from a distance, its imposing presence was palpable, emanating a faint yet intense warmth that felt almost scorching. Had he been somewhat impulsive in coming here? Yang Fan squinted, yet there was no hint of retreat in his eyes. Instead, a fierce glint flickered within them, brimming with anticipation. What's done is done. I shall charge ahead. If I can win, I shall fight. If not, I will flee. Boom! With a sudden thrust of his foot, he propelled himself towards the Tiger King, his body momentarily igniting with the essence of the Eunuch. Enveloped in a formidable layer of heavy iron armor for defense, severing punishment, he substituted his sword with his fist, launching a powerful strike towards one of the Tiger King's legs, his arm radiating a chilling brilliance. Akin to an indomitable sword, swift and fierce, sharp and tumultuous, it seemed as though he aimed to spill blood. Provoked by the murderous aura, the slumbering Tiger King abruptly opened its eyes, reflecting Yang Fan's figure within them. Just in time to witness the oncoming fist-sword assault that a resounding thud echoed as Yang Fan's fist struck the Tiger King's leg with tremendous force, akin to battering against a wall of solid steel. The Tiger King remained unscathed, not even a scratch to its skin. How hard? Yang Fan's knuckles instantly turned crimson and bruised, and he could not help but draw a sharp breath, muttering a curse under his breath before turning to flee without hesitation. Painful prickles. The wind howled fiercely. He sought to escape, yet the Tiger King was unwilling to relent. Having been peacefully slumbering, it was abruptly roused and struck. How could it swallow such indignation? The Tiger King sprang from the ground, its limbs striking the earth as it charged after Yang Fan's fleeing form, its massive body transforming into a shadow of darkness, shattering all obstacles in its path. Boom, 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 be it stone pillars or stone houses. All were obliterated, debris scattering in all directions. Nothing could impede its advance. Witnessing this, Yang Fan's visage turned pale. The power of this Tiger King far exceeded his expectations, likely surpassing the realm of martial masters. Each blow imbued with titanic force. Even the flying debris striking him caused turmoil within his vital energy. Anger welled up in Yang Fan. You bullied me before my breakthrough, and now you dare to do so again after my breakthrough. Today, I must escape. With that, he quickened his pace. Having already scouted the terrain, he opted for the most direct route, swiftly darting through the gates of Tiger City, adjacent to a cliff, and without hesitation, he leapt off. Bang! In the very next instant, the colossal Tiger King struck the cliff with a paw, a thunderous roar resounding as half of the cliff crumbled. Had that blow landed on Yang Fan, even with the Eunuch's essence activated, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Witnessing Yang Fan's escape once more, the Tiger King, enraged, raked its claws against the rocky ground, leaving deep fissures, yet it appeared restrained by some unseen force. Unable to venture too far from Tiger City, its furious roars reverberating throughout the entirety of Tiger Mountain. In that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. In the vast forest, even the insects seemed to have fallen silent. After a lengthy pause, Dushan withdrew his neck from a thicket, observing the fleeing Yang Fan from the direction of Tiger City, involuntarily retracting his head once more. It was him again. A shiver coursed through him. Could it be that Yang Fan had just provoked the Tiger King within Tiger City? Having narrowly escaped yet again, Yang Fan exhaled in relief. Indeed, as he had surmised, the Tiger King could only roam within and near Tiger City. Unable to venture too far or as long as he could escape into the forest, he would be safe. At that moment, an acute perception, born of a formidable will, detected the presence of a voyeur. Yang Fan's figure shifted swiftly, and he seized Dushan from the thicket. Itsu. Yang Fan exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. In that brief grasp, he distinctly sensed Dushan's resistance, which bore the strength akin to that of a mighty tiger. No wonder he had managed to survive in Tiger Mountain for 3 years. It seemed this fellow harbored considerable secrets. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Dushan forced a chuckle. Brother Yang, you truly possess remarkable skills. To escape from the clutches of the Tiger King on the mountain is indeed commendable. His words subtly hinted at Yang Fan's extraordinary nature. However, the two were mere acquaintances, akin to strangers, and Yang Fan naturally paid little heed to whether the other concealed any secrets. Thus, he shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "It was merely luck. That in itself is no small feat," Dushan countered. "The Tiger King in Tiger City is domesticated. You see that." He shook his head and continued, "It has been consuming the Jade Spirit Pill for an extended period. Awakening its intelligence, it has already begun to grasp the principles of vital energy circulation and no longer relies solely on animal instincts to attack. It is said that once its intelligence fully evolves, it may rival a master-level warrior." Master-level warrior? Yang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, with its colossal size and the vast reservoir of vital energy it possesses, it far surpasses an average martial artist, potentially by tenfold. Once it masters the path of vital energy, even a typical master might not stand a chance. Dushan sighed heavily. Little do they realize, this could be a perilous endeavor. The innate capabilities of humans and beasts differ vastly. A human warrior may cultivate strength up to 500 pounds, yet a fully matured wild bull can weigh 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, charging with a force exceeding 10,000 pounds, not to mention the more ferocious tigers, equipped with steel-like tails and razor-sharp claws. The reason humans can triumph over beasts lies in three aspects: intelligence, cultivation of vital energy, and formidable martial skills along with weaponry. Each element is indispensable. Yang Fan fell into a contemplative silence. He could not help but reflect on the methods he employed to slay or overcome tigers, which were primarily based on cunning, sudden assaults, or leveraging the strength of the Kuei bull, augmented by ironclad defenses and secret techniques. If his opponent possessed similar abilities, Yang Fan would likely turn and flee. For it would not be a battle of equal standing. One could only imagine the danger should the Tiger King on the mountain undergo a complete transformation of intelligence. After all, a beast gaining intelligence becomes a demon. After a prolonged silence, Dushan spoke again. Next time, Brother Yang, it would be wise to avoid provoking it. Although its intelligence is not fully developed, it is already capable of remembering faces. Yang Fan's lips twitched at the thought. It could hold a grudge. The mere notion of a colossal Tiger King, potentially comparable to a master, bearing a grudge against him sent a chill down his spine. That he instinctively glanced around. Should that creature truly evolve its intelligence and break free from the confines of Tiger City, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave peril. It seemed prudent to minimize his visits to Tiger Mountain. Resolute, Yang Fan decided that today he would take the opportunity to slim down the tigers on the mountain. Chapter 80. He is my sister's. Watching Dushan depart, Yang Fan resolutely embarked on his plan. The consequence of this situation was that when Yang Fan arrived, the tigers were all robust and well-fed. Yet by the time he departed, they had transformed into mere shadows of their former selves. Gaunt and emaciated, it was akin to the unbearable burden of that night, the overwhelming sense of regret and sorrow. As if one were to hide alone in the woods, silently wiping away tears, the chrysanthemum terrace lay strewn with wounds, your smile having faded into a sepia hue, casting a glance back at the lush Tiger Mountain. Yang Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, upon reflecting on his empty purse, he could only offer a silent apology within. My apologies, but what can I do when I am bereft of funds? Nevertheless, he swiftly cast aside this fleeting sense of guilt. After all, reaping benefits without expenditure is the epitome of joy, much like how, despite his belly being swollen to the point of immobility, he still felt an inexplicable delight. Fortunately, Baifu had accumulated most of his vitality, or else he would have truly doubted his ability to return to the Evergreen Palace unscathed. Finally, he was back. He collapsed onto his bed, a sense of satisfaction enveloping him. After the third blood exchange, his physique had grown even more formidable, with the essence of his blood penetrating deeper within, beginning a process of refinement from the outside, and he sensed a gradual infiltration into his internal organs. A slow transformation indeed. Once the fifth blood exchange was completed, he would attain the status of a congenital martial artist, resulting in an all-encompassing metamorphosis, representing the transition from acquired to innate. This was a threshold that had thwarted countless martial artists. Thus, nurturing his vitality to fortify his physique and stabilize his internal organs would become another focal point of his cultivation, for this is the foundation of existence. Yang Fan had once overheard Empress Qin mention certain matters, among which were the 9 blood exchanges and the 5 levels of vitality, collectively known in ancient times as the Foundation Realm, and the 5 great heavenly gates were referred to as the Destiny Realm. Together, they signify the essence of securing one's existence and fate. Of course, these concepts were still far from his grasp. All he could do now was continuously accumulate resources, nourish his body and internal organs, complete the blood exchanges, and forge the 5 levels of vitality in succession. As he pondered, his attention was suddenly drawn to the room. The familiar and gentle fragrance lingered in the air. What was this? The scent seemed identical to that of Empress Chun. He was certain he could not be mistaken, having experienced several intimate encounters. The aroma was indeed unforgettable, reminiscent of orchids and musk, warm and rich, stirring the very soul. Just as his thoughts began to veer into perilous territory, a palace maid abruptly knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, stepped inside, her voice ringing clear. "Manager Yang, Empress Qin summons you." Understood. Yang Fan sprang up and made his way toward the main hall. In the main hall, Empress Chun was adorned in a form-fitting palace gown, her figure graceful and alluring, especially with the crimson mark on her brow, which added an extra touch of enchantment. I pay my respects to Empress Chun. Yang Fan, adhering to protocol, respectfully performed the customary greeting. However, after a prolonged silence without a response from Empress Chun, he could not resist stealing a glance her way. He found her gaze distant and somewhat lost, staring at him as if pondering other matters, completely oblivious to his greeting. With no other recourse, Yang Fan could only speak again. "I pay my respects to Empress Chun." The subtly elevated tone roused Lady Chun from her reverie, and only then did she regain her composure. Her countenance, still bearing an unusual expression that it seemed she recalled that Yang Fan was merely 16 years of age. She was astonished that he had grown so much. Regaining her focus, she inwardly scolded herself for her wandering thoughts. Perhaps the prolonged solitude in this desolate palace had rendered her exceedingly bored. Although it appeared she was the object of countless affections, one truly knows the warmth or chill of one's situation, much like a person drinking water. She had once believed that entering the palace would surely earn her the favor of Zhu Gaolai, and that as long as she bore a son, she might contend for the position of the matriarch of the harem. Yet, it now seemed that all of this was merely a delusion of her own making. Zhu Gaolai had treated her as nothing more than a caged canary, and behind the facade of glamour lay the stark and ruthless reality of life in the inner palace. "Arise," she commanded, and upon hearing this, Yang Fan rose without paying heed to Lady Chen's earlier peculiar gaze. After all, given his strikingly handsome appearance, it seemed only natural for her to steal a few glances. "I wonder why you have summoned me?" Yang Fan inquired as his most formidable ally within the palace. He naturally dared not neglect Lady Chen's needs. Where there was a demand, it must be fulfilled. And if not, it must be striven for with vigor. Lady Chen nodded, beckoning him closer as she retrieved a brocade box. The 2-foot-long box was wrapped in python skin, its patterns distinct and its texture exquisite. "Your sword has arrived." The bone sword? Yang Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement that in both his previous life and this one, he had never before heard of a sword crafted from bone. Even though Lady Chun had previously mentioned that this bone sword was forged from the essence of a great demon, the medium Dragon King, one could not help but wonder if bone could truly possess the resilience and sharpness of metal. Lady Chun smiled enigmatically. "You shall not be disappointed." With a gentle tap on the side of the brocade box, she seemed to activate a mechanism within, and with a series of clicks, the lid sprang open. Inside lay a bone sword, approximately a foot in length, gleaming silver white and radiating a chilling luminescence, reminiscent of a piece of white jade craftsmanship. Exuding an aura of icy sharpness, this sword was extraordinarily sharp. Gazing at it for too long could even cause a stinging sensation in one's eyes. "What a remarkable sword!" he exclaimed involuntarily. "Indeed, it is a fine sword, its sharpness worth more than gold." Lady Chin beamed at Yang Fan. She had gone to great lengths to procure this bone sword, even writing to her father, Chen Long, and mentioning Yang Fan's act of saving her mother, Han Shi. Otherwise, she would never have been able to obtain such a precious weapon. One must understand that such a sword could serve as a family heirloom, passed down from father to son, enabling generations to achieve glory on the battlefield. In military honors and gifts, there are two indispensable elements, name and weapon, with the latter referring to arms and armor. Yang Fan was quietly astonished by the sword's value, hesitating over what to say when Lady Chun had already thrust the brocade box into his embrace. "Take it. It is yours now, do not let it down." "Thank you, my lady." Yang Fan solemnly accepted the brocade box, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Such a sword was invaluable to him, capable of fully unleashing the astonishing brilliance of his ancient five-punishment sword. Moreover, due to the sword's bone composition, it could prove to be unimaginably effective in critical moments. Lady Chen, with poise, accepted Yang Fan's thanks and remarked, "This sword remains nameless. You may bestow a title upon it." Contemplating that this sword would serve in conjunction with the ancient five-punishment sword, Yang Fan decisively proclaimed, "This sword shall henceforth be known as Judgment." Judgment Sword is indeed a fine name. "I hope you do not betray it, nor my trust," Lady Chen replied, a light laughter escaping her lips, akin to the blooming of a peony. Her radiant smile and exquisite beauty rendered the entire palace pale in comparison, leaving even Yang Fan momentarily speechless. "I shall not disappoint the lady. That would be most commendable. I shall witness you wielding this sword in battle for my sake," she said, observing Yang Fan's delicate features, which radiated determination and resolve, causing her heart to swell with joy. A fleeting thought of her younger sister Yu's request crossed her mind, and she silently murmured an apology. "Dear sister, I fear this man may not belong to you. He is mine." Chapter 81. Little Fan, are you ready to enter the forge? In the tranquil chamber, Lady Chen stood beside Yang Fan and said, Let us begin that I have yet to witness the true form of the ancient five-punishment sword. And now I have the opportunity. Yang Fan nodded, taking a deep breath as he gripped the long sword in his hand. The short sword, barely a foot long, shimmered with silver light, exuding a chilling aura. Recalling the ancient five-punishment sword in his mind, he swiftly thrust the sword forward. It moved like a celestial phoenix or a deer's antlers, leaving no trace behind. As the sword's light emanated, a scent of rust and molten rock permeated the air, embodying the essence of punishment and the eradication of evil with unparalleled ferocity. M.O.E.U. Gong. Dapai. The five great punishments were unleashed, each strike exhibiting myriad variations. Yet all shared the same chilling intent of judicial execution that seemed to envelop the senses, leaving one utterly entranced. Such formidable authority, such overwhelming intent of punishment. Even though Lady Chun had achieved a profound mastery of Tao through her fifth fusion, her spirit and will forged to an extraordinary strength, she still felt an immense pressure. The ancient five-punishment sword epitomized the strictness of law and the severity of punishment, piercing directly into the hearts of men. Any malevolence within would be subdued by its might. Truly, it was the foremost sword technique of execution, remarkable in its own right. Lady Chin sighed, lamenting, alas, while sword techniques are easily acquired, the true essence is elusive. Without the genuine spirit of the Bayan, even mastering this set of techniques would lack the power to instill awe. Meanwhile, Yang Fan was completely immersed in the sword techniques, having previously practiced with fists instead of blades. Always feeling something was amiss. Now, with the sword in hand, he fully understood the advantages of the sword path. The silver-boned sword transformed in his grasp into a silver ribbon, each thrust more ruthless than the last, each strike more ferocious than its predecessor, with the destructive power of each blow surpassing the one before it. In merely half an hour, Yang Fan felt that he had completely mastered the ancient five punishments sword he had previously comprehended, even reaching the minor accomplishment stage. Upon witnessing this scene, Empress Chun was increasingly pleased. Little Fan, I did not expect you to grasp this ancient five punishments sword to such an extent so swiftly. Given time, you shall undoubtedly carve out a formidable reputation with this sword. All of this is thanks to your benevolence, your majesty, Yang Fan replied earnestly. What a charming tongue you possess. Empress Chun chuckled lightly, gracefully stepping closer to Yang Fan and playfully pinching his cheek. You truly know how to amuse me. The delicate youth, with his refined features and exceptional martial talent, displayed a maturity of spirit that inspired loyalty towards her, making him ever more endearing to her gaze. Yang Fan lowered his head in silence, acutely aware of the warmth emanating from the jade hand that rested upon his cheek. Its slender, fair fingers were smooth and delicate, subtly imbued with a refreshing coolness. The fragrance wafting from the proximity of Empress Chin stirred his heart slightly. At that moment, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. By the way, I wonder if the Empress visited my chamber today? As soon as the words left his lips, Empress Chin's hand, which had been pinching Yang Fan's cheek, froze slightly, her mind involuntarily recalling the jar hidden beneath Yang Fan's bed, its grotesque appearance starkly contrasting with his own handsome visage. Empress Chin's gaze became somewhat unfocused as she looked at Yang Fan, instinctively retracting her jade hand. Observing Yang Fan's slightly bewildered expression, she couldn't help but feel a mix of embarrassment and irritation. What business would I have in your chamber? You impudent little rascal, it seems you have truly grown bold, even daring to tease me. I wouldn't dare. Yang Fan's expression shifted, fearing he had further provoked Empress Chin. You certainly lack the audacity for that. Very well, let us step outside. It feels rather stuffy in here, and I am beginning to feel warm. Empress Chun strode towards the exit, whether genuinely feeling hot or not. Her exquisite cheeks revealed a faint blush, radiant as the dawn sky. Yang Fan couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, only to find Empress Chin quickening her pace, leaving him behind. Confused, he pondered why she was so upset over his innocent inquiry. However, the lingering fragrance in his room was indeed identical to that of Empress Chin. Could it be that he had misremembered? He shook his head, sheathing the bone sword back into its leather scabbard, securing it against his calf beneath the eunuch's attire, fastening it with the scabbard straps for quick access in case of urgency. Upon exiting the quiet room, he found Empress Chun seated at a table, sipping tea, her demeanor restored to tranquility as she occasionally waved a delicate fan. Observing this, Yang Fan silently positioned himself against the wall behind her. Resembling a statue of stillness, Empress Chin cast a glance his way, satisfaction flickering in her eyes, just as she was about to speak when a young eunuch hurried in to report, Your Majesty. A certain eunuch Tao from the Eastern Depot requests an audience, claiming to have urgent matters to convey. Eunuch Tao. Yang Fan's mind immediately conjured the image of Tao Ying. There is no way around it. Who would have thought that there existed a certain individual named Tao in the Eastern Depot? Moreover, he is within the Eastern Depot itself. Let him in. The Empress Chun maintained her composure, gesturing dismissively. And the young eunuch retreated. Before long, indeed, Tao Ying entered from outside. I pay my respects to Empress Chun, Tao Ying said, performing his greetings with utmost propriety. Rise. She commanded. I am curious as to how this Cha-Ching palace has attracted the esteemed presence of Master Tao. Empress Chun spoke softly, holding a delicate silk fan. Tao Ying, seemingly oblivious to the chill in her tone, replied with a stoic demeanor, there is a matter I must report to you. Empress Chun. Oh? Empress Chun raised an eyebrow. What might that be? Tao Ying glanced around, remaining silent. Empress Chun regarded him for a moment, then dismissed those present in the palace. Just as Yang Fan was about to leave, she halted him. Xiao Fan. Remain by my side to serve. Yes, Your Highness, Yang Fan replied, standing in place. Tao Ying cast a deep look at Yang Fan before addressing Empress Chun. Yesterday, as I passed by the Qin Wangfu, I inadvertently witnessed the 13th prince dispatching a maid to impersonate you. Subjected to the punishment of the wooden donkey. In her words, there lingered a profound discontent and animosity towards you. And I urge you to exercise caution, Empress. Upon hearing this, a flash of murderous intent briefly flickered in Empress Chun's eyes. Yet her demeanor remained composed. It is said that the Eastern Depot monitors the world, possessing knowledge of matters that are nearly unknown to others. It seems that this statement holds true. You flatter me. Your Highness, that I merely happened upon certain events and deemed it prudent to inform you. Then I thank you. Master Tao, I shall take this matter to heart. Upon hearing her words, a subtle smile graced Tao Ying's face. Seemingly having achieved his objective, and he swiftly requested to take his leave. Xiao Fan, see Master Tao out for me, Empress Chun instructed. Yes, Your Highness, Yang Fan complied, escorting Tao Ying out of the palace, just as he intended to turn back. Unexpectedly, Tao Ying halted him. Wait. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, looking at Tao Ying in confusion. Indeed. Tao Ying began to appraise Yang Fan from head to toe, his gaze betraying a keen interest. Yang Fan felt a wave of discomfort rising. Almost driven to draw his sword, when Tao Ying finally smiled gently and inquired, Xiao Fan, would you be interested in joining the Eastern Depot? Chapter 82, The Dual Maiden's Bath joining the Eastern Depot? Yang Fan was taken aback, never expecting Tao Ying to make such a proposition. Just the other day, he had been undergoing interrogation within the Eastern Depot. Now, he was being asked if he wished to join its ranks. A stark contrast indeed. Indeed, it is the Eastern Depot. If you harbor such thoughts, I could certainly recommend you for admission, Tao Ying replied with a nonchalant smile. Yang Fan's eyes flickered with intrigue. I assume there are certain conditions attached? Naturally, to join the Eastern Depot, one must undergo a rigorous assessment. After all, the Eastern Depot is directly under the Emperor's command, a premier institution sanctioned by the imperial authority of the Ming Dynasty. It is not a place where anyone can simply wish to join. Tao Ying maintained an air of certainty. May I inquire, Tao Ji Shi, what exactly does the so-called trial entail? Yang Fan ventured to ask. For him, the Eastern Depot held considerable allure, as it would afford him an additional identity, cloaking him in a guise that instills fear. The mere title of the Eastern Depot carries significant weight. Your lady's recent circumstances may not be particularly secure. A knowing smile graced Tao Ying's face as he softly remarked, should you uncover any clues, be sure to report back to us promptly. This is, of course, for the sake of your lady's safety. Moreover, should the information prove valuable, then the trial will naturally be deemed passed, so it turns out I am to be a double agent. Yang Fan cursed inwardly, and upon this realization, he candidly stated, I shall rely on your guidance henceforth, Tao Ji Shi. With that, a bashful smile adorned his face. I have high hopes for you, Tao Ying said, patting Yang Fan on the shoulder before taking his leave. Yang Fan watched the retreating figure, smirking to himself, I shall tolerate your arrogance for a couple of days, old eunuch. Once I am in the Eastern Depot, I shall seek my chance to repay you. With a swift turn, he entered the palace. Without hesitation, he relayed Tao Ying's earlier words to Lady Chen. Although joining the Eastern Depot seemed advantageous, his current strongest ally was Lady Chen, and he had no desire to be sold out for a mere carrot dangling before him. Lady Chen's gaze flickered, tinged with sarcasm. So first, he uses Zhu Zhaolin as leverage to keep me cautious, and then presents joining the Eastern Depot as a condition for you to monitor matters beside me. Such a meticulously orchestrated scheme. That Tao, indeed, harbors ill intentions. Yang Fan had long understood that there is no such thing as selfless affection. The timing of the warning about Zhu Zhaolin seemed more like a calculated probe. The previous turmoil of the mid-autumn banquet had yet to settle, and here arose another tempest. How could there be so much goodwill in this world? Especially within the depths of the palace. How much is goodwill truly worth? Lady Qin scoffed softly, her gaze landing on Yang Fan's face as she remarked, "However, should we seize this opportunity for you to join the Eastern Depot? It may not be such a bad thing." "What? I would never betray my lady." Yang Fan immediately retorted, "In truth, he did have intentions of joining the Eastern Depot, considering that they had already laid the groundwork. It would be a pity to let it slip away. Moreover, informing Lady Qin about this matter was his way of turning the tables to gain entry into the Eastern Depot. Surely Lady Qin would not mind having an additional confidant within, as such an arrangement would yield far greater value than mere intelligence. Your intentions are all too apparent, so do not attempt to deceive me." Lady Qin shot Yang Fan a glare, saying, "Your joining the Eastern Depot indeed benefits me. So it is settled. Tomorrow, you shall inform Tao Zhishu about how concubine Xiao, under the orders of Empress Wang, has invited me to Huayan Temple to fulfill a vow. I believe the worth of this information will suffice for your entry into the Eastern Depot." "You are astute, my lady," Yang Fan promptly replied, his tongue as smooth as oil. The esteemed consort Qin has only just realized the audacity of Yang Fan. Casting a glance his way, she remarked, "Do not presume that you shall escape from the grasp of this palace." "Your Highness jest," Yang Fan replied decisively. "With the teachings you have bestowed upon me, how could I ever forget? Is there truly a need to deliberate on whether to accompany an old eunuch or a resplendent beauty, whose grace rivals that of a blossoming flower?" Just as their conversation unfolded, a young eunuch entered to report, "Your Highness, Consort Xiao is nearing the palace gates." Consort Qin could not restrain a raised eyebrow, exclaiming, "What an unusual occurrence today, with visitors arriving in succession. Make the necessary arrangements, for I shall go to welcome my dear sister." Rising, Consort Qin instructed her personal maids to hastily assist her in adjusting her attire. Amidst the flurry of activity, Consort Xiao had already arrived at the palace entrance. Glancing up at the character's Chongqing Palace, she sighed softly, pondering, can it truly remain evergreen? Steeling her resolve, she stepped inside, her face adorned with a smile as radiant as the moon, exuding warmth and elegance. "Sister, why did you not announce your arrival beforehand?" Consort Qin emerged, her hair slightly disheveled, clearly a result of her hurried preparations. "It is all the fault of my sister for arriving so abruptly. Did I not send a message just a few days ago? Today, I have finally received a response. His Majesty has graciously permitted me to visit Huayan Temple in 3 days to fulfill my vow. Hence my visit to inform you." Consort Xiao regarded Consort Qin, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. "Then, I shall accompany you on this journey," Consort Qin declared cheerfully. Consort Xiao couldn't suppress her joy, her heart finally at ease. "Then it is settled. You shall personally come to escort me." "That would be splendid," Consort Qin smiled, linking her arm with Consort Xiao as that "It is getting late, and your arrival is perfectly timed. I have already ordered the imperial feast, allowing us ample time for sisterly conversation." "Indeed," Consort Xiao nodded, her smile becoming increasingly enchanting. The two women, hand in hand, sat together, one a paragon of beauty, the other an unparalleled charm, leaving Yang Fan feeling somewhat restless. Yet, contemplating Consort Xiao's schemes, he couldn't help but sigh. You were once a beauty, yet alas, you willingly become a pawn for another. However, who among the populace is not a piece on the chessboard? Especially within the depths of the palace. If Consort Qin's father were not Chuning Long, the renowned martial sage and commander of the Dragon Martial Guard, could she truly maintain such composure? The imperial feast was arranged with meticulous care, its aromas and flavors delightful. Consort Qin also summoned several bottles of autumn dew wine to accompany the meal. "I remembered you enjoyed this last time, so I had more brewed," with a captivating smile. Consort Qin poured a glass and presented it to Consort Xiao, resembling the crystalline frost of autumn. Consort Xiao softly expressed her gratitude, stating, "You are indeed thoughtful, dear sister. This autumn dew wine lives up to its name. Its taste truly unforgettable." "Naturally," Consort Qin replied with a smile. As the two conversed and dined, time seemed to slip away with astonishing swiftness, even when Yang Fan discreetly stepped outside to finish his meal. The two women remained engrossed in their discourse, yet it was evident that both were somewhat intoxicated. Qinfei Yang proposed, "Sister, why not spend the night here with me? It would be a splendid opportunity for us to engage in a heart-to-heart conversation." Xiao Shufei hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Very well, I shall acquiesce to my sister. The banquet was soon cleared away. Qinfei Nyang took Xiao Shufei by the hand and instructed, "Prepare hot water. Shortly, I wish to bathe alongside Xiao Shufei." Pausing for a moment, she then turned her gaze towards Yang Fan and said, "You shall remain to attend to us." It was indeed intolerable that they had lingered into the late hours, leaving him to work overtime to assist with their bathing. This thought ignited a surge of indignation within Yang Fan, causing his body to tremble with rage. Without hesitation, he replied, "Yes, Your Highness." In the steamy confines of the bathing chamber, a few young eunuchs hurriedly carried away buckets of water, leaving only a handful of maidservants and Yang Fan. He sat in the corner like a meditating monk, awaiting orders, though his gaze occasionally wandered. The maidens were assisting the two noble women in disrobing. In comparison to Qinfei Nyang, Xiao Shufei's beauty was slightly inferior. However, her generous spirit and kindness were remarkable. It perfectly illustrated the saying, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, each possesses its unique charm. If Qinfei Nyang were likened to a thorny rose, then Xiao Shufei resembled a magnificent peony. Particularly striking was the elegant and solemn demeanor she exuded, which contrasted sharply with her voluptuous form, evoking a compelling desire to conquer. Yang Fan lowered his eyes, reluctant to gaze further. With the sound of splashing water, two alluring figures emerged in the warm pool. Slightly obscured by the steam, merely listening to their delicate whispers stirred the imagination. "Sister, how wonderful it would be if I possessed your qualities." Qinfei Nyang's voice carried a hint of awe. "Little sister, you are unaware that such attributes also come with their own troubles." Xiao Shufei's expression hinted at her distress, yet her tone betrayed a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, compared to the tender, unripe fruits, who would not prefer the succulent, juicy peaches? Yang Fan, however, scoffed at this notion. He was never one to be picky. "Xiao Fanzi, come and knead my shoulders," she commanded. "Yes, Your Highness." Yang Fan approached with practiced ease, initiating his overtime duties. His technique was deft, applying just the right amount of pressure, and he even incorporated some specialized methods. This treatment invigorated the meridian pathways and promoted the circulation of qi and blood. His knowledge stemmed from the qi and blood guidance diagrams he had discovered during his childhood in the forest, while his hand techniques were inspired by the eagle claw style, which he adeptly adapted for massage. It must be said he possessed considerable experience in this area, particularly after undergoing his third blood transformation. His mastery over qi and blood had become increasingly adept, allowing him to channel warmth to his fingertips with a mere thought. The Empress Qin distinctly sensed a shift. A wave of comfort washed over her shoulders. She turned her head to glance at Yang Fan, finding him with his eyes cast down, appearing obedient, a faint smile gracing his lips. His technique was indeed remarkable. After reveling in the moment, Empress Qin eagerly pulled Xiao Shufei closer, splashes of water erupting around them, revealing the latter's exquisite beauty through the crystalline curtain of water. "Sister, do give Xiao Fan's skills a try. It's truly delightful," Empress Qin remarked with a smile. Xiao Shufei shifted uncomfortably, stealing a glance at Yang Fan, but felt a sense of unease, though he was but a eunuch. Her upbringing in a scholarly family from the south instilled in her an instinctive resistance. She managed a forced smile. "I think I shall pass. Come now, do give it a try," Empress Qin urged. Casting a glance at Yang Fan, "Showcase your talents well, and let Sister Shufei experience it fully." "Yes, Your Highness." Yang Fan internally resisted, but, compelled by Empress Qin's request, reluctantly acquiesced. Alas, what a predicament this was! As his hand rested upon Xiao Shufei's shoulder, he sensed her delicate frame tremble slightly, which took him by surprise. She hardly resembled a married woman in that moment. Applying gentle pressure, perhaps his actions offered her a modicum of reassurance, for she gradually settled against the edge of the bath, quietly savoring the experience. Before long, he realized that Xiao Shufei had fallen asleep. Yang Fan was taken aback, only to witness Empress Qin emerging from the water, summoning a towel that enveloped her form, revealing her graceful swan-like neck and shoulders. Shortly thereafter, she reappeared, fully clad in garments from behind the screen. "Lift her and bring her here." Empress Qin's voice was cool and serious, causing Yang Fan's heart to race. It was only then that he comprehended the true intent behind Empress Qin's insistence on Xiao Shufei's company, involving both wine and bathing. Yet, he remained oblivious to her precise ambitions. Nevertheless, he did not refuse the Empress's command. Bending down, he scooped Xiao Shufei from the water, his hands cradling her legs. The sensation was overwhelming, quickening his heartbeat. Following the Empress's instructions, he placed Xiao Shufei upon a soft couch within the bathing chamber. He then observed as her fingers moved slightly, conjuring ethereal symbols in the air. With a swift motion, the symbols descended upon Xiao Shufei, gradually permeating her being, illuminating her skin with intricate glyphs that intertwined beautifully to form an exquisite diagram. What is this? Young Fan struggled to suppress his astonishment. Empress Chen bit her fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the diagram, appearing utterly drained. Young Fan rushed forward to steady her. The diagram glimmered for a brief moment before slowly dissipating. As if nothing had transpired. At last, Empress Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, "This is a forbidden technique of mine, the art of manipulation. In a future moment. This diagram shall enable me to briefly harness the dragon energy associated with her title, allowing her to serve my will." Should others overhear such words, they would undoubtedly be struck with astonishment. It is essential to understand that the Imperial Dragon Aura possesses the capability to suppress the vast realms of the 9 provinces and the 300 states of the Ming Dynasty. It is not an endeavor that can be undertaken lightly. Given the esteemed cultivation level of Lady Chen, it is indeed implausible that she could achieve such a feat. Furthermore, it is generally accepted that to manifest a Taoist diagram through Taoist techniques, one must undergo at least 7 integrations of the Tao to attain the status of a master. Her ability to accomplish this is nothing short of extraordinary. However, for someone like Yang Fan, an outsider to the Taoist teachings, it elicits no particular sensation. The only discernible aspect is that the exertion required for Lady Chen to wield this technique must be immense, as evidenced by her trembling form. Taking a considerable time to recover and finally exhaling a breath of relief. My lady, allow me to assist you to rest, Yang Fan offered as he helped Lady Chen to a soft couch. She replied, "Do not concern yourself with me for the moment. Instead, attend to Lady Xiao and help her don her garments." "Yes, my lady," he complied. This marked the first occasion in his life that Yang Fan found himself dressing a woman. And it was none other than Lady Xiao, a prospect he had never anticipated, particularly given the complexity of women's attire in this world, which proved to be quite a challenge. After considerable effort, and uncertain of how many favors he had appropriated, he finally succeeded in adorning Lady Xiao in her night robe for slumber, with Lady Chen leading the way and Yang Fan carrying Lady Xiao behind. The delicate fragrance of jade and warmth enveloped him that he fought to suppress the tumultuous thoughts within, gently placing Lady Xiao in the chambers of Lady Chen. "You may leave now," Lady Chen gestured weakly. Understanding her implication, Yang Fan discreetly withdrew, closing the door behind him. Just before the crack sealed, he caught a glimpse of Lady Chen reclining beside Lady Xiao. One possessed a captivating beauty, while the other exuded an enchanting grace. Yang Fan swallowed several times, the door finally slamming shut with a resounding thud, leaving him yearning to continue his labors. He glanced at the night sky outside, realizing it must have reached the witching hour.